Chapter 1 Shrine Mountain. On a cliff that stood above the world, a young man with skin as pale and pure as ice looked out and into the horizon. The beautiful yellows, reds and oranges of the morning sky shone without hindrance, dancing over the pristine white clouds below his feet. This place was known as Shrine Mountain, the highest peak of not just this plane but all of existence. It stood so tall that the sun called it friend, and even the clouds could only hug its feet. Throughout the lower plains, millions of geniuses were born every day, each with the dream of standing at the pinnacle of the world, each with the dream of sitting in this young man's very place. However, this young man remained indifferent. His silver, sometimes pale blue, eyes seemed to pierce through all things. To call his brows sword-like was to sell them short. To describe his demeanor as being that of an emperor was to insult him. To define him as handsome was to call him ugly. The cool morning wind blew his long white hair gently, yet not a speck of dust could be found within it. Or maybe nothing dared to blemish him in any way. 1,000 years. The young man thought to himself, devoid of emotion. Today was his 1,000th birthday, a happy occasion for lack of a better descriptor. Kings, emperors, queens and empresses would all converge today, all to pay respects to him. It wasn't very much of a surprise considering who his parents and grandparents were. However, such a truth wasn't enough to require such fanfare. Simply put, the importance of this young man himself warranted respect regardless of his lineage. Elena. The young man spoke this name abruptly. His voice was soothing and calm but held a hint of biting cold that made them contradictorily sharp. Yet, it was very clear by how his eyes softened that he cared for the woman holding this name. You always know. A sound that seemed bestowed to the world by a fairy goddess filled the young man with a sense of comfort. The beauty floated to his side, descending onto his lap. Her violet dress wafted a heavenly fragrance toward him with its every flutter, matching his black robes to perfection. Holding onto her slim waist, the young man's nonchalant attitude toward the view rescinded as a light smile played his perfect features. His hand reached upward, caressing the beautiful strands of diamond pink hair that cascaded from Elena's head. She couldn't help but rest her ear to his chest in response, breathing in his scent. Ryu, what kind of gift would you like? A slight chuckle escaped from the lips of the young man. It was a laugh filled with warmth, but one he rarely showed anyone. Other than his parents and grandparents, Elena was the only other to have heard this laugh. This isn't proper etiquette, no? Elena pouted adorably, a sight that would have shocked the billions of subjects she ruled over. The heiress of the Holy Wing clan, behaving like nothing more than a little girl. I have everything in the world, do I not? Ryu sighed. The shrine plane dances at the palm of my hand. My woman is an unrivaled beauty and genius. My parents love and dote upon me. What else could I ask for? Despite his words, the undertone of sadness would never be missed by Elena. She knew her fiancé too well, well enough to know that these words were nothing more than self-mockery. In the martial world, there were 3 mortal planes and 3 immortal planes. Those below constantly fought to reach a higher level of existence, to have their names written into the fabric of history for trillions of years to come and for their bloodline to flourish into eternity. Yet, Ryu had no such aspirations. It wasn't that he was lazy or without drive. In fact, if a fool spouted such nonsense about Ryu Tatsuya, even commoners would swarm you with whatever weapons they could find, all to protect his name. The truth was that Ryu didn't have such aspirations because he already had it. The shrine plane wasn't just among the 3 immortal planes, it was the highest immortal plane. The Tatsuya clan wasn't just powerful, it was the most powerful. Ryu's life was comically easy. Still, he fought for it to have meaning. He delved into the world of archaeology, prying out secrets long since lost from ruins many clans had given up on. He studied botany with a passion few could match, even breathing life into long-extinct species. He even mastered arts of feng shui, applying them to create some of the most beautiful works of art and architecture to ever appear in the martial world. This was Ryu's life. He found meaning where there was none. When others would have resigned themselves to an existence of meaningless comfort, he sought for something more. At this point, one might think Ryu ungrateful. To be saddened when everything in the world was given to you on not a silver, but gold platter. However, there was a reason that despite having been betrothed to Elena for more than 600 years, they had never married. Ryu, a man who had everything in the world, a man who could command the waves with one hand and the sunset with the other, couldn't cultivate. His fiancée would live for billions, even trillions of years given her talent. But he, even with so many priceless treasures sustaining his life, would be lucky to live 1,000 more. Chapter 2. Nuri. How could Elena be unaware of how Ryu was feeling? Although they hadn't completed the traditional ceremonies and melded their souls together as husband and wife, Elena still felt like she could read her fiancé's mind just by looking into his eyes. In her mind, she would rather a few hundred years of bliss with her love than a few billion years of emptiness. Elena was a very pragmatic woman. While Ryu only reached his 1,000th birthday today, it wouldn't be very long until her 1,000,000th year of existence. Unlike Ryu, she was very much aware of how rare it was for her heart to be swayed. So what if you can only be by my side for a fraction of my life? These are moments I'll never forget, Elena thought to herself. Matching her thoughts, Elena didn't dwell on sadness. Today was meant to be a day of celebration. How about I allow you to take a concubine? Aren't I magnanimous? Elena said with a naughty grin. Ryu nearly choked on his breath, shattering his elegant demeanor. He had known Elena since he was born, yet he still couldn't combine her public persona with her private one. To the world, Elena was a holy princess, lofty and beyond mortal impurities. But, to Ryu, she was a lewd prankster and bona fide pervert. Ryu often found himself having to protect his chastity from her. It was almost depressing. Ryu could still remember the day Elena decided that she fancied him. She infiltrated his room at night and stripped down naked. Without any cultivation to speak of, how could Ryu have stopped her? Then, standing proudly without a hint of shyness on her face, she said, "You're the first man to see my everything. Now you have no choice but to take responsibility. Come, put a child in me." Cold sweat matted Ryu's back when he recalled the memory. He still had no idea how he managed to weasel out of that situation. Still, in the end he took her as his fiancée. It had already been 600 years since then. There are many beauties comparable to me in the Shrine Plains. In fact, there are many with outstanding potential that we could pluck from the lower realms as well. Elena continued to rattle on as though Ryu's opinion didn't matter. My holy shrine alone has 3 subordinate clans and sects within the Blossom Plane who each have 8 or so more extensions within the Pedestal Plane. If I recall correctly, there are 9 holy winged saintesses born to them within the last 100,000 or so years. They have great potential. Ryu frowned. 9? That many? Now that you mention it, 9 is quite a lot. Usually, even 1 in 10 times that span would be pretty good. After acknowledging Ryu's point, Elena continued to ramble on about what must have been hundreds of viable candidates. While Elena spoke, Ryu looked up at the receding night sky, the faint flicker of stars just barely visible. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. Their silver hue waned, giving way to what could have been confused with the very depths of space itself. The stars became reflected within Ryu's eyes as he held his fiancée's delicate frame to his body. Fate. It was something even the greatest masters of karma struggled to understand. However, in the martial world, those who could read the alignment of the stars were all highly respected. It was this fate that gave Ryu almost unrivaled intelligence and constitution, yet also an inability to cultivate. Ryu found that the heavens had quite the sense of humor due to this. That said, it didn't mean he took the alignment of the stars any less seriously than anyone else. The moment he heard Elena's words, something fierce stirred within him. A normal individual might not understand what it meant to be a holy winged saintess, but he did. Within the martial world, the pinnacle of cultivation was found on the Shrine Plane. This namesake was earned due to the various hundreds of shrines that graced these vast lands, together representing the vicissitudes of life and death. Elena's holy wing clan presided over the Shrine of Light. To be named a saintess of any clan required acknowledgement of at least one such shrine. One could imagine just how rare it was for the representation of all light to choose you as an arbiter of its will. Yet, this happened 9 times in 100,000 years? It was too ridiculous. Ryu didn't like looking at the alignment of the stars. In fact, despite being born with the first-ranked heavenly pupils, mysteries of heaven and earth, he had only used its ability to read the lines of karma 2 times before. Once when they were awakened and once when his Meridian awakening ceremony failed. The moment Ryu sunk into this state, the first star he saw was his own. It was larger than all those in its near vicinity, blazing with mercury-like fires and beautiful silver hues. Ryu sighed when he saw it. His fate star looked dazzling, but he knew what it represented. It would burn brighter and larger than the rest, but also dim and die sooner as well. Shifting his attention away, Ryu's view expanded, widening his scope. Ryu's breath hitched in his throat. Ryu, is something wrong? I just remembered that we don't need to go concubine hunting in the lower plains. I know of one lady here that would die of happiness if you took her into our bedchambers. Elena's sparkling pink eyes flashed with a hint of deviousness. Bringing up this lady was clearly her plot all along. Don't you remember your death guard? Nuri, I believe her name was. Hearing this name, Ryu was stunned out of his thoughts. In fact, he wasn't the only one. A shadow hidden in the void choked on air as well despite the fact there was no such thing to speak of within the void. Chapter 3, Father. Elena sent a sly gaze towards seemingly empty space before winking as though to say, I have your back. Not every woman would be straightforward as Elena, backing Ryu into a corner and not allowing him to refuse her advances. In fact, Elena dared to say that if it wasn't for this personality of hers, she would have never become Ryu's fiancée. He was so young, but his heart was as stubborn as an old fogey. Of course, Nuri's presence couldn't be hidden from Ryu. Although he couldn't cultivate his body, his mind had reached a state few could match. In fact, his grandpa Qilin had once said a tribulation cloud could vent all of its anger within his mental realm yet still come out on the losing end. If others said it, it wouldn't mean much. But, considering his maternal grandfather was the priest saint of the Lightning Shrine, no one dared take his words lightly. However, the role of a death guard didn't allow cordial interactions between them. With a sigh, Ryu stood. He had tried to release Nuri of her duties many times, but she was more stubborn than he was. Elena defiantly dove into his arms, insisting that he carry her despite the weakness of his body. It was lucky that she was as light as a feather, otherwise Ryu would have collapsed. You think I don't know that you're purposely lowering your weight? How did I end up with such a fiancé? With those last thoughts, Ryu began a slow trek down the highest peak, his fiancé in his arms and a blushing shadow to his back. Within a delicate spring garden, nature's energy flowed with unmatched fluidity and swiftness. Precious heavenly medicines graced the lush green grass as nothing more than pretty fixtures. The small stream gushed with resplendent spring water, capable of extending a life by months with a simple sip. Even the meditation platforms, small chairs and tables were made of essence jade, the most valuable material in all of existence. Blending into the grace of this garden, a heavenly couple leisurely reclined. A man of bold presence sat on a high meditation platform, his every inhale and exhale seeming to match the breath of existence itself. His robes were a blazing red, matching his hair and eyes that danced with heavenly flames. His features were handsome beyond compare, looking like nothing more than a 30-year-old man despite having lived for billions of years. The woman seemed to be the polar opposite. Her presence was akin to a calm lake, sparkling with a refreshing coolness yet flickering with arcs of blue lightning every so often. Her hair matched her pure white gown as her blue pupils flickered with a pensive expression toward the small booklet held in her delicate hands. If one said that she was the #1 beauty in the world, no one would dare to deny. Even the beautiful Elena and shy Nuri fell several levels short. They simply hadn't had the time to refine themselves to this extent. Mother, father. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't Ryu greeting his parents so warmly. It was Elena. She didn't seem to care that she was interrupting their cultivation in the least. Elena leaped from Ryu's arms gracefully, rushing to her mother-in-law's side. It wasn't even until several minutes later that his own mother realized he was here too. Ryu sighed when he looked at his father's figure. Calm, immovable like a towering mountain. His heartbeat was akin to the rumbling of the earth, and his blood was the raging waters of the fiercest river. "You're thinking about it again." Ryu's father suddenly spoke in a voice so deep it resonated with the ground beneath their feet. His didn't open his eyes to look at his son, but he knew he was there. "Don't ever ask me to take back the things I've given. Maybe if it was just about your choice, it wouldn't matter so much. But your decision has shaken the foundation of the shrines." Ryu's voice was cold. If it wasn't for the slight affectionate glint in his eye, no one would ever guess that he was speaking to his father. Ryu's father snorted. "No one can tell me what I can and cannot do. If I could not gift my own flesh and blood treasures as a pleased, what was the point of my years of cultivation? It would mean nothing more than dog shit." In the end, Ryu decided not to respond. Those who wondered where his stubbornness came from only needed to take one step down his bloodline to find his father. Titus Tatsuya was a man who really dared to do anything. His birth was a product of an alliance between the Emperor Fire Dragon clan and the Fire Phoenix clan. He embodied fire itself without remorse and left carnage in his path. Even if it was an elder of the Fire Shrine who dared to raise a word of complaint, Titus Tatsuya would kill him without blinking an eye. However, this time, Ryu knew his father had gone too far. Maybe he wouldn't place such seriousness on the matter before, but the alignment of the stars truly worried him. Ryu silently laughed at himself. Hadn't he resigned himself to fate long ago? Wasn't that exact why he, a man with everything, was still so scared of this enigmatic something? Since fate told him he would die, he would die. And now that fate told those around him might suffer, wouldn't he just have to accept that as well? Chapter 4. Third Phoenix Clan. Later that day, guests began to slowly arrive, filling Fire Shrine with a lively atmosphere. Ryu, however, was content to continue to spend time with his family. "Look at you. You've grown more handsome since Grandma saw you last." A beautiful woman who seemed to about in her late 50s lovingly caressed Ryu's cheeks. Despite her age, her looks could still topple a nation. Everything from her pure white hair to her demeanor was refined to an extreme. "Tell me, has that little vixen vexed my little boy?" Ryu smiled lightly, taking his maternal grandmother's arm as they strolled through the palace. "Of course not, grandmother. Elena is lovely." "Humph, those holy wing tramps are no good. My grandson deserves better. There are many nice young ladies in Grandma's Ice Phoenix clan. Grandmother will introduce you to them all today." "Humph, humph." Ryu knew quite well that this grandmother of his wasn't venting her hatred for Elena, but rather Elena's own grandmother. The two of them had been rivals ever since their youth. It was their worst nightmare for their grandchildren to be bonded in such a way. Those of the Holy Wing clan weren't supposed to marry. Much like ancient-era Amazonians, they used men like tools to continue their lineage. If the child was a boy, he would become the property of the father. If the child was a girl, the Holy Wing clan would take her in. In the past, Ryu's grandmother and his grandmother-in-law were love rivals. The result was his maternal grandfather choosing his grandmother. However, in a very domineering fashion, his grandmother-in-law cornered his maternal grandfather and poisoned him with a potent aphrodisiac. In the end, the result was a female child that she subsequently barred Ryu's maternal grandfather from seeing. This child was the current priest-saintess of the Light Shrine. Luckily, this child wasn't Elena's mother, or that would make Ryu related to his fiancée by blood. Elena's father was actually unknown to her or anyone, for that matter. For some inexplicable reason, his grandmother-in-law refused to tell anyone, something that was a far cry from her usual domineering openness. This aside, for obvious reasons, these matters sent his usual lovable grandmother into a rage whenever she thought about them. Such a culture was the darkest secret of the Holy Wing clan. On the surface, they were maidens of the light, unblemished by worldly affairs. But, in the dark they were suffused with ancient and outdated practices. Ryu only smiled, continuing to accompany his grandmother. "Speaking of the clan, grandmother, I found some clues about that ruin you asked me about. Oh, the mistress of the Qilin family, Lightning Qilin, sighed. The ice flame has been in decline for a long time, yet the Holy Wing clan seems to pump out a new saintess every year. Grandma really might die of frustration. The heavens really don't have eyes. Ryu didn't need to meet his grandmother's gaze to know that she meant more than what it seemed by her last words. By all rights, Ryu had the perfect constitution for cultivation. Yet his meridians lay dormant. If one couldn't say the heavens were blind because of this, then when could you? This ruin should have a small spark of hope. Ryu spoke with an eerie calm. It's actually not an ice flame ruin, but rather a phoenix ruin. A phoenix ruin? Mistress Qilin responded in surprise. Ryu nodded, his eyes lighting with passion that was completely out of place for his usual apathetic appearance. Mistress Qilin's heart warmed when she looked toward this grandson of hers. He was usually so cold, but it all seemed to melt away when he spoke about his hobbies. Ryu's comprehension of archaeology had reached a level that could no longer be properly classified. He put those ruin master old fogies to shame. As you know, Grandma, I have ice phoenix blood from mother and fire phoenix blood from father running through my veins. But, according to a few historical documents I've pieced together, there was a final, third species of phoenix that have been long forgotten. A third? Usually, the elements are the simplest of heaven's laws to comprehend. There are only two exceptions to this rule. Lightning and fire. Ryu nodded. Right? The flame, in particular, is quite enigmatic. It's the root of all life, however. It's also the root of all death. Mistress Qilin fell into a contemplative state. Her Ice Phoenix clan controlled the Ice Shrine and the Life Shrine. This was entirely due to the special characteristics of their ice flame. At the same time, Ryu's paternal grandmother's Fire Phoenix clan controlled the Reincarnation Shrine. If it wasn't for Ryu's paternal grandfather's Fire Dragon clan controlling the Fire Shrine, they would also monopolize it. Simply put, while their flames were known for the cold and heat respectively, their true root was control of life and reincarnation. The strongest flames in the world would always preside over such lofty quintessence. This was the secret behind the power of the Tatsuya clan. Their marriage alliance with the Qilin clan brought not just 2, but 5 shrines into a single family. While a single clan might not even control a single shrine, the Tatsuya and Qilin clans controlled the fire, ice, reincarnation, life, and lightning shrines. So by death you mean? Yes, Ryu said with a slight coldness. A dark phoenix clan once existed. Chapter 5, Dormant Shrine. In the martial world, high-grade beasts had long since gone extinct. What many knew as beasts today were unintelligent and savage creatures without scruples and inhibitions. The so-called phoenix and dragon blood, not to mention the Lightning Qilin heritage that ran through Ryu's veins from his maternal grandfather, were actually human bloodlines, not beast bloodlines. Before the rise of the human race, beasts ruled the lands. Mighty dragons could shake the plains with a single roar. The cries of the majestic phoenix could decide life and death, while Qilins could shatter the earth with a simple step. However, such an era had long since come to pass. The human race rose so fiercely that the shrines the beasts once lay claim to were taken by them, one by one. Human bloodlines evolved and matured. Suddenly, it was possible for their souls to manifest bestial auras surpassing even that of ancient beasts. In the end, the era of the ancient beast ended and their bloodlines slowly diffusing as they married into human clans. The result was the present system where humans retained their cultivation talent, yet gained the robust bloodlines and sturdy bodies of their beast ancestors. Clans like Ryu's grandmother's Ice Phoenix clan could evoke abilities of their Ice Phoenix predecessors. One such ability was the Ice Flame. Not only did this flame have the potential to freeze all things, it also had heaven-defying healing capabilities that rivaled and often surpassed saintesses of the Light Shrine. Still, aside from Ryu's mother, the remaining descendants of the Ice Phoenix clan were mere average talents. Currently, Mistress Qilin took the role of priest saintess of the Life and Ice Shrines. However, she felt that it was time for her to retire and live out her days in peace. The problem was that the only viable successor was her daughter, But according to the laws of the heavens, a single person could not preside over 3 shrines. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue. However, the successor of the Lightning Shrine was also in question. Would the Qilin clan really have to give up one of the shrines they had protected for so long? Mistress Qilin had hoped that the birth of her daughter's child would solve this issue, but her poor grandson didn't have any cultivation. How could he help? Fertility rates among high-class clans were simply too poor. For someone with such a dense bloodline concentration as Ryu to be born, one can imagine how low the chances were. Ryu's parents tried for tens of millions of years before Ryu was finally born. Ryu was highly intelligent. Before he even became of age for his Meridian awakening ceremony, he had seen through this problem. At the time, he had sworn to become good enough to be acknowledged by at least one of those 3 shrines so he could alleviate the burden of his grandparents. But who knew that the heavens would play such a trick on him? Although his grandmother would never express her disappointment over the matter to him, the feeling of uselessness overwhelmed Ryu so much so that after his awakening ceremony ended in failure, he spent the next half-decade in seclusion. At the time, many jealous of the Tatsuya clan and Qilin clan sneered as though Ryu's plight served him right. The little boy born with a spoon made of essence jade in his plump lips couldn't handle one setback? How pathetic. No one believed that Ryu had truly entered seclusion. After all, how could one believe that a 7-year-old could withstand such a thing? However, when Ryu emerged, he was a changed boy. Despite being only 12 years of age, his eyes had gained the depths of the world. For the last 5 years, he had spent his time within the shrine library, which had a repertoire of knowledge so dense that it stretched for thousands of miles long and wide, and tens of miles high. This was the place a 7-year-old boy had locked himself in. Those years fueled an endless desire within him. Alchemy? A waste of time. Why would I read about things I can't practice? Cultivation techniques? I'll ignore them. They have no use to me anyway.
Formation?
I'll only learn how to crack them. I would never be able to lay them down with my handicap. A little boy spent 5 years not gaining knowledge, but gaining an understanding of what paths he could take as a cripple. When he emerged, Ryu did so with determination in his eyes. There were so many things that he couldn't do, so he wouldn't waste his time. He'd pour his energy into what he could. He'd find ways to help his family even without an ounce of power. Ryu became a ruin master, learning several trillion years of history. He then learned botany. There wasn't a single plant in existence or non-existence that he couldn't recognize. Not a single heavenly flower he didn't know how to grow and nurture. Soon after, he became a master of feng shui, grasping the world's beauty in his right hand. With his skills in botany, he revived long-extinct species, blessing the Tatsuya and Qilin clans with resources they could only dream of. With his skill in feng shui, he built the greatest cultivation rooms to ever exist. He reconstructed Tatsuya Palace to become the #1 martial world wonder, and he became famous for the heavenly laws within his paintings. And today, after more than 900 years of effort, he had finally found the path to reviving the Ice Phoenix clan. Today, he'd use this skill he toiled over to alleviate a weight on his grandmother's heart. Dark Phoenix clan? Mistress Qilin's beautiful blue eyes widened. Ryu smiled. If I'm correct, the key to reviving the Ice Phoenix clan fully is in these ruins. There's even a possibility of our clans gaining yet another shrine. Chapter 6. Forgotten. Mistress Qilin's eyes widened as she gazed at her grandson. She knew Ryu's personality well. He was cold, calculating, and treated his words like gold. In truth, she was worried that if she wasn't his grandmother, he might not speak to her at all. The fact that this very same Ryu was saying these words meant that if he wasn't 100% confident, he was at least 99% so. A dormant shrine? Mistress Qilin probed. Such shrines were coveted by clans of all kinds. With the system of things having been set for so long, dormant shrines were among the only resources capable of shifting such a stable situation. Shrines themselves not only provided clans with protection, they also dictated the faith tied to a lineage. Said faith is responsible for the prosperity of clan, its potential for growth, but most importantly, its longevity. The faith of the Tatsuya and Qilin clans were unrivaled. With such a level of protection, They had an unshakable foundation. Of course, one might then wonder just why such blessed clans birthed a cripple like Ryu, but this was an inappropriate way to view things. For one, the prosperity Ryu brought his maternal and paternal clans couldn't be underestimated. Due to his aid, his father, Titus Tatsuya, had already become the #1 expert of the Shrine Plane, with his mother acting as a close #2. Secondly, if one analyzed Ryu's body, you'd be shamed if you dared to say he wasn't a blessed young man. Not only was Ryu born with a perfect balance of 4 ancestral grade bloodlines, he awakened the #1 ranked heavenly pupils. And, although his Meridian awakening ceremony failed, he was also born with ancestral grade Meridians. How could a young man born with so much talent be classified as anything other than blessed? Ryu retracted the excited glint in his eye, his expression darkening slightly. Our next movements have to be extremely calculated. Do you sense something? Ryu looked off into the distance, gently holding his grandmother's arm. We have the most accumulated faith in the martial world. Yet it seems that other clans are surging while ours have stalled. Something is amiss. Have you? Mistress Qilin hesitated. She knew quite well what abilities of her grandson's eyes. Oftentimes, elders of their Qilin and Tatsuya clans would attempt to exploit Ryu's abilities, but his grandparents and parents never had. They understood quite well how much Ryu hated reading fate, so they never forced him to do such things. However, judging by the way he was speaking, after what father did yesterday, I felt uneasy. Ryu replied seriously. If it's for the sake of my family, any discomfort is irrelevant. Mistress Qilin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she tightened her grip on her grandson's arm. Am I really cursed to live longer than my grandson? Her heart ached uncontrollably. If your father hadn't done what he did, I would have never allowed him to marry your mother. I want my grandson by my side for as long as possible. Ryu sighed. The heavens are in turmoil, so much so that even my eyes can't make sense of anything. There's a possibility that this is because I have no real practice reading the stars. But my instincts tell me that it wouldn't matter. Mistress Qilin shook her head. Reading the stars has never been entirely reliable. After a pause, Mistress Qilin continued. What have you understood about this ruin? Not much. Ryu lowered his voice. I've cross-referenced a few ancient texts and am fairly confident about its general location and its importance. That's all. A few. Seeing his grandmother looked at him skeptically, Ryu rubbed his nose. He had been working on this for hundreds of years. How could it qualify as a few? Just by virtue of the fact no one else knew about this ruin, one could understand the difficulty of finding this information. Mistress Qilin smiled knowingly. You've grown old now and think you can lie to your grandmother? With a cough, Ryu changed the subject. The location is very sensitive. It's not located in this layer. It's... Suddenly, Mistress Qilin's head snapped toward a particular direction. How dare you? An oppressive aura erupted from Mistress Qilin's frail-looking body. In that moment, she had regained her majesty as priest-saintess of the Life and Ice Shrines. Ryu's eyes narrowed. The reason he spoke so freely about such a sensitive topic out in the open like this was because no one dared to eavesdrop. Even if someone had the courage to do something so stupid, was his grandmother some frail woman? She was a priest-saintess. A shadow stumbled from the void, coughing up blood and revealing a red-robed elder. Mistress Qilin was livid. Someone actually dared to impugn upon her prestige in such a fashion? And worst yet, it was a mere shrine elder. She already so rarely got to spend time with her grandson. How could she take this lying down? Your courage has grown 6th Fire Shrine Elder Qilin. Elder Qilin smiled wryly. Ah, it's Priest Saintess Qilin. My apologies. I was simply in a rush and happened to encroach upon your void domain. The mistake is entirely my fault. The sheer lack of sincerity in his voice caused Ryu's grandmother's rage to shake the very foundation of the palace. It seems that the last time I killed someone was over 1 billion years ago. Maybe some fools have forgotten my name. Chapter 7. Supreme Priest Adolfo. An illusory hand of shimmering blue appeared in the skies. Although it had the delicate and slender features of a woman, It blossomed with an unbridled and domineering power. No matter how beautiful it looked, one couldn't help but shiver at its sight. Elder Qilin panicked, his casual demeanor shattering in the face of absolute strength. He was a complete fool. He actually dared to anger Mistress Qilin when she was in a terrible mood. She had just been feeling helpless about her lack of ability to help her grandson, and now someone provoked her? This was no less than poking at a sleeping bear.
Ah, Priest Saintesse.
Please give me some face and stay your hand. Ryu inwardly sneered when he heard this newcomer's words. Wearing the same red robes as Elder Qilin, aside from the gold etchings, a seemingly young man appeared within the palace hallway. Although he seemed young, this was only because of the depth of his cultivation. In reality, he was several million years Elder Qilin's elder. This man was none other than one of the Grand Elders of Fire Shrine, Third Grand Elder Aloysius. As expected, this really does have something to do with Father's actions. But, to think Third Grand Elder would be so bold. Ryu's expression never changed, glancing from Sixth Elder's shivering body to Aloysius. Any normal mortal wouldn't be able to meet the eyes of an immortal. In fact, mortals of the lower realm shivered in the face of even those Ryu saw as mediocre cultivators. However, Ryu showed no such reaction in the face of these immortals. His pride was staunch even in the face of his quaking inner organs. Seeing that Mistress Qilin's technique hadn't paused, Third Grand Elder continued elegantly. Although your son-in-law is the priest saint of Fire Shrine, it wouldn't bode well for his mother-in-law to kill one of our elders, right? A small smile played his handsome lips. After all, Priest Saint Titus' rule is, well, it's best we don't speak of this with those not of this shrine. It would be inappropriate. Mistress Qilin didn't have the normal reaction a person would have to such provocation. Instead, she turned to her grandson. What's the worst I can do without causing trouble? Ryu's eyes flashed. Cripple Sixth Elder. Slap Third Grand Elder and sever his left arm. Okay. Without hesitating, Mistress Qilin did exactly that. Third Grand Elder's eyes widened. What kind of situation was this? His calm expression crumbled into darkness. He had miscalculated. During Ryu's life, who had dared to provoke him? The answer was obvious. No one. His mother was the heiress to 3 potential shrines, while his father was the priest saint of the Fire Shrine. This didn't even need to mention his grandparents. Who would dare touch him? This caused a misconception that began the moment Ryu went into seclusion at 7 years old. Many believed that he was weak-willed and sheltered. They had no clue about his decisiveness, nor his ruthlessness. Today they would learn. The illusory light blue palm fell from the skies.
No.
No, please. I was wrong. Sixth Elder screamed almost incoherently. He couldn't believe what was happening. His only job was to probe Ryu. Maybe if they could make the son give up what his father had given him, then the father would say no more. Yet this resulted in him being crippled. Mistress Qilin couldn't seem to hear a thing. In one swift motion, the massive hand slammed into Sixth Elder's body, burying him into the ground. Just how sturdy was the Fire Shrine Palace? It was made of some of the greatest and strongest materials known to the martial world. Yet, it blasted apart like wet cardboard in the face of Mistress Qilin's strength. Sixth Elder convulsed on the ground, unable to stop the cold energy from seeping into his body, freezing his meridians and shattering them one by one. His spiritual foundation shook in indignation, unwilling to leave the world so soon. But, with its tether to the living plane severed, it faded into non-existence. Third Grand Elder eyes contracted. The faith a priest saintess of 2 shrines could maneuver was too fierce. Even if he was in his home territory, it wasn't enough to fend off Mistress Qilin. Entering the private property of the Tatsuya clan without permission. Showing disdain for the heir of the Tatsuya clan. Insulting the ruling priest saint. Eavesdropping on council-grade information. Ryu's voice was akin to the surface of an undisturbed lake. But, beneath its surface it was clear, so devoid of life that one could see clear through to the bottom yet remain unable to fathom its depth. This was Ryu. Third Grand Elder shivered when he heard council-grade information. The council referred to the highest order experts of any given shrine. The lowest acceptable rank for a member of the council was priest. A Grand Elder was still 2 ranks from such prestige. Lies. Third Grand Elder lost control of his emotions, uttering something he never should have. You can cripple him now too, grandmother, Ryu said casually as though he was speaking about the weather. Mistress Qilin smiled lightly, raising her fallen palm and slamming it into the aggrieved First Grand Elder. In the next instant, one elder lay unconscious on the ground while the other became stuck in the wall. It was a truly pitiful sight. His father will be quite unhappy. Mistress Qilin spoke gleefully. Supreme Priest Adolfo should have taught his son better then. Chapter 8 Old Monster Couples. As the evening set upon the shrine plain, the central pavilion of Fire Shrine was bustling with countless guests. Not only had the various clans of the Fire Shrine coalesced, Masters of the Wind, Earth, Water, and Wood Shrines had also made appearances along with many others. Aside from the bosses of shrines, guild leaders and sect patriarchs also attended. Alchemy gods not seen for millions of years resurfaced, formation masters of ancient times left their dens, and even cultivation experts, after being in seclusion for countless years, had come to remind the world of their existence. Many of these individuals hadn't even seen or heard of this Ryu before. After all, this was Ryu's 1000th birthday, a time that was a mere blink of an eye for these old men and women. Still, they came. The call of the Tatsuya clan wasn't something that they could ignore. At the head of the pavilion, a domineering roar of laughter shook the foundation below their feet. Yet, the party continued as though the guests had heard nothing. They were too used to powerful experts like this involuntarily influencing their surroundings. My grandson did that? Truly me boy. An older man who looked to be in his 50s roared with laughter. His head of hair was a fierce blue, shimmering with a lightning so powerful that it sometimes appeared white due to the blinding light. This man was none other than Priest Saint Qilin, Ryu's maternal grandfather. Decisive and ruthless, just like his grandfather. An older woman of about the same age sighed. Her hair flickered with the embers of an undying fire, making her already red hair even more valiant and awe-inspiring. Despite her appearance, this older woman's demeanor was calm and serious, similar, yet, at the same time so very different from Mistress Qilin's calm and lovable demeanor. This woman was decidedly colder. However, there was clear love in her eye when she spoke of Ryu. She was none other than Ryu's paternal grandmother and current priest saintess of the Reincarnation Shrine, Old Mistress Tatsuya. This third Grand Elder doesn't have a small background. Old Mistress Tatsuya spoke, trying to pour cold water over Qilin's party. You come from a mighty phoenix clan? Yet you're worried about some inferior firebird clan? A severe pinch contorted Priest Saint Qilin's facial expression. He wanted to rage, but the moment he noticed that it was his wife's hand to his side, he ducked down like an obedient child. Ever since that incident with Elena's grandmother, he had been practically begging for forgiveness for the last few billion years. Even after all this time, he didn't dare to go against his wife. Mistress Qilin sent a look of disdain toward her husband, causing the quiet until now old man Tatsuya to chuckle lightly, but he too received a glare from his wife that forced him quiet once more. The Scarlet Clan isn't a normal inferior firebird clan. Many ancient texts place them above the phoenix among the firebird species. Old man Qilin wasn't convinced, although he remained quiet. The Scarlet Clan were the descendant of the Scarlet Sparrow. It wasn't that they were weak, he knew well that they were very strong. It was just that a phoenix's wings could cover hundreds of miles at maturity, while a Scarlet Sparrow would never be more than 2 palm lengths. It was difficult for someone with his personality to take such a creature seriously. During ancient times, the Scarlet Clan once controlled the Blood Shrine. At that point, everyone had no choice but to take them seriously, despite their size. However, they hadn't birthed a descendant capable of taking the role of priest saint or saintess for many generations, forcing their legacy shrine into being a dormant shrine. They were quite amazing creatures. While ice phoenixes wielded life and fire phoenixes wielded reincarnation, scarlet sparrows were masters of vitality. Their flames had the ability to bestow and take away bloodlines. They were no less important to the structure of the martial world in comparison to phoenixes. Now, however, the Scarlet family was a subordinate clan of the Fire Shrine due to the fact their only remaining ancestral ability were their scolding hot flames. "Look at you." Mistress Qilin frowned, reprimanding her husband. "Didn't your Qilin clan lose the Tribulation Shrine? Just like the Scarlet clan, you haven't birthed any descendants who can take it over. Why do you look down on the Scarlet clan for a plight you yourself have?" "But,"
No bats punto.
Mistress Qilin continued, "I know you want to say that little Himari can gain the Tribulation Shrine's acknowledgement, but how is our little girl going to preside over 4 shrines? Aren't you a little too useless?" Old Mistress Tatsuya glared at her own husband as well. "What are you snickering for? I'm still not satisfied with the fact you handed your duties to little Titus so soon. You're his father, you should have beared the burden for longer no matter how talented he is. But all you dragons are so lazy. You wanted to do what he did for little Ryu, but you didn't want to bear the headache, so you passed of your duties on him. What kind of father are you?" In the distance, Mistress Tatsuya and her husband priest Saint Tatsuya coughed awkwardly as they watched their parents bicker, not daring to get in the middle of it. Even for experts of their caliber, billions of years of marriage wore on them. It would be impossible to find any couple that had been together for so long that weren't like this. "You won't ever treat me like this, will you?" Titus looked toward his beautiful wife, but only received a mysterious smile. Still, it made his heart flutter. "Will everything be okay?" Himari suddenly asked, changing the subject. Titus snorted. "Since I've decided to give my son the origin flame, even the sky gods themselves can't stop me." Chapter 9, Loss. Introducing the heir to the Tatsuya clan and his fiancée, Saintess Elena. A loyal servant of the Tatsuya clan happily introduced Ryu and Elena. In that moment, thousands of gazes had fallen upon the heavenly couple. Although Ryu preferred black robes, today, he wore traditional Tatsuya warrior garments. His robes were split into 3 layers, starting with an underlayer of golden cloth, partially covered with pristine white fabrics, before finishing with a fierce embroidered red. The design was simple yet exuded an air of majesty only a young man with the world in his hands could replicate. To his side, Elena's beauty was beyond words. Her diamond-pink eyes sparkled with happiness, reflecting everything good about the world. Her hair shimmered like crystals, sometimes appearing as a soothing lavender, and at other times like a gentle pink, yet it flowed like calm stream. She was dressed in traditional Kori clan robes, representing the clan of Ryu's maternal grandmother. The elegant gown shimmered with light blues and pristine whites, exuding a graceful and comforting air. Ryu walked forward holding Elena's arm, his white hair falling with a beautiful sheen and reaching to the middle of his back without a speck of dust. His silver eyes were steady with a cold indifference, as though he was completely unaffected by the numerous sensory sweeps that touched his mind. Still, he felt every single one. It was akin to an uncomfortable bombardment hands, each vying for space to greet Ryu. However, to those whose senses touched him, they felt his lack of a reaction was due to the fact he didn't realize what was happening at all. If Ryu had the cultivation of his father, would they dare to be so rude? It was clear that they all wanted to confirm whether or not the son of the mighty Titus Tatsuya and elegant Himari Tatsuya really was a cripple. And it was just as clear that his reaction, or lack thereof, confirmed the rumors. Elena's brows twitched in anger. To her, an insult on her future husband was an insult to her. However, if she stepped forward to protect Ryu, wouldn't that just give these bastards capital to talk ill of him more? Giving her fiancé the title of a man who hid behind a woman would only harm him. These fools have no idea how much he's done for you all. Elena thought with disdain. One would think that the birth of a child as a result of a union between the Tatsuya and Qilin clans would cause an uproar, but this was the case only for those of the younger generations. Those of the older generation didn't care for such matters. Well, this wasn't entirely accurate. This union affected them too, but their uproar had already occurred when Titus and Himari announced their engagement. After this matter was closed, wasn't it a foregone conclusion that they would eventually be with child? Such a child wouldn't be worth the older generation giving a second glance to until he grew through several millennia. It wasn't too much of an exaggeration to say that of the older generation, only Ryu's grandparents had been aware of his birth. As a result of this, many of these old fogies weren't aware of Ryu's deeds. To them, the 1,000 years since his birth was nothing more than a nap to them. How much could someone accomplish in that time? This was how they thought. Since they often spent millions of years stuck at a cultivation realm, this was how they began to view time. If they couldn't accomplish much of anything in 1,000 years, how would a youngster, wet behind the ears, do so? If it wasn't for the Tatsuya clan's call, they wouldn't have even come here. A small smile played Ryu's lips. But those who knew him knew that this wasn't his true smile. In fact, just looking at it made their backs stiffen with a frosty cold. I must say, the crowd quieted down for Ryu to speak a few words to begin the festivities. With so many seniors here, I, Ryu Tatsuya, can smile sincerely. The face you've given me today is one I can wear proudly for the rest of my life. Thank you. Hearing Ryu's amiable and humble introduction, some felt bad about their actions, even blushing in shame. However, others sneered inwardly. This was the martial world. The weak would always be taken advantage of. What did they have to feel bad about? Even if Titus' father was the #1 expert of the Shrine Plane, he wouldn't wantonly offend so many of them for something so petty. In the distance, Ryu's parents and grandparents, the 6 who knew him best, also inwardly sneered. However, their reasons were far different. In Ryu's 1,000 years of life, when had he ever taken a loss? Please feel free to enjoy yourselves. With that, Ryu took a step forward before pausing. Oh, I almost forgot. Just these words were enough for Ryu's family members to start uncontrollably chuckling. Elena, who was trying her best to keep it together, couldn't control the quivering of her upper lip. Even Nuri smiled sweetly from within the void, following behind Ryu and Elena in silence. There'll be a gift ranking competition later tonight. My father plans on opening the festivities by gifting me the Origin Flame. I hope that you all can continue to enlighten this junior about the older generation's prestige. Hearing this, the eyes of those old fogies widened before raspy coughing and paled faces filled the room. A gift ranking competition with such an opening? He wanted to wring them dry.
Chapter 10. Folklore 1.
Ryu pretended as though his words had no deep hidden meaning, disappearing into the crowd of guests with Elena by his side. With the appearance of so many of the older generation, there were of course many who brought their disciples with them. In addition, there were many heirs to numerous clans and shrines present as well. It was these individuals that he and Elena began to mingle with, ingratiating themselves well as a young host and hostess. Although this action seemed simple on the surface, it was yet another message to those who had been arrogant enough to so brazenly investigate the secrets of the Tatsuya clan heir. We are but youths, no? So wouldn't it be beneath your lofty statuses to take out your anger on us? Just like this, those old fogies hadn't even begun their counterattack before they suddenly ran into soft clouds. Their rage could only hang in the air with nowhere to be vented. That said, there were some of this very same generation who found great pleasure in the proceedings. That little rascal is too vicious. Despite her words, Marila Tatsuya, Ryu's paternal grandmother, couldn't hide the smile hidden deep within her eyes. Priest Saint Qilin was clutching his stomach at this point, trying his best not to let his laugh be heard. If those old bastards heard him now, they really might throw a fit. Ryu's words might have seemed simple, but they weren't at all. There was nothing that old fogies cared about more than their faces. Public perception was everything. They had little else to hang their prestige upon. A gift-ranking competition was usually used in such ceremonies so that a ruler could distinguish their retainers from the rest of their kingdom. In these cases, the supposed rank of the gift would be decided in advance. One of low status wouldn't be allowed to bring a gift that was too valuable, while those of high status wouldn't be able to bring a gift that was too mundane. The mere fact that such a practice existed in the martial world showed just how important these symbolic and abstract showings meant to the upper echelon of society. Oftentimes, the best emperors and kings were capable of manipulating these seemingly meaningless occurrences to perfection. However, Ryu broke all of the unspoken rules of the gift-ranking competition. Those who had been invited didn't know whether they could be considering as retainers of the Tatsuya family or not. So how could they know just how valuable their gift should be? They had no guidelines to follow. So, imagine for a moment if one purposely gave a mundane gift. Wouldn't you thus be saying that you had no interest in being close friends with the Tatsuya clan? Wouldn't you essentially be spitting in the face of the number one clan of the Shrine Plane? Who could bear such a burden? The worst part about it all was the fact that Ryu had already named the so-called headlining gift, a gift by which all standards were set. Whether a gift was valuable or mundane was decided by this headliner. Yet, this headliner was among the most valuable treasures in all of existence. If they purposely gave a poor gift, they'd be slapping the face of the Tatsuya clan. If they gave an appropriate gift, they'd be giving up their most treasured possessions. Ryu had driven them into a corner with just a few sentences. Mistress Qilin couldn't help but smile either. On this rare instance, she didn't reprimand her husband. When it came to things involving her precious grandson, she was much more relaxed. However, the matters they had spoken of earlier today weighed on her heavily. Still, there may be large, sweeping changes soon, she said with a sigh. You spoke of what led to that third grand elder child's crippling, but you didn't go into details. Just what is worthy of a council-grade evaluation from little Ryu? Marilla questioned. If little Ryu is correct, I believe it's time for your Fire Phoenix clan and my Ice Phoenix clan to come together once more. It's this serious, Verena? Mistress Qilin nodded in affirmation. These ruins house not only the secret to rekindling our flames, but also an opportunity to grasp a third flame and a dormant shrine. The movement of faith has been too odd in recent times. We've been far too unlucky in comparison to our standing, while others have been the exact opposite in comparison to theirs. I think it's for the best if we accomplish this task for the sake of the future generation. The two clan mistresses spoke seriously while their husbands stood on the sidelines. Although they were married, when it came to matters of the Phoenix clans, they were obviously handled by their two clan matriarchs. One had to know that it wasn't only the ice flame that was weakening, the rebirth flame was also weakening. In fact, before Old Man Tatsuya's clan took control of the fire shrine, it was his wife's clan that had it. Although they were fire dragons, their strength lied in their battle prowess and strong bodies, not the potency of their flames. It wasn't until the Fire Phoenix clan's flame weakened that the fire dragons grasped the shrine. Simply put, Marilla was just as interested in these ruins as her sworn sister Verena. If something wasn't done, it could be that soon the reincarnation shrine wouldn't be theirs to control anymore. Chapter 11. Folklore 2. The four old monsters of the previous generation spoke leisurely. Even though they didn't restrain the volume of their voices, not a single word floated outside of their vicinity. With the tacit understanding between them, it was impossible for anyone to overhear their conversation. According to little Ryu, about a few hundred years ago, he stumbled upon a folk tale. Usually, these folk tales describe fanciful and embellished stories of the past while holding the barest modicum of truth, if that. Often, you could read 1,000 lies before unknowingly sweeping past a factual recollection of events. However, little Ryu found something interesting within this tale, something you might raise an eyebrow at. Marilla. Mistress Qilin took a pause before continuing. Like many other folk tales, this one recounted stories of the sky gods. In fact, there were hundreds of tales depicting adventures of at least half a dozen of these legendary figures. The one that caught little Ryu's attention was one about the fire sky god. According to the tale, unlike the other sky gods, Gracchus was born feeble and weak. Not only was he unable to fend for himself, he was doomed to live a short life due to his frail body. Ryu's grandparents couldn't help but tremble when they heard these words. They were all experts who had lived through billions of years of life. How could they not immediately pick up why this story caught their grandson's attention? The reality of the matter made them feel powerless and weak. Taking a deep breath, Verena managed to stabilize her emotions. This folklore, instead of telling a tale of glory, it told one of sadness and despair. The story simply ended with the death of Gracchus, alone and destitute, having committed suicide due to his own uselessness. But then, isn't it obvious to ignore this story as a lie? priest Saint Qilin couldn't help but ask his wife. Sky god Gracchus obviously became a great man. He was among the pioneers that led the human race to subvert the rule of the ancestral beasts. How could his life have simply ended like that? If finding the puzzle pieces that connected to this ruin was so simple, wouldn't someone have found it long before our little Ryu? Verena glared at her husband. She was trying to tell a touching story, yet this blockhead man wanted to interrupt. One should never stop a grandmother when she's in the middle of praising her grandson. Qilin shrunk back, the blue and gold lightning flickers in his eyes and hair dimming considerably. Anyway, little Ryu also ignored this tale originally. However, a few decades later, he was doing research on spiritual foundations in order to help little Titus break through to the next stage. He wanted to find what heavenly treasures were capable of solidifying an already mature spiritual foundation. The three grandparents listened to Verena's tale intently, hanging on her every word, not because she was a good storyteller, but because they loved their grandson very much. His short lifespan only made them cherish him all the more. Even if he had turned out to be a useless debauchee, they would have loved him regardless. To them, the words spiritual foundation were practically taboo for that exact reason. Ryu was born with talent that could shake the very foundation of the shrine plane. The momentum of his birth was so momentous that the entire plane was shrouded in dark clouds for months. Yet, all of that talent was wasted on account of the fact he was born with a false spiritual foundation. In the martial world, it could be said that there were 4 pillars that decided one's future. The first was bloodline grade. The second was skeletal grade. The third was meridian grade. Yet, the place where all of these things took root and the fourth and most important aspect was one's spiritual foundation. As the legatee of 4 ancestral grade bloodlines, Ryu passed this first test with flying colors. For this same exact reason, his skeletal grade was off the charts, also being of the ancestral grade. Finally, his meridian grade fell behind in no way, also being evaluated at the ancestral grade. These rankings might seem meaningless to many, but for those of the shrine plane, this sort of event was unprecedented. Common grade, black grade, earth grade, heaven grade, sovereign grade, ancestral grade, and the legendary origin grade. These 7 rankings alone decided the future of young geniuses everywhere, yet Ryu topped them time and time again. One had to understand that the origin grade was rare even among the sky gods. In fact, only one of them could claim to have reached such a level. Only a single person in history. For all intents and purposes, Ryu was unmatched in talent. However, the spiritual foundation was all-encompassing. It was difficult to explain in just a few words, but it was the method by which all cultivation took root. Those born with false spiritual foundations were doomed to a life of mediocrity no matter how profound their remaining talent was. During this research, little Ryu managed to succeed, of course, making little Titus practically unmatched in the shrine plane, but, at the same time, he came across something curious. Once more delving into folklore to find clues about these magical herbs, little Ryu found another tale about the Gracchus. It was seemingly disconnected. In fact, it seemed like a completely different story entirely, as though it wasn't even the same character at play. The first portrayed Gracchus as a poor, but loving boy. He couldn't bear the idea of his parents struggling to keep him alive, so he committed suicide when he realized that his efforts toward becoming stronger were useless. However, the second folklore described him as a cruel warlord, a man who took women as he pleased and killed men for leisure. The entire tale was disgusting and off-putting. However, the curious part was that at the end of his life, sky god Gracchus reached a level of being where his will was accepted and melded into the will of the heavens. Just like the other sky gods, he became immortalized and as such, became capable of choosing successors by spiritual foundation rebirth. What caught little Ryu's attention was the fact that the requirement for this second awakening was suicide.
Chapter 12. Folklore 3.
The old monsters collectively sucked in a cold breath. This so-called second awakening was an incomparably rare opportunity to gain the legacy of one of the sky gods. At birth, one would have a particular grade of spiritual foundation attached to you. This grade would decide your life in many aspects and often weighed heavier than the grades of your other talents. It acted as a bottleneck of sorts for how much potential you could glean from your abilities. In 10,000 out of 10,000 cases, it was impossible to change your spiritual foundation. The herbs that Ryu found to improve his father's foundation didn't directly raise the grade of Titus' spiritual foundation. Instead, it increased the strength of the cultivation he built atop of it, deepening their roots and allowing Titus to build higher. However, in very rare instances that only occurred once every several epochs, one would successfully undergo a second awakening, causing a qualitative change in their spiritual foundation. After this person would come to be known as a sky god descendant, gaining access to a door holding the understandings of their sky god. According to ancient texts, there were two facets to this second awakening. The first was to have been lucky enough to be chosen by a sky god. The second was to successfully complete the trial set out by this sky god. As for what these trials would be, there were numerous possibilities, most of which were lost in time. However, they all shared the characteristic of being mind-numbingly difficult. Even the number one expert of the Shrine Plane, Ryu's father, wouldn't dare take on these trials lightly. This said, there were a few trials that had survived the test of time. The lightning sky god required one to bathe in the highest form of tribulation lightning, white lightning. The wind sky god required her successor to breathe in the heavenly north, south, west and east winds located at the end of existence. In fact, the fire sky god's trial was thought to have survived as well. According to ancient texts, one was meant to immerse themselves in the core flames of an immortal plane. What was truly troubling about these trials, aside from their high fatality rate, was the fact that one wouldn't know if they were chosen until after completing it. Many had been forced to cast aside their lives on a simple gamble. I know what you're all thinking. The fire sky god's trial is well documented. There are even records of the last legend to successfully undergo a second awakening. However, this is where things become interesting. In this tale, although they also referred to the sky god as sky god Gracchus, instead of being known as the fire sky god, he's known as the phoenix sky god. When Verena reached this point, Marilla unconsciously trembled. The phoenix sky god was an absolute existence, transcending the elemental sky gods and reaching a plane beyond. Sky gods who took on the namesakes of ancient beasts were the true rulers of their time. Whether it be the dragon sky god, the Qilin sky god, or the numerous others, they could only be matched by the sky gods of quintessence that embodied heavenly laws. The reason the phoenix sky god was so special was because he or she was both. Not only did the phoenix sky god embody an ancient beast, he or she also embodied the three pillars of existence: life, death, and reincarnation. Whether it was the Ice or Fire Phoenix clan, they knew very little about this entity, but worshipped them regardless. How can this be? Any mention of the Phoenix Sky God has long since been taken into our families. How did little Ryu find this? And why is this tale so cruel? Marilla muttered to herself. These old monsters didn't need much prompting. They understood very well how cruel a trial that required you to take your own life was. Since you had no idea whether you were chosen or not beforehand, how many people had sent themselves to death in vain? Although the other trials were difficult, at least there was a sliver of a chance for survival. The Phoenix Sky God's trial had no such backdoor. This was what little Ryu had to speculate about. Verena explained. The words Phoenix Sky God were never explicitly stated. Then, how did little Ryu know? When he explained, this old woman couldn't help but hold her grandson in awe. It was truly too shameful. Despite her self-deprecating words, Verena's smile was so wide you'd think she had just received a compliment. The first folklore was written in the Sky God era, but the second was written in the Shrine era several trillion years apart, and the ancient characters were several dialects apart. In the first folklore, Gracchus was spelt with the ancient characters for pitiful and weak. However, in the second folklore, Sky God Gracchus was written with the characters for life, death, and reincarnation. Little Ryu speculated that this was an embedded clue, so he began to cross-reference words that were similar between the two folk tales. Over time, he came to find that these weren't just two connected stories across eras, but exactly 9 of them. 9 tales, all about the same man, written across 3 different eras: the Sky God era, the Shrine era, and the Blossoming era. What all 9 of these ancient texts had in common was that they didn't just detail 2 Phoenix clans, they detailed 3 of them: the Ice Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix clan, and the Dark Phoenix clan. Little Ryu believes that he's found the Death Shrine. Chapter 13. Ventus Clan Heir. While the old monsters spoke of serious matters, Elena and Ryu continued to float around from social group to social group. It wasn't difficult for Ryu to notice the jealousy in the eyes of the young men he interacted with, but not many dared to show it outright. Although Elena was a young maiden in many of their hearts, it wasn't as though Ryu was a country bumpkin. In fact, if there was ever a direct opposite of such a term, Ryu would likely be the first choice for such a title. Normally, after more than 600 years since their engagement, the hearts of these young men would have cooled off by now. However, it was exactly because it had been so long that such sparks relit. Who didn't know about Ryu's limited lifespan? Who didn't know about the Light Shrine's dissatisfaction with their young saintess? Many began putting pieces together and fabricating stories to help themselves sleep at night. Some believed that Elena was a kind-hearted goddess who simply pitied Ryu's plight. They thought that Ryu had likely confessed to her, causing her to feel uncomfortable rejecting him. To them, Elena just saw this as a small investment for her conscience. After all, this cripple wouldn't live that much longer anyway. Other, slightly older individuals remembered past circulated rumors about Elena's grandmother. According to these stories, Elena's grandmother had forced Ryu's grandfather into a corner utilizing a potent aphrodisiac even after he had married Mistress Qilin. As the theory went, they believed that Elena wanted to repay the debt of pain her grandmother had caused to Ryu's family by promising herself to Ryu. Although these beliefs were somewhat reasonable, there were obviously foolish reasonings among them as well. For example, some thought that Ryu's parents, being blindly despondent with their poor son's plight, were willing to use their influence in evil ways. So, they had pressured the Holy Wing clan and the Light Shrine into betrothing their saintess to their son on threat of war. The worst of these conspiracy theories were always centered around Ryu being a good-for-nothing who only relied on his parents since he couldn't build up any power of his own. These foolish individuals didn't even realize that if the Tatsuya and Qilin clans were even a tenth as despicable as these rumors claimed, anyone even thinking these thoughts would be grinded to dust under their rage. Well, if it isn't Sister Elena and Brother Ryu, I have to say you two truly match the image of a heavenly couple. This poor Wind Shrine heir toasts to you two. A young man with light green hair reminiscent of distilled tea bowed slightly toward the couple, his handsome features gleaming with arrogance. To his left and his right were two close friends of his. The young man himself was the leader of the current generation of his Ventus clan, Gale Ventus. As for his friends, one was the heir of a subordinate clan of the Ventus, similar to the relationship the Tatsuya clan shared with the Scarlet clan, the Eurus clan's Zephyr Eurus. The other had status equal to that of Gale, having a family that controlled the water shrine, the Unda clan's Lacus Unda. Ryu emotionlessly looked toward the three young men before him. Although they could be considered members of the younger generation, they were several million years older than Ryu. Truth be told, someone Ryu's age wouldn't normally be allowed to come to such events as they spent much of their early lives training. But, for obvious reasons, Ryu couldn't do this. The short of it was that these young men essentially grew up along with Elena, so the reason for their clearly fake smiles was evident. That said, Ryu didn't care about this. What he was actually noting was the arrogance of this young man. One had to understand that naming yourself the heir of a clan and naming yourself the heir of a shrine were two wholly different concepts. The fact this Ventus clan heir dared to say that he would inherit the Wind Shrine, and in front of one of his competitors, Zephyr, made this young man's personality clear and obvious. Calling himself poor, before directly contradicting this statement mere syllables later to raise up his status so high, this young man liked to lay traps within his words. I see. Ryu spoke slowly. I have long since heard the name of the Ventus clan's young rising star. I believe it won't be long before you surpass your elder brothers. A great talent indeed. It's unfortunate that I won't be alive to see you sprout your wings fully. Although Gale's face remained neutral, there was a clear flash of anger in his eyes. Not only did Ryu diminish his role to rising star of the Ventus clan, he even mentioned his elder brothers in making it clear that his road wasn't easy by any stretch. Then, to top it all off, Ryu removed the best counter Gale had available to him by mentioning his inability to cultivate outright. At the same time, this implied that Gale was very far away from succeeding in his ambitions since Ryu wouldn't even live to see it. How could there be such airtight words? Elena smiled lightly as he looked toward this fiancé of hers. Getting into a war of words with Ryu? It was like attacking an impenetrable empire from their strongest point. Nothing but the epitome of foolishness. Of course, Gale didn't see it this way. After all, to him, Ryu was not only a cripple, he had barely lived a millennium. Gale himself had already lost count of the sets of thousand-year spans he had lived through. How could he take Ryu seriously? Yet, it was clear to everyone that he had suffered a loss. To the side, while Zephyr displayed a fiercer anger than Gale, Lakis' eyes shone with a sparkle of intelligence as he calmly gazed toward Ryu. This Ryu, why does he seem so unfathomable? Before Gale could retort, the sound of a soft chime rang through the ceremonial halls. It's about time that we begin the festivities. Titus Tatsuya stood out grandly, the beautiful Mistress Tatsuya by his side wearing an unblemished white gown. First we eat, and then, I'll present my gift to my son and sole heir. Chapter 14. Unfilial Grandson. How is it? This voice floated through the hall seamlessly, completely undetected. It had been several hours since exotic delicacies the likes of which even these immortals had yet to see began being served, so the atmosphere was very lively and warm. No one had time to pay attention to such trivial secret conversations because there were easily hundreds occurring just like this one. That said, even if someone wanted to detect this conversation, it would be near impossible. This was because the speaker of the voice was the Shrine Plane's foremost expert in the laws of wind. The air was his domain. Even Ryu's parents and grandparents would have to concede this fact. Of course, this man was none other than Priest Saint Ventus, Gale's grandfather. Priest Saint Ventus almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes as he ingratiated himself with the older generation. He loved this grandson of his, but Gale was too arrogant. Truth be told, Gale often had the ability to back up his words. His talent surpassed his elder brother's, so he had earned his place in his grandfather's heart. But it's because all he knew was success that he was so vulnerable to those who were his equal. One had to understand that familial love like what Ryu experienced was incredibly rare on the Shrine Plane. These experts were practically immortal, so they often watched those less talented individuals of their families rise and fall through the epochs. Over time, those of the elder generation grew calloused hearts. It was just a form of self-protection. Still, when talented youths like Gale were born, all of this pent-up affection they withheld from others of their family poured outward. This led to youths like Gale being pampered and protected from birth. Unfortunately, this often had ill effects including overwhelming haughtiness. Today, Priest Saint Ventus sent his grandson on an important mission to probe the limits of Ryu. But how was this response helpful? It was practically nothing. "You unfilial little brat." The roar of his grandfather made Gale's countenance pale. He knew that if his grandfather hadn't held back, that simple roar could have directly killed him. Still, although it was simple, it was effective, so Gale managed to recollect his emotions. "Grandfather, I don't know why you're so worried about this cripple. And, even if you want to be worried, just wait another 1,000 or so years. No matter how many heavenly treasures they pump into him, he'll become an old, decrepit man with one foot in the grave at that point. You think putting a simple pause on things is so simple? Do you believe reversing the flow of fate is so easy? Such things are more profound than a boy with his lips still wet from his mother's milk could understand." Priest Saint Ventus scolded ferociously. Thinking about it, Ryu's birth truly was ill-timed. Their plans had started well before his birth. In fact, hundreds of thousands of years before. Yet, he was born at the perfect, key moment to flip everything. This was why reversing the tides of faith was so difficult. Even though they had succeeded for so long, the heavens had thrown them a curveball at the final moment, lodging the wrench that was Ryu into their gears. If they stopped now and waited for Ryu's death, everything would be for naught. On top of this, they'd suffer a severe backlash that would result in all of their deaths. In fact, to balance all of the chaos they had caused, the prosperity of the Tatsuya and Qilin clans would skyrocket. Stopping now wasn't something they could afford. I still don't get it, Gale said defiantly. What waves could a cripple cause? You fool! Did you fill your head with nothing but shit and water? Where did all of your brains go? Priest Saint Ventus began hyperventilating. He downed an entire glass of strong wine just to regain his composure. This grandson really could be the end of him. Who is responsible for the revival of several thousand long-extinct heavenly treasures? Who is the sole reason that bastard son Titus and his slut wife Himari have already matched us of the oldest generation in cultivation? Who allowed that whore's granddaughter Elena to monopolize the long-lost holy ruin? Who cracked the final 3 layers of the 9-core enigmatic sphere? Who? I've told you this many times, you unfilial grandson of mine. You're talented, but you're far too arrogant. You'll run my Ventus clan into the ground if I were to hand it to you. You can forget about becoming the official heir until I see some true changes in you. What I fear isn't that cripple Ryu. I could pinch him dead with a single fart. What I fear are the eyes he was born with. Do you believe that they're the first-ranked heavenly pupils for show? But grandfather! Gale's voice was decidedly softer. His grandfather's refusal to name him the heir of the clan had always been a sore spot for him. Don't you need profound cultivation to make use of heavenly pupils? He has none to speak of. That's exactly what's so fearsome about it, brat. He doesn't have an ounce of cultivation, yet he's accomplished so much. This is the prowess of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Even the best fate readers would be unable to derive our plans. But everything is laid bare before these first-ranked pupils. Nothing can be hidden from them. Our only saving grace is that he is a cripple and as such, is unable to use their true abilities. However, he is still intelligent and resourceful. I need you to probe him appropriately. I want to understand the extent of his abilities. If he is deft in their use, we need to make countermeasures immediately or else our clans are doomed. It's time for the golden era to come to an end. We'll burn everything down if we have to, because when they come back, it's either we're on their side or we die. Chapter 15. Heavenly Pupils. Ryu ate leisurely. His plate was different from others since he couldn't withstand strong, spiritually rich dishes. However, he enjoyed many delicacies as well. His mother, despite her calm demeanor, was far more overprotective of him than his father, so it was often her that arranged his meals. Such a thing was unheard of for a woman of her stature, but she refused to allow others the right for fear that they would make a mistake and end up injuring her son. Currently, the family sat at a long table. Ryu's father sat at the left head while his mother sat at the right. Directly to her right, starting the very edge of this long table, Ryu sat with Elena to his own right. As for the shy and reserved Nuri, Ryu would always sneak food to her against her wishes, resulting in her adorably nibbling away with a happy smile on her face while hidden in the void. Directly across from Ryu were empty chairs where his grandparents had been, but it seemed that they were taking this time to mingle with friends of theirs. As for Elena's family, they were nowhere to be seen. But Ryu had expected this. Maybe only the Holy Wing clan would dare to reject a Tatsuya clan invitation. Little Ryu, do you have something on your mind? Himari lovingly brushed her son's long white hair with a delicate palm. Others might not notice, but how could she not? Ryu's expression seemed to be just as cold as usual, but Himari noticed that something was off. Himari didn't seem to care that she was perpetuating rumors by treating Ryu like this in public. She wanted to see who dared to tell her to refrain from loving her son just for the comfort of others. Many saw the Himari that was as gentle as a lake, but Titus knew quite well that his wife was even more domineering than he was. It was a large portion of the reason he fell for her. How could a mistress of the Tatsuya clan be weak? Your grandmother told me about the ruins, but you shouldn't put too much stock in folklore. Okay? Himari's words were meaningful and deep. She didn't doubt her son's intelligence for even a moment, but what she did worry about was his well-being. Could it be that her little Ryu was thinking about seeking out this second awakening? After all, who in his position wouldn't be tempted? Ryu had 2 of 3 Phoenix bloodlines within him, If the Phoenix Sky God was going to pick someone, shouldn't it be him? It made sense, no? Hearing these words, the idle Titus and Elena looked toward Ryu simultaneously. Although Titus tried to hide it, a flash of emotion lit his eyes. As for Elena, she was far less capable, resulting in the air around her becoming slightly misty. Even Nuri stopped nibbling at her food to look at Ryu was a painful sorrow. Truth be told, Ryu's heart warmed at the reaction of his family. Other large clans would be clamoring to find out the details of such a large treasure trove. Yet Ryu's family only wanted him to not lose himself. Ryu shook his head, looking toward his mother's beautiful and worried visage. I have no plans to seek out my end, mother. I'll be by your sides for as long as I can. Himari's heart ached at these words, but she could only begrudgingly accept them. What I'm worried about is something entirely unrelated. The movement of things, isn't it far too odd? I hadn't noticed anything until this morning. But when Elena mentioned the sudden rise in light saintesses, a lot of seemingly unrelated events started circulating in my mind. Unrelated events? Himari's brows furrowed. Ryu fell into what almost looked like a trance. The ice flames weakening. The rebirth flames weakening. The sudden rise of Supreme Priest Adolfo and his Scarlet Clan. 9 light saintesses in less than 1 million years. My birth. Old Mistress Holy Wing's hatred. My interaction with Gale Ventus. The Unda-clan heir's gaze. The Grand Elder's eavesdropping. The birth of Gale. The birth of Lacus. The birth of Elena's mother. They're all linked by a ribbon of gray, filled with peaks and valleys, bathed in the blood of the heroic and innocent. Ryu awoke with a start, a violent cough erupting from his frail chest. If it wasn't for Elena's delicate hand shooting forward to rub his back and send a steady stream of energy to him, Ryu felt that he would have lost consciousness in that instant. Little Ryu. Himari appeared by her son's side. Truthfully, this incident had gone completely unnoticed given the gathering's atmosphere. If even the laugh of a powerful expert like Priest St. Qilin couldn't interrupt it, how could the cough of a mere mortal like Ryu do so? However, Himari had to take her son's face in her hands because his eyes were bleeding. Titus' frown solidified as his jaw clenched. He didn't understand his son's words either, but he didn't need prompting to know that this was a big matter. These so-called ribbons of gray, weren't those the lines of karma? What sort of lines of karma could possibly tie all of these things together? They didn't know, and neither did Ryu. However, had the Tatsuya clan not been suspicious themselves, why would they send out invitations for today's event? Even to the point of calling out so many secluded members of the older generation? Having no choice but to do his best to cover up his son's situation, Titus stood and made an announcement. It's about time we begin, honored guests. Bring in the origin flame. Chapter 16, Valiant Old Woman. Himari and Elena quickly helped Ryu recover as all eyes focused on Titus. If it was a normal injury or even a normal gathering, they wouldn't care to end all festivities right now for Ryu's sake. However, neither of these things were the reality. For one, a wielder of the heavenly pupils bleeding from their eyes only represented one thing: overexertion. Who here didn't know that Ryu was born with the first-ranked heavenly pupils? A wielder of the mysteries of heaven and earth being injured in such a way meant that there was a massive upheaval on the horizon, one that none of them could ignore. How could they allow such information to leak at this time? Secondly, this event was put together by the Tatsuya clan to probe the current Shrine Plain situation and solidify bonds. They all understood the importance of this. Whether it was for familial love or practicality, Ryu had to hold it together. I'm sure that many of you are wondering why the Tatsuya clan issued this summons. Truthfully, it isn't because this old man believes his son's birth date is so important. The matters of the younger generation are trivial and are unworthy for such esteemed and honored guests to be involved in. Rather, I called you all here to witness a moment in history and to benefit from this rare opportunity. Titus' words alleviated many of the doubts and pent-up frustration many there had. Honestly, they had forgotten this anger after seeing friends of old. However, Titus' words reminded them that these theatrics were actually all for a boy with his mother's milk still leaking from his lips. This said, The fact Titus was admitting all of this himself made them feel inwardly comfortable. Before, they had no choice but to come for fear of offending this powerful clan, but now it could be said that they were happy they came. It was clear that Titus had the charisma of a leader. After collecting himself, other than slightly reddened eyes that ached with he looked at the light, Ryu was fine. He couldn't help but look toward his father with a hint of pride in his eyes. Ryu was well aware that he didn't have the disposition of a leader. He was too cold, too calculating and completely unsociable. So, he had always admired his father's leadership talent. You may have all guessed reason since that silly brat of mine let the cat out of the bag. But today the Tatsuya clan will allow you all to be witness to the bestowment of a treasure we've kept for generations. The Origin Flame. As legends would have it, the Origin Flame is a source of enlightenment. Many tales claim that in the moment it chooses a master, it will release a wave of heavenly law, making comprehension of higher realms far easier. Titus smiled lightly, allowing the weight of his words to build up. He didn't have to fabricate these tales. These were truths everyone who had heard of this flame knew. The Origin Flame was a miracle of the heavens. It had the ability to bestow enlightenment to those in its presence, making resonating with the natural order far easier. The master of these flames would be the greatest beneficiary of this, allowing them to see through the essence of all things. This flame was by no means the greatest offensively. Such a title was reserved for core flames. This flame was also not the best for alchemy or blacksmithing. Such an honor was harbored by earth flames. It didn't have any special healing abilities either. Such a thing was exclusive to holy flames. Not only could this flame not harm a fly, it was completely docile. However, what it did have was absolute control and sovereignty. Raging energies became as calm as a peaceful rivers. Impossible to comprehend concepts slowed before your eyes, awakening within your mind. Nature would grow fond of you, causing rampaging beasts to bow and heavenly treasures to present themselves. Origin flames were the last sparks that remained from the beginning of all things. Whether these rumored abilities were true extent of their capabilities, even these immortals were unaware. But, wasn't coming out of their secluded practice worth it for just the possibility? Our Tatsuya clan could have taken advantage of this moment alone. But the golden era of our shrine plane wasn't ushered in by selfishness. The foundation of this era is camaraderie and brotherhood. It's because we come together that the state of affairs today is so harmonious and peaceful. I share this opportunity with you all to continue facilitating this culture. The Tatsuya clan will never treat you poorly, so I hope that you take care of us as well. Those here were moved by Titus' words. They almost simultaneously hung their heads in shame for how poorly they reciprocated this kindness. Those who gone out of their way to humiliate Ryu earlier in the night felt even worse. None doubted Titus' word. Even if he was lying, they were certain that there weren't any malicious intentions behind his true purpose. Thinking to this point, those of the older generation who had been stuck at bottlenecks for an ungodly number of years couldn't help but sit up straighter. Servants with cultivation so profound that many raised eyebrows glided into the room, holding a box so black that it reflected no light whatsoever. This box was quite larger, requiring 6 such servants to hold. Yet, despite the number of them, the strain on their features was clear. Neutron star core. Those of the weapons forging guilds all but fainted in shock. The material this box was made out of was none other than the densest and hardest mineral in existence. A single cubic centimeter weighed millions of gene. Who could even imagine how heavy this large box was? However, to hold the Origin Flame, such measures weren't just warranted, they were necessitated. Haha! I hope I'm not late. Just as the black box was placed before Titus, the domineering voice of a valiant middle-aged woman shook the hall. Everyone could only look over to find old Mistress Holy Wing standing in gold, silver and pink diamond armor, a short sword to her hip. She strode forward as though she was walking into her own home, a domineering sneer hanging from her well-maintained cherry lips. Chapter 17. Old Mistress Holy Wing 1. Old Mistress Holy Wing was indeed valiant. Although she had retired from her position of priest saintess, handing it down to her daughter, Elena's mother's half-sister and Ryu's half-aunt, she was no older or less powerful than Ryu's grandmothers. Her beauty was clear. Despite looking about 50 or so years old, her skin was soft and supple, not to mention healthy. Her hair still swayed with a shimmering crystal light, and her pink eyes pierced through the very air itself. Seeing her rival walk in, Mistress Qinen's eyes flashed with anger, while Priest Saint Qinen's became filled with a complicated light. At one point in time he had loved this woman as well, but he chose his Verena instead. However, instead of respecting that decision, old Mistress Holy Wing forgot all boundaries and realms of etiquette to forcibly take his seed. As a result, he had a daughter in this world he could count on a single hand the number of times he had seen, a daughter he had never even held in his arms. This sort of pain bore a hatred for this woman deep in Priest Saint Qinen's heart. All tethers of love had been shattered by her eons ago. If it wasn't for that fact she was still a mother of his child, Priest Saint Qinen would have drawn his weapon and cleaved her in two. As for Mistress Qinen, she understood the feelings of her husband well. Although she gave him a hard time, these were wounds she would never tread on. She despised this woman to the depths of her soul. If it wasn't for her love's sake, she too would have cleaved this wench in half. Titus showed no obvious reaction to old Mistress Holy Wing's entrance. His eyes were calm, but the slight swaying of his flaming red hair told anyone who knew him that he was truly angered. "Valeska, what brings you here?" Titus asked apathetically. Old Mistress Holy Wing tilted her head. "Little boy, you're still 10 billion years too young to address me in such a way." "Grandmother!" Elena stood with a rage deep in her eyes. "Must you do things this way? Grandmother? You still have the face to call me by that title when you've spit in the face of everything I've built. You're no granddaughter of mine." Who didn't know the teachings of the Holy Wing clan? Marriage was forbidden. Men were to be used, not fallen in love with. Their doctrines were so simple to remember that only a fool would forget. Yet, one of their saintesses ignored these rules entirely, rules that had been in place for several eras. If it was up to old Mistress Holy Wing, she would have tied Elena up and locked her away until that little bastard cripple Ryu died a rotten death. But Elena was too intelligent and the Tatusia and Qinen clans were too powerful. Since Elena decided to stay of her own accord, would Mistress and Priest Saint Qinen allow Valeska to do as she pleased? Would Titus and Himari allow their son's lover to be taken right before their eyes? Of course not. No matter how valiant old Mistress Holy Wing seemed, she was simply a cornered chicken with barely the ability to squawk. A normal granddaughter would have been hurt to hear these words, but Elena had heard them too often. Even the greatest of insults fell on deaf ears when used to impunity. Elena only felt a deep-seated disgust for her grandmother's ways. The truth of the matter was that this was more serious than it was made out to be. When a clan was formed, there were a few things it needed. The first was a holy land, the second were founding members, and the third were clan texts. The Holy Land was simply a place adequate enough to birth a prestigious clan. They were usually areas of resounding feng shui or markers of auspicious events. The founding members were even simpler to explain. They were the core members of the soon-to-be-formed clan. The more powerful they were, the more binding the clan texts would be. Then, there were the so-called clan texts. These were ancient rules put in place by the clan's founders and a proxy by which the standards of the future generations were measured. They were also the means by which core teachings or techniques of a clan could be stored. What did the act of Elena's defiance mean? It was no less than slapping the faces of these founding members. If it was a small clan or if Elena was an insignificant branch member, this would hardly matter. But the fact that the Holy Wing clan was a founding clan of the Shrine Plains and Elena was a saintess of their ranks made this problem massive. When the clan texts are disobeyed, the fate that the founding members provided takes a hit. If these rules continue to be violated, there will be a time that this ancient fate will cease to recognize its current generation members entirely. If this were to happen, the ability for the Holy Wing clan to protect itself and birth future talents would take a major hit, one substantial enough to cripple and even destroy them. Simply put, while Elena found these rules barbaric and disgusting, old Mistress Holy Wing saw them as necessary for the survival of their clan. One could debate about what fools the founding members were all they liked, but the clan texts were set in stone several eras ago. It was then the obligation of the current generation to either fall in line like old Mistress Holy Wing or destroy it all and start from scratch. It might sound valiant and noble to choose the latter, but how many could really afford to do so? It simply couldn't be helped that the values of the past generations wouldn't be in line with that of those today. But, without the protection of these past generations, a clan's only option was to become a subordinate to others or risk destruction. Seeing that her granddaughter only sneered at her comments, old Mistress Holy Wing's gaze turned cold before snapping away entirely. "I've simply come to partake in the festivities. You wouldn't turn this old woman away, would you?" Chapter 18. Old Mistress Holy Wing 2. Ryu suddenly stood, his eyes closed, and his hands clasped behind his back. In that moment, he inexplicably became the center of attention. This was a dispute between the strongest cultivators of the highest immortal plane, yet a mere mortal took center stage. His footsteps were deliberate and slow, resounding through the hall steadily. The blood that had just coated his cheeks had long since been wiped away, revealing his devilishly handsome appearance to the fullest extent. If one didn't sweep their senses over his meridians, they would be certain that he was an expert of experts, a man who stood above the world loftily, a man who saw them all as nothing but ants. Priest Saint Ventus' eyes narrowed at this display. It was clear to him and those of the older generation that this wasn't an act, and even if it was an act, who could say they could fulfill such a role so perfectly? Although Priest Saint Ventus hadn't told his grandson this, the moment he heard that the origin flame was being gifted to Ryu, his probing became meaningless. This was why he didn't have his grandson continue. While others might not understand the full history of the origin flame, he and many others of the oldest generation did. Think about it for a moment. Why was Titus so certain that the origin flame would accept Ryu as its master? No matter how docile such a flame was, could it really be accepted by just anyone? Could it really call anyone master? Of course not. The reason Titus was so certain was because those with heavenly pupils ranked within the top 10 were said to be the masters of origin. Each were given a heaven-shaking ability that had existed since the beginning of time itself, allowing them to be the only ones an origin flame would accept. If the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were paired with the origin flame, the results would be catastrophic for their movement. For Titus, giving this flame to his son was just another method of prolonging his life. It would bide them at least a few more 100 years to find a cure for Ryu's false spiritual foundation. However, to Priest Saint Ventus, this was akin to giving wings to a tiger. So, even without knowing what the full extent of Ryu's abilities would be after this event, he had resolutely decided that they couldn't delay matters any longer. The problem was that after seeing Ryu's current demeanor, he feared that it was already too late. Would such a man really need the origin flame? He seemed as though he already had the world in the palm of his hand. To Ryu, however, he didn't mind any of this. He usually restrained his aura to the utmost, not because he was scared to unleash it, but rather because he found doing so useless. His eyes always seemed to see much clearer when everyone thought he was a good-for-nothing cripple. It was just that right now. He was very angry. In fact, his blood was boiling. "Why did you come here?" Ryu made his way to the black box of neutron star core, resting his eyes on it. Although he was speaking to old Mistress Holy Wing, he wasn't facing her at all. The old mistress sneered. "Didn't you hear what I just said to your father? Or are your ears crippled as well? He has no right to question me. So since when was it yours?" "Oh? He doesn't have the right to—" "I see." Ryu's hand glided across the exterior of the black box. It seemed smooth on the outside, but it was actually incomparably rough, like fine-grade sandpaper. Ryu's frail hands became cut in an instant, but he didn't seem to notice the blood dripping from his palm. There are 23 founding clans of the Shrine Plane. Of these 23, 6 currently control 9 shrines. Of these 9 shrines, my Tatsuya clans controls 2 and have a marriage alliance with the only other clan that supersedes this feat. Ryu spoke with an eerie calm. In fact, his speech was almost too slow, yet it somehow stifled others from speaking atop of him. "You protect your clan texts for the sake of self-preservation. You're a coward who hides behind your bravado and childish heart. Yet, you dare to provoke a clan that could obliterate yours 10 times over. You tell me, is that valiant? Or is it the epitome of stupidity? I wonder how your founding members would feel, hearing about a descendant of theirs who seemed hell-bent on destruction. The temperature of the room dropped several dozen degrees. The words Ryu had just spoken were absolutely taboo. Speaking of war and the destruction of clans so nonchalantly. Wasn't he afraid of bringing about public outrage? Old Mistress Holy Wing's beautiful face contorted in anger, her ample chest heaving. However, her control over her emotions made it clear to everyone just how true his words were. Of course, a destruction of 10 times over was a massive exaggeration. In fact, the Tatsuya clan would have to ally with all 4 clans bonded together by marriage to have assurance of erasing the Holy Wing clan from their plane. Of course, these 4 clans were represented by Ryu's 4 grandparents. Such a movement toward war would be unprecedented. But, seeing the look of love and pride the 4 old monsters had when they looked toward this grandson of theirs, those in the surroundings couldn't help but shiver. Didn't you all like spreading rumors about how domineering Ryu's backers were in helping their precious son and grandson fulfill his wishes? How do you like it now that your false bullshit has become reality? Ryu lifted his hand, looking at his bloody palm. Of course, I don't say any of this seriously. I only felt the need to correct old Mistress Holy Wing about the appropriate seniority here. Age means nothing in the face of the larger fist, don't you think? In the end, old Mistress Holy Wing shook her head, her anger becoming replaced with a smile. So you mean to say that I couldn't have come simply to celebrate my grandson-in-law's birthday? You could have, Ryu said indifferently. But I seem to remember that you're very good at separating and cleaving families apart. In fact, thousands just bore witness to your severed relationship with my fiancé. Your face is quite thick to call me your grandson-in-law. Surprisingly, old Mistress Holy Wing ignored the jab toward her and Priest Saint Qilin's past. Fine, fine. I'm here to recollect a debt. The oh-so-grand Tatsuya clan wouldn't be so shameless as to renege, right? Chapter 19. Old Mistress Holy Wing 3. Ryu's silver eyes flashed blue for a moment as they opened, swinging toward Old Mistress Holy Wing's figure. And what debt is that? Ryu asked faintly. There are many. Old Mistress Holy Wing stretched her voluptuous body. The armor that covered her seemed flexible beyond reason, following her movements as though made of latex. For one, I heard my son was crippled by your cuckold grandmother today. My Holy Wing clan might have laws that bind us mothers to give our sons away, but does that dampen my motherly love?
I'm truly hurting.
Whore! The news that Supreme Priest Adolfo was yet another man old Mistress Holy Wing had lured into her bed sent Priest Saintess Qilin into a rage. Lightning crackled ceremonial hall, followed by an overwhelming presence. The weak immediately foamed at the mouth, unable to handle such an expert's anger. A flash of pain lit Mistress Qilin's eyes. For her husband to still be so enraged by the actions of this woman, could it mean that he still had feelings for her? Losing control of his emotions like this before everyone, even if he didn't have such feelings, who would believe him? As for old Mistress Holy Wing, she didn't care about her old lover's outburst. Considering how many years her granddaughter and Ryu had been engaged, how could she not be used to sparring with this little cripple? The first time she took a massive loss. But would she continue to allow that to happen? Of course not. She adapted, learned how to push Ryu's buttons, learned to goad him, how to properly attack and retreat seamlessly. Her title of genius was not empty. The second debt involves my granddaughter. Since she's clearly been recruited by the Tatsuya family, the Holy Wing clan would like an appropriate price for her head. I've spent 600 years trying to change her ways, but it's now clear to me that this is impossible. I don't think my words are unreasonable, or is it that the Tatsuya clan is so big and strong that they can take the disciples of others as they please? Do remember that Elena has lived more than 9 cycles of 100,000 years? If we calculate the number of resources she's cost our Holy Wing clan in that time, it's quite a sum. In addition, this number doesn't include blessings she's received from the Light Shrine as a saintess, and it also doesn't include the value of the core teachings she's taking with her. Totaling all of this together, and I'd say it'd cost an arm and a leg even for your lofty clan. Hearing these words, the calloused Elena trembled, her eyes involuntarily watering. She had thought that by now, she would have been used to all of the words her grandmother could throw at her. But the thought of her own flesh and blood selling her off like some cheap slave, even tallying things down to the final penny, it hurt, truly hurt. The third debt is even more momentous. It can't be that your Tatsuya clan forgets the history of this origin flame, right? Origin flames themselves are the last sparks from the beginning of all things. Even a clan as powerful as yours can't lay claim to a treasure like this alone. Did you think you could just hand it out as you pleased? In case you forgot, this origin flame was given to the then leader of our founding Shrine Plain clans, your Tatsuya clan ancestor. It's meant to be used in the event of crisis. Can you ignore my clan texts, but can you ignore your own as well? You believe that we should sit idly by as you use such a precious heavenly treasure on a cripple who'll be dead before the next time I have an itch for a strong burly man? The old mistress Holy Wing's features grew obscene, as though she was imagining the next man she'd con into her bed. By this point, there wasn't a single member of Ryu's family that wasn't trembling in rage or suffering the effects of deeply concealed scars opening once more. To describe this woman as vile, it was too good for her. Still, the only one whose visage was as calm as an iceberg was Ryu. Your first debt is inconsequential. You seem to love to speak of clan texts. So how could it be that you don't know that your clan's laws don't simply describe giving your son away? Actually, the true law of your clan requires you to slay all male offspring. The reason you don't follow this law anymore is because a truly valiant woman of your past paid a heavy price in order to change the wording. Old Mistress Holy Wing's playful expression froze. This was an absolute secret of their clan's upper echelon. Even Elena wouldn't know something like this. How the hell did he find out? That said, the price she paid wasn't heavy enough, so the wording only changed from sever life to sever all ties. According to your clan's laws, he's no longer your son. Why you would bring this up knowing this truth is beyond me. Did you simply want to flaunt how far the legs an expert of your caliber can spread? A chilly light involuntarily emanated the moment she heard these words, but the response was 8 immediate killing intents locking onto her body. Even old Mistress Holy Wing couldn't remain nonchalant when she realized the 8th aura was her own granddaughter's. Your second debt is even more shameless. I seem to remember Elena selflessly sharing the holy ruin I found for her with your clan. In case you forgot, it was an origin grade ruin. I hadn't sought any remuneration because I had thought that we were family. But, since this is apparently not the case, after deducting the resources the Holy Wing clan poured into Elena, I believe you are the one who still owes us the astronomical price, no? Of course, this doesn't include my personal expert's fee as the highest-ranked ruins master of the Shrine Plain. Old Mistress Holy Wing's features distorted. But, in the end, she gritted her teeth. She had only brought up the first 2 debts in order to anger Ryu's family. She had never expected to get any real compensation for it. But, the fact Ryu answered to them seriously made it feel like he was belittling her, like she was the cripple and he was the supreme expert. However, her hopes in the third debt came crashing down in the next instant. As for your third debt, unfortunately for you, this origin flame isn't the same one you speak of. That origin flame is mature while this one is a mere embryo. This was found, once more, by my hand, and it was by my father's prowess that it was collected. To claim it as the work of your vile ancestors, aren't you too shameless? Chapter 20. Inner Devil, 1. In the beginning, those few thousand guests who hadn't dared to make a sound until now were wondering why it was that the lofty Tatsuya and Qilin clans were allowing a little boy to handle their problems. Weren't you powerful clans? Weren't you the number 1 and 2 existences on this plane? How could you allow a baby to do your bidding? However, the more Ryu spoke, the more shocked those in attendance became. Even someone as experienced and intelligent as old Mistress Holy Wing was pushed into a corner in just a few moves. It wasn't just that Ryu had won a battle of words, but he also understood propriety in his measured attacks. He never went forward too fiercely, but he also didn't hold back too much either. For instance, Ryu revealing the dark and disgusting past of the Holy Wing clan could be considered a severe punishment. In fact, many began to look upon the Holy Wing clan with contempt. It was one thing to hand baby boys to their fathers, but to kill them. How inhumane! Did your vile ancestors really hate men so much? It wasn't as though the Holy Wing clan practiced techniques of lovelessness or abstinence. If they had, they wouldn't choose men at all. Instead, they would recruit young women from society and become a sect. However, they didn't do this because there was no need to. What did this mean? Didn't it mean that the founding members of the Holy Wing clan were simply immoral deviants of society? What was the difference between them and a cursed cult? And they actually dared to take the namesake of holy? Did they believe that their shit smelled of roses and lavender too? Could be said that this was a heavy blow for the Holy Wing clan. Whether it be prestige or secular fate, both would take a substantial hit, all because of Ryu's words. Still, this wasn't so far that it caused irreconcilable hatred. This was why Ryu's attack could be considered to be measured. Didn't old Mistress Holy Wing dare to call his grandmother a cuckold? Dare to call him a cripple? Dare to sell off her granddaughter like a slave? It was clear to everyone here that Ryu's counter was what she deserved. At the same time, this meant that if the situation escalated, the moral high ground would still lie with the Tatsuya clan. These sort of trivial nuances about moral superiority and equivalent exchanges might seem meaningless to normal society. But, in an era where fate was the most important commodity, and public image was something it was heavily reliant upon, these things were necessary. At the same time, Ryu's family members suddenly felt incomparably comfortable, as though all of their grievances had found a debt and debtor all at once. Their Ryu had protected not only their honor, but he had desecrated the honor of this vile woman. Since the debts have been laid out appropriately, why don't you tell me the real reason you came here today? Ryu watched as his once bloody palm dried, flaking with red and white before revealing a completely healed hand beneath. After eating so many heavenly treasures, it was quite easy for Ryu's weak body to heal. Ryu's words made those who heard them tremble. He's still unwilling to let her go? Isn't it obvious that she came to make trouble about the origin flame? Since you've already exposed the hoax, is there a need to continue? You'll just embarrass her more. Anyone with intelligence could understand Ryu's meaning. It can't be that someone of your stature came here to make trouble about something so trivial, can it? Go ahead. Tell me the real reason you came. Ryu was pretending not to understand her true purpose. But if old Mistress Holy Wing admitted that this was all she came for, wouldn't she be slapping her own face? Old Mistress Holy Wing's face shook violently, but she didn't have a response. She could only feel the several thousand gazes on her as her skin flew through all the colors of the rainbow before settling on a deep black. She didn't want to take a step back. But at the same time, she didn't want to take a step forward. Had she really lost to a cripple again? However, that was when her eyes lit with a disgustingly contorted light. Young master is correct. I have been quite shameless and thick-skinned today. Your third grand elder can't be considered my son. I've cut ties to him. I also concede that you are an outstanding ruin master. I don't doubt for a moment that your words are the truth. Truly amazing, to actually find an origin flame on your own. I must say that I'm very impressed. Many felt like cleaning out their ears. Were they hearing all of this properly? Had she lost her mind? Or was she truly taking a step back? And finally, I lost my mind in anger. My precious Elena will always be my little granddaughter. It was I who held her small body in my arms. It was I who nurtured her and watched her grow. How could I ever sell her off to another family? Black lines grew on the faces of those watching this spectacle. She was clearly only saying all of this so that she wouldn't have to reimburse Ryu for the holy ruin. I apologize. I've never been very good at tempering my mental realm. In fact, it's a terrible weakness of mine. You're right. I did forget my true purpose in coming here. About 6 or so cycles of 100,000 years ago, I had a meeting with Priest Saint Ventus. Of course, this was before I abdicated my position to my lovely daughter and Elena's mother, so we spoke as equals then. At the time, young Gale had just completed his core training and little Elena was just about to exit hers. Back then, we had decided little Elena's first male partner. Old Mistress Holy Wing paused. I'm aware that I've told you this story before and it was handled properly then. I wouldn't be so foolish as to bring the same issue before such a mighty ruin master once again. It would be an insult to you and me. Instead, I bring this up for the sake of little Gale. He's given way to young Master Ryu already, allowing a lady he saw as his own to be taken away. But the affair left a dark shadow over his heart, making his cultivation slower than it ought to be. Would the esteemed Tatsuya clan would allow this young man the chance to remove his inner devil? Chapter 21. Inner Devil, 2. Hearing these words, even Priest Saint Ventus was caught completely off guard. It was true that Elena's first partner was slated to be Gale, but the last time they raised an uproar about this, Ryu had shamed them to no end. Although today was the first time Gale had met Ryu, his anger toward him had been brewing from long before. This so-called choosing of the first partner was a tradition of the Holy Wing clan. Back in old Mistress Holy Wing's day, her elders had chosen Priest Saint Qilin as her first partner. However, he chose Verena, causing her to have to take matters into her own hands. Weren't you just a measly man? Why do you care how many women you bed? Why are you suddenly being such a prude? Could it be that you're actually a woman? These were just some of the distorted and depraved thoughts old Mistress Holy Wing had had back then. She felt enraged and embarrassed that a man had actually turned her down. After learning from her birth about just how horrible and vile men were, how could she not feel embarrassed? One of those lowly creatures actually believed himself to be her better. As for the end of that story, everyone already knows it. This was the reality of this tradition. Since every Holy Wing clan woman before her had had her first partner chosen, Elena was obviously no different. This first partner was incredibly important because the first daughter had a special status and as such had to come from good pedigree. So, the talented Gale was chosen for Elena. Of course, even as a cripple, Ryu's pedigree was far better than Gale's. It didn't matter that he couldn't cultivate, he still had 4 ancestral grade bloodlines within him. In fact, it was this argument that Ryu used when this was last brought up. It was irrefutable. Back then, old Mistress Holy Wing had countered with the fact that this was no longer a matter of pedigree. After all, the agreement had been decided upon. You couldn't just switch out when you found a better candidate. Wouldn't that stain the reputation of their Holy Wing clan? However, this matter was irrelevant now. All that was important was the fact that old Mistress Holy Wing suddenly used a different approach entirely, one that played on the sympathies of everyone. Wasn't Gale the truly pitiful one here? It had to be said that not every member of the Holy Wing clan had multiple partners like old Mistress Holy Wing. Many only have a single partner for life. It was just that old Mistress Holy Wing went out of her way to anger Priest Saint Qilin. This was all to say that Gale technically had the right to see Elena as his woman in name, although it wasn't exactly like that. In fact, many men here had been chosen as the first partner of a young mistress of the Holy Wing clan. They understood the ins and outs well. Gale's face turned several shades of red, white and black. Would someone as arrogant as him agree to be portrayed as a pitiful lovesick puppy? Of course not. Yet that was what was happening. Even his grandfather had grown angry. What is this whore doing? Involving my grandson is such nonsense. I'll have her head on a platter. However, neither he nor Gale had anywhere to vent their anger. If Gale or his grandfather called out old Mistress Holy Wing for her antics, it would come off as trying to hide behind their anger. Even if her words were untrue, many would start believing them simply because of their reaction. They had been caught between a rock and a hard place, and it was all this wench's fault. She wanted to save her own face so badly that she decided to throw them into the fire with her. With nowhere to aim his anger, Gale stood, an eerie calm having taken over his features. Old Mistress Holy Wing is correct. This matter has been weighing on my heart. Although I have no romantic feelings or tender love for Elena, it's difficult for a man to forget a woman that should have been his first. I agree that the clans that back me aren't as powerful as young Master Ryu's. My father is an average talent and my mother is practically immortal as well, so how could I look down on his plight? My only backer is my grandfather, a man who's given me all the love he has. It was because of this love that he did his best to find me a worthy first woman, and even though Elena chose another man, it is an objective fact that she is more than worthy. Gale's words were eloquent and heartfelt. He seamlessly played on the hearts of those listening, evoking his seemingly normal pedigree and inciting his grandfather's love. It made him come off as sincere. People could see portions of themselves within him. Plus, which man here didn't understand his words? Sometimes men even became territorial over women in brothels, disallowing their favorites from playing with others. They'd probably go on a murderous rampage if they ever found their favorite prostitutes in bed with another man. Compared to this, a young man's first woman was on an even higher pedestal. However, even with all of these pent-up feelings, I didn't dare to bring them up and only remained quiet. I hadn't expected that old Mistress Holy Wing would come for such a reason. However, she and my grandfather have been close for a long time. They could be considered childhood friends. So, in a lot of ways, she treats me as her grandnephew. Gale bowed gracefully before the Tatsuya family, having reached a single step ahead of old Mistress Holy Wing, facing Ryu. I hope that the Tatsuya family will be magnanimous in forgiving my grand aunt for fighting for her grandnephew. Gale rose with a slight, amiable smile. His features were warm as his light green hair and eyes twinkled. Ryu watched their theatrics emotionlessly, allowing Gale to finish his speech to completion. "So, what are your plans here?" Ryu finally asked, his voice calm, but filled with a biting chill. "I'd like to find out once and for all who among the two of us is better," Gale said straightforwardly. "Obviously, I don't mean in combat. Whether I win or lose, Elena will remain your fiancée. After all, she's made her choice. However, I would like to wager something so in the case that I do win, I could receive something back as a token of my victory. In this way, my inner devil will finally disappear." Chapter 22. Inner Devil 3. Although those around him showed astonished expressions, Ryu didn't have much of a reaction himself. He may have evaluated Gale as too arrogant, but how did others see Ryu? His arrogance pervaded the lands, infused the heavens and shook the earth. This was Ryu, a man who, even as a cripple, wouldn't bat a single eyelash when challenged by an immortal. This was his pride. Titus felt his chest thump when he looked at this son of his. How great would my son be if the heavens hadn't cursed him? Wouldn't he force the shrine plane to play on the palm of his hands? However, to Ryu he wouldn't describe himself as arrogant. Wouldn't such a title imply that he was overconfident? This evaluation was wrong. Ryu knew the extent of his abilities. His disposition was nothing short of warranted and earned. To the side, old Mistress Holy Wing almost couldn't refrain from giggling in madness. She had come up with this plan on a whim but hadn't expected Gale to adapt and react so perfectly. But then again, if he wasn't an outstanding youth, he would have never been chosen for Elena. "And what did you have in mind?" Ryu replied. Gale's face twitched slightly in response to Ryu's calm response. "Does this cripple really think that it only makes sense for me to challenge him? Does he believe that he's worthy of such a thing? Fuck. If it wasn't for this old hag, do you think that I would be in this predicament? Nothing complicated. It'll be a simple test of disposition. As much as I'd love to settle this with the ancient rules of the martial world, your body is too frail. I had also thought of challenging you in your domain, but I have no experience in secondary professions. Instead, I'll choose something completely neutral and benign." Gale's poisonous words were clear to everyone, but they still remained sympathetic to him. Which of them wouldn't feel insulted if a mere mortal showed no reaction to their challenge? This was a sort of slap in the face too. Gale had clearly managed to grasp the crowd's momentum. The faith of this room was now biased toward him. "Is that so?" Ryu nodding faintly. "Of course." Gale nodded. "There's still the wager portion. I would like you to wager this origin flame embryo." The room fell into such a devastating silence that even a pin dropping wouldn't dare to make a sound. This wager, it was too venomous. Did Gale believe an origin flame was a normal treasure? How could such a thing be used in a wager? All right. However, Ryu's answer was swift and decisive. He didn't even ask what Gale would bring to the table. In fact, he didn't care. The idea of losing never crossed his mind, even for a single moment. It's difficult to put a price on young Master Gale, and it's even more difficult to place a value upon your heartfelt emotions. In comparison to the origin flame, I fear that your plight heavily outshines it. As such, I have no qualms placing this small flame forward. In fact, I would feel ill at ease if you also wagered something. I would feel much better if you didn't. Ryu's words caused his family's lips to quiver. It was a serious matter, but Ryu's words were too funny. Gale had gone through all that trouble to make sure others knew that he didn't care for Elena. He was only doing this for what she represented, not her herself. Yet, Ryu's words had shattered that fabricated reality. By implying that Gale's emotional trauma over Elena was even more valuable than an origin flame, he was portraying Gale as some frail, porcelain doll that needed to be coddled and protected, even to the point of gaining his rival's sympathy. If Gale's words were poisonous, Ryu's were deadly. There's no need. This young master wouldn't be so shameless. Gale spoke through his clenched jaw. Oh, so you have something of comparable value to an origin flame? I wonder what hidden vault treasure of the Ventus clan this is. Ryu's words tore another hole in Gale's gut. While Ryu's own efforts brought his clan this origin flame, wouldn't Gale only be able to bring out a treasure his Ventus clan had gotten for him? With just a few words, Ryu was sneering toward Gale despite his face remaining cold and neutral. You dare challenge me to a wager to decide which of us is better? Isn't it already clear which of us deserves that title? You can't even bring out something you've taken with your own 2 hands. Gale's chest heaved as he felt many looks of pity fall upon him. He had tried to start a war of words with the Tatsuya clan's young master, yet it had ended with him getting beaten down time and time again. Wasn't this too pitiful? Soon, Gale forced himself to regain his calm once more. He had lost count of the number of times he had to do this in just the last few minutes. This Ryu's words were too sharp. I'm sure that young Master Ryu won't be disappointed. While the origin flames are the last sparks from the beginning of all things, there are other vicissitudes of that age still remaining. A crafty glint lit his eye as his back straightened, a look of pride in his eyes. As you all know, the Wind Sky God mandates that her successor inhale the winds located at the ends of existence, the heavenly north, south, east and west winds. What this young master has here is an embryonic north heavenly wind. The guests began to clamor, unable to hold down their excitement. They had come here in low spirits, feeling it beneath them to attend the birthday party of a toddler. But to think that they'd see so many great things. This was unprecedented. An origin flame and a heavenly wind. These 2 treasures were indeed comparable. Although the origin flame was actually a few tiers higher, when all 4 heavenly winds were combined, they wouldn't lose out in any way. This was truly a worthy wager. Chapter 23. Inner Devil. 4. Not only did Ryu understand the significance of a heavenly wind, he likely knew more about them than almost anyone else. This was because the name of Elena's Holy Wing clan wasn't for show. They were descendants of a heavenly bird race and as such were well known for their speed. Through his research, Ryu was able to find a lesser wind for Elena to incorporate into her spiritual foundation, causing an explosive increase in her sky dominion. Each heavenly wind had an earth-shattering ability the likes of which were rarely seen. Many of these so-called lesser winds attempted to replicate these abilities in part, but couldn't do so perfectly. Still, these lesser winds were highly sought after. Since this was the case, one didn't need to explain just how much value a true heavenly wind had. The East Heavenly Wind was known as the Wind of Sharpness. It was among the most dangerous of the 4, falling short to only the West Heavenly Wind. One wielding this heavenly wind would gain a sharp and defined aura, not to mention a special dominion the likes of which those who devoted their lives to an edged weapon would kill over. The West Heavenly Wind was the most violent, earning the Wind of Tribulation namesake. This was the most dangerous wind, and it was the combination of this wind and the East that made the Wind Sky God's trial almost impossible to complete. One wielding this heavenly wind would gain control over the weather, able to call down destruction with a single roar. The dominion gained from this wind would explosively increase one's hand-to-hand combat, and was the treasure of tyrannical warlords. The South Heavenly Wind was known as the Breath of Life. This wind was the most docile of the 4 and gifted its wielder near endless stamina. The dominion gained by this wind would be one of healing. Legends say that a master of this wind could fight for an entire epoch without a moment of rest. As for the wind Gale brought forward, it wasn't to be underestimated at all. The North Heavenly Wind was known as the Wind of Natural Order. One had to know that the term natural order was never to be taken lightly. Its definition encompassed the quintessence of heavenly laws. Those who wielded the North Heavenly Wind would become akin to wind itself. Simply put, their swiftness would be unmatched, their flexibility would be uncanny, and their stealth would be impossible to see through. The dominion of this heavenly wind allows its wielder almost unmatched movement. This was the North Heavenly Wind. Gale sneered at Ryu's lackluster reaction. He had adapted to his opponent's apathetic appearance and was no longer bothered by it. Instead, he began to sharpen his mind. His Ventus clan couldn't afford to lose this wind. Considering his grandfather hadn't sent him messages scolding him, it was clear that he found this to be a worthwhile risk as well. Why? Because Gale was also a wielder of one of the 10 heavenly pupils. One didn't need to follow the fire natural order to make use of an origin flame. Gaining this would greatly benefit his cultivation. The contest I have devised is simple. We are both wielders of one of the top 10 heavenly pupils. As such, objects of origin have a certain fondness toward us. We'll both release our wager items, you your flames, and me my wind. The first to gain acknowledgement of one or both heavenly treasures is the winner. The mouths of those listening nearly dropped. Only a single word rung in their minds. Shameless. Who didn't know that one's heavenly pupils evolved with cultivation? Although Gale's were only ranked 7th, while Ryu's were ranked 1st, the disparity in cultivation more than made up for this. It was no wonder this young master was so confident. At this point, Ryu had his first change in expression. His brows wrinkled into a frown, his handsome features slightly contorting. When Gale saw this, his sneer deepened. It can't be that the Tatsuya clan young master is scared. Is it? With the difference between me and you, isn't this the most fair competition possible? Many felt like Gale's words made sense. There were only so many forms of competition a mortal and immortal could undergo. It was impossible for it to be perfectly fair. Since Ryu accepted so easily, shouldn't he have to pay the price for his arrogance? However, Ryu didn't mind Gale's words. Instead he looked toward Elena apologetically. I'm sorry. Many thought he was conceding when he said these words and couldn't help but sigh. As for old Mistress Holy Wing and Gale, they almost couldn't refrain from laughing uproariously. In fact, Valeska's faint giggle still filled the ceremonial hall. That is, it filled the hall until Ryu's next words resounded. I'll try to find a way method to extract it from myself later. After all, it's much more useful to you. Elena smiled sweetly when she heard these words, her heart warming. However, for others, they nearly fell off their seats, suddenly understanding what Ryu was trying to say. Ryu never had a doubt that he would win. In fact, he had wanted to win the heavenly wind so that he could gift it to Elena. However, with the rules as is, it would mean that he and not Elena would become the master of the wind. This was something that was almost impossible to undo once the deed was complete. The easiest way was to simply kill the host, but obviously, Ryu couldn't do that to himself. Let's begin, Gale roared, failing to control his anger once more. Wasn't speaking to this man far too infuriating? How could there be such a man in existence? With one movement, Gale and Ryu shifted simultaneously. Ryu pressed a hidden mechanism on the large black box, unleashing the origin flame embryo in the world. Gale wasn't far behind, his eye dimming slightly as a whirlpool appeared before them, releasing the heavenly wind. The display was absolutely beautiful. The heavenly wind released a fragrance that sent those present to another world. It was as though they had entered a land of fairies, fluttering with a golden and unblemished beauty. The origin flame fell behind in no way. It flickered in reds and pinks, before shifting to blues and violets, before touching upon golds and silvers. Its mere presence forced many into an involuntary state of enlightenment. Just looking at it made one feel as though they were riding atop a soft cloud. Chapter 24. Inner Devil 5. The two heavenly treasures floated into the air, exuding auras of absolute dominance. Lower caliber treasures would attempt to run at this moment, but these origin-grade treasures felt that it was far beneath them to do such a thing. They could sit completely still and still have the arrogance to say that no one could catch them. This was the pride of a heavenly treasure. As for the fact the Ventus and Tatsuya clans had technically done exactly that, this was ignored by them. To such sentient treasures, they didn't consider being claimed by a clan to be akin to being truly captured. To them, the only way to lay claim to them was to become their master. The heavenly wind sparkled with an arrogant gold, fluttering in the air aimlessly. Not to be outdone, the origin flame bared its prowess. Its flame wasn't hot, but it bathed the ceremonial hall in a rainbow of bright colors. Gale's expression became serious. His feet left the ground, allowing him to meditate in the air. Soon, his body seemed to disappear despite the fact one's eyes could clearly see him in the same position. To enter a meditative state so quickly, truly a heavenly genius, someone of the crowd murmured. The Ventus clan must have done its absolute best to nurture this young man. Similar evaluations spread out amongst the guests. There was no doubt that they were well warranted. However, it could only be expected for someone with cultivation as deep as Gale's to enter this first stage of meditation so easily. Gale silently adjusted his mental state. He felt absolutely no pressure in this competition. He already knew exactly how difficult it was to gain the acknowledgement of these heavenly treasures, because he had yet to gain the acknowledgement of the North Heavenly Wind. Why was it that Gale had this treasure with him yet had not used it? Obviously, this ordeal caught him off guard, so he hadn't been saving it for this occasion. The truth was that Gale had been accumulating momentum to gain the Heavenly Wind embryo's acknowledgement for several months now. Every day, he would constantly nurture it with his own chi. This was exactly why it was stored in his eye's inner world. Of course, this was yet another shameless ploy. After all, Gale had specified that they could gain the acknowledgement of one or both. Those who hadn't become enamored by the presence of the heavenly treasures immediately realized that something was fishy the moment Gale evoked his inner world. This realization caused the anger of the Ryu's family to boil once more, but there was nothing they could do. No matter how shameless Gale wanted to be, it was Ryu who had already accepted the conditions. If he had had a problem with it, he should have said so before. Gale's eyes finally snapped open, flooding the room with an enigmatic presence only those with heavenly pupils could match. His eyes flashed with aggression, sparking with a fierce green light that seemed to carry the depths of the universe itself. One couldn't help but become hypnotized by his gaze. This was truly the 7th-ranked heavenly pupils, the eyes of truth. There was not a single pair within the heavenly pupils ranking that could be looked down upon. In fact, the eyes of truth could be said to be the most feared without exaggeration. The reality was that these pair of eyes were only arbitrarily ranked so low because their combat abilities were marginally lower than the 6 that outranked it. However, its abilities were wholly devastating. Some of the most devastating techniques of the martial world were those of the mind. These so-called mental realm masters were so taboo that clans banded together to eradicate them from existence entirely. In fact, to many, mental realm techniques were more atrocious than even fiend path ones. It may sound silly to compare sacrificing virgins for the sake of cultivation to mental tricks, but imagine this for a moment. What if a virgin was completely aware that the man they were with only wanted to use them as tools before discarding them, yet did so happily anyway, thinking that it was their own will? This was the devastation a master of the mental realm could inflict upon a person. One wasn't even safe within one's own mind. Today, the so-called mental realm that old Mistress Holy Wing referred to simply involved a calm mental state. It was about tempering one's will from within instead of projecting it outward. All of this said, there was one staple of the mental realm master that survived to this day, and that staple referred to the eyes of truth. With his eyes, the range of abilities Gale had was frightening. For one, his mental realm was perpetually far above what his cultivation dictated, allowing him more spiritual chi. This permitted him to meditate, maintain focus, and contemplate for values of time far exceeding those of his cultivation level. However, this wasn't the end of it. Gale's eyes had the ability to influence the mental realm of others, even peering into them. Not only did this allow him to tell falsehoods from truth, he could employ suggestive abilities on the psyche of others. Of course, he wouldn't dare to do the latter now due to taboos, but who's to say that he's never done so before in secret? If Gale was given a set of mental realm techniques, his abilities would soar far beyond imagining. In fact, it's because these techniques were all destroyed that the ranking of his pupils fell from the 4th rank to the 7th. However, legend has it that each set of heavenly pupils comes with a hidden legacy. Once Gale's cultivation reached a high enough level, wouldn't he gain exactly what he was missing now? Still, there were 2 restrictions on Gale's abilities that made Ryu not fear him in the least. The first was that those with cultivation far above his rendered his eyes completely useless. And the second was that the eyes of truth couldn't exert their dominance over pupils ranked above it. While the 4th, 5th and 6th ranked eyes were exceptions to this due to the fall of the eyes of truth from 4th to 7th, the top 3 heavenly pupils were completely unaffected. Unfortunately, this truth did nothing to stop the fact that the heavenly wind had stopped moving entirely, and it definitely did nothing to stop the fact that this very same heavenly wind then began to fly toward Gale at blinding speeds. Chapter 25. Inner Devil. 6. The heavenly wind reacted like a lost child who had just found its parent. How lucky was it? Not only did it find a wielder of the heavenly pupils, this person actually had such a high wind affinity. While many clans of the Shrine Plane were descendants of ancient beasts, there were other races that had their lineages survive until now. The Ventus clan, for example, were descendants of spirits. These were a legendary species that descended from humans to gain high affinity with the natural order. Spirits were born with special spiritual foundations that allowed them to accelerate along certain natural order paths far easier and further than those of other species. While ancient beast descendants were blessed with strong bodies and special innate abilities, the descendants of spirits had comprehension that made even the heavens themselves jealous. The Ventus clan were descendants of wind spirits. Knowing this, how could the heavenly wind not be excited? Gale was simply the perfect host. It also helped that it felt an innate familiarity with this potential master, as though it had known him all its life. Of course, this was due to Gale's nurturing. Seeing the north heavenly winds near ecstatic reaction, many felt that this competition was all but over. It had only been 30 or so minutes since it began. Yet, Ryu's fate was sealed. What none of them realized was that there was a fog over their perspective of events. It was as though they only had eyes for Gale, as though he didn't have any opponent to speak of. But, was this correct? Why was it that they had been continuously commenting on Gale but hadn't spoken a single word about Ryu? Even Ryu's family didn't notice that their nervous expressions had been trained on Gale this entire time. Although their thoughts were filled with hopes that he would somehow fail, it was still a fact that all of their beings were focused on Gale. Whether it was realizing which heavenly pupils Gale wielded, or commenting on his meditative state, or realizing he had nurtured the heavenly wind for this very moment, everyone was entirely focused on Gale. The name Ryu hadn't crossed their mind a single time from the very beginning. It was in that moment, just as the heavenly wind was about to reach Gale, a sigh rang out from a completely unknown source. The sigh was filled with a sense of loneliness and sorrow, as though it was a peak that stood atop the world without rival, without foe and without friend. It held the vicissitudes of life and death, carried an arrogance of such unmatched proportion that those who heard it felt inferior. Whether it was the youngest genius here or the oldest monster, each felt their souls shake. Thousands of pairs of eyes uncontrollably shifted to a single young man. His features were so unbearably handsome that they should never have appeared on a mortal. His demeanor was so ethereal, so otherworldly that he almost seemed to not be standing there at all. He was above it, above this petty competition, above the remarks and speculations of those watching, above even these origin-grade heavenly treasures themselves. To him, these things were meaningless. So what if his life was short? If he had been given the same length of time as all of you, it would be too unfair. So what if he had no cultivation to speak of? If he had the power to flip the tides of the oceans and force the stars to set at his whim, what piece of this world would be left? So what if his opponent was an immortal? If he faced someone of his own stature, Would there even be a point to all of this? This arrogance, the kind that stood above even the shrine plane itself, the kind that could look down from the highest peak in existence apathetically, the kind that could take the number one beauty of the younger generation for himself without batting an eye. Wasn't this the true Ryu? His own death didn't faze him. Was he sad that he wouldn't be able to continue and live a full life alongside his family? Yes. But it wasn't for himself, it was for them. Wasn't this yet another kind of arrogance? The kind that didn't even skip over your closest loved ones? The kind that was so suffocating and perpetual that it seeped into his very being? You dare to look down on me as origin grade treasures? Well, the reality of the matter is that I look down on you. Did I bat an eyelash when Gale raised his wager item? Was I shocked when I learned of the location of an embryonic origin flame? The heavenly flame stopped abruptly even as the origin flame twitched. Come. Ryu's voice was just as calm as it always was. However, it wasn't until he spoke that those around him finally understood why they had only had eyes for Gale. Why was it that even Ryu's family had seemingly forgotten about him? Why was it that Gale seemed to have become the center of attention despite the fact Ryu's earlier anger made even those of the oldest generation raise an eyebrow? Breath of Earth. Silence pervaded the ceremonial hall as the origin grade treasures disappeared into Ryu's body. States of meditation had 9 distinctive levels. These levels also came to be known as states of enlightenment. The higher the level, the deeper one's selfless state, and thus the stronger the enlightenment. The issue was that such levels were often only crossed due to fortuitous events. Only the greatest geniuses like Gale could directly evoke these levels at a whim. The issue was that Gale took tens of thousands of years of strict training to be able to evoke the first level at will, the so-called meditation state. However, not only was Ryu a mere fraction of his age, he had the ability to evoke the second stage, Breath of Earth. How could a mortal accomplish such a feat? It was impossible. No, it had to be something more than impossible. Ryu fell into a dormant state. He could feel the treasures melding themselves to his soul. His body suddenly felt light, almost impossibly so. In the next moment, his eyes blazed to life. He could feel the origin flame coursing through the veins of his pupils, dilating them before resting comfortably. You! Gale looked on in shock, even to the point where he fell out of the air, almost crashing to the ground. At that moment, all he saw was red. The combination of embarrassment and rage was too much to handle. I'll kill you. Chapter 26. Void Beauty. Gale had thoroughly lost himself in rage. The thought of having lost to a mortal was one thing, but the fact that it had been so easy and casual, even when he tipped the balances in his favor, was a humiliation his martial way couldn't withstand. If at the start of all of this Gale's inner devil was fabricated, it was entirely real now. His arrogance crumbled in a mere instant, leaving behind a seething and boiling animosity he didn't have anywhere to place. It bubbled over, causing his eyes to redden with a light of madness. A wave of spiritual chi erupted along with his aura, pervading the ceremonial hall. Many weaker individuals immediately fainted, unable to handle the assault on their mental realm. At this moment, Ryu was in a trance, a flood of information overwhelming him. A dull ache started slowly before growing outward. His heavenly pupils seemed primed to evolve, but he simply didn't have the cultivation to sustain such a change. In the end, he hit an insurmountable barrier. The origin flame knew that if this bottleneck was forcefully shattered, Ryu's only path would be death. It was in that instant that a wave of spiritual chi raged toward Ryu. No matter how talented he was still a mortal. Ryu's mental realm was mature, but his spiritual chi was far too weak because he didn't have the realm to sustain it. If Gale's wave of rage hit him in such a vulnerable state, Ryu's only path would once more be death. What Gale was doing was absolutely reckless. Putting aside the fact Ryu's death would cause irreconcilable hatred between the Ventus and Tatsuya clans, the mere fact he was using his spiritual chi to attack without form was practically suicidal. One's spiritual chi was the most fragile part of one's body. It could only be transformed into a weapon for attack if coupled with mental realm techniques. But such techniques were all destroyed. However, how could Gale care about such a thing? Spiritual Qi was undoubtedly the fastest attack in existence. If he attacked normally, Ryu's family would have far too much time to react. After all, although Gale was talented, he was still a member of the younger generation. Plus, didn't it also help him that no one would expect him to do something so stupid? This wasn't all either. Ryu was nothing but a mortal. Even if he hadn't been in a trance-like state, it was impossible for him to do any real damage to Gale. Even his ability to defend his own self would be nothing but a fleeting dream. In Gale's mind, Ryu was dead without a doubt. The closest individual and the one most capable of stopping Gale's actions was Old Mistress Holy Wing. In fact, this Old Mistress was just a single step behind Gale and had been from start to finish. If she wanted to, she could simply reach out and touch his back. With her cultivation, stopping him would be as easy as thinking it. But would she do such a thing? Old Mistress Holy Wing's eyes flashed with a light of hesitation before becoming decisive. She pretended not to notice anything wrong despite the fact she was the closest. After the deed was done, even if Titus and Himari wanted to declare war on the Holy Wing clan and the Ventus clan, would their various priests, grand priests and supreme priests allow it? Especially for a dead cripple? She sneered when she thought to this point. In fact, Gale's thought process wasn't too different. Would they dare? The Golden Era had been far too peaceful. The last war was several trillion years ago. Their people had long since forgotten what it meant to struggle, what it meant to live with their lives on the line. Would the people of the Shrine Plain who had grown accustomed to comfort sit idly by as the Tatsuya clan waged war for a cripple? The public outrage would cause a severe drop in their faith. Your life is worth nothing. Gale roared in his mind. However, in all the sinister and vile schemes Gale and Old Mistress Holy Wing concocted, they had both forgotten one very important thing. From birth, she had always been by Ryu's side. She was there when Ryu was a bright-eyed little boy with a smile that could light the world. She was there when this smile faded into an unending coldness the day his Meridian awakening ceremony failed. She was there when Ryu entered the shrine library with the determination of an unrivaled expert. And she was there when he exited with the knowledge of one. She was there when Ryu conquered his first ruin, saved his first extinct species, cracked his first formation, even when he fell in love for the first time. She was there for all of these things. So how could she not be here now? A supreme beauty stepped out from the void, appearing before Ryu as though she was nothing but a wisp of heavenly fragrance. Her hair was as black as the night, falling to the small of her back like a calm and steady waterfall. Everything from the gentle slope of her small nose, to the delicate lining of her soft cherry lips, to the shapely contours of her holy body caused the eyes of those who landed on her to shiver. Still, their thoughts remained pure. Even the most perverted and scrupulous individual wouldn't be able to scrounge up a single obscene thought when looking at this beauty. She was simply an angel, impossible to blaspheme on penalty of death. However, at this moment, this otherworldly beauty's soft features were contorted in anger. How dare these vile individuals attack her Ryu? Her heart wouldn't be able to rest unless they were both dead. Nuri's sky-blue gown fluttered as her aura rose, her face, even contorted and reddened with anger, the epitome of beauty itself. A small grunt of rage escaped her perfect lips, unleashing a torrent of chi Gale was no match for. Caught completely unawares, Gale hadn't even registered Nuri's appearance before his spiritual chi was sliced apart with vicious abandon. His face paled, blood flowing from his lips as he collapsed to his knees. His vision blurred, causing him to only be capable of seeing the faint image of the beauty before him. In his eyes, she looked no difference from the god of death. Chapter 27. Heavenly Couple. Silence completely covered the ceremonial hall. The gravity of the situation was clear to anyone with half a mind to realize just what had just happened. Although an attack of spiritual chi was the fastest in all of existence, it also had very clear and obvious markers when so unrestrained. Everyone realized exactly what happened the moment Nuri's figure came fully into view. While some were stunned that Ryu had such a beautiful death guard, others were far more worried about exactly what the fallout of this situation would be. And, maybe exactly due to the gravity of the situation, they didn't need to wait very long for an answer. Elena paled with rage, immediately stepping to Nuri's side to protect Ryu to her back. However, she didn't even get the chance to attack Gale in her rage because the Tatsuya clan heavenly couple had completely lost their minds at the thought of how close they had come to losing their son. Today would be the day the Shrine Plane learned that as domineering as Priest Saint Tatsuya was, Himari Tatsuya was even more so. A flash of blue and red erupted with a rage that shook Tatsuya Palace. Minerals the likes of which were rare even in their society shattered to mere particles of dust. The sky quaked and the earth splintered as though the heavens were personifying their anger. "Please have mercy." Priest Saint Ventus stood quickly. With how the situation had devolved, he had no choice but to act like this. His grandson had truly brought shame to their family. He had not only lost to a mortal, but he even refused to accept it even in the face of so many witnesses. Then, he had the audacity to attempt to murder the heir of the Tatsuya clan before not only his parents but his grandparents as well. Priest Saint Ventus was filled with infinite regrets. If only he had known, he wouldn't have spoiled his grandson so much. He would have refined his mental realm more. He would have cultivated his martial way to a greater extent. But it was all too late, much too late. Gale could only watch as two palms, one fierce and tyrannical, the other gentle and deadly, collided with his head. Despair colored his foggy eyes. Would he really die like this? To die at the hands of the number 1 and 2 expert of the Shrine Plane was a sort of honor, was it not? So why did he feel so bitter? There was no suspense in the matter. Although Gale's death guard too stepped forward, his body was obliterated along with his young master. Maybe this poor old man's silver lining was that, unlike Gale, he could take appropriate pride in the hands by which he died.
No.
Priest Saint Ventus' chest convulsed, pulsing with rage and sorrow. Blood infused with his anger flew from his lips, coating his green robes. If it wasn't for the members of the Ventus clan catching his falling body, he would have graced the ground. Valeska! 2 roars pierced through the heavens. Titus' red robes fluttered with his rage, his fiery hair projecting backward akin to the backdrop of a bloodthirsty demon. Flames the likes of which rarely appeared in the world erupted along his valiant figure, bathing the ceremonial hall in a heat so profound that the ground beneath him burnt to ash. It was clear that if it wasn't for Nuri's protection, even Ryu himself would have died to his father's rage. Himari stood directly to her husband's side, her white gown making her the picture of a heavenly goddess. Sparks of blue lightning shattered the tiles beneath her feet even as a blue flame enshrouded her seemingly delicate body. Her blue eyes shook with a piercing cold, staring daggers at the old mistress before her. A beautiful array of blues and reds swirled around the angered heavenly couple. To dare to attempt to lay hands on their son right before them, were these fools tired of living? Who here didn't understand the meaning behind old Mistress Holy Wings in action? Did she take them for children who didn't know the ways of the world? Or did she think that she was so far above reproach that her actions didn't matter? Old Mistress Holy Wing wanted to sneer and make a snide comment about how she had no obligation to protect their son for them, but she never got that opportunity. Himari and Titus cared little for her explanations and wanted to hear her petty words even less. Ryu might have entertained her nonsense, but that was only because his fists weren't large enough to teach her a lesson. However, did they have such an issue? Of course not. Above Himari's fluttering white hair, the call of a phoenix and the roar of a Qilin sounded. In the next moment, a beautiful heavenly bird covered in sapphire flames appeared right beside a sturdy 4-legged creature with a majestic aura and shining blue, gem-like scales. To her side, Titus evoked the same call, allowing an untouchable heavenly bird covered in ruby-like flames to appear. However, the roar that coupled it was far more domineering. The presence of the sovereign dragon overwhelmed the ceremonial halls, appearing with it a crimson-scaled emperor of the skies. Old Mistress Holy Wing's pink diamond eyes widened before constricting to the size of mere pinholes. Had the Tatsuya heavenly couple really improved this much? It was impossible. She was a member of the oldest generation. She had reigned supreme for billions of years. She shouldn't be feeling so suppressed. A roar escaped her lips as she tried to shake herself of this feeling. She pulled her short sword from her hip, taking a step forward to meet this couple head-on. A collision the likes of which rarely seen in the shrine plain eviscerated the palace hall. A cacophonic eruption of earth-shattering noise and destruction blew out in every direction. Directly behind it, a wave of blue, red and white plumes of flames shot into the sky, finally destroying the oppressed ceiling of Tatsuya Palace. By the time the smoke settled, the only thing that remained was a devastated ceremonial hall and a scene that shocked those of every generation. To one side, a heavenly couple stood shoulder to shoulder, the 10-meter radius around them completely unaffected, protected by their valiant auras. However, to the other, a once gallant woman of the oldest generation lay. Valeska lay on the ground sprawled, her life and death unknown as fresh blood flowed from her depressed chest. Chapter 28 Aftermath. The events of the Tatsuya clan heir's birthday shook the shrine plain. The death of a young genius and leader of the youthful generation, his loss to a mere mortal, and the fatal injury to an old mistress of the oldest generation. Even alone these pieces of news would cause an uproar, but together, it was enough to light the world on fire. There were other shocking revelations even beyond this as well. The first was the news of the battle prowess of the so-called heavenly couple. One had to know that when Titus and Himari were betrothed to each other, the entirety of the shrine plain became awash with elation and celebration. While there were a minority of jealous and callous individuals, the vast majority were genuinely happy. It was as though these two were a match made in heaven, a truly worthy pairing. However, it had to be said that these two were still very young in relation to the true experts of the shrine plain. While they had potential, it couldn't be said that this potential had fully blossomed. Of course, despite this, Titus and Himari still earned the title of the number 1 and 2 experts of the shrine plain. In fact, many believed that they were perfectly equal in battle prowess. The only reason Titus took first place was because he displayed his abilities in the public eye more often. This, also coupled with the fact that Titus took his father's mantle as priest saint while Himari had yet to do the same, allowed the world to reach this conclusion about their ranking. One had to understand that these titles were meaningful, but only to a certain extent. They were passed along to members of the younger generation by the oldest because many old monsters had long since graduated from the need to take such titles for themselves. In one's youth, fighting for prestige was a matter of pride and a rite of passage, but after one passes a certain point, fighting it out with youths starts to become beneath them. This was the way of the martial world. Or, at least it should have been until Titus and Himari shattered the notion completely. The battle prowess they displayed made it clear that whether it was the younger or elder generations, they were worthy of crushing both. When hidden enemies learned of this truth, they became dormant. The impact of Ryu's presence on this timeline was so forceful that matters of up became down and those of left became right. Nothing made sense anymore. If they wanted to take a single step forward, they'd have to take 3 steps back. Still, there was another piece of news that partially flew under the radar due to the pomp and circumstance of the first 4. But this one wasn't any less intriguing. The appearance of Nuri shook the souls of those learned enough to understand. Why had Gale attacked with such naked abandon? Why had old Mistress Holy Wing not acted to stop him even knowing the rage that would ensue? Wasn't it obvious that bearing the brunt of the Tatsuya clan's rage was not worth it if Ryu survived anyway? It was simple. Despite their cultivations, despite their experience, none of them sensed Nuri. How could there be such a powerful expert hidden away in the Tatsuya clan? To even be able to hide amidst thousands of members of the oldest generation without a single one sensing her. How? Days later, Ryu's eyes blinked open to find himself staring at a familiar ceiling. To his side, Elena laid like a small kitten, holding onto his arm tightly as though he would disappear at any moment. Ryu couldn't help but smile. She was too adorable. A small hint of sunlight illuminated her pink, crystal-like hair. To the side of her soft lips, a clear line of drool fell to the pillow she rested her head on. However, maybe the most alluring part was the curve of her body. Wrapped in a gauze-like fabric that showed off the perfection of her figure, she slept soundly. Of course, immortals with cultivation as deep as Elena didn't need sleep. Even if she was required to stay awake for thousands of years, it would be an easy task. But she had gotten into the habit of doing so because Ryu was a mortal who couldn't do such things. Every night, without fail for the last 600 or so years, she had slept by his side. Elena shifted in her sleep, stirring awake before absent-mindedly wiping the drool from her face. "Hubby? You're awake." Elena's face lit up with elation, grabbing Ryu's face and kissing his cheek happily. With Ryu's frail body, how could he stop her from doing as she pleased? Even after so many years, Ryu couldn't get over Elena's free spirit, for lack of a better term. She was jumping around so fiercely, but didn't she realize that her bountiful chest was putting him under a hypnotic spell? No matter how cold he was, wasn't he still a man? Must she subject him to such torture? Her gown was incapable of hiding anything. Aside from the beautiful laced underwear that hid her most precious parts, her breasts were practically laid bare to Ryu. Everything from their soft elasticity to the erect pink and healthy point that graced their center, it was all there. Elena covered her lips with a delicate hand, giggling coquettishly. "If you stare so much, I'll blush." Ryu coughed, looking away and rolling his eyes. "The day this woman blushes is the day the world comes to an end and the sun rises no more. If you wanted me to be your nice, obedient little wife, you could have taken me long ago," Elena said with an adorable pout, her waist rippling upward as her arms raised above her head in a long stretch. "What happened?" Ryu asked, trying to change the subject. "Mother and father," Elena spoke, obviously referring to Ryu's parents, "were very angry and taught that old lady a lesson. As for Gale, he's dead. But the Ventus clan has been oddly silent. It seems that priest Saint Ventus suffered a small injury in his anger." "I see." Ryu sighed. He had completely lost consciousness at the time, but he faintly understood what must have happened for his parents to react so violently. "The good news is that you received a lot of goodies." Chapter 29, Unique Grade. After Gale died and the old mistress was brought to the doors of death, many in attendance wanted to leave as quickly as possible, but no one dared to do so without making their well wishes known. After seeing the heavenly couple's true battle prowess, they no longer harbored any thoughts of disdain or complacency. So, how could they leave without parting with presents for the young heir? Elena giggled. They were all scrambling to see who could curry the larger favor. That coupled with that evil plot of yours and the Tatsuya clan reaped quite a few rewards. Ryu smiled lightly. His so-called evil plot was just something he had said on a whim to vent some of his frustration. He had been planning to let them off the hook after allowing them to squirm a little, but it seems that even if he had been awake to do so, they wouldn't have dared accept his mercy. "Just hand everything to the clan treasurers. I don't need such things anyway. It's better if the clan can make use of them." Ryu's words seemed nonchalant and light, but Elena frowned, catching a double meaning within them. "Are you trying to say that the clan will need such treasures?" Ryu was a bit surprised by how sharp Elena was. Truthfully, he should have long since been used to this by now. Elena had always been a free spirit who lived life as she saw fit, but with that came a deep sensitivity to those around her. She was so in tune with herself that she often reached out to others to share. It was a subconscious dream of hers for everyone to taste the freedom she had. Her heart was simply that large. From the outside looking in, Elena and Ryu should have never been together. To call their personalities polar was inappropriate only because the description didn't go far enough. It wasn't a simple matter of opposites attracting one another because their dispositions were so different that they couldn't be considered mere opposites. Still, what brought them together was exactly this virtue of Elena's. She saw Ryu as a man who seemingly had everything, yet was shackled more than anyone else. While others saw a pampered young master, she saw a frail heir with a shadow over his soul. While for Ryu, maybe he was subconsciously attracted to this freedom Elena had, maybe he wanted to understand just what it meant. Ryu was arrogant. He felt that he was beyond this arrogance, believing that he deserved a loftier label. But, did he? Wasn't his disposition just as shallow as the 9-lettered title attached to him? How could such a seemingly strong individual could be so weak? Ryu seemed to take pride in his will to fight. He seemed to find light where there was none and victory where there was only defeat. He repeated these feats countless times in his mere 1,000 years of life. Yet, this very same Ryu feared his ability to read fate. This very same Ryu refused to take his woman into his arms and give her the love she deserved. This very same Ryu accepted his mortality without an ounce of resistance. How can both things be true in a single person? How can you claim to be above all things yet have such a profound weakness within you? How can you claim to be mighty when you're really so frail? This was Ryu's life. He was a man without freedom. A man shackled by his own insecurities. A man unwilling to fight. Ryu blinked at Elena's question, his vision slightly blurring. He felt a swarm of enlightenment bombard him. It was as though his life was laid out and its every scene could be easily picked apart by him. The first thing Ryu realized was that his memory was never this good. As a mortal, he had never had perfect recall. Such a thing was reserved for those with the highest levels of cultivation and was also restricted by the complexity of the material being remembered. For example, an expert of his father's caliber could remember a common grade technique with a single glance, but an origin grade technique was something even Titus wasn't capable of memorizing. Is this the origin flames doing? Ryu? Hubby. Elena lay a delicate hand on Ryu's forehead when she noticed his breathing quicken. Could it be that the origin flame isn't as docile as records say? Why else would her fiancé have been unconscious for 3 days yet still react like this? Ryu cleared his throat. I'm fine. His voice carried a slight weakness, but it had a foundation of firmness. I only meant that the movements of the clans during that night were too odd. The most obvious was Gale's recklessness. That has to stem from somewhere. It's better to be safe than sorry. Too many kingdoms in history have fallen during their absolute peaks. Oh! Elena's flashed with an odd light, but she didn't pursue it. I knew you would say that about the treasures, but I kept a few for you that actually could be useful. Useful to me? Ryu laid on the bed, looking up at the ceiling with a blank expression. Are you sure? Elena giggled. If your lovely fiancé says so, shouldn't you believe her? One is a mystical grade treasure. Another is an origin grade treasure, and the last is a unique grade treasure. Ryu's eyes had been slowly closing before those last words left Elena's lips. But, the instant he registered them, they snapped open with an added vigor. What did you just say? I thought you weren't interested? Elena looked away, pretending not to notice Ryu's gaze. In the void, Nuri's beautiful laughter sounded before she covered her delicate red lips and blushed. It was truly an odd sight considering no one could hear her anyway. The grading of treasures was very similar to the grading of bloodlines. The only difference here is that the sovereign grade is replaced by the mystical grade. Aside from this, it follows the same pattern. Common, black, earth, heaven, mystical, ancestral and origin. However, what's obvious here is that the unique grade isn't mentioned at all. This is because a unique grade treasure is impossible to properly categorize. It wasn't necessarily more powerful than an origin grade treasure either. In fact, in some rare cases it wasn't even worth the common grade label. Still, what one could never doubt was that the fact that these were all treasures that existed outside the bounds of heavenly laws. Chapter 30. Black Cloak and Incubator. Ryu smiled bitterly. This fiancé of his truly was far too willful. However, he couldn't say that he didn't deserve it. Even he realized that he neglected her. Why she had chosen him even to the point of falling out with her family. He had no idea. There was a small part of Ryu that still believed she was only throwing a small temper tantrum. He would only live for a fraction of her life anyway. By the time he died, she'd have more than long enough to reconcile with the Holy Wing clan. In fact, although such a thought caused a dull ache in his chest, he hoped that it was true if for nothing else but her sake.
I'm sorry.
Ryu grasped Elena's waist, pulling her into his arms and allowing her to rest on his chest. Despite being an immortal, Elena weighed as light as a feather. Of course, this was in part due to her special skeletal structure. It was a simple task for Ryu to lift her even with his frail body. In his life, Elena was the only one who deserved to hear these words from him. Good. Elena harumphed triumphantly, curling into Ryu. They're all very good treasures, even the mystical grade one. Although its rank is low, its abilities are very interesting. I believe it would be very difficult to make a treasure that replicated its abilities but also had a higher grade. Oh! Ryu would be lying if he said he wasn't intrigued. He was certain that if Elena picked these 3 out of the thousands that were likely given, they likely had the ability to give him an added layer of protection. Elena was obviously no less protective of him than his parents. The only reason it's not a higher grade itself is because its usefulness is reliant on both the skill and cultivation of the person who uses it. Ryu smiled wryly. I have no cultivation to speak of. How could I make full use of this? Silly hubby. How could I not know that? Although you don't have cultivation, what you do have is a very strong mental realm foundation. This treasure can feed off this as well, which was why it caught my eye. Elena reached her arm out, not bothering to sit up as a silver ring on her hand warped slightly to reveal a black cloak. Its fabric was incomparably smooth, almost like satin fur. However, the most intriguing part was that the cloak itself seemed ethereal despite the fact it was clearly laying on his chest. It's also good because I know how much you like to wear black. From my tests, if you entered the Breath of Earth state while wearing this cloak, it would be difficult for even me to find you as long as you remained still. Ryu took the cloak into his hands with a pensive expression. He knew that he could only enter the Breath of Earth state for only a few seconds because his spiritual chi couldn't sustain it, but to say that he could hide from an immortal as a cripple, even if it was just a few seconds, was astounding. Of course, there were numerous caveats such as remaining still and likely not allowing any intent he had to leak, but it was still an astounding feat, nonetheless. The only thing holding this cloak back from a higher grade was the fact it relied on its user. Higher grade treasures were amazing no matter how unskilled their master was. Don't think of using it to peep on me in the bath. Okay? Elena stuck her small pink tongue out playfully. Ryu shook his head, involuntarily smiling himself as he took the cloak into his heavenly pupil inner world. He had never bothered to carry around a spatial ring because of this innate ability he and all other heavenly pupil wielders were born with. Of course, this ability was a big deal in the mortal planes where spatial rings were rare and expensive, but here it was inconsequential. That first one is for your protection, but this second one is one I think you'll take a fancy to. It's an origin grade incubator. It's able to accelerate the speed of growth in both beasts and spiritual plants alike by 100 times. Ryu raised another eyebrow. Don't we have plenty of those already? What's special about this one? This origin grade evaluation seems a bit high for what amounts to only 100 times. Elena seemed to be enjoying this side of their interactions far too much. Usually, Ryu was the one with all the answers while she asked all the questions. She couldn't help but revel in this flip. This aside, Ryu wasn't wrong. The Tatsuya clan even had such incubators that multiplied maturing speed by 1,000, even 10 and 100,000 times. This seemed like a lot, but for some spiritual plants it took several trillion years to fully mature. Cutting the time down by this much wasn't a luxury, it was a necessity. The issue was that even those incubators didn't receive origin grade evaluations. One had to understand just how rare an origin grade treasure was. Even their large clans would only have 2 or 3, and they were the highest existences in the martial world. How could such an evaluation be given out so easily?
Elena smiled deviously.
What makes this one special despite its low acceleration is the fact it can 1. Fuse into its master's body and 2. Directly process spiritual plants into pure chi to speed up anything from healing to cultivation. Also, you can directly control the pace of flow of the already processed chi. With it, you'll have no restrictions on the spiritual plant grades you can intake and you won't have to worry about exploding from excessive energy. Hearing this explanation, Ryu's heart warmed. Why else would Elena be so eager to give him this treasure if not to lengthen his life? The most troublesome part about extending a mortal's life was finding treasures docile enough to not directly kill them. This completely eliminated this issue. This was what it meant to be an origin grade treasure. This incubator had no need for Ryu to be some elite expert because it covered for his flaws itself. But who? Ryu suddenly said. Who would give up an origin grade treasure? Before, Ryu had been caught off guard by the unique grade title. But it had to be said that the origin grade should have been just as shocking to him. His own Tatsuya clan only had 3 under complete lock and key. Even he couldn't see them whenever he wanted. On the entire shrine plain, there were likely only a bit more than a dozen of them total. Elena's eyes flashed with an angered light. Mother and father forced the Holy Wing clan to cough it up in exchange for that old witch's life and in apology for her actions. Chapter 31, Blades. Elena's words alluded to a story Ryu knew little about. This incubator of the Holy Wing clan had long been known to his Tatsuya clan. Years ago, during Titus' first stay at the Shrine Library and directly after his Meridian awakening ceremony failed, his grandma Qilin had put aside her pride and hatred to ask if it was possible to trade for this treasure. One had to understand that although this origin-grade incubator was a heavenly treasure few could match, its use was still highly limited. In fact, the only way to make full use of it was to give it a single master. But, obviously, something like this was less useful for such a large clan. A defensive or offensive origin-grade treasure was simply far more valuable. However, old Mistress Holy Wing would never miss an opportunity to scorn her old rival. Even knowing that this involved the life and death of a child, even knowing that accepting this origin-grade treasure trade would greatly benefit her clan, she rejected the offer after humiliating Ryu's grandmother. Now, she was forced to exchange this treasure for nothing, simply to save her own life. Could be said that justice had been meted out. "I see," Ryu said softly. Elena didn't need to say anything more. With Ryu's intelligence, he immediately understood what must have happened. Although he didn't have the exact details, the scenario he built in his mind wasn't far from the truth. Here, Elena's spatial ring warped once more, revealing what looked like a beautiful globe with a world hidden within. Even with his mortal vision, Ryu could see endless flowing rivers and grassed lands. But there were no trees or spiritual plants to speak of. Even the water was normal, without any special properties. Elena shook her head. It's only to be expected. The Holy Wing clan definitely took everything valuable out before handing it over. It should be fine though. With your abilities you'll be able to fill it with even rarer spiritual plants. Be a little selfish for me. Okay? Don't always hand your achievements off to those old council fogies. Keep some for yourself. A rare air of seriousness took control of Elena's tone. She didn't know why she suddenly felt so uncomfortable, as though a weight was slowly increasing on her chest. But she always believed in her instincts. It was part of why she always felt so free. Be a little selfish, huh? Ryu muttered to himself as he took the globe in his hand. The heavenly pupil inner world was quite bland. It seemed to be an odd gray box that increased in size along with your cultivation. Yet, even as a mortal, Ryu's space was about 10 meters in every direction. Aside from the cloak that now sat neatly folded in a corner, there wasn't much else to see. All that remained was the fire dragon emblem of the Tatsuya clan, the phoenix emblems of the ice and fire phoenix clans, and the Lightning Qilin emblem of the Qilin clan. These emblems were mystical grade treasures that allowed access to the various clan holy lands. But other than that, they had no other function. I believe you should be able to replace your heavenly pupil inner world with this one. At least in theory.
Elena explained lightly.
As Elena expected, the process was seamless. The globe entered Ryu's forehead, slowly changing his inner world. Now, a world could accommodate living beings. Unfortunately, though, his cultivation was non-existent, making it impossible for him to withstand the burden of warping in large objects. Nodding in satisfaction, Elena smiled. The last treasure is probably one you'll have some pushback against. But do remember that it's a unique grade treasure. Some pushback. Ryu's mind immediately went to the worst possible place. This fiancée of his didn't get him some kinky toy, did she? Elena giggled as though reading Ryu's mind. Don't worry. It's nothing like that. Instead, they're weapons. Twin daggers, actually. Ryu frowned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What the hell would he do with weapons? Right now, Ryu had no fighting experience whatsoever other than basics his father taught him when he was a toddler. What use would he have for daggers? I know, but I've thought about this seriously. The black cloak has a passive ability to conceal, but it's very weak. Without cultivation, the only way you can evoke its true abilities is to use your spiritual chi and enter the breath of Earth realm. However, that only lasts for a few seconds. Do you think that your enemy would disappear in that time? You need to take action, Elena said seriously. Ryu sighed. Your words make sense. But, in a case where I assume something has happened to Nuri and I'm forced into such a corner, even if I have an origin grade dagger, I'm afraid that such an enemy would only laugh at my attack. This is why these daggers are special. They're capable of accommodating all forms of energy, including spiritual chi. Their weight also changes in accordance with the energy type and amount you use. You mean? Ryu raised an eyebrow. You can attack an opponent's mental realm directly. This won't guarantee a kill considering even someone like Nuri couldn't instantly end Gale's life. But it's the most effective attack you have. It's better than nothing. Listening to this point, Ryu couldn't disagree. This was indeed the most effective form of attack he had. If these daggers really could accept spiritual chi, then they could protect Ryu's mind while he attacked others. Simple put, they were better than having nothing at all, so, for the sake of his fiancée's peace of mind, he accepted the daggers. Ryu watched as Elena handed him two beautifully finished daggers. Each had a black spine, but edges that shone a crystalline and translucent blue. These edges were serrated into 3 portions, making the daggers look like a slanted set of triplet canine teeth. Their handles were long and slender, curving near the end into spherical bulbs. The entire length of each blade was only about 1.5 feet, hilt included. But they gave off a menacing light. Chapter 32. Scenes of the Past. The night of that very same day, Ryu sat under the cool dark air, his black robes fluttering along with the thin drapes that whipped in the wind behind him. He was currently on a balcony extending from his and Elena's room. While she slept soundly once more, he couldn't bring himself to. Scenes of his life kept replaying in his mind like a record. Memories he hadn't thought of in centuries were suddenly becoming crystal clear whether he wanted them to or not. He could remember how excited his father was after his birth. A man with the weight of an entire plane on his shoulders ignored it all to spend time with his son. Ryu remembered the early morning hikes to Shrine Mountain. He remembered how diligently his father taught him the Tatsuya clan martial forms. He remembered the bright smile of pride on his face when he became convinced that his son would shake the shrine plane even fiercer than he had. But, with those memories of good, came memories of anguish. He could remember his father's despair when his Meridian awakening ceremony failed. He remembered feeling pain because he knew that his father wasn't hurt by having a crippled son, but hurt by the prospect of what it meant for Ryu himself. The love in his father's eyes never faded. It just became balanced with a pain that Ryu couldn't ignore. A pain that Ryu, a young boy who was so used to seeing a single side of his father, couldn't help but run away from. Ryu also remembered his mother. He remembered laying in her arms and clinging to her breast's milk desperately. Imagine that, a woman of her stature personally feeding her own child. This was the love his mother had for him. Suffering through the pains and aches of an overly eager, oversized baby boy with a loving twinkle in her eye. She never lost that desire to provide and protect. Not once had she ever. His grandparents were another light of his life. His Grandma Qilin was always the soothing voice in his ear. It was she who chased away his father and grandfathers when their training became too harsh back in those days. His Grandma Tatsuya was a far more reserved and stoic lady, but her smile had long since been reserved for her baby boy. It was her who gifted Ryu his best toys even though a toddler had no business playing around with heaven-grade treasures. His Grandpa Tatsuya was a man of very few words. In fact, Ryu could likely count the number of times he'd spoken to this grandfather of his to an accurate estimate. However, it was because he was so silent that he conveyed his love through his actions. It was he who had found the most herbs and spiritual treasures capable of extending Ryu's life, even spending decades and sometimes centuries away in pursuit of them. Grandpa Qilin was likely the polar opposite of Grandpa Tatsuya. He was rambunctious and loud, but his heart was just as big as his personality was. It was he who found Ryu first after his Meridian awakening ceremony failed, slapping him on his small shoulders and hugging him tightly. At that time, he told Ryu that a man never gives up, that a man finds a way to succeed no matter what cards he was dealt. If it wasn't for Grandpa Qilin, Ryu didn't know if he would have recovered enough to set a new path for himself by entering Shrine Library. Then there was Nuri. Ryu had always seen her as his big sister, a woman always there to protect him. The truth was that Nuri was a little girl his parents had adopted before his birth. At the time, they had been trying for several millennia to birth a child to no avail. It was then that Nuri fell like a heavenly treasure from the skies. They fell in love with the little baby girl immediately, taking her in as one of their own. When Nuri grew and Ryu was finally born, she wanted to repay this debt of gratitude. Having never known her own parents, to her, the Tatsuya clan was the only family she'd ever recognize. She didn't even blink an eye when she swore a tribulation oath to protect Ryu for life. Ryu remembered patting his little chest as a boy no more than 3 or 4 years old, swearing that when he grew up, he would take Nuri as his wife. Then it would be his turn to protect her. Nuri had smiled brightly, that beautiful smile of hers. She rubbed his small head and nodded with happiness. And Elena, she had a place in Ryu's heart that was unshakable. When she came into his life, he hadn't thought that he would ever open up that side of himself to anyone until his death took him from this world. Was it even fair of him to do so? How could he promise love to a woman he wouldn't be able to sustain? It was then that Elena had said those ill-fated words to him. Be selfish. What a funny idea. Words with such a negative connotation used to light a path to happiness in a man who had all but given up on everything. Ryu's face shifted up, allowing him to catch a glance at the 3 moons in the sky. The 2 smaller shone a beautiful red and blue, but the largest was seemingly reminiscent of Ryu's fate star, blazing with a gray-white color. Ryu had heard that Shrine Plain had 3 suns as well, but the largest was so bright that the smaller 2 were impossible to see. A slight breeze passed, causing Ryu to frown. He lifted his hand to his cheek, only to be shocked to find that it was wet. Ah! Ryu's voice croaked. He couldn't remember the last time he felt so weak. Could it be that he hadn't felt this way since that day 993 years ago? The very day his ceremony failed and his remaining prospects became bleak? Ryu knew what he had to do. He had known since the moment the embryonic origin flame fused and enlightened him with the will of the universe. Formerly confusing lines of fate and karma became clear and obvious. Ambiguous and abstruse paths forward fused into a single heavenly lane. Things couldn't continue as they were. It wasn't a simple matter of Ryu's happiness. It about the life and death of the 4 clans that mattered most to him along with countless others. But he was scared. He was scared to the point of trembling, of tears falling down his face, even to the point of wanting to vomit, both in disgust toward his own cowardice and anguish at the prospect of what lay ahead. Ryu closed his eyes, his jaw clenching. Moments later, he stood and walked back into the room he shared with Elena. With a heavy weight laying on his heart, he kneeled beside her sleeping body to gently stroke her soft cheek. The instant Elena moaned awake, he lowered his lips to hers. Chapter 33, 2 People, 1 Soul. Hubby! Elena awoke fully to a set of cold lips on hers. Yet, she felt a sense of warmth and comfort when she saw that set of silver eyes looking down at her. Ryu's eyes were slightly red, still lingering with remnants of his stored emotions. Still, they had an outpouring of tenderness and love that was rare for him. How long had Elena waited to see this very gaze? How many nights had she dreamt of being awoken by this very kiss that still tingled along her lips? So why did she feel her eyes watering? Why was her chest aching with this disgusting bittersweet feeling?
Elena.
Ryu's voice was barely a whisper, as though he feared a louder volume would betray its trembling. Will you allow me to be selfish? The fluttering of Elena's heart quickened. She cupped her fiancé's cheeks, sinking her warmth into their cold. Without a word, she pulled Ryu down to her, almost melding their bodies into one. Elena pretended not to notice the moistness that now coated her palms, nor did she hold back her own. She simply immersed herself in the feeling of Ryu's body, delicately removing his robes to reveal his broad but frail chest. Ryu tried to reciprocate, but his attempts at a gentle, caressing touches were thwarted by his shaking hands. Voices of doubt and discontent rang in his ears. Is this really how you want to do it? She deserves better than this. Can you even call yourself a man? Maybe it was due to these voices, or maybe it was because he so wanted to forget his own thoughts. But the trembling slowly disappeared. Elena's soft body fell into his embrace, not an ounce of which was lost on him. Her gown was pulled over her head, revealing skin so soft Ryu almost felt as though he was sinking into a warm cloud. His lips dotted her curvature as he breathed in her intoxicating fragrance. Elena squirmed under his touch, eagerly lifting her hips to rid herself of the final layer that separated them. No matter how cool-headed Ryu was, it was impossible for him to remain unaffected. To those residing in the mortal plane, such a sight was impossible to see. In their eyes, the cultivators who resided here were their gods and goddesses. If Elena appeared, she would be no less than an immortal fairy in their eyes, because this was how even Ryu saw her. This wasn't the first time Ryu had seen his fiancée naked. In fact, it wasn't even the 100th or 1000th. But something about the sheen of fragrant sweat on her delicate skin, the faint blush on her healthy cheeks, and the almost pleading expression in her eyes lit a fire within Ryu. He caressed her cheek, tender affection clear in his eyes. I want you to know that I'll never leave you. No matter what happens. Can you promise me that you'll remember this? Elena's pink, crystalline eyes reflected the moonlight as she looked at her fiancé. Unable to trust her words, she nodded. A sudden nervousness overtook Ryu. Not only was he completely inexperienced, seemingly inconsequential thoughts suddenly felt that now was the time to make their presence known. Would he hurt her? How fast should he go? He was just a mortal. What if he couldn't satisfy his immortal fiancé? Did Elena care about such things? Should he assume that she wanted to have a child now, or should he take precautions? Damn it, he hadn't prepared. What precautions could he possibly take now? It wasn't until a light giggle sounded in Ryu's ears that he realized his cold, handsome features had given way to panic. He couldn't help but blush slightly. Still, those feelings were washed away the moment he felt a soft hand grab onto him from below, guiding him toward a wonderful place filled with moist warmth, love, and desire. I'm willing to allow you to be selfish, but I need one thing from you first, Elena said softly. Her voice was a bit haggard, suffused with a raspy breath that rose and fell along with her ample chest. Even though her hair had also become an absolute mess, it only made her all the more alluring as it clung to her sweat-matted forehead. Ryu didn't let her finish. He knew her next words, and she accepted them wholeheartedly. In the martial world, marriage more than just a simple ceremony. What distinguished wives from concubines was a tradition that dated back several eras, even to the start of the first human civilizations. A husband and wife weren't just a man and woman. They were two sides of the same coin. It was a union that was wholly sacred, one that bound the fates of two people together for a lifetime and lifetimes. For the first time in his life, Ryu fully opened his soul to another. Although Elena trembled at the sight she saw, she too reciprocated. In the next moment, their thoughts became one. Nothing of Ryu's was hidden to Elena, nor was anything of Elena's hidden to Ryu. They had come to have a perfect understanding of each other the moment a dull pain pierced Elena's senses. You, Elena Tatsuya, will forever be my Ryu Tatsuya's wife. In life and in death we walk together. In sadness and happiness we feel together. In this reincarnation and the next, our souls will always be one. A swirling of turbid primordial yin and yang filled the room. Moans of passion and fervent desire ricocheted across the walls. Ryu's nervousness had fled as a sense of freedom pervaded his mind. Elena's wants and needs were no longer a mystery to him. In the end, Elena fell into his embrace and a satisfied sleep, once more clinging to her fiancé's arm as though she was afraid he would disappear. Maybe ironically, this fear that Elena had irrationally held for so long became reality the next morning. Nuri's shrill cry of sorrow and pain shook Tatsuya Palace. Elena didn't even need to open her eyes to know that her husband was no longer by her side. An empty void the likes of which seemed to encompass the whole of existence was all that was left behind. She knew exactly what had happened. She had felt his fear and hesitation, his tears and resolution. And finally, she had felt his death. Chapter 34. Contorted. The legacy of a sky god is not so easily attained. The next few chapters will be just as difficult to read. Whether or not you have the fortitude to make it through and watch Ryu rise. Well, maybe only you have the answer to that. The matters of the Shrine Plain became a blip in history. However, this wasn't because Ryu was too insignificant, but was simply due to the fact that the occurrences after his death were simply far too tragic. An event the likes of which hadn't been seen since the Great Ancient Beast War ravaged the Shrine Plain. In the face of such a reality, the death of a mortal man who had only lived to his 1000th birthday was inconsequential. While his death was absolutely devastating to a minority, in the grand scheme, he became yet another forgotten hero. These matters would remain unchanged for 9 cycles of 100 million years. The wail of a woman shook a grandly decorated imperial harem. One couldn't help but be shocked at the power hidden in her lungs. Who would have thought that a woman without much cultivation to speak of could make such a sound? 3 middle-aged duelists sprinted as fast as their chubby and short legs could carry them, rushing to and from the woman's bedside. One carried buckets of water, another brought fresh and replaced worn towels, while the last massaged the protruding belly of the wailing woman, her palms glowing as she muttered under her breath. It was clear by the expressions of the 3 duelists that they had never dealt with such a severe labor period. It had already been 3 days since first concubine Leilani had been appropriately dilated to begin actively pushing. Yet, in all this time there had been no real progress. This was supposed to be a happy occasion. The king's favorite concubine was finally giving birth after more than a decade of failure. If they were on duty and became responsible for the king's loss of a son, execution would be the least of their worries. Who didn't know how much the king treasured his heirs? There was a long stretch of time, decades in fact, where the king only had 2 daughters to speak of. Although this had changed in just the last 4 or so years, the king still retained some of that latent anxiety. They couldn't afford to fail. In the largest courtyard of the imperial harem grounds, a beautiful young woman leisurely reclined as though the wails of first concubine Leilani were nothing but music to her ears. It was at that moment that a shadow flashed into the room, appearing behind the woman silently. "Why have you come?" The young woman's eyes flashed coldly. "There's been a problem." "A problem?" Her eyes narrowed, clearly unhappy with these words. Although Imperial Doula Miriam is an insignificant creature, her skill in childbirth and rearing is unmatched in our Tor kingdom. With her pride, if the child had died, even if it meant her death, she would have announced as much. "Are you trying to tell me that a mere unborn child could survive such a poison?" The young woman sneered. It was obvious what she was implying. There was not a chance in hell such a thing was possible. If there was a failure, it was human, meaning whoever administered the poison was the one responsible. And the one who was tasked with this was none other than the shadow that stood to her back. The shadow didn't know how to respond. His life and death rested on a mere word from this queen. If she truly decided to blame him, there wasn't a place in the entire plane he could hide. Wiping away his cold sweat, the shadow immediately explained himself. "Queen Tor, please understand. I am certain that I've done my job appropriately. If the child has survived the meridian-severing poison as an unborn, this simply means that he is, or rather, was, an astounding talent. Whether he is born or not, he will no longer be a threat." The young woman remained quiet for a long time. To the shadow, it felt like an eternity, but in truth, it was no more than a handful of minutes. "Return to the clan and give yourself 10 lashes of the punishment rod. I'll forgive this matter for now. Indeed, watching her crumble due to having birthed a useless son will be far more gratifying." The young woman laughed to herself as the shadow bowed and disappeared. No one noticed that fact. A man who wasn't a eunuch had entered where he shouldn't have. First concubine Leilani pushed with what remaining strength she had. In all honesty, she had long since wanted to give up. Why was she, of all people, given the trial of such a difficult labor? She had been pampered her whole life. Nothing had ever been difficult. But suddenly an impossible-to-scale mountain had landed directly before her. She wanted to sleep and rest. She wanted to take a bath and wipe this crusted sweat from her body. But this old had kept applying pressure on her womb. Why wouldn't she just stop? "Let me just lie here." she screamed in her mind. It was then that the cry of a child sounded throughout the imperial harem. It seemed that this child inherited his vocal cords from his mother. His loud bellowing was followed by the abrupt opening of the courtyard's doors. A man of imposing aura and will rushed into the room, ignoring all ceremony to reach the bedside of the now collapsed first concubine Leilani. "Your Majesty, it isn't the right time for you to enter. The poor boy still needs to be cleaned and prepped," Imperial doula Miriam tried to explain. This wasn't the first time the king had had a child. He should know these things by now. Usually, King Tor would have awkwardly scratched his head at the berating of this older, middle-aged woman. Yet, at the moment, his face had contorted at the sight of his son. Imperial doula Miriam panicked, looking at the baby in her arms to see if he had any obvious defects. But her only conclusion was confusion. Why did such a healthy baby evoke such a reaction? Chapter 35, Imperial Censors. It should have been a happy occasion. These were words many aware of the situation likely thought. The birth of the fourth prince of the mighty Tor kingdom. The king who had spent so long without an heir suddenly had 4 of them. He should have been ecstatic. However, there was a looming dark cloud over Tor Palace. It had to be said that even Imperial doula Miriam was confused by this turn of events. She was well aware of her own abilities, as was everyone else. She had helped hundreds of noble women give birth over her lifetime. In fact, she had even waited on the previous queen in giving birth to the current King Tor. To say that she was experienced was a severe understatement. When she received the young baby in her arms, she found not a single defect. In fact, after a few days passed and the young boy's skin cleared and stretched, she was certain that he would grow to be even more handsome than his father. After some thought, she decided to do a deeper inspection. After all, the king's cultivation was far more profound than her own. The only martial techniques she knew were related to healing, while her cultivation was still at the pulse-opening realm. However, the seasoned Miriam was still very much confused. Even though the king's cultivation was deeper than hers, her sensory abilities, especially in relation to babies and their mothers, should have been unmatched. As she expected, after doing a deeper examination of the child, she found him to be the picture of health. His bones were strong, his blood was pure, and his meridians were actually a great surprise. Usually, the meridians of newborns were very frail. This was why the meridian awakening ceremony didn't take place until 7 years old. However, this young boy here seemed as though he could take his ceremony right this moment and come out perfectly fine. Of course, there were other restrictions as well, such as one's spiritual foundation. It was a combination of meridian maturity and this that made it general consensus to wait until the age of 7. The mother will survive. The boy is not only healthy, he's even far more talented than his elder brothers and sisters. Even though I'm just a weak old lady, I'm certain that if the heavenly body sect knew of this boy, they would come snatch him up immediately. So why did the king react in that way? Imperial doula Miriam muttered to herself. Shaking her head, she decided that matters of the royal family were no business of her own. "Call Liliana in here. The boy is hungry," she suddenly called out, walking with the little boy in her arms with a doting expression. She didn't know why, but she was very fond of this baby boy. Because she felt this way, how could she not choose the wet nurse with the perkiest breasts for her little treasure? "Forgive me for my candor, Your Majesty, but we must take drastic measures. I understand that he is your son, but the heavens have blessed you with 3 other heirs." A minister of the imperial palace spoke slowly, standing within the imperial court. While the others of the palace had no idea why such a happy occasion had turned so foul, the upper echelons definitely understood. In fact, they had begun taking the utmost precautions in dealing with the matter. Although they hadn't said it, their eyes displayed their emotions clearly. "Kill the boy!" A baleful aura erupted from the king. Had these fools never fathered children of their own? What kind of nonsense was this? "I have 3 others, so it's fine to kill the 4th. Censor Digby, Censor Orson, Censor Briggs. What are your thoughts on the matter?" The king's expression was grave and his eyes were sharp. In just the last few days, his healthy black beard had become rife with strings of gray and white. It was clear to everyone how much this situation weighed on his mind. He was a handsome young man in his own right. Although he was already 50 or so years old today, his cultivation was deep enough to maintain his looks. He wouldn't have to worry about the end of his life for another 150 years. Yet, he had gained the heart of an old man in what amounted to less than a week. In reality, this meeting should have taken place immediately, but he had put it off. Censor Digby stepped forward first. He was an old, wizened man with a beard as long as his lengthy head of white hair. In truth, he was only 10 or so years older than the king, but he had no cultivation to speak of, so this was his appearance. "Your Majesty," Censor Digby bowed deeply. "You have known for a long time that the role of imperial censors is to uphold the moral code and culture of our wonderful kingdom. On the one hand, this old servant believes that it is morally reprehensible to kill a newborn child no matter the reason. On the other, there needs to be measures taken. The fourth prince cannot live a normal life. The cards he's been dealt are too cruel to ignore." Censor Orson was the newest of the imperial censors, having only recently been promoted from a certain minister rank. As such, he was relatively young, being only 40 or so years old. However, he suffered from the same lack of cultivation and frail body Censor Digby did. "Your Majesty," Censor Orson bowed. "I am young and rash. I hope that my words do not offend you. However, it must be said that the world is cruel and the time is nigh. Although the boy was born with this cruel fate, Imperial Doula Miriam has reported that he's a heavenly talent the likes of which few have ever seen. If he is allowed to grow, I fear that Tor Kingdom will suffer from internal strife." The king's finger twitched. If he didn't know the fallout it would cause, he would have immediately killed this man for daring to speak such words before him. But, in the end, he simply allowed the morbidly obese Censor Briggs to step forward. "Your Majesty," despite his size, Censor Briggs too made the effort to bow. "This lowly servant will speak his opinion now. Although the matter is as dangerous as Censor Orson describes and is as sensitive as Censor Digby portrays, we must also not forget that a father killing his son will also stain the morale of the kingdom. In fact, even if this information never spreads and the fourth prince comes to be known as a stillborn, it will still have ill effects. This lowly servant suggests that we use more roundabout methods." Chapter 36. King's Garden. One might wonder why a king with so much power in his hands would ever care to listen to this opinion of those who amounted to simple mere mortals. However, it was important to understand just how critical the role of an imperial censor was. In fact, they're purposely chosen to be mortal so that they can maintain proper perspective. When a country or kingdom is formed, the most powerful strength its leaders can wield is nationalism. This fervent and almost basal instinct of a person born in a certain place to be biased toward their home. It is because of this nationalism and loyalty that governments can maintain themselves over generations, while it's often due to a lack of it that they fall prematurely. No matter how much individual strength King Tor wields, there would come a day where he would have no choice but to hand his life's work to the next generation. When this occurs, he needs to ensure that the people still believe in the royal family and are willing to pledge their loyalty for another ruler's span. After this, it then becomes the next ruler's duty to maintain this tradition. The date of this event was closer than one might think. Although King Tor's current lifespan was more than 200 years, this didn't mean that he would rule for 150 more. According to the rules and regulations of their plane, experts of a certain cultivation must recede from the so-called secular world. Given King Tor's talent, it wouldn't be much more than 15 to 20 more years before he would be forced by these ancient traditions to abdicate. Knowing this, King Tor couldn't in good conscience leave his kingdom in turmoil. Even if he slowed his cultivation purposely to match the upper limit of this time, something that was morally gray according to the rules they followed, his eldest son wouldn't even be 25 years old. This simply wasn't enough time to resolve this conflict. This wasn't the worst of matter either. Up until now, only abstract matters such as nationalism and loyalty were touched upon. However, there was a very real and tangible measure of this in the martial world: fate. This was the greatest task of the imperial censors, to ensure that Tor Kingdom's faith was always maintained at the highest possible levels. Without the protection of such faith, a kingdom could face many potential issues. These matters could include crop failures, the spread of disease, lower fertility rates. The list was simply too long and catastrophic to comb through. King Tor squeezed his forehead between his fingers, his jaw clenching. Flashes of pain, remorse, and hesitation crossed his deep brown eyes. This was his son. No matter how many wives or concubines he had never elevated one above the other. How could he not know the kind of dirty schemes and backstabbing occurred in the imperial harem? He had tried his best to put an end to it all, but the pillar clans of his Tor kingdom were simply too conniving. While he wanted to destroy them all from the root, such a thing would cripple his kingdom as well. Now, he was thrust into a situation where he was wrong no matter what he did. How could he ever look his son of his in the eye again? This matter concludes today. King Tor finally spoke, not looking up. No one will lay a hand on the fourth prince. The eyes of the ministers and censors widened. Your Majesty! Silence! King Tor's roar shattered the floor beneath his feet, causing the mortals in front of him to bleed from their ears, unable to withstand his might. 7 years from now, King Tor continued solemnly, it will be revealed to the public that the fourth prince's Meridian awakening ceremony has failed. He will live a simple life without cultivation. When the coronation games begin, he will not have the power or backing to succeed. His life or death will be up to his own luck. Should he survive, he will be allowed to live out the rest of his life in quiet. If I hear of him suffering even a single grievance, I will eradicate you and your families. King Tor's growl shook the scholarly ministers from head to toe. How could they withstand such killing intent? Should he die? King Tor didn't finish his words. He turned his back to the ministers, disappearing from the imperial court. It seemed like just a single step. The back of Tor Palace was a wonderland of sorts. It didn't have any heavenly treasures or overwhelming chi density, but it did have a calm ambience that helped one to clear their minds. This place was the only area of the palace the king could come to be alone, as everyone else was barred from entry. That said, these truths were just by the standard of the shrine plane. To the higher mortal plane, this small garden was akin to heaven on earth. King Tor entered the Garden of Kings to stand beside a small stream of elevated water. This treasure wasn't too astounding, but it was definitely far better than a normal stream. It was charmed to have the capability of absorbing chi from the air before releasing it slowly over time in the form of a comforting fragrance. The result of this was increased chi density and purity in a given area. The king mindlessly stared at this stream, following its meandering and benign path of meaninglessness. It simply continued to do its job. Absorbing chi, storing chi, releasing chi, absorbing chi, storing chi, releasing chi. In a lot of ways, it was a reflection of the pointless lives they led. Why did he become king? To protect the kingdom. Why does he protect the kingdom? To secure his family's future. Why does he want to secure his family's future? For the sake of the kingdom. So why did he sacrifice his son today? For the sake of the kingdom. But wasn't the sake of the kingdom supposed to protect his family? Shaking his head, King Tor walked to the end of the garden to an unassuming fountain. He gripped the edge of its gray stone with a sturdy hand. The small prick of something sharp cut his hand, but in the next moment, the gray fountain began to turn, revealing a dark staircase below. It wouldn't be long before King Tor realized that what he thought was saving his kingdom had guaranteed its destruction. In the future, when he remembered that he made this decision because his son was born with a head of pure white hair and silver blue eyes, it was likely that he wouldn't want to live anymore. Chapter 37. First Prince. 3 years later, Tor Palace had long since forgotten the oddity surrounding the fourth prince's birth. In fact, today was a true day of celebration. The first prince's Meridian awakening ceremony was to take place. At this moment, a small boy not even a meter tall sat on a short stool, his little slender legs swinging back and forth. Behind him, Imperial Doula Miriam sat. Her actions were odd. She seemed to be applying some sort of dark pigment to the small boy's long white hair. Considering the toddler didn't say much to these events, it was clear that he was used to it by now. Still, the oddities persisted. The little boy's eyes were closed. Even after several moments, they remained as such. One would have thought that he was taking a nap, but would someone who was asleep swing their legs in the way he was? Little Ryu, you must be more careful, Imperial Doula Miriam chided. After your elder brother awakens his Meridians, at least until your own ceremony, you must try not to antagonize him, okay? If he's smart, he'll stay very far from me no matter what his cultivation is. The cold reply of the small boy was nothing like what one would expect from a toddler. Somehow, he had already gained the demeanor of an absolute expert, the kind that one would make certain to exterminate from the root after even the slightest offense for fear of one's own death. Imperial Doula Miriam sighed. Just ignore his words. He's young and rash. There's no need for you to create a lifelong enmity between siblings over frivolous nothings. It's best to forgive and forget, to be magnanimous for the sake of your own health. One would never expect an adult to speak to a child in such a way. Imperial Doula Miriam described first Prince Amory as the 7-year-old child that he was, but pretended as though Ryu wasn't the 3-year-old toddler before her. She had begun subconsciously treating this boy as an equal for a very long time now. Auntie Miriam, you're very the small Ryu suddenly said. Do you believe that first brother's animosity toward me is organic? Did I offend him in any way? Is he even old or mature enough to understand that he will have to compete with us 3 younger brothers for the throne? This first brother of mine has an aptitude that I understand well. He may very well be better than the average child, but his worldview is limited and shallow. The things he understands aren't by virtue of himself, nor are his thoughts his own. If all of these things are true, then who do you think is responsible for molding him? Imperial Doula Miriam shivered, but didn't dare to reply. It was one thing for a prince to say such stinging words about another prince's upbringing, but for her to comment could result in execution. This was especially the case considering the person Ryu was alluding to was none other than the queen of their kingdom, Olivia Tor. Of course, there was always a chance that his first and third brothers would break from the control of their mother in the future. However, that wouldn't happen until they both matured and learned to distinguish right from wrong themselves. For now, it was impossible. With a deep sigh, Imperial Doula Miriam stood to wash her hands in a bucket nearby. All right, let's go take you to your mother. Be sure to stay quiet for mommy. Okay? The beautiful first concubine Leilani smoothed her dress and hair, making final adjustments before taking Ryu's small hands in hers. Also remember that you must stay respectful in front of your father. The future of the Agnes clan rests on your shoulders, so you must find favor with him. Okay. Little Ryu didn't reply, simply following after his mother, as they walked into a large ceremonial hall, outlined with beautiful glass artwork. Of course, he could see none of this due to the fact his eyes were closed. Although his vision was covered by darkness, he could feel the gazes that turned toward him and his mother. He remained unaffected, but many thought that this was due to his blindness. They probably believed he couldn't sense their emotions or understand their animosity simply because he was young and supposedly disabled. However, it would be more accurate to say that little Ryu was the sharpest person here. First concubine greets Queen Tor. Leilani said with a light smile. I'd like to be one of the first to congratulate you and little Amory. He has a very bright future ahead of him. Queen Tor greeted Leilani. Thank you for your kind words. I wouldn't like to get too far ahead of myself. There's a saying that expecting too much can end in devastation. Even if my little Amory fails, I hope that he can lead a calm and quiet life. Big Sister Olivia's words are truly grand. I hope to one day cultivate my own mental realm to be as broad-minded as your own. The light conversation between queen and concubine was the center of attention for most. There didn't seem to be any out-of-bounds occurrences, but it felt uncomfortable to watch from the sidelines. Maybe it was because the entire time, 2 young boys stood to Queen Tor's back. One 7 years old, the other 4 years old, making faces of disdain and disgust toward the blind Ryu. Seeing the innocent boy with only a light smile on his face, completely oblivious to the torment of his elder brothers, made those of the royal court uncomfortable. The young boy's plight was quite pitiable. Still, that didn't stop others from believing that this was how things should be. In fact, many believed that Ryu should be appreciative for even being alive, while others still believed he should still be killed. Introducing His Majesty King Tor. A herald's voice shattered the building tension. Chapter 38, Royal Father. Everyone present stood respectfully, including the formerly quiet second concubine Catalina and Ryu's second brother, second Prince Jedrek. King Tor didn't seem to have aged even a single day. Still, his youthful exuberance didn't stifle his commanding and oppressive aura. His sons looked up to him in awe. In their eyes, he was the greatest man in existence. They didn't need to fake it, nor were these the teachings of their mothers. It was just how they felt. Being the son of the king was something they were proud of, and their expressions reflected this. This said, Ryu showed no particular reaction. The king continued to walk along the path laid for him, receiving the bows of everyone. With each step, another column of individuals would lower their heads. The coordinated dance of decorum had a slight, unblemished beauty to it that was hard to describe. Whatever flaws he might have, it was clear that Shurantor was born to be a ruler. Soon, he had made his way to the head of the imperial court, receiving the slight bows of his queen and 2 concubines, along with his sons. It was at this moment that King Tor turned a sharp gaze toward his 4th son. Leilani tried to subtly nudge her son. She knew that if it was only under her insistence that he showed due deference, it would leave a poor impression. She couldn't help but silently scold her son in her mind, even if this was his first public event, and he was only 3 years old. He had been schooled in matters of decorum since birth. Unfortunately, Olivia and her sons wouldn't be themselves if they were to miss such an opportunity. Amory scuttled over like a proud little soldier, his royal blue robes making him look quite dashing despite his young age. Much like his father, he had a strong head of brown hair and eyes, not to mention flawless bronzed skin. It was clear that he was well taken care of. He leaned over and whispered into his 4th brother's ear. 4th brother, father is before you now. In all fairness, his words really were soft. However, in a quiet hall specifically designed to project the voices of those who spoke at its head, such precautions were inconsequential. To Ryu, it was obvious that Amory hadn't planned this. The simple optics of him whispering to Ryu was enough to convey the necessary message. But that didn't stop sycophant fools from relishing in the intelligence of the first prince as well as his kindness. Oh! Ryu responded with an embarrassed smile. Hello, father. Ryu's response caused black lines to form on his mother's delicate forehead, even as some ministers nearly fell from their seats. Did this young man forget everything he was taught? What had he been doing for the last 3 years? First, he hadn't bowed. Then he called King Tor father instead of royal father. And, even after his mistake was pointed out, he still didn't bow. It was one thing for First Prince Amory to call him father in what should have been a whisper. Such a mistake could be forgiven. But to speak aloud in such a way was yet another breach of decorum. King Tor didn't react much to Ryu's words, or rather, he didn't get the chance to because first concubine Leilani had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. The miseducation of a prince was never the fault of a father, but rather was always on the mother's shoulders. After all, a king had too many other matters to attend to. At the very least, she had to make it clear that Ryu's actions were innocent mistakes and not the occurrences of her teachings. Little Ryu, whenever you see your royal father in such a setting, you must bow, okay? It's okay to treat him as a normal father in private settings, but in public, he is a king. Ryu tilted his head to side, displaying his confusion. But, I can't see, mother. The seemingly innocent words of the prince caused those who sat on the fence about such matters of the royal family to feel dull aches in their hearts. However, those who were already against his existence to begin with sneered in their hearts. How stupid did this child have to be to take such words literally? Even if he was only 3 years old, it wasn't too much to expect a higher level of education in subtlety. First concubine Leilani did her best to remain calm and continued explaining with a smile. This mother of yours only meant those words figuratively. Simply put, in the presence of your royal father, showing proper respect is important. Ryu's small head nodded. Ah, sorry royal father. but I can't bow to you out of respect." Leilani had almost released a breath of relief, but the end she choked on that very breath, unable to believe what she was hearing. The first prince and his full-blooded younger brother, Caden, almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Queen Tor remained completely silent, pulling her boys back from making fools of themselves, all while second concubine Catalina had no particular reaction to the situation aside from a raised eyebrow. Her son, however, seemed to be trying to take a nap on his feet, using his mother's hand for support. Little Ryu, first concubine Leilani, tried to teach her son once more, but this time, she was the one who was interrupted. And why is that? Surprisingly, it was actually the king who spoke. His voice was filled with majesty and the smallest hint of curiosity. He really did want to know what this son of his would say. "It's simple, really," Ryu explained, unperturbed by his father's presence.
"I'm blind.
If I bowed, I have no way of knowing if I've done so in the proper direction. I could follow your voice, but if I miss by even a hair, and grace a prince's bow to the wrong person, wouldn't that be more catastrophic than not bowing at all? Isn't my not bowing the highest form of respect I could give you, royal father?" A pin drop of silence filled the hall, stunned expressions coloring the faces of those present. This was the first public ceremony the fourth prince had attended. It could be said that Imperial Doula Miriam and his mother were the only ones who interacted with him with any relative consistency. No one understood just what kind of prince he was. They had thought he was a fool, but did he just play them all? Was a 3-year-old making his dissatisfaction with the kingdom known in its imperial court of all places? Chapter 39. Good. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap not only made Ryu's ears ring, but also caused his face to sting with a deep and reverberating pain. Maybe it was due to the fact his eyes were closed, but he felt every moment. The whooshing of the air, the vacuum that formed in his ear, even the shock of what happened were each multiplied many times over. He felt stuck in the moment, replaying the sensations in his mind again and again. Amerie's Meridian awakening ceremony had long since come to an end. In fact, the awkwardness of its start was washed over by the outstanding news related to his Meridian, skeletal, bloodline, and spiritual foundation grades. However, it was clear that first concubine Leilani hadn't forgotten what happened. It had festered in her to the point where she hit her son for the first time in her life. "Do you not understand the gravity of what you've done today?" Leilani's shrill voice filled the mother and son's private courtyard. "Do you believe that you were very clever? Did you think that even if you meant your words with the utmost sincerity that it would matter?" Ryu didn't respond. His face didn't show the change in expression or borderline crying contortion a 3-year-old should have probably displayed. His eyes remained closed, his hands didn't even clench into fists, and aside from the gradual reddening of his left cheek, his features practically remained at their baseline. Even at 3 years old, Ryu had an arrogance that no one could shake. Today he could have bowed, but he did no such thing. Since he was capable of beating up his elder brothers, something he had done on several occasions already, how could he not be capable of aiming a bow properly? He didn't do it because he didn't want to. According to their martial world's tradition, there was no shame in bowing to one's parents. In fact, it was dutiful and filial of a child to do so. The problem was that Ryu never saw King Tor as a father. He saw him as a weak and spineless man who didn't deserve his respect. His brothers saw the king as the perfect and best man in the world, but to Ryu, if this was what the pinnacle of manhood was, the human race would have been extinct long ago. "Do you not understand that this isn't just about you?" Leilani trembled at her son's lack of a reaction. She had half a mind to raise her hand and slap him again. Maybe this time the message would ring true to his mind. However, something told her that even if she skinned Ryu alive, it would make no difference to his demeanor whatsoever. The years passed slowly. On the 4th year since Ryu's birth, his second brother's Meridian awakening ceremony took place. On the 5th, it was his third brother's turn. And finally, the 7th year came around, leaving just 3 days until Ryu's own. In these times, the kingdom was truly blessed. It seemed like all of the king's heirs were heavenly talents, the likes of which their plane rarely saw. However, there was an undercurrent of competition that shook Tor Kingdom. It could be said that this generation of Tor heirs had no choice to be great. If they had been any less talented, the threat of the 6 pillar clans would have been too great to bear. Young geniuses sprang up not only in the royal family, but also Tor capital city's upper echelon. Not only were the princes heavenly talents, but so were the young masters of those 6 clans. Still, the 3rd prince shockingly stood above them all, including his eldest full-blooded brother. He was actually born with an earth skeletal grade. The moment this news became public knowledge, the various elders of the heavenly body sect practically tore each other apart in competition to be his master. According to tradition, there were only 2 ways to enter the 4 sects of their plane. The first was to reach a certain cultivation threshold. No matter which sect was in question, this threshold was the spiritual severing realm. One wouldn't be considered a true cultivator until this realm was reached. It was also those of this threshold that were no longer allowed to interfere in the matters of the secular world. The second method was actually far more difficult. This second path required one to be born as a heavenly and undeniable talent. Being of the earth grade in one of the so-called foundations of cultivation was the minimum requirement. In truth, King Tor was also born with an earth skeletal grade. In his youth, he had been taken away. But, after all of his brothers crossed the age of 18, he came back to participate in the coronation games. After this, he was crowned as king and had ruled ever since. This said, once he stepped into the spiritual severing realm, he too would have to return to the sect after abdicating. For the Tor clan to have birthed not just one earth-grade genius, but 3 for consecutive generations of them caused an uproar the other sects could no longer ignore. If it had just been the now abdicated Amel Tor, it was fine. Their sects also had 1 such talent each. But now adding Shuren Tor and his son, 3rd Prince Caden Tor, it was too much. On top of all of this, recent rumors had it that Amel Tor had just stepped into the half-step divine vessel realm. Even the sects of the immortal planes had started to show interest in recruiting him. Now, the Tor clan had only become far more untouchable. It was in the midst of this shockingly good news that Ryu's own Meridian awakening ceremony approached. Using the former King Amel Tor's cultivation increase as a pretext, Shuren Tor took his 4 sons with him on a trip, waving Leilani off and claiming that he could handle his own son's awakening ceremony. After all, even the poorest of families could arrange such a ceremony for their children. Although it often failed due to their poor talents, that didn't mean that such unlucky clans didn't still treat their newborn children as potential lottery tickets to a grander life. Ryu didn't speak for the entirety of this trip. Even when he entered the heavenly body sect and met this shadow-like grandfather for the second time, he didn't show much of a special reaction. When the day of his ceremony finally arrived, Ryu stood before his brothers, father and grandfather, a cold expression on his small, immature face, while his brothers, especially his first and third, stood nervous, each entirely certain that this 4th brother of theirs was the most talented of them all. Ryu somehow knew exactly what would happen. When his father pretended to pull a long face as the ceremony fizzled out, he didn't so much as tremble. To not even allow me a path to live. What a good father you are. Those were the only words Ryu spoke during the entire trip, and it earned him the second slap of his life. Chapter 40, Elder Sisters. Like this, another 4 years came and went in the blink of an eye. The 3 eldest princes of the Tor royal family began to grow into their own, claiming milestones the likes of which few had ever seen. The first prince, although a far inferior martial talent in comparison to his full-blood younger brother, became a scholar of worthy note. At just 15 years old, he graduated from the 4 Kingdoms Institute with top honors and had already begun to take on large responsibilities in the Tor royal court. Many claimed that even if he didn't gain great combat prowess, his charisma and steadily growing faction would be enough to make a mark during the coronation games. Still, this was just a matter of perspective. Even though the first prince was inferior to his third brother, in comparison to the other young talents, even among all 4 kingdoms, he wouldn't fall out of the top 20. The second prince was far more low-key than his elder brother. He seemed to have an inherent laziness to him that drove his mother, second concubine Catalina, crazy. That said, his love of money shone through with a fierceness. He seemed to believe that only when one was rich would they be able to recline as they pleased. Who cared about power? Power led to responsibility, which only led to more work. This philosophy ironically resulted in him working himself to the bone. But now he had the financial matters of Tor Kingdom in his grasp. In fact, there were rumors that he had already infiltrated the economies of Ops, Lance and Viri Kingdom as well. Then there was the third prince. Truth be told, of the three, the general population knew the least about him. This could only be expected considering sects were barred from taking part in worldly affairs for the most part. However, there were still some cases where the curiosity of the public could be satisfied. Just 3 years ago, a beast horde ravaged the outer fringes of Tor Kingdom. It became clear very soon that the secular army didn't have a chance against them. As such, the Heavenly Body sect had no choice but to dispatch a group of disciples in order to fulfill their responsibilities. After years of being hidden from the world, Third Prince Qilin finally reappeared. He swept through the battlefield valiantly, bearing the crest of Inner Disciple with pride. At just 10 years old, the Third Prince had not only already become an 8th-stage Awakening Realm expert, but he was actually capable of fighting second-order beasts already. One had to understand that beasts were more powerful than humans. A first-order beast was too much for a normal Awakening Realm expert to handle, while the second order was far out of reach. Yet, the Third Prince shattered this notion completely. If this was all there was, it would be shocking enough, yet the Third Prince made a second appearance just 1 year ago during the Sect Gathering Tournament. At just 12 years old, he placed top 20 against competitors double and sometimes triple his age. A 12-year-old Pulse Opening Realm expert had actually been birthed to the Tor royal clan. As for the fourth prince, he had faded into the background. It was to the point where no one wasted their sneers or holier-than-thou words on him. He was simply a forgotten entity, one that maybe only a few individuals remembered the existence of. At this moment, this forgotten prince sat clad in black robes, his face expressionless and his eyes closed. There was an atmosphere of calm relaxation around him. A small girl who was at most 5 years old splashed her feet near a stream while a breathtaking woman who seemed like an older version of her danced freely as her cascading dark hair flowed in the wind. Fourth brother. Tell me, is your big sister beautiful? Second Princess Isla spun in a mesmerizing yellow dress. Despite her childish demeanor, she was already a woman who had a child half as old as Ryu. That said, one would never assume so by her high-pitched whining. Second sister, how could I possibly answer that question? Ryu's lips slanted into a bitter smile. Your second sister believes you have the best eyes on this entire plane. Is that not enough? Isla took a seat beside her little brother, ruffling his black-dyed hair. Look at you, you're so handsome. Don't you want big sister to find you a little wife? In the corner of the courtyard, kneading away as God knows what, was Imperial Doula Miriam. She smiled at the second princess' adorable nature. It was rare that the two princesses came down from the Heavenly Body sect, but when they did, the aging doula felt gratified. Among those of Tor Palace, they were the only ones who actually acknowledged little Ryu's existence. One might wonder which of the two requirements the princesses of the Tor Kingdom met to be allowed to enter the sect. Well, the truth was neither. Instead, they actually both married experts of the sect, thus fulfilling the requirements for an unspoken third rule for allowed entry. Their husbands were quite powerful also, having both become outer elders of the sect at relatively young ages. Ryu smiled lightly. And which little girl would you sentence to become a widow? The second princess pouted, knocking Ryu on the head. Don't say such depressing things. Does this big sister of yours look like the type to allow you to die? Now be serious. The little girl of second brother's Garrus clan is quite cute. She's only a year older than you, and this big sister's intuition tells her that she's taken a liking to you. There's also the Kunal clan's young miss. She's already 5 years older than you, but that's okay. When you two get older and she gets droopy, big sister gives you permission to take a young and ripe concubine. Ryu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Were these really the kind of words a mother should say when her 5-year-old daughter was just a few meters away? The value system of this kingdom really was too backwards. Before Ryu could answer, the gate of his courtyard banged open, revealing the disheveled appearance of a beauty that lost out to the second princess in no way. In her arms, a small boy clung to her neck, clearly perturbed by his mother's erratic behavior. First sister. Ryu and Isla spoke simultaneously. First Princess Dahlia did her best to catch her breath, taking in a deep gulp of air before speaking. The Natural Order sect has been destroyed. Chapter 41. Natural Order. Ryu's forehead wrinkled as he allowed his first sister's words to sink in. But, even after a few moments, even the premise was difficult to accept. In the martial world, there were 6 planes, 3 mortal and 3 immortal. The plane the Tor kingdom resided on might be mortal, but it was the highest of the 3 mortal planes. This meant that among mortal cultivators, the experts of the Natural Order sect were the very best. Simply put, no one on this plane had the power to destroy them, especially not so quickly that information of an attack wouldn't be disseminated before information of its destruction was. This meant one thing and one thing only. Whoever destroyed this sect did it so swiftly that not even a call for help could be levied. The second princess showed a rare serious expression while Imperial Doula Miriam's frail, old hands trembled. Ryu's little niece didn't seem to understand the gravity of the information, so she only continued to play. But it was clear that her demeanor didn't speak for everyone. The first princess released her son, allowing the 2 little cousins to play with one another as a tight frown took over her beautiful features. Who could have done this? Isla finally asked. How could Dahlia have an answer? The only reason she knew this information was because their husbands had sent a messenger beast. In the letter, they all but commanded their 2 wives to not travel back to the sect at this time in case whoever was responsible was still at large. The truth was that if the Natural Order sect couldn't survive, Tor Kingdom had no chance. But it was at least safer than being alone on the road. It was likely an immortal plane expert. The casual, nonchalant voice shattered the tense atmosphere. After he finished speaking, Ryu had already gone back to meditating as though his words needed no more explanation. Suddenly, a twist at his ear snapped him out of focus. Don't leave your big sisters hanging. Do you want me to teach you a lesson, little brat?
Okay.
Ryu rubbed his ear, full of grievances. One of his sisters was a toddler in a woman's body while the other was still a school bully. When would they ever grow up? There's not much explanation needed. The mortal plane doesn't have experts capable of taking out a sect. Even if the 3 remaining sects joined forces against one, although the one would surely be defeated, it wouldn't end so quickly that news of an attack wouldn't reach us. What about a beast horde? The second princess asked. Ryu shook his head again. That's even more unlikely. Even the so-called king beasts of this plane are only of the 4th or 5th order at most, while not even a 6th order beast could fulfill the task so cleanly and quietly. How can you be so sure? First Princess Dahlia couldn't help but asking. Although she loved this little brother of hers, he was a blind cripple who hadn't cultivated a day in his life. To top it off, the strength of individual sects was a closely guarded secret. No one but they knew their limits. Their secrets aren't so hard to see through, Ryu calmly explained. The 3 sects, or now, I guess 2, were both wary of your heavenly body sect because our Tor clan birthed 3 earth skeletal grade experts. This is public knowledge. Everyone knows it. Father is turning 63 soon yet hasn't been taken away by the sect, which means he hasn't entered the spiritual severing realm. This is also public knowledge. Everyone knows it. Judging by that, we can say that earth-grade talents are rare. We can also judge their cultivation speed by using third brother, father, and grandfather as measures. If we factor in their lifespans, a good estimate isn't impossible. Even if I overestimate, I'd still be correct. The 2 princesses and Imperial Doula Miriam sighed. Why was it impossible for them to have one conversation with this little boy without being awed? Was he really trying to convince them that such closely guarded secrets were easily revealed simply by using public knowledge everyone should be aware of? Wouldn't those old ancestors of the sect commit suicide if they understood this? Doesn't this mean that we're all doomed? The second princess said worriedly. If this matter was caused by the immortal plane, what chance do the rest of us have? Ryu remained silent for a moment. The truth was that the immortal plane would never get involved in conflicts of the mortal plane as long as a certain balance was maintained. In fact, the current system of the mortal plane was put in place by immortal sects and clans in order to facilitate a greater flow of talents to their pool of experts. Many epochs ago, the mortal planes were awash with war and blood. In the beginning, the immortal plane ignored these matters as it had nothing to do with them, but soon even the immortal plane became embroiled in their own struggles. As a result, various immortal clans and sects began to seek out talent from lower planes. However, with them all dying so frequently, it was impossible to do so with any sort of efficiency. It was in response to this need that the immortal planes set out to reform the mortal plane. In the end, the 4-kingdom and 4-sect system was put in place. Each kingdom would be backed by a single sect, thus separating the matters of cultivators and mortals. Kingdoms would funnel resources to the sects by various means while the sects would provide a baseline of protection. This system set a delicate balance, allowing sects and kingdoms to compete within their own lanes, but also controlling the level of bloodshed to acceptable levels. So, it was obvious why, while his elder sisters worried over the potential attacks of this mysterious sect destroyer, Ryu was more worried about the impact the unbalancing of this system would cause. With its backer gone, what would happen to the Ops kingdom? How would the other kingdoms react? Would the now ancient laws still be followed? Eventually, Ryu shook his head, suddenly laughing. "Why are you laughing?" The first princess frowned, pulling on her little brother's already reddened ears. Ryu coughed lightly, pulling himself away. "I just had a funny thought. Wouldn't it be amusing if the only reason the Natural Order sect was destroyed was because their name was too arrogant?" Chapter 42. Unknown Consultant. When the kingdom learned of the reasons surrounding the destruction of the Natural Order sect, the 3 women who had been with Ryu when he said those ill-fated words nearly died of shock. To think that even the words little Ryu said in jest could still be so bone-chillingly insightful. According to spies hidden with the Ops kingdom, the wreckage of the sect only included the destruction of their sect's entrance stone. It had stood for thousands of years, yet now it was nothing more than ash. Although normal humans couldn't cross the barrier to the sect, reports stated that the inner structures were completely untouched. However, dead bodies of experts filled the paved roads with blood and a terrible stench. Still, the ones who took this news the worst were the noble clans of Ops Kingdom and the Ops royal clan themselves. To have lost their backer in such a way and for such a frivolous reason, how heart-wrenching was that? The worst part was that until their current king crossed into the spiritual severing realm, access to the sect and the treasures they left behind were completely barred to them. As a result of this, several greedy eyes trained toward the east, each with various thoughts of their own. However, there were too many barriers to satisfying this greed. For one, only those of the Ops clan and the descendants of the Natural Order sect knew how to breach the barrier to the sect. Secondly, even if they were able to pry such information out of King Ops, it would require war with the Ops kingdom. Thirdly, if one assumed that this war ended swiftly and didn't raise the ire of the immortal plane experts who built their system of balance, how would the treasures of the Natural Order sect be split? For now, peace was kept. The fear of breaking ancient rules set by the immortal plane clans and sects weighed heavily on their minds, wiping out whatever greed they might have had. That said, who knew how long such peace would last? Even in the face of danger, humans always found a way to justify their actions for the sake of wealth. Grandpa! 2 adorable 5-year-old children sprinted into the arms of King Tor, the little boy monopolizing his right arm while the little girl took over his left. A rare smile graced the king's face, the likes of which hadn't been seen in public for decades. Behind the 2 children, Princess Isla and Dahlia walked into the king's study, neither of them surprised by this side of their father. Whenever it came to matters not pertaining to succession or the betterment of the kingdom, he left such kingly matters behind. Since their children would never be in line for the throne, King Tor had no reservations toward them. Okay, you 2 little mushrooms. Go off to the garden and play. Grandpa has something to speak with your mothers about. The 2 toddlers ran out without a worry in the world. Soon, with how powerful their fathers were, they'd be given their own awakening ceremonies and soar into the skies. The best resources of the mortal plane would be funneled into them, and they'd soon become pillars of the sect themselves. Even with how tumultuous the times had suddenly become, it was doubtful that they'd ever be affected. They deserved to be the envy of many. "How are Adorjan and Cato?" the king asked absent-mindedly, taking a seat. "Our husbands are doing well, father," First Princess Dahlia responded, a light smile on her face. At first, her and her younger sister hadn't been too excited to be married off into the sect, but their husbands were good men who treated them well. Just like there were clans to manage in Tor Kingdom, the Heavenly Body sect also had various clans that had grown over the years. The ancestors of such clans had once come from nothing, but due to their cultivation talent, were accepted into the fold by the upper echelons of the sect. Over time, they gave birth to their own factions that had grown to this point today. Back then, two princesses had no choice but to marry into these factions in order to consolidate the Tor clan's power in the sect. Of course, this was well before third Prince Caden's birth. If Caden had been born earlier, their sacrifice wouldn't have been needed at all simply by virtue of his talent. With 3 Earth-grade experts, the Tor clan would be unshakable. That said, although this matter was slightly unfortunate, it couldn't be said that the two princesses were unhappy. That's good. Has the sect done anything special in response to the natural order sect's destruction? If you want to ask us how little Ryu thinks you should respond, then just be straightforward. Second Princess Isla responded. Her voice didn't have any odd fluctuations to it. In fact, it sounded just as light and playful as it usually did. But the weight of her words was fairly clear. King Tor shrugged. If he can predict the reason for its destruction without ever taking a step outside, then his insight really is frightening. That's why us monitoring him is useless. If we waste even a single word trying to lead the conversation, he will realize it. The Agnes clan has already forever earned his bad side. Even his foolish mother is no exception. I don't know how you could expect us to help you. The first princess interjected. That's where you're wrong. King Tor shook his head. No matter how intelligent the fourth prince is, he is still only a child. Every child is the most susceptible to manipulation at this age, and not a single one is indifferent to living a life without warmth. His IQ is irrelevant to the matter at hand. You haven't interacted with him much. Speaking with that child is like walking into a lion's den. Dahlia's eyes flashed with a complicated light. Why were they tasked with treating their little brother like an enemy? For years now, these two princesses would visit their fourth brother only to bring news of their interactions to their father. Who knew how many kingdom matters Ryu had unknowingly consulted on? While others assigned the rise of Tor Kingdom to his 3 elder brothers, these 3 here knew exactly who should be thanked. A boy who hadn't experienced a sliver of true familial love in his pitiful life. My asks of you two are simple. It's okay if he believes that I sabotaged his Meridian awakening ceremony, but it isn't okay that he confirms it or finds proof. You must also ensure that the Agnes clan cannot make a secret attempt of their own to redo the ceremony. The best-case scenario is that he trusts you two enough to ask for help. In that case, you know what you must do. King Tor said softly. After a moment of complicated silence, the two sisters nodded. For the good of the kingdom, they had already sacrificed themselves. They didn't find it odd for it to be their younger brother's turn. Chapter 43, Yana. As his 2 elder sisters were meeting with his father, second concubine Leilani had traveled with her son to the Agnes clan. Unfortunately, this change in title was not a mistake. Within a kingdom's imperial harem, there was a hierarchy. However, this hierarchy wasn't decided by the order in which women married into the harem. Instead, they were decided by the importance of the woman to the royal clan. In her youth, Leilani had competed with Olivia for the title of queen. Unfortunately, she lost despite being the king's favorite due to the fact Olivia was simply more suited to be queen. Still, after entering the imperial harem, she had immediately been given the first concubine rank in acknowledgement of the king's affections. Alas, these matters were destined for change. After Ryu's Meridian awakening ceremony failed, he immediately became the least suitable heir to the throne. Although Leilani still kept this rank for a time afterward, Ryu's lack of care for the matters of the kingdom caused the ministers to once more pressure their king into lowering Leilani's rank. The imperial censors stood at the forefront of this change, imploring King Tor to maintain proper traditions. The ranks of the imperial harem were highly important and couldn't be ignored. The royal marital household was to be held in the highest regard to the public. What would happen if the people began to ignore these hierarchical standings as well? Plus, the second prince was so outstanding. How would he feel if, despite his splendor, his mother continued to be ranked so low? Would he not grow a dislike of the kingdom and its ways? If this happened, wouldn't there be inner turmoil within the royal clan? Under this pressure, King Tor relented once more, officially demoting Leilani to the second concubine title. As of now, the only concubine who ranked below her was third concubine Celine, a reclusive woman who happened to be the mother of their kingdom's two princesses. Due to a disease she contracted giving birth to Isla, she rarely appeared in public. It didn't need to be said how much rage this induced within the Agnes clan. As a pillar family ranked only below Queen Tor's Cedar clan, having their young miss be a first concubine, even of the royal clan, was insulting enough. But to now have her be demoted to the second rank? It caused an uproar within their upper echelons. Patriarch Agnes, an older man who happened to be Ryu's maternal grandfather, stormed into the imperial court to raise havoc. However, even after drowning the king and his ministers in a torrent of spittle and curses, nothing changed. This sort of failure led to the Agnes clan turning their pitchforks toward the mother-son duo. If Leilani had been more scheming and clever, she would have earned the title of queen and wouldn't have to deal with this ranking nonsense no matter how useless her son was. In that case, the face of the Agnes clan would be saved, and they wouldn't have turned into the laughingstock of the six pillar clans. Then there was Ryu. If he hadn't been born a cripple or had at the very least been capable of awakening his Meridians, this too would have never happened. What a useless pairing of mother and son they were, bringing not an ounce of good to the clan. If it wasn't for the fact they would incur even more sneers of disdain for it, they would have long since disowned the both of them. Still, Ryu and his mother were offspring of the Agnes clan, and as such had no choice but to return every year for their gathering. Currently, Ryu sat at the edge of a vast outer expanse, crossing his legs atop a gray stone in silent meditation. In the distance, many branch and main bloodline members of the Agnes clan younger generation horsed around. Some spoke amongst each other, some started friendly sparring sessions, while others introduced some of their close friends or love interests to one another. The clan gathering was held for reasons similar to why imperial censors existed. It was meant to instill a connection to the family and remind everyone, even branch members, that loyalty to the clan was of the utmost importance. It was for this reason that this gathering was mandated. "Ryu, is that you?" Suddenly, a sweet voice interrupted Ryu's calm state of mind. It wasn't that the voice stirred emotions within him, but rather he hadn't expected to hear this voice here. This was because it was the voice of the Garrus clan young miss and cousin to his second brother Jedrick. It was odd to meet someone of another pillar clan at an event like this one. Plus, her question itself was weird. "Yana? I didn't expect to hear your voice here," Ryu said with a light smile. Yana blushed slightly at Ryu's words, feeling a light fluttering in her heart. She was only 12 years old this year, so she still had a lot of room to grow, but she had taken a liking to Ryu many years ago. It was at this moment that she felt gratified that Ryu was blind, so he couldn't see her in such an embarrassing state. "You remembered the sound of my voice? Yana is very happy," she said, her words almost dripping with honey. They hadn't seen or spoken to each other in more than a year now, so she had been prepared for the worst. But, hearing that Ryu not only remembered the sound of her voice, but also her name made her happy beyond compare. Ryu almost chuckled. It seemed his second sister's intuition when it came to the hearts of young girls was fairly spot on. He didn't know what he had done to gain this little girl's affections, but he seemed to have cast a shadow over her heart. Those around could almost see Yana's young maiden heart fluttering before them. Her fairy-like appearance had been the object of their hopes and dreams for several years already, but it seemed she had already found someone she liked. Clearly, they hadn't bothered to ask Ryu's opinion on the matter. None of them thought he was worthy of her to begin with, How could they fathom a reality where he would reject her? Still, technically speaking, since Patriarch Agnes only had one daughter and no other children, even if Ryu lost the coronation games, he could still become clan patriarch if he renounced all rights to the throne. So, among their generation, he was still the highest ranked no matter how much the upper echelon hated him. Simply put, if he wasn't worthy of her, then neither were they. The clan patriarch summons young Master Ryu to his study. Before Ryu could properly respond to Yana, a servant came to deliver a message. Chapter 44, Old General. Yana felt saddened as she watched Ryu slowly follow the servant away, but there was nothing she could do about the matter. She was far too young to understand what love was, but she knew enough to know that she enjoyed being around Ryu. Was that not enough for now? As for Ryu, he had no such things on his mind. He was too mature to fall for someone like Yana. At the same time, he felt that her endeavors would only lead to her own heartbreak, something he cared little for. Of the young mistresses of this generation, Yana and the Kunal family Miss Ryu's second sister mentioned were number 1 and 2. Simply put, they were almost guaranteed to marry into the royal clan as tools for their families. This was almost written in stone considering the Garrus and Kunal families fairly low ranked among the 6 clans. While this sounded like good news for Yana, it wasn't. The top young maidens of a generation almost always married the king. Whether they became queen or concubine was the only matter up for questioning. This was exactly what happened with Ryu's mother and Olivia of the Cedar clan. And obviously, as things stood now, Ryu would never become king. Truth be told, even if Ryu had the power to fight for kingship, he had no interest in the title, nor did he have interest in collecting beauties. He didn't fully understand why, but every fairy-like lady he interacted with, no matter how beautiful or elegant, seemed plain and uninteresting. None of them were capable of moving his heart. It probably also didn't help that he never actually laid eyes on them. He only listened to others describe how beautiful they were. He found the whole affair meaningless and uninteresting. Ryu silently followed servant who continuously looked back with an expression of curiosity. The servant boy couldn't help but wonder how it was that Ryu followed him so easily. He suddenly thought of fantastical stories he read about heavenly cultivators capable of seeing an ant crawling along the grass from hundreds of yards away, but he immediately shook his head. Didn't their young master fail to awaken his Meridians? How could he be such an expert? Soon, the two of them had made their way to the Agnes clan's main house, a towering structure with ancient aesthetics and a tall set of wide stairs to its front door. It just so happened that as they were making their way in, an escort of 5 was making their way out.
Ah, Patriarche Gary.
The servant boy bowed hurriedly. A bold elder gentleman walked ahead, sweeping a cold glance over the servant boy and Ryu who followed behind him. Despite being his grandfather's age, Patriarch Garrus only had a few streaks of gray in his reddish-brown beard. Plus, his valiant appearance was only helped by the fact he stood well over 6 feet tall. The servant boy looked toward Ryu nervously. He had purposely said this patriarch's name aloud to help out Ryu, so he could only panic when he saw that Ryu didn't react appropriately. Ryu smiled lightly. Patriarch Garrus, I hope you've enjoyed your stay at our Agnes clan. Forgive this blind young master for being unable to see you out. The brows of the 4 guards who followed the patriarch frowned. They were all middle-aged men of decent cultivation, so they knew ways of the world well. Although this young man's disposition was clearly quite good, he didn't have the power to back up his arrogance. In the case that this was true, the best course of action was to lower one's head. The fact that this young master of the Agnes clan refused to do so would only ensure his demise. It was the epitome of stupidity. Patriarch Garrus snorted in disdain. My granddaughter won't be marrying a cripple like you no matter how many heirs you put on. Do tell your useless grandfather that. With a wave of his robes, Patriarch Garrus turned to leave. As the retired general that he was, it wasn't much of a surprise that his personality was so abrasive. Oh, is that so? Do tell her that I wish her the best then, Ryu said without care. Where did these people get off? Did everyone assume that Yana falling for him was his own blessing? Did they really never consider the idea of him not wanting her love to begin with? What did you just say? The former general's temper flared. It was one thing for his granddaughter to reject Ryu, but the words this young man just said made it sound as though it was the opposite. Had his ears heard incorrectly? Ryu didn't seem to be listening. Instead, he had patted the servant boy's shoulder. Do remember, Brother Parios, within the Agnes clan, even pigs and chickens must have their own pride. If I find that you've bowed to another person not of the Agnes clan, I'll be forced to punish you. A cold sweat dripped down Parios' forehead and back. On one hand, his heart warmed that their clan's young master remembered his name and even called him brother. But, on the other, he couldn't help but steal glances toward the 5 valiant men who had stopped in their tracks at Ryu's words. He started praying to the gods above. Please save me, O sky gods. I've lived a good life. Other than 1 or 2 trips to the local brothels, I swear I've committed no other wrongs. I don't deserve to die so young. However, Ryu didn't sense his plight. In fact, he had already continued up the stairs, passing by the general as though there wasn't a murderous rage locked onto his body. Before any could even realize what had happened, he had already made it to the top of the stairs without incident and was headed toward the doors. Before he entered, he paused once more. I have to say, Commander General Garrus, I'm quite disappointed. The fact you allowed me to reach the top of these stairs could only mean that you've dulled in your old age. Ryu's words were like a resounding slap to the face of the 5-man escort team. Weren't they just thinking about how misplaced Ryu's arrogance was? Weren't they just thinking about how he didn't have the power to back it? Yet, he was blatantly disrespectful to their clan patriarch and they hadn't dared to retaliate. Wasn't this the clearest form of contradiction? Parios scurried up the stairs, almost falling to all fours multiple times before he finally dived through the large double doors to duck behind his knees and hands as though an explosion was coming. By the time he came to, not only had Ryu disappeared, but the Garrus clan escort had left in defeat. Chapter 45. Disown. The enraged roar of Patriarch Agnes shook the clan's main house. His cultivation couldn't compare to the king, but he was still a chi refinement realm expert. When he was angry, the trees swayed and ground shook. This was the way of the world. In the corner of his study, second concubine Leilani stood with her head lowered, unable to face her father's scrutinizing look. After holding in his anger until he was sure the Garrus clan bastards were gone, old man Agnes couldn't control it any longer. What did I do to deserve this? A useless daughter. A useless grandson. My entire main bloodline is filled with useless fools. Do I really have to hand the clan to my younger brothers? By now, Leilani's good looks had begun to slowly fade. She was still an outstanding beauty due to her cultivation, but the war age waged was one it always took victory in. Coupling this with the stress she faced due to her own son's inability to help the clan and the process only sped up. She was already 40 years old with nothing to show for it. All her life, she had done nothing but lose. She was raised to become queen but had failed. She was then tasked with at least birthing the king's first son, but she had failed once more. Then, her own son was finally born and she thought it was finally her time to shine. Ryu was not only handsome, but a child with rare intelligence. But that had ended in failure once more. She couldn't help but feel that the entirety of her life was meaningless. Just now, her father had tried a last-ditch attempt to revitalize Ryu's potential usefulness to the clan. At the very least, if he could leverage the Yana girl's apparent affection for his useless grandson, the Agnes clan would gain the backing of a third of the kingdom's military. This would solidify their rank for at least one more generation where hopefully a worthy successor would be born. However, it was clear how that attempt ended. Patriarch Garrus had all but laughed in his face. The Garrus clan was eyeing the queen position for themselves. How could they allow themselves to become tool of the Agnes clan? Why? Just so that they could remain ranked last while the Agnes clan remained the second-ranked clan? What an absolute joke. The Garrus clan men often devoted their lives to the military. It was for this reason that they were ranked so low to begin with. But, after a series of events the imperial censors had banned from being disseminated, the upper echelon of the Garrus clan realized that the power they held was meaningless. If they wanted to avoid ever being disrespected again, they needed more power. Still, even if Patriarch Agnes understood the reason behind the rejection of the marriage proposal, how could he accept the reality of his clan's decline so easily? The clan patriarch was thoroughly enraged. What are you worth if not the hole between your legs? He turned his ire toward his daughter, swinging his palm toward Leilani with barely a regard for her life. A resounding slap sent the second concubine crashing into a bookcase that leaned against the wall. Books flew into the air, flying upward only to land of Leilani's frail body as she slumped to the floor. Ryu's mother's face slightly deformed, her delicate cheeks swelling so quickly that her left eyes sealed shut at a pace that was visible to the naked eye. It was at this moment that Ryu entered the study. Although his eyes were blind, he didn't need them to know what had happened. He had heard everything from the yelling to the loud slap. Still, he didn't show much of a reaction. "You summoned me?" Ryu's cool voice directed a question toward his grandfather. Patriarch Agnes' brow twitched. He had half a mind to slap this grandson of his as well, but when he thought about what he had planned, he hesitated. He would need that handsome face to succeed. "You have one more opportunity to be useful to me." Patriarch Agnes responded coldly. "For the next 3 days, the Garrus clan will be here. Although they can reject my offer of marriage, they cannot toss away all decorum. They must allow us to play host. During this time, the Garrus clan young miss will likely cling to you as she always does. You must."
No.
Ryu didn't allow his grandfather to finish. In fact, his face as twisted into a look of sheer and unbridled disdain. "What did you say?" The chest of the old man rose and fell at astonishing rates. His skin reddened and one could almost see billowing smoke coming from his now crimson ears. "I have no intention of making use of a little girl's affection to corner her future. In addition, Yana may be immature, but she isn't stupid. She understands the value her body holds, which means the only way to succeed would be if I raped her. You really have the face to stand before your grandson and ask him to commit a crime to force the hand of the Garrus clan." The fact that this was even an idea his grandfather was comfortable enough to say aloud filled Ryu with a deep disgust. If he was willing to say such things now, what other horrible things had he done in his life that Ryu had no idea about? What land of white bones was the Agnes clan's number 2 ranking built upon? These thoughts caused a searing pain time to climb up from his stomach with such ferocity that Ryu almost vomited from where he stood. Without another word to his grandfather, who was currently pointing at him in mute anger, Ryu attempted to go and help his mother to her feet. But who would have known that he would be greeted with a piercing wind headed directly to his gut? Before the blind Ryu could react, the small foot of a woman cracked 3 of his ribs, sending him flying to the opposite wall. The small foot of his own mother. "You useless, unfilial child. Do as your grandfather says." A shrill cry filled with desperation, rage, embarrassment, but most shocking of all, resolution, filled Ryu's ears. He coughed weakly, blood falling from his lips as he struggled to stand. In the end, a self-deprecating laughter left his lips. "I hope after I leave today," Ryu spoke softly, "that the Agnes clan disowns me completely. I never want anything to do with you all again." With nothing but a lonely back, Ryu walked out of the room. Chapter 46. Punishment Grounds. Ryu didn't know how he had expected those matters to conclude, but what he did know was that it was far worse than he imagined. He had barely taken a single step out of his grandfather's study before he found himself flying backward after a hand grabbed the back of his collar. His grandfather's rage reached a fever pitch, causing him to punish Ryu by the strictest laws allowed by the clan texts. Ryu was stripped to his barest undergarments and dragged to the clan punishment grounds. With the sun burning high in the sky, the earth beneath his feet crunched with a coarse heat, burning the soles of his feet. His frail, ice-white skin took the brunt of the punishment, facing the beating streams of light without protection. Ironically, the only thing that protected him from a next day filled with red, painful blisters was the crimson blood that soon flowed from his wounds. The sound of a cracking whip violently tore through the ambience of the clan gathering. Confused expressions colored the faces of those attending, many of whom didn't understand how to properly react to this abrupt change. Whenever there was punishment to be doled out, proper announcements would be made, and crimes would be listed off as a deterrence. But clearly none of this had happened this time around. Crowds of Agnes clan main and branch members hurried to follow the source of the noise, putting down what they were doing for the sake of curiosity. However, none of them expected the sight they saw upon reaching the sand and dirt field of the punishment grounds. Ryu's small wrists were bound tightly by blood-soaked ropes and then attached to a short pole before him. His bare knees were scraped by the earth beneath them, having been forced to kneel by the position of his tied hands. By now, his frail and delicate back was nowhere to be seen. Instead, its view was replaced by what looked like a fresh carcass, torn apart by the teeth of ravenous wolves. His face was partially covered by his black-dyed hair, sticking to his face due to some sick sweat and blood mixture. In the end, the only thing that left him the slightest bit of dignity was the pair of loose, now reddened underwear that could hardly cling to his skinny waist. Many gasped in the horror of what they were seeing. A hesitating servant brandished a thorn-laced beast tendon whip, too scared to swing once more, but even more scared of the glaring clan patriarch that stood to his side. In the end, his fear of killing Ryu was outweighed by what he feared Patriarch Agnes would do if he tried to back out of his duties. The whip continued to crack forward, snapping through the air with a ferocity that made those who witnessed every flesh and blood connection cringe. It was at that moment that the Garrus clan entourage also made their way to the punishment grounds. How could the former general miss a chance to poke fun at the Agnes clan? He still had some built-up anger toward Patriarch Agnes for his negotiating tactics, but he was even more angered toward Ryu for so blatantly disrespecting him. At first, when he noticed that it was Ryu, he almost laughed. In fact, the 4 guards who always followed him and his granddaughter actually did. They found it hilarious that the kid who was acting as though he had the whole world in his palm just minutes earlier was essentially being spanked before the eyes of everyone. However, Patriarch Garrus somehow didn't find this scene funny at all. To his side, Yana nearly fainted in horror. If it wasn't for her grandfather's palm stopping her fall backward, the frail beauty would have collapsed entirely. The sounds of the cracking whip didn't cease even as the crowd grew. Maybe it was only after 10 whips became 20, and 20 whips became 30, that those watching suddenly felt that something was off. What could a clan heir have possibly done to earn such a severe punishment? It simply didn't make any sense. Even for the worst crimes committed by those of the main branch, things like thievery would only result in 10 lashes at the most. Of course, matters were different if you were of a branch family, but this was the young heir they were talking about. Plus, he was a young man that only came back to these ancestral grounds once a year for a week at most. Up to now, he had only been here for a few hours. What crime could he have possibly committed in this time frame? Tears fell like torrential rain from Yana's small face. "Grandfather, help him!" Her voice was drowned out by the sound of the cracking whip, but it was obvious what she wanted by how she tugged on her grandfather's sleeve. Patriarch Garrus frowned. He came here to laugh, but it wasn't his place to interfere in the matters of another clan. Even if their trajectories were different, the Agnes clan was still far more powerful than his Garrus clan, especially within the capital city. The truth was that even if Patriarch Agnes wanted to kill his grandson right before him, he'd still have no right to interfere. Still, it was clear that the old man had lost his mind. Even if Ryu's mother was an Agnes, Ryu's last name was still Tor. You couldn't simply whip a prince like this in public without facing consequences. What do you think would happen to the Cedar clan if they suddenly found out that the first prince was punished by his mother's clan? All hell would break loose. At this thought, the former general hesitated. Would the royal clan really react the same way for this 4th prince of theirs? Who would ostracize such a powerful clan for a useless prince? If it was a lesser clan, it could be justified to protect the prestige of the royal family, but the Agnes clan was no normal family. By the time the 50th crack resounded through the clan's land, even those who had been laughing began to feel their smiles freeze. Wasn't this too far? Come to think of it, they hadn't heard this boy make a single sound from beginning to end. Could it be that he was already dead? The mixture of sweat and blood dripped from Ryu's body. Eventually, the dye that coated his hair couldn't withstand the onslaught of tortured liquid, causing a dense blackness to join them. The darkness colored the ground beneath his lowered head as his hair's true whiteness began to slowly shine through. "Stop!" It was only then that Patriarch Agnes called for the servant to stop. He didn't do this to protect Ryu's dark secret, but rather didn't want such a stain to attach itself to his Agnes clan. Toss him into the dungeon. Chapter 48. Bloody Cross. When the former general heard these words, his frown deepened. "You don't think this is too far, old man Agnes?" A rage prickled the old patriarch's brow. "It isn't your place to question the matters of the Agnes clan." This roar was filled with such a deep anger that Patriarch Garrus said no more. There was simply no point. He had clearly already made up his mind. The servant stepped forward, untying the ropes from Ryu's wrist and being perfectly prepared to have no choice but to carry the young heir's body away. But before he could, a bloodied hand connected to a contorted wrist of blood and mangled meat pushed his hand away. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Ryu slowly stood. His legs wobbled beneath him, nearly collapsing more times than they cared to count. But in the end, he raised up to his full height. An ugly bruise of purples, greens and blacks covered his chest, making it obvious at a glance that several of his ribs were broken. His back was so mangled that pieces of whole flesh fell from his exertion, leaving a path of meat chunks behind him. His lips formed a thin line, but his jaw somehow remained relaxed. His eyes remained closed without a hint of tears or quivering. Even his steps were far steadier than they should have been. A deep pride and disdain for the world followed his slow pace. He didn't sweep his head left or right. He simply followed a singular straight line. However, this straight line wasn't to the dungeon as his grandfather said. Instead, it was very clearly toward the outside of the clan. "Where do you think you're going?" Patriarch Agnes roared. Ryu's steps paused. Pressing his thumb firmly against the side of his pointing finger, he caused his nail to protrude as far out as it would go. Without a hint of hesitation, he stabbed this thumb over his heart, drawing a cross upward before crossing back once more to form a bloody X. There were no more words needed. The reddening then subsequent blackening of Patriarch Agnes' face was all that was needed to understand the gravity of what Ryu had just done. In the martial world, there was no fiercer symbol than this bloody cross. It signified the cutting of ties to the deepest level. Without a look back, his steps continued forward, crossing a sea of spectators unable to withstand his steady steps. Still, his grandfather's rage reached a fever pitch. The eyes of those spectating could only widen as a sword appeared in his hand. "You unfilial You fool!" The former general stepped forward, slapping old man Agnes' attack away. "Do you even understand what it means now that he's cut off ties from the Agnes clan? He's solely a member of the Tor clan now. Do you think the Imperial censors could allow you to trample on that truth?" Before old man Agnes could even understand the gravity of his own actions, Ryu's back view had disappeared from the eyes of many. The events of today, it was impossible for them to remain hidden. "Your Majesty, this has gone too far." The imperial court had once more descended into chaos. The last time it suffered such a tsunami of complaints was just after Ryu's birth, and now, ironically, just 11 years later, it was facing another dispute surrounding the very same young man. King Tor sat on his throne with yet another deep frown on his face. As much as he'd like to summon Ryu here to explain himself, the boy had slipped into a coma the moment he closed his courtyard door. He spoke to no one, he made no sounds, and in the end, it was just a few hours later that the news spread like wildfire. To think that not only had he cut off all ties to the Agnes clan, he had made his way back to the palace by walking the streets of the capital city. A matter that would have already been terrible became even worse by the news of a bloodied, half-naked prince bleeding through the streets of Tor City. Shouldn't you look into why the prince is in a coma before you start complaining about his actions? A minister who stood in a minority faction retorted. He and his colleagues had long been dissatisfied with the way the Tor imperial court functioned. The prince comes back to the palace half dead, and your first reaction is to scold him for cutting ties to the clan that likely did this to him. "You naive fool!" The other ministers pounced on this man like a fresh piece of meat. "How many miles are there between the Agnes clan grounds and the royal palace?" "Over a dozen. You expect me to believe that a critically injured blind boy without an ounce of cultivation made his way such a distance alone? Imperial Censor Orson sneered. This is obviously another temper tantrum being thrown by the fourth prince. He doesn't understand matters of importance, and can only act like a selfish and petulant child. He'd rather see the Tor clan burn to the ground than face the fact he simply isn't as good as his elder brothers. This matter of the Agnes clan was no joke. In fact, it was quite serious. This meeting was called immediately after everything was brought to light. What was the purpose of the king marrying the young mistresses of the Pillar clans? Was the purpose not to solidify ties for future generations? If a prince unceremoniously cut off ties with the clan his mother had married into the royal clan to connect them with, then what was the point? Ryu's actions could cut off an entire generation's worth of carefully planned politics. Although they didn't say the words aloud, many ministers couldn't help but look forward with an "I told you so" expression. If they had killed Ryu at birth, how could this mess have happened? Seeing his moment to shine, Imperial Censor Briggs' round belly rippled, swooping in at the key moment once more. I believe that with these events, we're justified in accepting the proposal of the Lance and Viri kingdoms. Your Majesty, we've given the fourth prince enough leeway and he's responded by slapping our faces. There's no need to stall the very first co-kingdom coronation game for his sake. Imperial Censor Digby sighed, his old frame shaking while a flash of killing intent emitted from Imperial Censor Orson. A moment of silence washed over the court as they all looked toward the king. Chapter 49, Death Date. The king sat silently, his forehead practically glued to his hand as he stewed. Just days ago, news of the destruction of the Natural Order sect took the kingdoms by storm and was obviously not a matter that could be ignored. Although the various clans and sects were hesitating with the immortal plane in mind, everyone was very much aware of the fact everything was now working on a very fast timeline, one that was taking them all for a ride. When the kingdoms learned of the reason behind the Natural Order sect's destruction, they felt emboldened. Not only did this news likely mean that their other sects weren't in danger, but it also proved that it wasn't their fault that the Or's kingdom lost their backer. With these reasonings in hand, the kingdoms felt justified in splitting the resources of the Natural Order sect among them, but there were a few problems that still lay in wait for them. For one, although they dared to split the resources of the Natural Order sect, they didn't dare to do so while stepping outside the rules set by the immortal plane. Since the Natural Order sect had been destroyed, this meant that the matter of splitting their resources was entirely left to the secular world. This was because it was Or's kingdom, a secular world construct, that was defending this now abandoned land. Essentially, this meant that remaining sects could only have minimal involvement in the coming events. Secondly, they were on a timeline. King Ors was already very close to the spiritual severing realm. The moment he stepped into this realm, all of their planning would be for naught. As for the reason this was true, it was simple. If the resources of an entire sect were suddenly funneled into the secular world, not only would the three remaining sects be unallowed to retaliate, but the Or's royal clan would suddenly become far stronger than their respective kingdoms. Although it was true that even if this came to fruition, the Or's kingdom would never take the initiative to attack three enemies, it would be more than enough to hold them off until the sect could be rebuilt. Simply put, if King Or succeeded, the Or's kingdom would gain great power while still following the rules imposed by the immortal plane. At the same time, the sects would be unallowed to interfere since Or's kingdom would still technically be part of the secular world. The only caveat would be the king Ors also wouldn't be allowed to interfere directly. If these events occurred in this way, it could actually become a blessing for Or's kingdom. Thirdly, and maybe most importantly, if they wanted to band together to deal with Op's kingdom now, they had to minimize as much infighting among them as possible. The only way to do this was to decide a method of splitting their treasures without causing internal disputes. And this was where the co-kingdom coronation games came into play. According to the plan, the kingdoms would introduce their coronation games together, allowing all of their heirs to compete with one another. This would work out perfectly since all of their heirs would be 18 long before King Ors was estimated to break through. Plus, with the competition that often occurred between these four kingdoms, this seemed like a logical next step. None of them believed the Or's kingdom would reject this chance either. This was because after the Natural Order sect was destroyed, their fate took a massive hit. If nothing was done soon, they would begin experiencing terrible natural disasters in the coming years. However, if they did well during these games, then they'd be able to raise the confidence their citizens had in them and their future. The final step of this plan simply relied on the rankings. Simply put, they'd give the Ops kingdom a lane for survival. If they placed first amongst them all, then their kingdoms would back off and never think of the Natural Order sect's resources. However, if they placed anywhere but first, the treasures would split 4 ways based on rankings. This way, a war didn't even need to be fought. Still, there was only one problem. These events had to take place before King Ops' breakthrough, or else it would all be meaningless. And unfortunately for Ryu, he was by far the youngest of the royal clan heirs. While all others would reach the 18-year-old threshold, little Ryu wouldn't. When some ministers raised this issue, they were received with disdain. So what if the coronation games were supposed to happen when one turned 18? Did anyone here believe that Ryu would be able to improve enough to have any sort of mark with just an extra few years? Raising this point was laughable. After multiple rounds of debates, many pointed out that the third prince was only 2 years older than Ryu, yet no one was worried about him. Clearly this was a matter of lackluster abilities and not youth. Why would you pity a young man born with everything who decided to do nothing with his life? Such an existence shouldn't be allowed in the royal clan to begin with. Others still argued that the third prince was actually closer to 3 years older than Ryu, having been born slightly more than 2 years and a half earlier than Ryu. If they went through with the timeline as it currently stood, Ryu would be by far the youngest at 15, while the third prince would have already crossed the appropriate 18-year-old boundary. But these arguments fell on deaf ears. By the end, King Tor managed to push off such talks until today. And obviously, this now had an evident ending. Finally, King Tor spoke solemnly. "Tell the kingdoms that we accept their proposal. 4 years from now, the first co-kingdom coronation games will take place. It's best to not tell the fourth prince about this in order to avoid any more mishaps. Write it into law if you have to." With those words left lingering in the air, the king turned and left. While his death date was being decided, Ryu had slipped into what would become a coma of several months. By the time he awoke, he would find only Imperial Doula Miriam by his side. The old doula was so excited when Ryu's eyes finally fluttered open that she almost threw a small party for the two of them. It was only under Ryu's insistence that she gave up on the idea. Still, Ryu felt a comforting warmth. Maybe others would be hurt by this reality, but, at least in the endless cold he faced, there was at least someone who was by his side. Chapter 50, Dream. Imperial Doula Miriam slowly helped Ryu sit up. Slowly, slowly. You've been asleep for so long that you're definitely suffering from more than a few bedsores. Also, your muscles have significantly weakened. It's okay to rely on this old lady. I might look frail, but I'm still a pulse-opening realm expert. Ryu coughed slightly under the strain, but still managed a small smile. Aren't there babies out there who need your help far more than me? I'm retired. This old lady can spend her time as she pleases. She spoke dismissively, raising a cup of water to Ryu's dry lips. She had tried to keep him hydrated during his coma, but it was extremely difficult. In the end, she had no choice but to sustain his life with her own energy. She felt gratified that she had given her life to the medical field. Taking Ryu's weak body into her arms, she carried him into the bathhouse, meticulously stripping away his dirted clothes. Ryu didn't seem too embarrassed by this prospect, as he had long since treated the old doula as his grandmother. Plus, if he didn't receive this help, he didn't believe that he could do it alone. Imperial Doula Miriam sighed when she saw the sight of Ryu's bare back. His spine protruded outward along with his ribs, and his skin had become so sickly that thinned veins of blue and green were clearly visible. But, by far the worst part was the visage of terrible scars that ran across his shoulders and back like the trenches of a muddy battlefield. "Is it that bad?" Ryu said through a pained chuckle. How could a mortal body not scar in the face of such torture? Ryu had already expected as much. It's bad. But it isn't the end of the world. A man with battle scars is the dream of any woman. Having learned that lying to her little Ryu would accomplish nothing, she used a different tactic. Maybe if the scars were earned on the battlefield, Ryu said softly, I'm not sure if there's a market for men who gain scars being beaten by their own grandfather and mother. A pained expression colored the old duelist's face as she brought a warm, moist toilette to Ryu's back to begin wiping the accumulated dirt and grime from him, although a sort of phantom pain overwhelming Ryu as he felt each bump of every one of his scars. He bit the inside of his lip to stop himself from crying out. Maybe in the face of his pride, keeping silent was easier for him. But he had always been the most vulnerable around Miriam. Would you like to listen to a story? Imperial Doula Miriam asked. The truth was that Ryu had been banned from the royal library ever since he was old enough to read. Of course, this didn't make too much of a difference considering he was blind, but there were many sections of the library he was still unallowed to send his own servants to. In the end, much of his entertainment came from the old doula telling him stories. Truth be told, it was because of Miriam that Ryu was able to gain a scope of what the world held. He learned about concepts he had never experienced himself, broadening his horizons to new heights. Maybe the only thing the old doula had never told him was just why he was ostracized by his family. Still, Ryu was intelligent. Was he really born blind? Why did he have such vivid memories about what things looked like then? Plus, why was it that his hair was forcibly dyed every day? Why was it that his third brother had called his mother a whore back then? Anyone with half a mind could begin to piece together the meaning behind all of these things. Even without knowing the true story, Ryu's guess wasn't too far from the reality. It was a truth he found hilarious if not utterly enraging, but it was somehow his truth, nonetheless. How about I tell you a story instead? Ryu smiled. Where did you come by this story? Miriam said with a surprised expression. Ryu looked off into the distance. While he was in his coma, he had had a dream so vivid that it almost seemed real to him. But when he awoke, he was slapped with reality. How could such a perfect life be his own? What a joke. But he felt that if he didn't speak this dream aloud, it would disappear from his mind forever. If that happened, Ryu didn't know if he'd survive. Although he hadn't broken down yet, he was akin to a tattered feather blowing in the wind, still unable to grasp his own future. Let's just say it was a dream of mine, Ryu said lightly. Oh? The old lady is listening. On the highest plane of all of existence, there exists a mountain so tall that even the clouds can only hug its feet. 3 moons shine among the stars at night, and 3 suns blaze in the morning air. Chapter 51, Mental Realm. Soon, time began to crawl forward once more. Drying the tears, Imperial Doula Miriam cried over Ryu's story. Neither knew the ending to the story, but they both wordlessly accepted its importance. Over the next few months, Ryu never left his courtyard. Although this was completely by choice, it was likely that even if he had wanted to, he couldn't have. The situation with the Agnes clan eventually became a story of old. But the consequence resulted in Leilani being demoted once more to the role of third concubine. It was no surprise that Patriarch Agnes threw yet another fit over this matter as well. Everyone knew that the former third concubine Celine and mother of both princesses would be bedridden for the rest of her life, yet Leilani had been relegated beneath her. To make matters worse, Leilani had birthed the king a son. Within the martial world, and especially within ruling kingdoms, the value of a son far outweighed that of daughters. The act of demoting Leilani was not only a slap to her face, but a resounding one to Ryu's as well, if he cared, that is. During this time, Ryu was in a world of his own. To those on the outside, looking in, he seemed to have given up on life entirely. He hardly spoke. He would spend days on end meditating without pause, and he even seemed to reject any modicum of love that wasn't from Imperial Doula Miriam. Of course, his elder sisters visited him every few months when they could, but these visits grew further apart as their children grew. Ryu's little niece and nephew of course went through their own awakening ceremonies, and since this was such an important time for their growth, they could no longer leave the sect as they willed. Although they weren't born with Earth grade talents, they both had black skeletal grades, making them far more talented than the average cultivator. In a few decades, they would soon become backbones of the heavenly body sect. As for Ryu, his days were simple. He would eat, listen to Granny Miriam's stories, and meditate. He had lived a life of darkness until now, and at first it had been a source of pain. But now, it was an escape. Ryu felt that the longer and more fiercely he meditated, the more real those visions of his dream became. That huge mountain, that familial piety, that first true love, it all, almost in tragic humor, felt like his. All of these images made Ryu's own life seem like nothing more than a joke. Could his family even be called one? He suddenly felt that it made sense his heart had never been swayed by the women here. How could any of them compare to even a tenth of his pink-haired goddess? But the reality was that Ryu was awake now. When his eyes opened, his heart shattered into pieces he still hadn't found even now. He had never felt such a fierce pain in his life, not when his mother hurt him, not when his father abandoned him, not even when he was whipped before hundreds of spectators. That heart-wrenching, soul-tearing pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Him staying indoors became about more than escaping the sneering voices on the outside. It was about settling within an environment he himself could control. Maybe if he thought hard enough, maybe if he meditated and reached a deep enough state, he could forever sink into that reality and make it his own. He didn't know what kept him going, but a small voice in that back of his mind kept telling him that this was his last chance to make something great of himself. Ryu couldn't help but laugh at the voice. Even in his fanciful dream, the man who had everything still couldn't fight against fate. He ended up attempting a second awakening only to die just like millions who had tried before him. If even that lofty figure failed, a man who was capable of far more than him, then what chance did he have? Still, Ryu kept going. What else could he do? In truth, he still aspired to be like the man in his dream. Although the man failed, he was still brave enough to fight against his circumstances, something that Ryu himself couldn't boast. Even so, Ryu decided to do what he could. Through meditation, Ryu's mental realm unknowingly grew stronger and the memories of his dream grew more vivid. His daily meditation, something he had been doing since he was a toddler, suddenly became the sweetest part of his life. It was only during those sessions that he could relive that Ryu's life, to feel as he did, to love as he did, to smile as he did. In truth, even Ryu didn't know what path he was headed down. He could only piece things together from what he had heard. One's mental realm wasn't just about seeking out energy like other paths of cultivation. In fact, Ryu didn't even know what spiritual chi was at this point. All he knew was that those around him often used the concept of mental realms and mental fortitude interchangeably. He could still remember his mother mentioning wanting to cultivate her mental realm to the point of Queen Tor's back when he was just 3 years old. Then, she hadn't been referring to energy, she had just meant a state of mind. These ideas weren't much, but it was what little Ryu grasped a hold of. He began to steadily grow his patience, learning to clear his mind for longer and longer periods of time. He had no purpose in mind other to sink deeper into that dream of his. What Ryu didn't know at this point was that all the hardship he had faced in the life was steadily building a path toward something great, gradually refining and tempering his mental realm. Whether he would be able to grasp this opportunity would be entirely left to him. As Ryu meditated as he had done all his life, the 4 kingdoms and their citizens were moving around excitedly. The first ever co-kingdom coronation game had been announced, and the banners of national pride had never been risen with such ferocity and passion. Everyone from the poorest to richest man animatedly discussed the odds of victory. Soon, profiteers opened gambling establishments, accepting bets even though the event was several more years away. However, this was when an old woman the king hadn't accounted for caught wind of the news. Or rather, he had, but he hadn't accounted for her willingness to risk her life for a child that wasn't her own. Chapter 52. To run. Come little Ryu, you've spent too long sitting in one place. You must exercise your body. Imperial doula Miriam's once soft and lovable features suddenly became stern, surprising Ryu. He couldn't see her face, but he could very clearly hear that she was leaving no room for objection. Ryu's brow furrowed slightly. He was too intelligent to not pick up on the fact that something was wrong. But he somehow felt that asking now was useless. The old doula had become used to his intelligence long ago, so he lost the ability to corner her with words anymore. Whenever she felt like he would succeed, she would simply break whatever rules of engagement he lay by using her seniority. Smiling triumphantly, Imperial Doula Miriam helped Ryu stand. "Look at you, you're even more frail than before. You've lost what little muscle mass you had before. We need to start slowly. Overdoing it will only harm you. How do you expect to bring me little babies to play with like this? Up you go." Thus, just like this, little Ryu was forced into a training regimen he wanted no part of. Still, the old doula was right, his body really was too weak. In fact, his muscle atrophy had only gotten worse in recent months due to the fact he sat in silence for such long periods of time. This was a good change of pace for him. In the beginning, simply walking around his courtyard would cause Ryu to gasp for breath. Despite being ostracized by his family for reasons still largely unknown to him, he still had more than 100 acres of land to himself. Just a single trip around was just slightly under 2 kilometers. Heaven knows how he covered the distance between the palace and the Agnes clan. However, even throughout his torturous walks, Ryu discovered something interesting. His ability to delve into his world of dreams became greater the more he pushed himself. Could it be that it was possible to train one's mental realm through physical exercise as well? A new world was opening up to Ryu. What had begun as an effort to appease the only person he cared for in this life had suddenly become something he strove to do even without her persistence. Some mornings, Imperial Doula Miriam would come by to find that Ryu had long since awoken. Although she was used to the young boy being awake by dawn, he would usually be meditating. But who knew that hell would have frozen over and the fourth prince would have found a love in physical torture? Over time, little Ryu progressed from only being able to walk to briskly quickening his pace. Eventually, he could just barely manage a light jog for a few minutes before collapsing. It wasn't long before Ryu learned that there were ways to push his body to its limits without physical training. Sometimes he would see how long he could go without sleep. Other times he would wake up before the moon set to jump into the ice-cold waters of his property lake. As though this wasn't enough, he would even fast for weeks at a time, wondering what limits his body could endure. Truth be told, if it wasn't for Imperial Doula Miriam's care and experience in the medical field, Ryu would have long since passed the point of no return. The kinds of things his mind was prepared to do weren't the sorts of things his body could survive. You must understand, little Ryu. Growing stronger is just as much about rest as it is about work. A body can only grow with time. In the same vein, there needs to be a balance between all things. Strength is just as important as flexibility. Under normal circumstances, Imperial Doula Miriam would have stopped Ryu at all costs, even if it meant tying him up. But she suddenly realized that if she didn't allow him to punish himself now, there was only death waiting. She had to prepare Ryu. It wasn't that she had any faint hope that he could survive the coronation games. In fact, she had no such hope at all. She only wanted his body to grow strong enough so that he could run. He needed to run. There you go, reach down as far as you can. Your elastic and well-stretched muscles will thank you later. Always emphasize this balance. What is the use of big muscles you can't make proper use of? Little Ryu reached toward his toes as best he could, grasping a hold of his feet. The strain on his face was clear, but he continued to persevere, making use of the breathing technique the old doula taught him. Another one of her sayings was about the importance of oxygen, but that just made Ryu wonder if he could train his mental realm by holding his breath for extended periods of time as well. By now, it had been almost 3 months since Ryu had begun his training. He made about as much progress as one could expect in such a short period of time. Still, he had begun to fill out his immature body to a certain extent. At the very least, his spine didn't protrude from his back like it once had. Truth be told, the old doula was shocked by Ryu's recovery ability. But this realization only made her sigh. He had such a good constitution for cultivation, but it had been barred from him. Are you ever going to tell me why you had me start training my body? Ryu's question was perfectly timed, spoken just as Imperial Doula Miriam displayed a slight mental weakness and pity toward him. It was a bit underhanded, but Ryu felt like he needed answers. The old doula sighed. She knew she couldn't keep this from Ryu forever, but she felt like telling him would have no use. What would happen? Wouldn't he just hate his family more? Disdain his life to an even greater extent? Lament his misfortunes and scorn the heavens? What good would that do? Ryu shook his head, realizing Miriam had no intention of telling him. What about the reason why this is my life? Can you at least tell me why my father hates me? Why my brothers don't treat me as one? Imperial doula Miriam trembled. This was yet another story she withheld from Ryu. The truth was that she wasn't born on this plane, so its history wasn't at the forefront of her mind when little Ryu was born. But, when she found out the truth, she couldn't help but hold a deep disgust for the methods of the royal family. At first, she had wanted to spare Ryu this pain, but if little Ryu succeeded in running away from this depraved life, he needed to know the truth so that he could protect himself. You're very good at cornering this old lady. A breath escaped Miriam's wrinkled lips. I don't know how you'll react to the story, but you must stay strong. Okay, little Ryu? Never blame yourself for the narrow-mindedness of others. The old doula paused, collecting her thoughts. As you know, many years ago, the mortal planes were embroiled in war. What many don't know is that this war was a trickle-down effect of matters that occurred in the highest immortal plane. Chapter 53, White Devil. Like this, Imperial doula Miriam's story progressed. Several cycles of several 100 million years ago, a world-changing event took place on the highest immortal plane, the Shrine Plane. In an instant, a world that had been awash in peace for so long became embroiled in war. The details were unknown to those of the lower planes, but the Shrine Plane essentially became sealed before being replaced by a new highest plane. As matters stood now, there were still 3 mortal planes, but the immortal planes had become 4-3 open and 1 sealed. Of course, if there was a war, there was a victor. This winning army marched on the lower planes, uprooting the previously laid foundations of fate and building their own. In the end, old factions fell and new ones rose up. However, this army never bothered to step onto the mortal planes. Considering it beneath them, they allowed mortals to wallow in chaos. Without the familiar structures of fate above them, mortals lost their belief systems, essentially becoming cut off from the world above. Although those with stronger foundations raised their families and sects to the higher planes to escape, the weak had no such option and could only bask in their own inferiority. With this pain and strife came more, starting a vicious cycle of planes bathed in blood and gore. Since the immortals had abandoned them, they had no choice but to forge their own paths, leading to masochistic wars for supremacy. Unfortunately, they were to believe that they were in control of their own destinies. The structure of fate in any world was highly important. In the same way mortals benefited from immortals, the opposite can also be possible. It was because of this truth that while some immortal clans and sects couldn't be bothered to care about those of the mortal plane, others had eyes that flashed with greed, realizing that there lay an untapped reservoir of potential. This shift in thought came with a time the competition within the immortal plane had reached a new height. With so many scrambling to enter their realm, the concentration of clan and sects far outweighed the concentration of resources. As a result, the mortal plane became a potential breeding ground. Stories of virgins with special skeletal grades being whisked away became a matter of daily life. Oftentimes, cults and religions would be formed, forcing devotion upon large groups of weak people in order to propagate faith. At the same time, those who were arguably the most vicious made empty promises of grandeur, only to destroy the hopes and dreams of those unlucky enough to believe their words. The concept of fate and faith was vast. But the simplest truth was that it heavily relied on strong feelings of emotion. This said, which was easier, to elicit feelings of true loyalty and love, or to provoke feelings of deep animosity and hate? The answer was obvious. With the previous structure of the martial world, those on the above immortal planes placed restrictions on the abilities of higher planes to influence lower ones in this way. Instead, higher immortal planes usually created subordinate clans to slowly foster feelings of loyalty and steadily grow a sustainable source of faith. However, the victor of the war didn't care for such things. The victors believed that the marital world was an inherently cruel world. How had their ancestors defeated the ancient beasts? Was it not through absolute strength? The stars foretold of a great calamity, the likes of which humans wouldn't survive unless the weak were weeded out. This star reading wasn't a new one. The return of the ancient beasts had been telegraphed for several eras already. The problem was that no one knew when it was coming. Still, that didn't stop the victors from approaching the matter in their own way. How could anyone refute them? Had they not overthrown the previous system with their own power? Had they not single-handedly ended the Golden Era to usher in the Martial Era? Their power was undeniable, their fists were the largest, so was it not logical that they were also correct? If the previous system was so great, why did it crumble so easily? With these new beliefs in place, the mortal plane had no choice but to suffer. However, this new philosophy brought about an unexpected change. After several billion years of being suppressed, mental realm masters finally made a reappearance. Now that the stigma around foul methods had been removed, at least when they occurred out of sight, they came back in full force, establishing some of the most powerful clans, sects and factions the martial world had to offer. As could be expected, one of these clans wreaked havoc on the mortal planes. Their cults and religions shone the brightest. After all, they could manipulate the very minds of their victims, making them truly believe that the bad done to them was actual good, while the vile will of their clans would actually be beneficial to them. Even to this day, stories of their horror still survived. Tales of daily public executions and tortures, of live mass burials, and of families turning on one another in murder and bloodshed. Some said that the various cults became incestuous hubs, birthing deformed children to display as though they were some sort of circus act. Others said that these deformed children were actually taken as newborns to be tortured. Their limbs were slowly pulled apart, causing grotesque contortions. Their eyes to gouged out and placed into newly cut and unnatural holes in their bodies, then reconnected via disturbing medical techniques. Certain few even recollected stories of such newborns being sewn together to forcefully live the rest of their lives conjoined. The reality of the matter was that not just one, but all of these stories were true. These were the dark days of the mortal realm, a darkness that pervaded all three planes. Some believed their remnants still remained in the form of small factions and abandoned ruins. These scum were known as the White Devil Cult. A sad expression colored her features as she gently grasped Ryu's hand. Aside from their overwhelming mental realms, their only markers were their white hair and silver eyes. The answer was now obvious. If the people came to know that a prince of their kingdom looked like those who took the head during the darkest times in their history, how would they react? Maybe they'd start to question if those dark days were back. Maybe they'd think that his mother had had an affair behind his father's back. Along with a myriad of other things, there was no way their fate could survive this. Ryu couldn't help but release a sad laugh. Chapter 54. Run, 1. After listening to Imperial Doula Miriam's tale of the history of the mortal planes, Ryu put the thought of ever reconciling with his family to the back of his mind. If they could treat him like this for the sake of a history so old it was practically more legend than reality, then he had no interest in ever treating them family. In truth, Ryu knew that his ostracization was related to his appearance, but he had always framed it in a fashion that placed the blame on his shoulders. Maybe he had a disease that wouldn't allow him to live for long, so despite his talent, it didn't make sense for him to become king. Or maybe his mother had fallen in love with some unknown man who passed on the genes to give him this appearance. The imperial censors would have likely hidden the truth for the sake of saving the king's face. Although that also wouldn't be his fault, at the very least he could understand the concept of a child bearing the sins of his parents. But this reason was unacceptable to him. To bear the sins of not his own mother or father, but the sins of disgusting, vile human beings of an era long past. How could you subject a child to such a thing? For the sake of your kingdom? What was a kingdom worth if it was built upon a foundation of foolishness? Ryu channeled all of his frustrations into deepening his mental realm. Every bit of emotion and rage suddenly became a rushing fall of energy that fueled his training. Even without truly understanding what he was doing all of this for, he still found himself wholly willing to give his everything, if for nothing else but to forget his own cruel life. Over the next 2 years, although Ryu was nothing compared to cultivators, he had diligently trained himself to a top percentile of mortals his age. In addition, as his 13th birthday approached, his frame began to fill out as well. He stood at just over 1.85 meters tall. His back and shoulders had widened, and his legs had a slender, but explosive strength to them. By now, he could consistently run a mile in under 4 minutes, something that should have been impossible for a normal mortal who hadn't reached full maturity. It was clear that his disposition for cultivation was shining through even without his meridians being awakened. However, aside from physical feats much like this one, Ryu was more enamored with his ability to conquer mental barriers. Accomplishments related to how long he could hold his breath, go without sleep, or meditate in total stillness were still matters he placed above all else. During this time, by his side, Imperial Doula Miriam remained his ever-caring helper. It was her who reminded him of the importance of rest, and it was also her who diligently planned his meals. The palace chefs raised eyebrows when the fourth prince, who had always eaten so little, had suddenly become akin to a ravenous beast. They even thought that the old doula was hoarding food until it was confirmed that the fourth prince truly did eat it all. Although his family was terrible to him, it luckily wasn't to the point of starving him. The king didn't care for such small matters related to the palace food budget, nor did the imperial censors dare to step over their bounds any more than they already had. They could already feel that King Tor was losing patience with them more and more by the day. It was clear that while they thought they were being clever in their slow power grab, the king saw right through them. Just like this, little Ryu continued a lifestyle that would have been monotonous to anyone else. However, it was his escape. As the days passed, his dreams became clearer. The once vague faces became etched in reality, while the names he hadn't been able to label before were now all he could refer to them as. Subconsciously, he began to detach himself from reality. He could no longer see King Tor and third concubine Leilani as his parents. Their, albeit small, places in his heart were replaced by a valiant red-headed man and a gentle white-haired beauty. During dark nights when Imperial Doula Miriam would come to check on him, her old heart would break when she heard him mumbling mother and father in his sleep. Still, she could do nothing for him but tuck him in a little tighter and stroke his hair. On the day little Ryu learned the name of the pink-haired beauty, he smiled the first genuine smile of his pitiful life. He almost berated himself. How could he forget her name? The name of the woman he loved most in the world. It wasn't until after Ryu had that thought that he blinked himself back into reality and chuckled bitterly. He had almost thought that that dream was his real life for a moment. How could such a perfect woman fall for him? He was a mess. Another year passed and Ryu approached his 14th birthday. Like they did every year, he expected his elder sisters to visit for that day. But this didn't liven his mood. For the past 2 months, he had reached an insurmountable bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't improve any of his personal bests. It was as though he had reached the limits of his mortal body. But he felt like this was nonsense. Although he didn't know what skeletal grade he was born with, he was certain that it was at least of the black grade. This essentially meant that even without cultivation, his body should be able to withstand far more than a normal mortal. So, why were his so-called personal bests still within the normal limits of reason? What little Ryu didn't know was that it was impossible to improve his mental realm any further with his current mind state. How could a person more invested in a fake reality than his own be considered of strong mind? Ryu wanted to deepen his mental realm to delve further into the dream, but it was exactly for this reason that he was weak. Although his approach had worked for some time, there was no further path to be followed along it. Like this, Ryu's 14th birthday approached. He sunk into a helpless void he was unable to climb out of. Even in continuing his daily training, he found little to no joy in it. It was as though he was an addict who could no longer deepen his high.
Elena,
He mumbled in his sleep, tossing and turning. Little Ryu. Suddenly, a warm, aged hand shook Ryu awake, startling him. He knew that the old doula came to check on him sometimes, but she had never gone out of her way to awaken him. Quickly, get dressed. Today is the day we leave this place. Chapter 55. Run. 2. Little Ryu sat up from his bed, shocked at the words he just heard. but he immediately calmed down. He had been so focused on deepening his mental realm for the sake of some fake reality that he hadn't thought of something so obvious. Why else would Imperial Doula Miriam insist that he train for so long and hard if not for this purpose? Listen to me very carefully. The old doula tried to slow her beating heart. She had been consistently coming to Ryu's room like this for years for this very moment. There was no reason for her to feel so nervous now. It was just that she couldn't settle this uncomfortable feeling she was getting. You're a very smart boy, so I know I only need to repeat myself once. First here. Ryu felt the old doula's hands slip something onto his finger. When he looked down, he couldn't help but be shocked. A spatial ring? On the mortal planes, such an item was almost impossible to come by. Even the Agnes clan didn't have a single one. Maybe only the Cedar clan or the royal vaults would have such a treasure. Aside from that, they were practically all monopolized by the upper echelon of the sex. Inside of this ring, there are provisions for exactly half a year. Don't worry, I've already taken into account your increased appetite and any further increases it might have. I believe that, with your intelligence, this is all the buffer you'll need. But, just in case, I've added enough dry rations for an addition 3 years and enough water for 5. The old doula, despite knowing that they should be safe, spoke incredibly quickly, unable to stop her beating heart. The next thing you need to note is that I've written the formula for Meridian awakening ceremonies for you, and I've also left my cultivation technique within. Although it won't be perfectly suited to you, it will be good enough for now. I unfortunately wasn't able to procure the materials for you because I'm definitely being monitored, but you should know that even poor families can afford such a ceremony. With the money I've left you, you'll be able to pay for thousands if you so wish. Fourth, I've left a map of the kingdoms for you. I know that you are blind, but your senses have always been sharp. The map is within what a sect would call a memory jade. I've told you stories about them before, so you should understand how to use them. Correct? Ryu nodded stiffly. The old doula had told him such stories before. These magical jades could hold images and vast stores of memories. Even if Ryu was blind, it didn't matter. The contents would be projected directly into his mind. If he coupled this knowledge with his senses, he'd have an idea of the general directions he should head in. Fifth, I've left a mask for you as well as more than enough hair dye to last a lifetime. Never bathe where you might expect to come across people, and always make sure to apply it once a day. Miriam heavily emphasized this point. Since Ryu was blind, how could he see when his true color was beginning to shine through? The only way to combat this was to apply the dye regularly. The sixth is maybe the most important. You will never be safe on this highest mortal plane. I'm certain that the Tor royal clan will do everything in its power to find you. You must understand how to remain safe. Avoid large cities. Don't trust anyone. And sleep only in places you have multiple avenues of escape from. Within this ring, I've left you a letter. If it turns out that we are correct and your ceremony was sabotaged, I am certain that not only your skeletal grade, but also your Meridian and Bloodline grade will be of the Heaven grade at an absolute minimum. Such a talent is unconscionable on the mortal plane, and the outer ring sects of the immortal plane will fall over themselves to take you as a disciple. Ryu's eyes flashed at these words. The old doula had told him that she wasn't of this plane long ago, but he had assumed she was from a lower mortal plane. Could it be? As though reading Ryu's mind, the old doula shook her head. I am from the middle mortal plane. In fact, both me and my twin sister are. We were born with a special category of skeletal grade dubbed as causal fate. It's a bit difficult to explain in a few words, but essentially, unlike others, the actions each of us takes have a direct and obvious effect on the other. But these effects aren't always predictable. We were both born with Earth-grade meridians and bone structures. However, my choice to pursue the medical field to help others resulted in the first instance of our causal fate. She ended up receiving my talent as I had no interest in the martial way. This resulted in her gaining a Heaven skeletal grade and Heaven grade meridians. It wasn't long after that she was recruited by an outer ring sect of the pedestal plane. It likely won't be long until she gains a place among the inner ring, as dual Heaven grades are very rare. If you give the letter I've given you to my sister, I know that she will protect you. Although I've described the story as such, There is no animosity between my sister and I, we simply walk different paths. Remember that the location of her sect is the Outer Ring and that its name is the Awoken Moon Sect. Bide your time, strengthen your cultivation in hiding, and I'm certain that there'll come a day when you will be capable of crossing the immortal barrier. In fact, a master of the immortal plane might find you beforehand in acknowledgement of your talents and bring you up him or herself. However, little Ryu, the Imperial doula turned serious. If I am for any reason wrong, if your talent is worse than expected or if your ceremony wasn't sabotaged, you must give up on going to the immortal plane. Go to the middle mortal plane and find my family. They are very well off and will be able to protect you for a time. Even if I die, they won't dare to do anything to you because my will is my sister's will. They know this and won't harm you out of fear of her. Do you understand everything I've said? Do you need me to repeat anything? The quick flow of the old doula's words had hit Ryu like a brick, but he forcefully soaked them all in. In the end, he could only weakly nod. Unknowingly, his eyes had started to glisten with unshed tears. All his life, no matter what horrible things he suffered, he had never cried. Not once. But why was it that he felt the need to now? Why was it in all the words she had spoken, Imperial doula Miriam hadn't said a word about her coming with him? Why? Good. The old doula wiped her tears. I've spoken to your elder sisters. With their cultivation, they'll be able to take you out of the castle safely. After that, you'll be on your own. Wait, what? Little Ryu froze, his eyes icing over. I said I've spoken to your elder sisters. They're the only ones who've still shown care for you. A mournful croak escaped Ryu's lips. His voice almost sounded like that of a dying animal. Run. Run as far as you can. Now. Chapter 56. Run. 3. Ryu grabbed Imperial doula Miriam's body. He didn't stop to think for a moment that this frail old lady was actually far more powerful than he was. All he could think about was escaping as quickly as possible. In her confusion, the old doula didn't even remember that she could easily shake the little boy's hand from her wrist. Completely fallen into a daze, she could only follow as they ran out the back door of Ryu's room, sprinting across the bath hall, through the greenhouse, and into the large expanse of his personal backyard. It should have been a beautiful scene, with the moon and stars shining in the sky above, the lake just across from them gently flowing in the cool night air. It should have been exactly that. But it wasn't. Ryu's senses were immediately blocked by 6 individuals, for he recognized by their breathing and gait. But the other 2, he had never met before that, he was certain of. Despair built up within Ryu's chest, a heavy feeling of weakness overwhelming him. No matter how deeply he tried to breathe, it didn't seem like enough. It was as though his lungs had shriveled to 1/3 of their size, blocking him from the sustenance he needed. His grip on the old doula's wrist tightened, but he didn't know what to do. No matter how intelligent he was, his experience was nearly zero. He had no real-world knowledge, nor did he have any real training. Even if he did, of the 6 that stood before him now, 4 of them had cultivation. For a mortal like him, what chance did he stand? Suddenly, a lewd laughter came from one of the 2 Ryu didn't recognize. He was a handsome young man who wore a perpetual slanted smile on his face that tore apart his facade of elegance. His features were also overly pale, as though he hadn't seen the light of day all his life. It was shocking that a person with such an appearance could have any cultivation to speak of at all, yet he did. Why do they look like a pair of lovers escaping into the night to elope? Don't tell me your little brother has such a perverted fetish, Brother Amory? You haven't been doing your duty as first prince if you have such things going on right under your nose. The disgusting, lewd laughter continued. Its sound took over the whole of Ryu's senses. To him, there was only that laugh that filled him with a rage he was unable to vent. Your jokes are as crude as ever, Brother Atticus. Whether my 4th brother is having an affair with this old whore is none of my concern. By now, the old doula had frozen completely. Her aged and trusting mind couldn't comprehend just how this had happened. Hadn't she been careful? Hadn't she followed the same schedule for years, just for this day? What had gone wrong? Even until now, she hadn't doubted the elder sisters of Ryu. She couldn't comprehend it. As an older sister herself, she would put her life on the line if it meant protecting her younger sibling. She could never imagine that for the sake of some feeble empire, Ryu's two sisters who had always seemed to dote on him would do such a thing. To make matters worse, they were cowards. They didn't dare to come here to face the despair of a little boy and an old woman themselves. They were pathetic, spineless, worthless shells of a human being. It was at this moment that one of the four Ryu recognized and cleared his throat. This person was none other than Imperial Censor Orson. For the crime of attempting to kidnap a royal prince and shirking her duties as the Imperial doula, it has been decreed by His Royal Majesty that Miriam Varsun will be hereby stripped of her title and privileges. Over the years, scheming had turned the black eyes of the Imperial Censor into beady, snake-like ones. Even his voice made Ryu, who was already falling into the pits of hell, feel an added chill. Clearing his throat once more, the censor continued. After a thorough investigation, it's been found that the king's early infertility and inability to give birth to a son was tied to this former duelist dereliction of duty and horrid malpractice. This increases her sentence to 20 years of seclusion within the palace's ice dungeons. Ryu's trembling increased as tears fell from the old duelist's wrinkled face. She seemed to age several more decades in an instant, all her remaining energy leaving her like a fleeting fragrance in the wind. The conclusion of this investigation found traces of poison connected to the fourth prince's birth. This meridian-severing poison is likely tied to the prince's blindness, his odd hair color, and most definitely his inability to awaken his meridians. For the crime of an attempted assassination on a prince of the royal family, the sentence is execution by beheading. No! The rush of emotions Ryu felt were so fierce that he vomited on the spot. A horrible, gut-wrenching stench erupted from his lips, coating the dew-covered night grass with his hatred and animosity. He really must love her. What a sad sight. Such a handsome young man falling for an old hag. You really have closed off this little brother of yours to the world too much. You should have at least bought a few women from the local brothel for him. Would it really make that much of a difference? The second person Ryu didn't recognize interjected. His voice was so lazy that Ryu almost mistook him for his second brother. But their tones were too different. He's blind. It's probably all the same to him. Atticus made an aha sound as though he had finally understood. As expected of a top graduate of the Four Kingdoms Institute. You impress me more and more every day, Brother Silas. If you please. Imperial Censor Briggs, who had been in the background, motioned toward the fourth individual Ryu recognized. He was none other than his father's personal aide and death guard. His actions represented the king's will. If he was here, that meant King Tor sent him. The execution of a person, the only person that Ryu had ever felt something for in this life, had become the sideshow entertainment of three princes and two censors. Little Ryu's mournful struggle became akin to an ant fighting a tidal wave. The old doula was ripped from his hands. He tried to stumble forward to grab her back, but he found himself flying through the air, having been slapped away by his father's death guard. Non-existent stars shone in his eyes as the world spun. Before he realized what had happened, he found himself lying on the ground. The only sound other than the ringing of his ears were the muffled struggles of the old doula. Chapter 57. Kill. Stop! Ryu roared, standing as swiftly as his concussed body would allow. Imperial doula Miriam's twin sister is an immortal cultivator. Killing her is a mistake. The six froze. It didn't sound like Ryu was lying despite the fact such a desperate situation was conducive to one. Oddly enough. However, this pause was only for a moment. Prince Atticus' lewd laughter filled the night air once more. I was wondering how an old bat seduced such a young man. Did you woo him with your fanciful stories of grandeur? What a joke. As for Prince Silas, his lazy expression upturned into a slight smile before it disappeared. Ryu's body shook violently, the pain in his head doubling, then tripling as his veins pumped with rage. It was then that he thought of the spatial ring. Not only was it a rare treasure, the space within it was large enough to hold enough rations for years. From what he knew, this was impossible for a normal treasure. Shouldn't this be proof enough? However, before he could make the attempt, the weak voice of Imperial Doula Miriam called out. The frail old woman was forced to kneel to the ground, her graying hair held back by the Tor clan death guard. Bishik. It didn't seem to matter to him who his victim was. His black cloak simply continued to whip in the air like the call of the Reaper, waiting for the Imperial Censor's execution order. Little Ryu, that's enough. Blood flowed from Miriam's scalp as clumps of her hair were pulled too far back. Although she was a pulse-opening expert, how could the death guard of the royal clan be any lower than the Qi refinement realm? You were right to never call me Granny Miriam. It's not a title this old woman deserves. Ryu's brows furrowed, his figure stumbling as he struggled to orient himself. He was already blind to begin with, trying to use his senses while his ears were ringing and his mind was aching was too much for him. In the end, he fell to his knees, grasping his head, unable to make sense of much of anything. Whoa, hold on. Atticus waved the Imperial censors off as they prepared to order Bishik. Can't you see a touching drama is playing out? Grab some snacks and enjoy. The Imperial censors who were about to give the order froze, unsure of what to do. Although they were high-ranked, they were still below the princes of even other kingdoms. They couldn't simply ignore the prince of the Lance Kingdom because they wanted to. Unfortunately, when they turned their gazes toward the first prince for help, he only shrugged. It didn't matter to him one way or the other. You mustn't shed tears for me. The old duelist's words croaked slightly, but she tried to remain firm. I'm only a hypocrite who facilitated your suffering. Little Ryu shook his head fiercely, trying to get rid of his concussion by sheer force of will. But he was a mere mortal, how could he do such a thing? No level of mental realm would allow him to succeed. His body was simply too weak. He was too weak. No, Ryu mumbled, trying to speak coherent words. Yes, the old duelist said sadly. I am indeed guilty of the crimes they've accused me of. Although I wasn't involved with this so-called meridian-severing poison. Did you believe you were born blind? Ryu froze before his body shivered from head to toe. Tears uncontrollably fell from his eyes. A young man who had never cried, a young man who suffered through the hate of his father, the disdain of his mother, and a humiliation of a lifetime, unleashed a flood of emotions he could no longer control. His stomach heaved and crawled, his whole world upturning with a single sentence. It was I who blinded you, little Ryu. Hate me. Burn your memory of a kind old lady in the pit of your stomach. Replace it with rage. Make me a devil. But never shed tears for me. I don't deserve it. Aenon scene. Atticus clapped. See, wasn't that perfect? Almost as soon as Atticus' words fell, so did Imperial Doula Miriam's head. Ryu's shrill cry shook the palace grounds, quaking the earth and reaching toward Tor City. His anguish was so fierce that vessels within his eyes ruptured, causing a murky red-black to coat his cheeks. The first prince looked down at this younger brother. All throughout his early life, he had always thought that Ryu would grow to be greater than him. His mother had constantly pushed him to avoid that future, but look at the state of things now. He would one day rule a quarter of an entire plane while this younger brother of his had become this pitiful mess. Your time to die isn't just yet, he thought to himself. He didn't waste his words on Ryu, nor did he go out of his way to humiliate him. By now, he felt that it was far beneath him. Ryu simply wasn't worthy of even his disdain. The group of 6 left one by one, Prince Atticus and Silas walking with content expressions on their faces, as though they had just finished watching a 5-star play. As for the decapitated body of the old doula, none cared for it. Eventually the servants who handled the upkeep of the 4th prince's courtyard would handle it. Why would they dirty their hands? Ryu didn't seem to notice their departure. In fact, he couldn't feel much of anything. He was completely broken. He tried to crawl toward what remained of the old duelist's body, but his hands ended up sinking into a thick and pungent crimson liquid. By the time he steeled himself and made it to the side of her now cold and rigid body, the morning sun was already high in the skies and the courtyard servants had already run away with scared expressions on their faces. Granny Miriam. Ryu had no more tears to shed. Whatever remained of him had dried, crusting over in a coarse salt. He tried to call out the name the old doula had wanted to hear so badly, the name even he couldn't explain why he had never used, but no matter how much he said it, she didn't come back. For the past 3 years, Ryu had done whatever he could to sink into another reality, to forget whatever this life was and live another. But now he understood that this was his only life. Kill. Almost a week later, sitting by the foul stench that remained of his Granny Miriam, these were the first words he spoke. Kill. He said it again, a slumbering giant trembling in his mind and soul. Chapter 58. Awakening. Ryu's head tilted backward, unleashing a roar akin to a dragon awakening from a deep sleep. Tor Palace shook violently, unable to withstand his unbridled rage. The dye that coated Ryu's hair incinerated to nothingness, revealing a streak of pure white that blinded those who looked directly toward it. At the same time, Ryu's bare and frail chest seared red, pumping with grotesque lines of blue-green that wiggled along its surface as though alive. Spiritual chi, for the first time in Ryu's life, rushed toward him like a fiendish hound. Blood vessels within his brain bulged with impunity, making Ryu feel that his mind was splitting apart into shredded chunks of meat. Without knowing it, Ryu had stepped along a path of incomparable danger. He had just attacked a pulse. Although he had failed to open it fully, the process of doing so, even partially, was a great detriment to his body as things stood now. One had to understand that the opening of pulses was something only to be done after completing what were called the 9 rites of the awakening realm. Of course, this so-called awakening realm was the very first step a martial warrior would take into the world of cultivation. When one completes their Meridian awakening ceremony, they would be considered to have completed this first and easiest, right? Obviously, cultivation realms were meant to build upon each other slowly. However, Ryu had taken a 3rd step before even taking a first, a mistake that was only possible due to his blind pursuit of a higher mental realm. The pulse Ryu had stepped upon was known as spiritual entrance pulse. It was the opening of this pulse that allowed the cultivation of spiritual chi in its truest form. In fact, this wasn't a pulse those of the mortal planes ever bothered with because it was completely separate from chi realm cultivation. Instead, it was solely anchored in mental realm cultivation. Although it was possible to wield spiritual chi before entering this realm, it was to a finite extent decided by birth talent and not hard work. Without even realizing it, the mental realm accumulation of 2 lives had pushed Ryu to this point. Whether it was him leaping over his final mental hurdle to kill himself for the sake of others in his previous life, or the constant humiliation and the death of his Granny Miriam in this one, both had coalesced to push him onto a rarely explored path. The issue was that now, Ryu's unawakened body was now dealing with the opening of a pulse it wasn't prepared for. Even so, the momentum of his partial breakthrough alerted every soul in Tor Palace. Ryu was in no position to care. His blood vessels pulsed with an added vigor, having partly removed a blocker to its enraged flow. At this point, it was no longer just his head, but every portion of his body that was ravaged with this unceasing pain. His jaw clenched to the point where blood began to flow between his teeth even as his fingernails dug into the skin of his palms. As Ryu's skin grew redder, his body heat skyrocketed, shooting past levels of a normal fever and into a range that should have meant death to a mortal. It was at this moment that Ryu's slumbering soul stirred. No one knew what the true Phoenix God trial was. Even Ryu, who labored over millions of folklore, couldn't piece it together in its entirety. The only thing he became certain of in the end was that it was only possible to leap over this trial barrier by experiencing 3 forms of quintessence: life, death, and reincarnation. Ryu's trial hadn't ended the moment he reincarnated. What he had to prove was that even when born into an entirely new life, he could make the same tough decision twice. In his first life, he resolved to improve the lives of his clan and parents by any method he could before ultimately deciding to sacrifice himself for the slim chance that he could help them more. In his second life, he tempered himself through a decade of pain before finally resolving himself to fight against fate once more. Whether it cost him his life or not, it didn't matter. He would seek revenge not for himself, but for his Granny Miriam. The true Ryu had begun to awaken. Memories of a life he had thought was nothing more than a dream etched into his mind as though he himself lived it. In the next moment, he awakened fully, understanding that that life he had pined for, the one he thought he would never deserve, was actually his own. He had a true father and a kind mother. He had grandparents who viewed him not as a tool, but as a child to be cherished. He had a wife, a beautiful, loving wife, one that was waiting for him even now. His promise, he remembered it. He remembered it so clearly that it was as though it happened yesterday. Blood roared through Ryu's veins, pumping through with such a vigor that it was audible even from the outside of his body. In response, his clothes burnt to ash, revealing his scarred back and the faint etchings of a once bloody cross over his heart. The moment Ryu's former soul awoke from its slumber, his spiritual foundation shook. As though calling the sky gods from above, clouds rolled over Tor Kingdom, blackening out the sun and sinking the capital city into a dense night the likes of which they had never experienced. Ryu's body began to glow. First, it was his skeleton, shining as though it was carved of the most precious gems. Then it was his meridians, their complex inner workings layered atop each other, widening and strengthening with each passing moment. Then, the cycle completed with his blood once more. For separate but wholly amazing bloodlines awoke from their sleep, quashing and destroying the inferior Tor blood that ran in little Ryu's veins. However, each and every one of those awakenings completely paled in comparison to the beast hidden deep within Ryu's spiritual foundation. A sea of white flames danced, growing fiercer as the seconds ticked by. Suddenly, they surged upward, shattering a barrier that had held Ryu down for not one, but 2 lives. Ryu's eyes flashed open, the disgusting scars that had coated his back falling away to reveal an incomparably smooth figure. His muscles rippled with vitality, his eyes shone with killing intent, and his frame had grown another size. His white hair fluttered in the wind behind him, his expression no longer like a little boy lost in the world, but rather like an expert who had lived more than 1,000 years. With a thought, a pool of spatial energy bloomed from his silver eyes, causing a black cloak to wrap around his body. Then he disappeared. Chapter 59, Regret. The experts of Tor City converged onto the palace. Each and every one of their souls were shaken. Never in their lives had they felt so inferior. One had to understand that until now, the fiercest awakening these so-called experts had ever experienced was that of a heaven-grade talent, and even that occurred several dozen generations ago. On the day that occurred, the auspicious signs lasted for but a few minutes before dissipating into nothingness. Still, it had a profound impact on them all. However, Ryu's awakening made that moment seem like a story retold in a children's book, petty, shallow, and uninteresting. Even hours later, the dark clouds showed no sign of revealing the rays of the sun. In fact, Ryu's courtyard was in absolute shambles. How could the momentum of a talent meant to be born on the highest immortal plane be contained by the likes of a mortal plane? The king, his imperial censors, the pillar heads, the princes, and even the king's wife and concubines stood in the vast wasteland that had once been Ryu's home. Aside from a stain of pungent, rotting blood that sat unscathed at its center, just a few paces from a now evaporated lakebed, there was nothing left. Not even Ryu's shadow could be seen. Of those in attendance, the only one who hadn't paled in fear was second Prince Jedrek, who had his usual lazy expression plastered on his handsome, but lanky, features. Ryu had left without a word. There was no note, no promise of revenge, not even a cold glare to hang their hats on. The only thing that replayed in their minds again and again was the enraged roar that shook the capital. It wasn't a roar of a defeated man. It was the roar of a man who had woken up, one that would destroy everything in his path for the sake of his goals. Not a single soul here didn't understand just how talented little Ryu was, but should it matter how talented a young man was if he was suppressed since his youth? How could he grow? Time and time again, they had stamped out his will to live. They tormented him, humiliated him, pushed him to the edge without regard for familial ties of love. Now they stood trembling in fear. Cold sweats matted their backs and panic shook their souls. Not a single one of them could bring themselves to say a word even after several hours. At some point, the 2 princesses who had been preparing to head back to the sect, hoping to never have to come back and face their young brother, had no choice but to rush back. When they saw the scene before them, they instantly paled. They too had heard the roar, and they too were members of the cultivation world. Did they need any of these things explained to them? It was in that moment that Patriarch Agnes lost his mind. "What did you do to my grandson? You bastards! Was he not a cripple? Was he not unable to cultivate? Was he not useless? What did you do?" The old man's words were like a puncture through an already unsteady dam, unleashing a wave of pain and blood. Third concubine Leilani could only fall to the floor, grasping her frail head as she seemed to age several decades in a mere moment. She could do nothing as her father was beaten savagely by the death guard bishop. They hadn't believed in the little boy before, but now an incoherent regret caused them to lose touch with reality. If old man Agnes hadn't been restrained by the former general, it was certain that this matter wouldn't have ended with a mere beating. He was allowed to live simply because of the rarity of the matter and the fact the king was truly wrong. But he didn't escape several broken bones and a pain his old bones could hardly withstand. Patriarch Cedar, an older man with olive skin and bright white hair, glanced toward his daughter, Queen Tor. But he only received her glance toward the ground. At such a moment, she couldn't find it within herself to meet her father's eyes. This matter should have ended when she poisoned Ryu. But it hadn't. She had believed that the sky gods were on her family's side after Ryu was suppressed, irrelevant of her actions. Yet, the concept of destroying threats from the root shone through fiercely now. Imperial Censor Digby sighed, his long white beard trembling along with his slight frame. Karma is an endless current. No matter what roadblock it may meet, it will break through in due time. If it wasn't this generation, it would have been the next. Your Majesty, we must take action as quickly as possible. Even if the fourth prince has awoken his talent, he can't have become an immortal in a single leap. He's still a blind young man with no knowledge of the world. With our resources, we'll definitely be able to find him. Imperial Censor Orson's snake-like eyes darted. He refused to allow Censor Briggs the initiative again. But who knew that his words would have been met by the opening of the king's reddened eyes? King Tor's fury reached the high heavens. This had all started because of them. It was because of their schemes and tricks, their stupid talks of fate and faith. It was they who made him abandon his own son. If not for them, wouldn't his Tor kingdom have gained an immovable pillar? The king's rage could not be sated. His palm shone with a bright light, barreling through the Censor Orson's chest and shattering his heart in an instant. Imperial Censor Orson looked down at the bloody arm that had pierced him before looking up at his king with an unending regret. His eyes dimmed as he fell. Never had he expected that all the years he had built himself to this peak would end in a mere instant, and all over a boy he had thought nothing of. So what if your royalty or nobility? These were words he thought to himself all the time when he lay his schemes. Before his intelligence, what did your rank mean? Only now did he understand that he had never held any true power at all. Would there be revenge for him? Would the king face punishment? Of course not. Imperial Censor Briggs looked at the fallen body of his former comrade. Fool! He muttered to himself. Find him! The king's enraged shout shook the palace for the second time that day. Under the cover of the perpetual night, dozens of shadows blanketed the skies. The darkness that blanketed Tor Kingdom wouldn't dissipate for several years. Chapter 60, Elder Brother. First Prince Amory walked steadily into his own quarters, ordering the servants to bar anyone from interrupting him as he sat at a wide desk, calming his breathing. If one looked closely, it became clear that Amory's study was identical to his father's. Even the decorative vases weren't even a centimeter out of place. After the initial shock of the matters, his mind state had finally begun to rebalance itself. What was the use in panicking or throwing a tantrum? What was done was done. His goal now was to find a way to move forward. His third brother was a cultivation maniac who had no interest in the throne. He believed it would only slow his progress to become king. In fact, the only reason Qilin would participate in the coronation games at all was for the sake of the clan texts that could not be disobeyed. As for his second brother, although he didn't want the throne himself. For the sake of protecting his family's Garrus clan, he would fight for it. Amory had to admit that of his siblings, the most potent threat was his second brother Jedrick. With his financial capital, even building his own military wasn't impossible. For the past few years, ever since he graduated from the Institute, he had been building countermeasures. He could count on the support of his third brother, but Jedrick's resources were not to be underestimated. However, just when he thought he had grasped the board they played on, the table had been flipped. A wild card appeared on the field without any moveset restrictions. Just how would his fourth brother play? As Amory saw it, there were two possibilities. The first was the approach Amory himself would take. He would bide his time, slowly work his way to the Divine Vessel realm and cross the immortal barrier. Once he succeeded, he would join a powerful sect, cross into the connecting heaven realm, before descending to exact his revenge. Amory reached forward, lightly grasping a black stone with a single white speck at its center. He twirled it between his fingers, closing his eyes to breathe in the fragrant aromatics of the room. The game before him was the foremost strategy game of the martial world. It was simply known as Domain. Unlike games of its kind, its board wasn't uniform. Not only did it have elevated sections, even its divisions alternated from miniature squares to triangles to pentagons. Rumors would have it that masters of Domain were capable of cultivating by simply playing the game. Although Amory didn't know how true this was, he had always been fascinated by it. Not a day had passed without him contemplating its board after his master introduced it to him. Master is immortal, yet doesn't he grasp the world in his palm? How else could a mere mortal build an institute all four kingdoms recognized? Unknowingly, Amory had settled into a deep state of contemplation. This first and smartest option. It isn't the path you'd pick, right, fourth brother? A light smile played Amory's features. No matter what rift had grown between them, Amory and Ryu were still blood brothers. Albeit half, it was still true. With this came an understanding for one another. Ryu's arrogance seeped to his bones. It wasn't a normal, cowardly arrogance, the kind that only appeared in the face of the weak but disappeared in the face of the strong. No, his fourth brother disdained the world itself. Before, his tragic flaw had been that while he was prepared to disdain even the ground he stood on, he had never been willing to challenge fate. His fourth brother had resigned himself to a short life, yes, but he was only willing to die with his head held high. He wanted the world to know that it wasn't you measly humans who broke me, but rather fate itself. That was how he felt satisfied with himself, that was the type of person he was. However, the Imperial Duelist death had snapped something within him. He woke up. The truth of the matter was that his fourth brother was inherently masochistic. He was willing to suffer through any pain for the sake of his goals. It was just that he believed that this goal of his was to die with his head held high. It wasn't until he realized that fate was cruel and flawed that he rejected it. What an interesting man you are, fourth brother. You don't recognize fate as cruel for yourself, but you do for others. Since even you are willing to fight against fate, then what kind of elder brother would I be if I cowered where my younger brother braved? Amory's smile deepened. Not only will you not hide and bide your time, you've likely already taken the first step toward your revenge now, haven't you? It's not just that either. You'll make sure that this revenge is on the grandest stage. And the opening you'll pick is the coronation games. Laughter of a genuine ilk spread through the first prince's courtyard. Good. This elder brother will wait for you. I'll take on all your hate and rest it on my shoulders. For the Tor clan to live, you must die. For you to live, I must die. Currently, Ryu had no idea what his first brother was thinking. He simply wasn't focused on such things. However, it was true that he had already taken his first step. Ryu sat at the center of a slowly flowing river, his naked body almost breathing as he allowed the cool and clear water to wash over his body. The moment his spiritual foundation awakened, his blood surged, and he had distinctly felt several popping noises emit from his forehead, cheeks and eyes. When he realized just what it was, he couldn't help but release a deep sigh. Ryu had no doubt that King Tor ordered his granny Miriam to blind him as a child. But the old doula was too kind to do such a thing. Instead, she destroyed the ligaments connected to his eyelids and constricted the muscles in his pupils to the extreme. The result was Ryu's inability to register light or open his eyes. The old doula died filled with regret even after that. But she didn't know just how much pain she saved Ryu. Had she not done this, his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils would have been discovered long ago. Who knew what kind of trouble that would have brought? Even in death, she had saved him. Chapter 61 Martial Forms. Ryu owed his granny Miriam more than he could express into words. Yet, she had never heard him accept her as one of his family. Despite having gained another 1,000 years of memories, this weighed heavily on Ryu. The truth was that he was right to be skeptical. Hadn't he been correct about the betrayal of his elder sisters? It was just that he had hoped he would be right about this one too. But he wasn't. In the end, the only thing he could do for his granny Miriam was make sure she didn't die in vain. Unfortunately, this resolve came with many problems. Firstly, despite having all the talent in the world, Ryu had no experience cultivating and no guider. When he lived on the Shrine Plain, he focused all of his attention of what he could do. Why would he waste time on cultivation techniques he could never practice? Secondly, he was in danger. He had no doubt that the commotion his awakening had caused was resulting in severe repercussions even as he lay here relaxing. Very soon, there would be many capable individuals coming after him. Thirdly, there was the matter of how to execute this revenge. Of course, he could wait patiently and bide his time, but he had no intention of doing so. Almost 14 years of built-up rage wasn't something he wanted to bottle up, nor did he believe they were worth him being careful. Knowing all of these things, Ryu laid out detailed plans. With his calculations, the Tor Kingdom would be no more less than half a year after the coronation games ended. Ryu stood, taking a deep breath as the memories of his life flashed by like the scenes of a movie. Not only had his talent reawakened along with his spiritual foundation, the treasures that he had absent-mindedly stored within his heavenly pupils and bound to his soul had actually followed him into this life as well. The embryonic origin flame made its prowess known, boosting Ryu's memory and mental realm to incredible heights. Finally, he found the scenes of his life he was looking for. Just the night before Ryu took his own life for the chance at a second awakening, the origin flame had helped him remember some of the best experiences in his life. It was because of it that he eventually resolved himself to fight against fate for the sake of his family. However, Ryu wasn't delving into these memories now to reminisce. He had already leapt over this barrier. He could only see a path toward the future now. Instead, what he was looking for were his early memories before he turned 7 years old, the days when he learned the martial forms of the Tatsuya, Qilin, and Phoenix clans. Contrary to their names, martial forms aren't techniques that store power. Instead, they're basic martial arts taught to children in order to lay a foundation. Awakenings, especially for the talented children of the immortal planes, can be exceptionally painful. These martial forms prepare the body for the shock it might receive during such a ceremony. If Ryu had to compare it to something, it was similar to the Tai Chi practiced by mortals of the elder generation in order to remain healthy. Although the truth was that these martial forms had limited value on the Shrine Plane, here on the mortal planes, or even on the lower immortal planes, they were akin to heavenly treasures. The Tatsuya clan martial form taught stability and power. It emphasized the strength of the lower body as well as the bones. The Qilin clan martial form taught speed and explosiveness. It emphasized the quick twitch of muscles, focusing on smaller groups to promote not only reaction speed, but ease of adaptation. The Ice Phoenix clan martial form taught stamina and durability. It emphasized the flow of blood and the efficient use of oxygen. Finally, the Fire Phoenix clan martial form taught recoverability and flexibility. It emphasized the comprehension of the human body to the most minute of details. Even a mortal who became proficient in this martial form would be able to accelerate the pace of their healing by diverting energy from elsewhere. Martial forms acted as the basis for a clan's core teachings, and although Ryu never learned what these core teachings were, he believed that these martial forms would give him a solid foundation to start and grow from. At the same time, they'd train his body and prepare him for proper cultivation. Still, Ryu remembered the words his father had spoken. It was impossible to master a martial form. One must practice daily and improve their foundation step by step. Once one broke away from the need for martial forms, one would become a true expert. Just like this, Ryu began to train the 4 martial forms of his family in earnest. Although he had had success with them during his youth, he was far stricter with himself now than he was then. Instead of comparing his day-to-day improvements, Ryu constantly compared his movements to the movements of his father, mother, and grandparents. Now, he wasn't simply going through the motions of the techniques. He was painstakingly imitating the perfect reflections of his past memories. As the search radius for the 4th prince widened, Ryu ironically remained within a single kilometer of the Tor Kingdom outer walls. He knew very well that there was a vast expanse of harsh land between him and his next destination, so he took his time. He wouldn't take that journey until his body was ready. Instead, he made Tor Forest his home, making use of his vastly sharpened senses to avoid detection while training every day for just over 6 months. Ryu's feet stomped the earth, sinking into the dry ground with a perfectly controlled print. His lower body flexed and his bones creaked, but he maintained the posture, rotating his core to unleash the full power of his fist. Then his form changed. From calm and steady as a mountain, he became like a galloping horse. His movements were fast but deliberate and controlled. If one looked closely, it was possible to see that his actions deviated hardly a centimeter from his last attempt. An abrupt change occurred once more. His sweat-matted skin reddened as his veins became visible. The rushing sound of blood drowned out the stream nearby as Ryu's breathing was sometimes as soft as the flapping wings of butterfly, and other times as loud as hurricane-force winds. Finally, his body bent and flexed, reaching angles that should have been impossible without shattering bones. In fact, he seemed to be without bones at all, moving akin to a snake in grass or a fish in water. It was only after this that Ryu felt like he was finally ready. Chapter 62. Destination. Early on a morning halfway through the 7th month after his disappearance, Ryu's eyes opened with a flash. Air torpedoed through his nostrils and out of his mouth, causing several hundred green leaves to swirl into the air, shooting upward before gently falling to the ground. At the moment, Ryu sat quietly on a thin branch several dozen meters in the air. The moment his soul awakened, both the origin flame and north heavenly wind that had been dormant until now manifested themselves. As a result, not only had Ryu gained the ability to replay perfect replications of his memories, he had also gained the ability to become as light as a feather, allowing him to sleep on such a high branch without worry of being found while he rested. The good news was that until one entered the spiritual severing realm, flight without a treasure was impossible. And obviously, Tor Kingdom couldn't send such experts after him without breaking the rules set by the immortal plane. Every day he would wake up the moment the sun appeared in the skies. Beginning with the Tatsuya and Qilin martial forms, he would exhaust his body to its utmost limit. During those periods, he would insert teachings of the Ice Phoenix clan, controlling his breathing and oxygen to the finest detail. Finally, he would use the Fire Phoenix martial forms, taking advantage of his torn muscles to increase his flexibility. Then he would use the recoverability forms to rejuvenate himself during the night. This sort of pace seems perfect on the surface, something anyone could replicate, but such wasn't the case. A large part of the reason Ryu could keep himself from collapsing was because his bloodlines perfectly complemented these techniques. It was for this reason that he was blessed to have 4 ancestral grade lineages. Knowing this, Ryu took full advantage. All his life, he hadn't known what it meant to cultivate. He had felt weak and often useless. As a result, he overcompensated with his arrogance and the work he put into his secondary professions. So, now that he had such an opportunity given to him, now that he had forcefully grasped this opportunity for himself, how could he not take full advantage? Ryu shifted to move, but suddenly froze. A few dozen meters away, the sounds of quickly moving feet caught his attention. Smiling coldly to himself, Ryu remained absolutely still. It seemed that they had finally realized that he must have remained close to the kingdom. Or rather, they had to believe that. If they didn't, they'd have to admit that they allowed a frail boy who had just awoken to escape their grasp. Still, he was surprised to see that it was his third brother that was here. Him along with his little niece and nephew. Since their mothers didn't have good constitutions for cultivating, they had sent their son and daughter instead. To call me for such a matter, Qilin grumbled. I say let him take his time to cultivate. I'll crush him either way. Ryu's third brother had grown to share the same large frame as his father and grandfather. This was to be expected though. After all, he inherited their skeletal grade. Skeletal grades, also known as bone structures, were sometimes spontaneous, but were more often hereditary, much like bloodlines. The special bones of the Tor clan were the reason their sect was known as the Heavenly Body Sect. How else would they have gained the Iron Bone moniker? Because of his iron bones, Qilin was well over 6 feet tall at just barely 16 years old. As one might imagine, it was his steps that Ryu noticed first. Ryu smiled lightly. After awakening his memories, he found these people to be pitiful frogs in a well. If it wasn't for Granny Miriam, he wouldn't have even cared to get revenge for himself. He had more important things to deal with, like finding his wife and parents, for example. Although he didn't know how much time had passed, as long as it was within a few billion years with their cultivation, they should still be alive. The truth was that with this cloak, if he was dealing with mortals, didn't need to be activated consciously. Its passive ability was more than enough to hide from even divine vessel experts. When Elena described it, she had of course been speaking about its lackluster abilities in the face of immortals of the Shrine Plane, but there were no such experts here. This was a mystical grade treasure, after all. Ignoring his family below, Ryu looked down at himself and shook his head. First, I'll make myself some clothes from a few beasts. After his awakening, Ryu had found himself stark naked. Aside from his cloak, he had nothing else. But, while this was fine in Tor Kingdom where the weather was always warm, it wasn't for the place he was headed. Although he was now a first-stage Awakening Realm expert, it wasn't so exaggerated that he could ignore the weather already. For Mom's sake, we must find him. Ryu's nephew grit his teeth. For the past half-year, Ryu's first and second sisters barely spoke or ate. They had become nothing more than skeletons. As immature children who believed their parents were always right, Hagen, Ryu's nephew, and his niece, blamed Ryu. They knew nothing of the reality of matters. All they knew was that their grandpa and mothers were always doting of them, and now they didn't like Ryu. That was enough. Although he heard these words, Ryu didn't care. He no longer treated these people as family. His only thoughts were of his task at hand and how he would find out what truly happened in his absence. Though Granny Miriam had shed some light on these matters, it wasn't the full story. The Shrine Plane is sealed, but are you all okay? Ryu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Ryu's soul was connected to Elena's, but it was still too weak to sense her over large distances. Unfortunately, it was also too weak for her to sense him. The good news was that the partial opening of the spiritual entrance pulse he underwent was a first step toward solving this problem. One day, he would be strong enough to let his wife know that he was here, and this time, he'd protect her. Ryu descended after the group of 3 left, unleashing his senses to find the nearest large mammalian animal. After he was finished clothing himself, his next destination would be the ruins of the Natural Order sect. Chapter 63, Ope's Kingdom. Ryu glided from tree to tree. The miraculous feeling of one's body feeling as light as a feather was so foreign to him that he almost laughed out loud. Was this what it meant to be a cultivator? How amazing! While he trained his martial forms, he had avoided using his heavenly wind. He knew it would give him an unfair advantage in mastering certain forms, so he banned it from himself altogether. But now that he had unleashed it to the best of his abilities, he felt so free. The truth of the matter was that what limited Ryu's speed right now wasn't the heavenly wind. If it was up to the wind, Ryu would already be as fast as a lower-level immortal cultivator even at the Awakening Realm. Unfortunately, it was Ryu's body that couldn't handle such speed. If he tried, he would disappear into a cloud of meat paste. Still, this was plenty fast enough. Ryu doubted that any pulse-opening realm expert could keep up with him now. Only a lower chi refinement realm expert who specialized in speed could. As his cultivation increased, so would the limits of the heavenly wind. One day he would supply it with enough energy to evolve from its embryonic phase. When that day came, Ryu would truly become one with wind and would no longer be limited by his body. Under normal conditions, it would take a healthy, purebred stallion 1 year and a half to travel to the Ops Kingdom's territory. But it took Ryu only 2 months. Dressed in the pristine black fur of a mountain panther, Ryu looked quite sinister. He no longer cared to dye his hair, letting it flow in the wind. His frame had grown, matching the stature of the only man he truly saw as a father, Titus Tatsuya. In fact, he stood even taller than Qilin despite being almost 3 years younger. The frail Ryu no longer existed. Still, his eyes remained closed. He wanted to get into the habit of doing so. Without his family's backing, exposing the secret of his pupils would be tantamount to death. Until he gained the cultivation necessary to hide it, it was best he continued to pretend to be blind. However, this wasn't bad. Now that he had partially opened his spiritual entrance pulse, his senses had become far more refined. Although he wouldn't gain true spiritual sense until he entered the soul birth realm, he still felt like he could see with his eyes closed. He suspected that this was an additional effect of the origin flame. Ryu glided through Ope City unseen, his presence completely concealed by his black cloak. He had no idea where the exact location of the Natural Order sect was, but what he did know was that it was definitely within range of the kingdom it protected. Although Ryu could blindly search, he felt like it would be more efficient to steal a memory jade from Ope's palace. The layout of Ope's palace wasn't too different from Tor Palace, but its atmosphere was far heavier. That said, Ryu thought this only because he didn't know the kind of strife his disappearance had caused. If the two palaces had to be compared, Ope's palace could only be said to be slightly worse off only because they were facing the might of 3 kingdoms at once while Ryu was an unknown commodity. Although the Ope's kingdom had been given a lane to survival, they swallowed it like a bitter pill. Considering the king's mood as of late, even the plants and animals seemed to be walking on eggshells. Slowly making his way through, checking every room, Ryu eventually made it to the palace library. Ryu paused for a moment, breathing in the smell of endless rows of books. Much of his first life had been spent in such a place, and although this palace library paled in comparison, Ryu couldn't help but reminisce for a moment. Unfortunately, the good atmosphere didn't last very long. Although Ryu had expected it, he was still disappointed to find no information on the Natural Order sect. This made sense though. Such important information wouldn't be left in a place ministers could frequent at their leisure. If there's nothing here, it's likely that the king keeps it either with him, or in a secure place only he could enter. It wouldn't be much of a surprise if this Ope's kingdom had a king's garden much like Tor Kingdom. By now, night had fallen. The cold winter wind whipped about as coarse snow fell from the skies. The dreary atmosphere and empty streets said everything about the state of this current Ope's kingdom. While its opponents were celebrating in excitement as the plane's first co-coronation games approached, they were treating this as a matter of life and death. Be firmer in your strikes. The booming voice of a man used to wielding power filled a snow-covered garden. Before him, 2 young men stood in the barest of clothing, brandishing a spear and sword respectively. Feel the will of your weapon. Learn to fade into the environment around you. There is nothing more important in cultivation than the natural order. It was obvious to Ryu that this man of grand stature was King Opes. The 2 young men before him were none other than his sons. The spear wielder, first Prince Kalman. The sword wielder, second Prince Quan. The hopes of their kingdom rested on the shoulders of these 2, so it was no wonder that even deep into the night, their father trained them to the bone. Although the coronation games seemed to encourage the building of your own faction, oftentimes, it was those with the strongest cultivation who won. Unlike the princes of their 3 rival kingdoms, these brothers seemed to be close. It wasn't that Ryu could tell just by watching them for a few moments, but rather that they had to come together for the benefit of their kingdom now. They weren't stupid. It was obvious that if they experienced infighting, their slim chance of victory would only grow further out of reach. Ryu watched these scenes silently until the 2 boys, barely a few years older than him, collapsed. He couldn't help but absorb some of the king's constant propaganda about the natural order. Though, He found it odd that he would speak such words so freely, despite it was for this very reason his sect was destroyed. A while later, the king carried his sons away. It was only then Ryu gained the ability to move freely about the garden. This is so odd. Why is this place almost identical to the garden attached to that man's study? Of course, that man Ryu referred to was King Tor. Everything he could see matched up perfectly, even the oddly placed fountain in the far corner. Chapter 64, Murals. Even after a few moments, Ryu could find nothing wrong with his senses. Other than the fact this king's garden had a bit denser chi than normal, nothing was out of place. Plus, for Ryu, who was so used to the chi density of the shrine plane, he almost didn't notice this minute difference. It wasn't so shocking that his 1,000 years' worth of memories were overriding his 14 years of experience here. However, this was a problem only normal individuals would muddle through. Ryu had access to something others didn't. The first-ranked set of heavenly pupils. Ryu's eyes flashed open, a cold, silver-blue light piercing through the night sky. The truth of the matter was that the color of one's eyes were irrelevant to whether or not you had heavenly pupils. However, when facing experts of high cultivation, it was possible for them to sense the special nature of your eyes by looking into them. For Ryu, his eyes held the vicissitudes of fate and the depths of space. He gave those looking at him an unfathomable feeling, like they were looking at the expanse of everything in existence. When on the shrine plane, this effect was limited due to everyone's high cultivations, but on these lower planes, a person could lose their minds looking at Ryu. As such, he needed to be careful. Almost immediately, Ryu's eyes trained on the old gray fountain, sitting quietly in the corner. Previously hidden formations spun to life, etching complex ancient symbols into the air. This language is from the Sky God era. However, there are small portions that contain inspiration from the Golden Era but are too novel to be counted as such. I assume that these are from the so-called current martial era. Ryu pondered quietly. From his understanding, there were 8 main eras written into history. Starting from the first, they were the Chaos Era, the Primordial Era, the Ancient Beast Era, the Sky God Era, the Shrine Era, the Blossoming Era, the Pedestal Era, and the Golden Era. After the Shrine Plane was sealed, a new era was ushered in that was thus coined as the Martial Era. Considering Ryu's analysis, it was likely that formation theory had evolved once more in his absence to create this slightly new language. But it wasn't so exaggerated that Ryu didn't understand. Over time, the language of formations changed, but it was the duty of a ruin master to understand tendencies that survived across all eras. To think that the mortal plane would have such complex formations. Ryu continued to observe, his eyes pumping with excitement. It seemed that after not being used for so long, they were happy to finally see the world again. Unfortunately, they were also quickly draining Ryu's stamina. Ryu had never been able to use his eyes for very long, but now it was even more exaggerated. Without immortal-grade chi to supplement them passively, his pupils were essentially starving. But it would be enough to complete this job. This seems to be a half-step mystical grade formation. It would normally be impossible for me to crack without my usual tools. But, with a thought, a pool of spatial energy appeared from his eyes, revealing a single beautiful dagger that shone under the moonlight. Its spine was completely black, however. Its jagged edges were a see-through crystalline blue, making it seem like more of a work of art than a blade. Truth be told, if someone of this mortal plane heard Ryu analyze this formation as a half-step mystical grade 1, they would either sneer at him for his stupidity or pass out in shock. One had to understand that mystical grade formations were the likes of which the largest sects of the immortal planes used to protect their most priceless possessions. Even if this one was still technically a step shy of that, this was still the mortal plane. Ryu didn't think much of it, though. Since he was used to his clan's ancestral grade protective formation, he didn't flinch. Instead, Ryu was deciding how best to approach this break. This formation should have formerly been of the ancestral grade, but the disconnect between the old and new language left gaps. These were definitely placed here by immortal cultivators. But why leave them here for these kingdoms? Taking a deep breath, the dagger in Ryu's hand began to grow with an added fierceness. Why was Ryu so confident in cracking this formation? The answer was twofold. Firstly, it was a small-scale formation, not a large one. Although this meant its gaps were smaller, it also meant that its flaws had a larger impact. Secondly, spiritual qi was the basis of formation theory. What better way to combat it than with a blade that could attack with this kind of qi? Blood recognition symbols. This should be the newest addition to this fountain. It was adjusted such that only the offspring of the Ops clan could open it. It also happens to be the weakest part of this formation. Ryu's approach changed slightly. Normally, he wouldn't care about anyone detecting him since he was used to dealing with ruins. But this case was slightly different. If the immortal cultivators who placed these here found out, matters could become troublesome. Just about 3 hours later, a sweat-soaked Ryu pushed his blade forward one final time. Like an expert lockpicker, his hands remained and controlled, moving his tools to a concentrated rhythm. He was tired and his body ached. Even his spiritual qi had run dry multiple times, further slowing the process. But his diligence was rewarded. The gray fountain slid back without a sound, revealing a set of stairs below. After checking to make sure there weren't any more hidden formations, Ryu made his way down, the fountain closing above him. Ryu followed a long and dark corridor, but there seemed to be a blue light waiting at its end. As expected, this blue light opened to a large inner space totaling about 50 meters in width and length, plus about 15 in height. At its center, a square pool with a depth Ryu couldn't calculate sat, filling the air with pure spiritual qi. Under normal conditions, this would have been an absolute shock. Dense spiritual qi reservoirs were far more valuable than cultivation qi reserves. Even the Tatsuya clan only had a few of these. However, Ryu wasn't focused on this at all. His eyes never left the mural on the far walls, the murals that depicted worship of the White Devil cult. Chapter 65. Natural Order Sect. Ryu froze before this scene before laughing. This wasn't a laughter of sadness, nor was it one of grief or remorse. No, it was a laughter of disgust and disdain, pervaded by an uncontrollable killing intent. In his life, whether the first or the second, Ryu had never killed a person. In fact, he had never felt killing intent toward another. Yet, in just a few months' span, he had felt it not just once, but twice. From Ryu's analysis of the formation protecting this underground space, the Ops clan had not opened this hidden area for several thousand years. However, just how ironic was it that the tufts of grass surrounding the Tor clan's identical fountain was worn dry, scraped from constant usage? On the surface, King Tor was pushing his own son to the brink of death, forcing him to live a life of despair and anguish, while in reality, he was benefiting from the very devils he made his son out to be. Ryu had never seen his father open the entrance personally, but with his intelligence, did he need to? King Tor had already reached the top of his blacklist, a place Ryu never thought he'd improve from, yet he had somehow pulled it off. Taking a deep breath, Ryu calmed himself, the rage on his features dissipating into the cold air. With a steady gaze, he scanned the room, trying to see through its purpose. Aside from the murals that depicted worship and the pools of spiritual qi, there seemed to be a broken piece of memory jade at the very bottom of the dense waters. Oddly enough, there weren't any other protective formations to be found. But the truth of the matter was that the spiritual qi was its own form of protection. If Ryu wantonly tried to grasp the broken memory jade, his mental realm would burst apart. Similar to how substances tended to flow from most dense to least dense areas, so too did spiritual qi follow this rule. By giving it an area of low density to flow to in his own mental realm, Ryu would be giving himself over to the Reaper. It was an ingenious and simple protective mechanism. By Ryu's calculations, the spiritual qi pool was 5 by 5 meters. However, it was difficult to tell its depth from how clear the waters were. It could be anywhere from 50 to 100 meters deep. Such an influx of spiritual qi would even shatter the mental realm of an expert who had cultivated to the soul refinement stage. As Ryu saw it, there were two methods a normal individual could use to reach the memory jade. The first was to exhaust the spiritual qi. Over time, the qi would eventually dissipate. In fact, this was already happening considering the fact there was about a 10-foot gap between the edge of the pool and the water's surface. One could also speed up this process by cultivating one's mental realm near this source. Once the level of the spiritual qi lessened to an adequate degree, the memory jade could then be retrieved relatively painlessly. However, this would take a very long time, millions of years, potentially. The second method was one always available in the martial world, and that was to simply be more powerful than the protective mechanism could withstand. If one was at the soul quintessence realm, even if this pool was 10 or 100 times deeper, it would still be child's play. Obviously, Ryu had none of these options available to him. He had only just begun his mental realm cultivation and couldn't even be considered to be at the true spiritual entrance realm. I do not have the time nor the strength to use a third method, Ryu thought to himself. Looking around, he smiled lightly. I'll be back. Ryu leapt across the pool, using the northern heavenly wind to clear the 5-meter distance with ease. Making his way to the White Devil mural, his large hands glided across its surface before almost coincidentally pressing downward. The sound of shifting mechanisms creaked beneath Ope's palace. It was clear that this hidden path hadn't been used for several thousand years. Although Ryu wasn't certain of the details, he had a good guess that this was how things were meant to be. A burst of cold air greeted Ryu as he walked up another flight of ice-covered steps. This time, however, there was no gray fountain at the other end. Instead, there was an inconspicuous stone, the kind that seemed to have aged for countless eons in the very same spot. If it wasn't for the snow covering its surface, Ryu was certain that the green of moss and various fungi would coat it. Harsh winter winds whipped against Ryu's frail cheeks, reddening them as he looked into the distance. He couldn't help but feel very content with the results. As expected, that long path had led him to the remains of the Natural Order sect. To a casual observer, Ryu was simply smiling towards 7 mountain peaks covered in pure white snow. However, Ryu's heavenly pupils saw different. In his eyes, those 7 peaks became 7 martial pavilions. Brilliant architecture dotted these natural phenomena, turning an earthly wonder into a paradise of cultivation. As expected of a top sect, the Natural Order sect was quite aware of its own appearances. Despite being a mortal sect, it still held its own pride as a member of the highest mortal plane. Ryu felt like he would find great use for this place. There was a little less than 2 years until that fateful date, so this would be his home for now. Ryu's feet began to move in odd patterns. Not wanting to destroy the formation, and also not having the time or strength to manipulate such a large one as he did before, Ryu could only use another method. Every formation had a backdoor. This so-called backdoor was put in place by the creator just in case anything went awry. It was also a method of self-protection for formation masters to ensure that their creations were never used against them, and, at the same time, it was also a sort of signature akin to what an artist would leave behind on his works. Small-scale formations rarely had these backdoors as they were too small to accommodate them. However, they were frequently found in large-scale formations like this one. And, for Ryu, who had eyes that could see through the mysteries of all things, taking advantage of these backdoors was as easy as breathing. Just half a day later, Ryu's sweat-matted body appeared in what seemed to be a complete other world. While the outside was layered in cold and coarse snow, the Natural Order sect was experiencing a midsummer's day. Unfortunately, that made the stench of its corpses all the more unbearable. Chapter 66. Paths. Ryu gasped for breath, unable to mind the terrible smell that assaulted his senses. The illusory formation that protected the Natural Order sect was of the Middle Earth grade. Unless one was a divine vessel realm expert capable of forcibly breaking the formation, or a spiritual severing expert recognized by the formation, you could only use the method Ryu just did. Unfortunately, such a method was very taxing on Ryu's body even after a half-year of cultivating. He feared that if the formation was 1 grade higher, he would have met his death within it. It was to be expected that Ryu underestimated these formations. He was so used to cracking ancestral and origin grade ones that he looked down on those of the mortal plane. But he needed to realize that he no longer had Nuri by his side to help him, nor did he have his normal tools. After collecting himself, Ryu began to walk around the sect, covering his mouth and nose with the sleeve of his cloak. It was a sad sight to see. Sects like this one and the Tor clan's heavenly body sect weren't only made up of cultivators, but also their families. While there were plenty of adult bodies, there were plenty of the elderly and children strewn around as well. Ryu's gaze couldn't help but turn cold. The Ryu without much knowledge of the martial world already understood how arrogant this sect's name was. So it was obvious that the current Ryu understood even more so. The natural order was arguably the more important aspect of cultivation. While there were 3 paths to increase one's strength, the mental realm, the chi realm, and the body realm, the natural order encompassed all 3 of them and referred to a study of heavenly laws. As far as Ryu was aware, the natural order came in 2 forms. The first was mortal endowment, split into elements and birth phenomena. Elements referred to matters relating to fire, water, lightning, and the like. On the other hand, birth phenomena were teachings created by humans that the heavens have recognized as on par with its own mysteries. These could include the way of the sword or spear, etc. The second form was far more enigmatic, natural enlightenment. This form referred to abstract concepts such as the gentleness of a spring's water, or the softness of a cloud. These inexplicable aspects of nature could be incorporated into one's martial understanding, bringing the power of their techniques to another level by relying on heavenly essence. While cultivating the so-called 3 realms, mental, chi, and body, was important, what separated cultivators of the same realm was often this understanding of the natural order. This was what decided who were the strong and weak, and who were the mundane and talented. To make matters more pressing, such comprehensions were often what barred individuals from reaching higher realms. Once one entered the upper echelons of immortals, it was no longer about absorbing more energy. Cultivation evolved to become a matter of comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. It was for this reason that Ryu's heavenly pupils were ranked first. So, one could imagine why an immortal cultivator would think a mere mortal plane sect arrogant for daring to take such a namesake for themselves. Still, one would have to be quite the eccentric to go so far. Why would an immortal cultivator come here? Ryu mumbled to himself. Soon, Ryu had made his way all around the sect and had gained a firm grasp of what it had to offer. The first and maybe most important part were the 7 peaks. At the top of each of its mountains, there lay a martial pavilion. Respectively, they were known as the fire, earth, wind, water, lightning, weapons, and human pavilions. While the first 6 are self-explanatory in their specialties, the human pavilion was more nuanced. This was where Ryu assumed the healers, refiners, and formation masters of the sect came together. Each martial pavilion was separated into hierarchies with higher levels corresponding to a higher ranks. Eventually, the very top of the peak would be reserved for the pavilion master, of which the human pavilion had 3. Obviously, the human pavilion was the largest of the 7 peaks, not only because it had more disciples and masters, but also because it was the hub of the sect. Unfortunately, this also meant that this place had the most dead bodies and the worst stench. Although Ryu had expected it, he was surprised to find that the immortal cultivator really hadn't taken anything. He knew that an immortal would likely look down on the things that were here, but this was still equivalent to a quarter of the wealth of the highest mortal plane. That was definitely worth something. Even if a sect or clan had more capital on the immortal plane, the individuals who could boast having this amount of wealth were very few. One had to understand that a sect's wealth and a person's wealth were completely separate. After taking a deep breath, he immediately regretted. Ryu decided on where he'd head to first and systematically visited every pavilion's technique vault. Of course, he had to deal with many more protective formations, so it wasn't until another week had passed that Ryu collected every cultivation and martial technique the sect had to offer. Soon after, Ryu found a secluded place away from the stench. He assumed that this hidden peak was the personal residence of the sect master and elders. Because of the height their cultivation had reached, their corpses didn't give off the same stench. Ryu fell into a deep state of meditation as he sat before a beautiful scene. The chi here was far denser than his father's king's garden by at least 10 times. The small lake of water spanning just about 200 meters in every direction gave off a heavenly and relaxing fragrance. Finally, the various colored memory jades that lay on the green grass reflected the orange and red hues of the slowly setting sun. The ambience was quite comforting. The path a cultivator starts with was highly important. However, where Ryu's issue laid was in the fact that he was too talented. With 4 ancestral bloodlines within him, he was capable of following paths of fire, ice, and lightning to their absolute extremes. This didn't even mention the abilities of his meridians and bone structure that laid even outside these aptitudes. Even still, there was another matter Ryu was still considering. Just what were the abilities of his second awakened spiritual foundation? Chapter 67. Second Right. Ryu's mind projected into his body. This was something those who had just begun on the cultivation path were unable to do, but Ryu could for 2 reasons. The first reason was because he could now be considered a half-step spiritual entrance expert. This title referred to the very first true step along the cultivation of one's mental realm. Due to the fact Ryu had partially opened his spiritual entrance pulse owing to matters related to his various traumas suffered, he had managed to place a single foot in a realm he shouldn't have opened so early. The second reason was related to his origin flame. Although this flame had no offensive or defensive abilities to speak of, and couldn't even be used as an alchemy flame, its supporting abilities made it so that Ryu didn't care about such disadvantages. Not only did it give him unmatched memory and recall, it made entering states of enlightenment far easier as well. To top this off, it gave passive boosts to its owner's mental realm. Until now, both the origin flame and the northern heavenly wind had been sealed within Ryu's dormant soul. But now that he had successfully transcended the trial of the Phoenix Sky God, he had been given the advantages he gained in his past life as well. A moment later, Ryu was open to a startling sight. When he had spiritual foundations described to him as a child, or when he read about them in his studies, they were always referred to as a solid mass akin to the most precious metals in the world. Some cultivators had clear foundations that could be seen directly through. Others had foundations made of jade or gold, shimmering with beautiful rays of light. Ryu knew that his father described his foundation as a slab of oppressive rubies, shining a crimson, bloody light. However, Ryu's didn't seem to match any of these descriptions. Although he could tell that there was a solid mass hidden beneath, his foundation was a sea of white flames. Not only did it not fit the description of the spiritual foundation, it also didn't perfectly align with what Ryu knew about Phoenix flames. As far as Ryu was aware, there were 3 flames of the Phoenix clan. The first was the ice flame, the second was the rebirth flame, and the last was the dark flame. Respectively, these natural wonders colored blue, red, and black. Ryu had never heard of a white flame. There was another matter that was curious about his spiritual foundation as well. Depending on grade, one's foundation varied in size. A common grade foundation would be about a half meter across at awakening. This diameter became 1 meter for a black grade foundation, before increasing by 1 meter for every above grade until the 5-meter diameter of the ancestral grade was reached. One might think that these values were too small of a difference between grades, but do consider for a moment that these are the sizes upon awakening. According to the mortal realm, there were 8 more rites preceding this first awakening. And now that Ryu had awoken his memories, he knew that there were actually 13 rites total. For every so-called rite a cultivator succeeds in, their spiritual foundation will double in size. One can see how these small differences in the beginning can very quickly become an insurmountable gap. It is also easy to see at this point why Ryu would be shocked that his spiritual foundation was 10 meters across. This is the power of a second awakened foundation, Ryu thought. He was exactly right. Every cultivator who awakened their foundation for a second time experienced this immeasurable change. The problem was that Ryu was slightly different. Usually, cultivators don't experience this second awakened until they're well along their cultivation path. However, Ryu awakened his at the very beginning. He could experience the sturdiest foundation possible due to this. While an ancestral grade would have a foundation of 20 kilometers across by the end of their 13th rite, Ryu's would be 40 kilometers. This mystery isn't one that I'll understand in the short term. Cultivation techniques are all identical until one completes the pulse opening realm, so I won't bother choosing one until I am about to enter the chi refinement realm. What I need to do now is focus on completing my rites. Once I reach and complete the 9th rite, it will then be appropriate to completely open my body pulses. Without hesitation, Ryu ignored the memory jades before him. Instead, he focused entirely on his martial forms and succeeding in his rites. The truth was that Ryu knew next to nothing about cultivating higher realms, but he had been drilled again and again about the so-called perfect entry. This perfect entry referred to the best way to lay a foundation for a young cultivator, and was something Ryu learned as early as he could begin practicing his martial forms. This perfect entry was also the reason why Ryu delayed his cultivation to practice his forms for half a year. His first task was to reach the limits of his mortal body. On the shrine plane, he had accomplished this before he reached 7 years old. It wasn't until after his ceremony failed that he stopped and allowed his body to reach a frail state. Training with Granny Miriam helped this along, but it wasn't enough. The reason reaching the limits of the mortal body was important was due to the fact that rites weren't a simple matter. The more talented you were, the fiercer and more dangerous a rite will be. For Ryu, who had a second awakened foundation, it was clear how much pressure he was under. The next task was to begin body realm cultivation after reaching the 9th rite. This was especially important because the mortal body was incapable of withstanding the final 4 rites. Each of them was a devil of its own. It was to the point that unlike the formerly unnamed 9 rites, the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th, all had monikers of their own. To enter the body realm, one also had to open pulses. Each of the 3 realms had their own set, combining for a total of 13. Those of the Qi realm were known as the 6 heavenly Qi pulses. However, they could not be opened until one completed their rites. Once one opened a Qi pulse, it was impossible to go back and finish rites. Pulses of the mental realm only totaled 1, so it had its own namesake, the spiritual entrance pulse. Finally, pulses of the body realm were known as the 6 heavenly body pulses. It was the opening of these pulses, 2 of which were located in the spine, and 4 of which were located in the heart, that allowed one to survive the final rites. Even as he went over these matters in his mind, Ryu felt a surprisingly thin barrier shatter as cultivation Qi surged toward him. He had begun his second rite. Chapter 68. Rites and Foundation. Ryu grit his teeth slightly as his body began to undergo another wave of refinement. Why was the spiritual foundation so important? It was because it was through it that cultivators communicated with the heavens. When a human cultivator was born, they would be gifted with a set talent. But how could a baby boy or girl withstand such valiant potential? Their bodies are too frail and their experience too thin. As a result of this, humans evolved to have a sort of stopgap measure. Spiritual foundations were able to act as a lock and key, storing away a body's potential until it was ready to accept it. For Ryu, who was born with a seemingly impossible ancestral great circle, a term used to refer to one born with ancestral grade talents in all 4 pillars, this was exceptionally important to him. At the same time, though, the pain he underwent was manifold that of his peers. Ryu's ancestral grade meridians roared to life, accepting the baptism of his foundation and shearing apart to rebuild themselves once more. According to Ryu's parents, he was born with chaotic silk meridians. If one peered into his body, it was possible to see his meridians being destroyed and rebuilt by lines of spinning black silk. As is known by practically everyone in the martial world, neutron star core is both the hardest and densest mineral in all of existence. However, not only does chaotic silk rank third one a list of world's hardest materials, it was also exceptionally light. Even if one piled chaotic silk several kilometers high, it would still weigh as light as a single feather. Chaotic silk meridians truly earned their title. Those blessed enough to be born with them had practically the whole cultivation world open to them. On one hand, it was possible to move Qi within one's body at speeds other cultivators wouldn't dream of. This was because while others would worry about rupturing their meridians, Ryu would never have to worry about such a thing. On another hand, if one preferred strength and defense, being born with chaotic silk meridians made it possible to condense several times the Qi of a normal cultivator. The most important part of the chaotic silk meridians was that they were impossible to sever. To think that Queen Tor would attempt to use meridian severing powder on an ancestral grade set of meridians. It was truly laughable. Even without being awakened, Ryu's meridians were far beyond the capability of a mortal to cripple. Just as Ryu was finally becoming accustomed to the rampaging of his meridians, His dormant bones trembled. In that instant, Ryu's excruciating pain jumped to a new level. His blood surged, boiling away impurities even as his body collapsed in on itself to grow stronger. Pungent impurities even more putrid than the sect of corpses coated Ryu's body. But the pain continued to rack him. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he was forced to endure. Much to his father's sadness, Ryu didn't inherit his tyrannical emperor bone structure. Instead, he inherited his mother's ice jade crystal bones. It was for this reason that Ryu's body and features seemed carved of ice. He also had this bone structure to thank for his handsome features. If Ryu inherited from his father instead, even if third concubine Leilani was 10 times more powerful, she wouldn't have been capable of breaking Ryu's ribs. This aside, although Ryu lost in strength and durability, he gained greatly in recoverability and dexterity. Those born with the ice jade crystal bone structure were blessed by heavenly energies. Not only did this allow them to cultivate faster, it also allowed them to heal much quicker as well. At the same time, this blessing by the heavens made those with this body structure loved by nature. As a result, heavenly treasures that had gained sentience were less likely to be hostile or hide, and beasts felt comfortable around you. Hours later, Ryu collapsed. Even while covered by a thick layer of impurities, his body shone like a crystal. Maybe it was a good thing that his features were blocked by such grime, or else the improvement in his looks would be blinding. Ryu chuckled bitterly. To think just the second rite would be so painful. Pulling himself together, he discarded his now ruined beast fur clothing, inwardly praising himself for having put his cloak away ahead of time. Then, he began to bathe in the spiritual lake before him, something that the upper echelon of the natural order sect would have coughed up blood seeing. In the following 3 days, Ryu reaffirmed his foundation, practicing his martial forms to his peak abilities. Even after just the second rite, their rate of improvement was astonishing. Just one example was his Ice Phoenix martial form. Before, he could only inhale the air within a meter of himself instantly, but now he could do so for 5 meters. Like this, Ryu's bitter training continued. With his talent, if he had the mind to do it, he could complete all 9 rites in one fell swoop. He experienced practically no bottlenecks. The moment he communicated with his spiritual foundation and nurtured it, it seemed to jump forward eagerly on its own. But he had to hold back to reaffirm his foundation. Luckily, because he had spent 6 months honing his martial forms, it only took him 3 additional days every time. In just 1 month, Ryu completed his 9th rite. Truth be told, he looked like an immortal already. His features that were previously carved in ice became more perfect, his jaw strengthening and his nose sharpening. On the other hand, it was good news for Ryu that his Lightning Qilin and Fire Dragon bloodlines didn't allow him to become too feminine. Instead, his stature grew to just over 2 meters tall, his shoulders and back widening. Because he had given up on making himself new clothes due to the constant growth and impurities, his body sparkled under the sun. He really did look more like an ice statue than a real man. Now Ryu felt like he was ready. He knew that entering the body realm would take more time, not because he was lacking talent, but because the hurdles were simply higher. This was the perfect time to begin practicing martial techniques. Ryu wanted to keep these matters simple, but he didn't want to choose at random either. He needed a movement technique to supplement his heavenly wind, a defensive technique to make up for his frail bone structure, and he needed to decide what offensive path he would take. Would he become a master of palms, of the finger or fist, or would he choose a weapon? The whole world lay bare for Ryu, each path eagerly awaiting his decision. Chapter 69. Nature's Love of Symmetry. Ryu's breath became peaceful, yet cyclones of visible wind entered his lips and nostrils before beaming outward in a strong stream. The more he thought about which path to take, the more confused he became. First, there was his Grandma Qilin. She was an absolute master of the palm. It was rumored that she could blot out the skies with a single strike. The power she showed in crippling the 3rd Grand Elder wasn't even 5% of her true strength. However, Ryu's Grandpa Qilin was a god of the bow. Even during Ryu's lifetime, he would often hear stories about how he used to stand on the clouds like a god of the skies, his blue hair whipping about violently, as he passed judgment with a single pull of his bow string. His grandpa treasured his bow almost as much as his wife. Then there was the Tatsuya clan. Ryu felt that his father and grandfather alike would be more disappointed than words could describe if he didn't master the 3 Tatsuya saintly weapons. Of course, these referred to the Dragon God weapon, the halberd, the God Emperor weapon, the spear, and the War God weapon, the glaive. Ryu's grandma Tatsuya was a master of the saber. Fire Phoenix clan women were usually taught the whip, but Marilla disdained to follow suit. Instead, she forged her own path. In fact, legend of her shimmering rose-gold saber didn't lose out to Grandma Qilin's palm at all. Last but not least, there was his mother. After Himari was born, her mother and father thought it would be a shame if she couldn't make full use of her bone structure. Although she had great potential along the palm and bowman paths, they allowed Himari to forge her own. In the end, Ryu's mother chose the most difficult of the weapon paths. This so-called most difficult path didn't refer to a specific kind of weapon or weapon length or weight. Instead, it referred to a particular form. This path was known as the dual-wielding path. Because of the dexterity gifted to her by her bone structure, Himari became the twin sword demoness. Neither one of her blades fell behind the other in either speed or power. Obviously, Ryu couldn't choose all of these paths, no matter how much he wanted to pay homage to his lineage in its entirety. Attempting to become a master of all always ended in becoming a master of none. In a world where comprehending the natural order was so important, Ryu needed to maximize his talent, not dilute it. The first choice Ryu made was to take a first step along the path his mother chose. Since they shared the same bone structure, he would be wasting his talent if he didn't make use of it. There was a reason dual-wielding was so difficult. Even for immortals, one would be born with a dominant hand. Not only would this hand be less awkward to use, but it often had wider and more robust meridians as well. Training one's offhand would require a lot of effort that didn't always bear fruit. Even for Ryu's grandmother who practiced palms, the strike of her right palm had always been more powerful than her left. However, all of these problems disappeared into the ether for Ryu and his mother. Their bodies were born with perfect flexibility and dexterity. Now that Ryu had gone through 9 rites, he could feel the flawless balance of his body. It was this symmetry that nature loved so much. Still, even after picking this path, Ryu remained undecided. Should he learn the twin swords as his mother did? Was it even possible to dual-wield something that wasn't a sword or saber? But he was a Tatsuya clan heir at the end of the day. How could he disappoint his father and grandfather? Although his grandpa was a very quiet man, he always showed his love by his actions. Ryu didn't like the idea of letting him down. He had already done so once. He couldn't do it again. Ryu's jaw clenched. Even if it's impossible, I must try. Dual-wielding two-handed weapons is a fool's dream. But Ryu Tatsuya will do it. With a thought, Ryu's body flashed. Even without a movement technique, his speed was blinding. Since his body was far stronger now, it of course followed that he could use his heavenly wind in a more unbridled fashion. Moments later, Ryu reappeared within the human pavilion, scanning a large room filled with weapons. Weapons followed the same grading system as treasures. There were 7 divisions which were each broken into lower, middle, higher, and peak subdivisions. From what Ryu could see now, most of this first floor was filled with various common grade weapons. Lowers were found at the front, while peaks were further toward the back. There were also a set of stairs that led to floors with better weapons. However, Ryu didn't go there just yet. When one was within the first 2 cultivation realms, the awakening and pulse opening realms, it was only possible to use common grade techniques. Following this line of logic, it was also impossible for one of these 2 realms to pull out the full potential of a weapon above of the common grade. Until Ryu entered the Chi refinement realm, using a weapon of too high a grade would only serve to drain his stamina more quickly. At the same time, using a weapon of too high a grade before one was ready would also hinder one's comprehension of the natural order. Ryu remembered that the first weapon his father gave him was a wooden stick. Of course, this wooden stick was still of higher quality than even the peak common grade weapons here, but it still served to ingrain the concept within Ryu's mind. Without feeling any doubt or regret, Ryu immediately chose 2 mass-produced lower common grade halberds, and repeated the process with 2 spears and 2 glaives. Truth be told, this was a blessing in disguise. Because these weapons were inferior to the point of being mass-produced, Ryu didn't need to worry about imbalances. The pairs of weapons were more or less the same weight, balance, and length. After completing this task, Ryu appeared within the pill storage rooms of the Natural Order sect. Taking a moment, he ignored the Chi realm pills to find a set of body realm ones known as blood congealing pills. These pills agitated one's blood and forced it to coalesce. Doing so pushed out impurities and also made attacking body pulses much easier. Of course, Ryu didn't need these pills for forcing out impurities, his rights could do that. Plus, his bloodline was of the ancestral grade and thus was near a realm of perfection already. These mere 40% pure pills couldn't hope to refine it. But they could help him enter the body realm. Chapter 70. Basic Stances. Ryu sat in meditation, adjusting his state to its peak level. Before him sat 6 pill bottles, each with 20 or so blood congealing pills. There were far more of these, several thousand, in fact. However, Ryu had no interest in them. The truth was that he was reluctant to take such impure pills to begin with. Unless a pill reached an almost unheard of 100% purity, it would leave behind ill effects within its taker's body. There were some exceptions, but they were incredibly rare for obvious reasons. Unfortunately, Ryu had no alchemy skills, so he was unable to make any of his own, nor did he want to waste any time learning. The only reason Ryu was willing to accept these pill impurities into his body was because he planned to rely on the final 4 rites to force them out. The good news was that Ryu didn't plan on relying on pills forever. The origin grade incubator that fused with his heavenly pupils had traveled to this life with him as well. Therefore, he would be able to make use of its ability to refine heavenly treasures into pure energy in the future. The only reason he wasn't using this ability now was because there were certain limiters on what he could absorb due to the fact the Natural Order sect was lacking in body realm type spiritual plants. There was another method of improving in the body realm as well, but it was far more dangerous. In the martial world, beasts of this era evolved differently from humans. Instead of being born with spiritual foundations, they were born with spiritual roots. These roots gave beasts all sorts of hidden abilities from birth and was also where they stored their cultivation. Essentially, the spiritual roots would absorb chi and dispense it to the body via its various connections to the beast's meridians, blood vessels, muscles, etc. When one killed a beast, drinking or soaking in the blood of the spiritual root was highly beneficial to cultivating the body realm. It was also possible to directly refine or eat this root, although the process would be far more dangerous and taxing on the body. Ryu suddenly stood, swallowing a blood-congealing pills. Although these were just lower common grade pills, Ryu immediately felt his blood begin to boil. Following the teachings of his father, he picked up a halberd and began to practice. Titus Tatsuya had always said the body realm relied on using the body. One couldn't simply sit and meditate like they could for the chi and mental realms. Much like every other aspect of cultivation, comprehending a weapon was all about the firmness of one's foundation. Therefore, Ryu didn't hurry to choose a domineering technique. Instead, he practiced the basic stances his father and grandfather taught him from youth. Unlike his martial forms, there was nothing special about these stances. They were taught everywhere, whether it be the mortal or immortal planes. When Ryu asked why he had to learn such boring stuff, his father had replied with a hearty laugh. "Do you believe that things last forever, little Ryu?" he had said. Of course not. Yet, somehow, from the Chaos era to our Golden era, these same basic stances have weathered the test of time. Little boys and girls your age, whether it be here or in the smallest martial school, they all learn these same stances. Do not look down on something that has survived so long, because chances are you'll perish before it does. After that day, Ryu no longer asked his father questions of why and continued to practice with his wooden stick. His father could tell that he still didn't have his heart in it, but there was nothing more to be said. Whether Ryu grasped their importance was up to himself and himself alone. Ryu smiled lightly at this memory. Never had he been so thankful to have the origin flame. With it, it felt as though his father was right in front of him. Of the basic stances, there were two categories. The first entailed attacking and defending with the weapon, and the second relied on foot movement in attack and defending. Where the difficulty lay in mastering the Tatsuya saintly weapons was that whether it be the halberd, glaive, or spear, their basic stances were identical. What a Tatsuya was tasked with was understanding the nuance of the weapon and where their character differed even in executing the same movements. Ryu began with the first category. He allowed his instincts to carry his foot placement while executing the three basic attack stances. These were sweep, slice, and pierce. He would then continue to the three basic defense stances: push, parry, and skim. Finally, he began to slowly incorporate the proper foot placement denoted as advance, retreat, sidestep, lunge, and steady. As he carried on with his practice, he almost forgot about his burning blood. The aching in his muscles and lungs took priority as he pushed himself to his limits. Unlike during his childhood, Ryu put his everything into these movements, copying the image of his father to the best of his abilities. When Ryu felt that he had gained a basic understanding, he flipped his stance, practicing steadily with his left hand as his dominant. Although he ignored dual wielding for now, he planned to train both halves of his body equally. Only in that way would he be prepared for future steps. Although Ryu was only faintly aware of it now, the origin flame was making its presence felt. With a thought, he had slipped into the first meditation stage, simply known as meditation state. Once he began to fuse the proper footsteps into his movements, he slipped into the second state, breath of earth. If Ryu had been conscious now, he would be in awe. Breath of earth was a state he could only maintain for a few seconds at most in his previous life. Yet, he had already held it for 30 minutes already. Ryu's congealed blood raged, and his ancestral grade talent began to shine through. Even after just a single pill, his blood surged, attacking the first body pulse within his heart. In that moment, Ryu's body reddened. Combined with its original ice sculpture-like appearance, Ryu looked like a piece of heavenly glass being refined by a holy fire. His body glowed fiercely, the speed of his blood reaching such a height that it could be heard from several meters away. His heart thumped. Then, an audible breaking sound snapped through the air. Ryu remained in an enlightened state. What should have been a very painful process was akin to a breath of fresh air to him. Impurities of his body forced themselves out, but Ryu didn't notice as his arms continued to swing without pause. He lunged forward, piercing through the air. A moment later, he seamlessly retreated, pushing the butt of his halberd away from himself, and he sunk into a stance immovable as a mountain. An ancient aura seemed to seep from his body. He had touched upon the first barrier to mastery. Chapter 71. Limitations. Almost a month later, Ryu continued to practice the same basic stances. Other than to eat, he never stopped. Although his chi realm cultivation wasn't deep enough to go without sleep, his mental realm cultivation was, despite only have a half foot into its first step. By relying on this, Ryu was able to stay awake for weeks at a time, something that shouldn't have been possible until he became a chi refinement expert. However, this month wasn't without its problems. For techniques, their level of mastery was denoted by the so-called 4 levels of mastery. These were small success, large success, great success, and circle of perfection. For someone with Ryu's talent, especially with the help of the origin flame, he should have already reached the circle of perfection after a month of training the same movements, especially since these basic stances couldn't even be considered of the lower common grade. Yet, he was stuck at the barrier to small success. This realm was so pitiful that it wasn't among the 4 levels of mastery and was simply known as the entry level. That said, with Ryu's intelligence, he also understood the reason why his progress was so slow. For the past few weeks, he hadn't been trying to perfect the basic stances using his own interpretation of them. Instead, he was relying on the images of his father and grandfather. What a Tatsuya man would denote as small success wasn't something those of the lower planes could fathom. This was especially so for Ryu's grandfather, whose level was even beyond that of his father. This sort of visual training was impossible for others, but for Ryu, who had a perfect recall of events thanks to the origin flame, he could rely on the comprehension of his family to improve himself. The only drawback was that the requirements for himself were also of an otherworldly level. For perspective, if Ryu were to use the standards of this higher mortal plane, he had already exceeded their circle of perfection realm by more than 2 times. The strokes of his halberd, spear and glaive were already comparable to a perfected higher common grade technique. Ryu's movements began to slow. Soon, the blade in his hand inched forward at such a snail-like pace that it seemed he wasn't moving at all. However, the beads of sweat that fell from his perfectly sculpted body told a different story. He focused his everything into understanding the smallest of twitches. Every time the image of himself and his father didn't align, he adjusted, repeating this again and again for hours on end. Another month later, Ryu emitted a heated breath, causing the 10-meter radius around himself to become filled with a scorching fog. Although he still hadn't breached the small success barrier, he had opened 4 of the body pulses within his heart. Now, only the 2 within his spine remained, however. These were even more dangerous to open than the previous 4. Ryu didn't dare casually attack them with these mere 40% pure pills. It's a shame that I hadn't awoken to the true abilities of my heavenly pupils when father and grandfather taught me these stances. Ryu lamented to himself. If I used their ability to see through all things, I would have already reached small success by now. Ryu shook his head. He had reached the limit of what he could do here. If he wanted to improve any further, he needed practical experience. Only by putting his life on the line would he be able to reach what he sought. He couldn't be more aware of his lack of practical combat experience. No matter how much of a so-called genius he was, if he couldn't bring out his abilities at the crucial time, it was all useless. After practicing his Ice and Fire Phoenix clan stances to help himself recover, Ryu finally got to choosing a movement technique. If he wanted to go out and seek experiences, he didn't want to rely on the North Heavenly Wind. He wanted to set a firm foundation first. Only then would it be appropriate to use. The range of techniques the Natural Order sect had was quite impressive. Aside from their attributeless and second profession-related techniques found in the human pavilion, they had a whole host of pavilion-specific techniques among their other peaks. Common grade techniques were the most abundant, numbering at just over 700. For Ryu, who hadn't entered the Qi refinement realm yet, these were the techniques he was limited to. But, surprisingly, there were also just over 80 or so black grade techniques, and this small sect actually had 6 earth grade techniques. Although these earth grade techniques were all monopolized by their upper echelon. As expected, the reason there were so many common grade techniques was because most of them were lower grade, making them practically trash. If Ryu focused on just the peak common grade techniques, there were less than 30, of which only 3 were movement techniques. The trouble with common grade techniques was that they were the most prone to having imperfections. Many were created casually by pseudo-experts and were riddled with potential potholes for cultivation deviation. Usually, the largest sects would weed out the most dangerous of these techniques and leave behind those that would do the least harm. However, small sects had no such choice. This left their disciples playing a game of Russian roulette with their meridians. Although Ryu's meridians were inseverable, one had to understand that meridians acted much like blood vessels. They were interconnected with many important organs of the human body. Even if his meridians didn't suffer, his far more fragile innards would. Luckily, Ryu had a cheat. With his heavenly pupils, he was able to see through the flaws of techniques. Coupling this with the added enlightenment given to him by the origin flame, creating novel solutions to these flaws would only be a matter of time. In the end, Ryu chose a technique titled Gliding Cloud Steps. He chose this because it not only matched the concept of his heavenly wind, but it was also had great hidden defensive capabilities. It wasn't just a technique about speed, but also contained concepts of the wind. One that reaches the circle of perfection in this technique could be akin to a feather in the sky, capable of dodging attacks simply by making use of their air pressure. Ryu didn't rush to begin practicing this technique. Instead, he sat upon a large rock he had been using as a meditation stone and calmed his breathing. In the next moment, a strong, w sound emitted from his dantian, as a holy light began to emit from his body. Unlike the previous 9 rites, the final 4 were a monster unto themselves. Each were given their own namesake, allowing geniuses who surpassed their trials to puff out their chests in pride. After surpassing the 4th pulse of the body realm's pulse-tempering realm, Ryu had finally decided it was time to attack the Rite of Limitations. Chapter 72, Madness. Ryu roared into the skies, unable to withstand the restructuring of his body in silence. The Rite of Limitations earned its namesake for a reason. This rite was meant to push past what one's innate talent was capable of. Although the heavens seem to be unfair, gifting some talent and ignoring those without, this isn't entirely the case. There are many stories of those with poor talent ascending to the top of the martial world purely through their own perseverance. Why was it that one's mental realm was so important? It wasn't just that cultivators must live for a long time and thus must have strong spiritual chi in order to not lose themselves to madness. It was also because one's mentality in cultivation was incredibly important. The Rite of Limitations allowed cultivators the chance to exchange their pain for greater potential. Although this wouldn't directly boost the grade of your talent, what it could do is awaken hidden potential you didn't know you had. If this opportunity is continually grasped, it isn't difficult for the lines of karma to spin in your favor and provide you with a chance to advance in the future. It was for this reason that this rite was so painful for Ryu. Within the martial world, he already had what could be considered the peakmost talent. He was birthed with an ancestral great circle. Seeking to break outside the limitations of such talent would be akin to enraging the heavens. However, he did so anyway. Ryu was pressed for time. It had to be said that even a heavenly talent like his wife took almost 1 million years to reach the lower Tao pedestal realm. His parents, two individuals who were world-shattering experts as well, used hundreds of millions of years to just reach the higher cosmic seed realm. His grandparents, old monsters who had lived for billions of years, had only reached the middle world sea realm. He didn't have 1 billion years. He didn't have hundreds of millions. He didn't even have 1 million. The anxiety of not knowing what happened to his family was weighing on his chest. He tried to press it down, ignoring it to the best of his abilities, but it crept up time and time again. Ryu couldn't rest of laurels. He couldn't bide his time and aim for better in the future. His family needed him now, and he would put everything on the line for them. He knew he could do it. The reason cultivation slowed so much during later immortal realms was because it relied so heavily on comprehension. However, there was a reason his pupils were ranked number 1. There was a reason the origin flame was a nearly unmatched treasure. With these two things in hand, what did Ryu have to fear? He would pierce through the immortal planes and shatter the barrier that surrounded his home. He would see his mother's smile again. He would bask in the proud glint in his father's eye. He would protect his wife to his back. He would do all the things he had only been able to dream of before. This was his resolve. A second holy light descended from the skies, this one more than 10 times the size of the former. This was the rite of perseverance. Ryu's spiritual foundation expanded madly in size, doubling once more as impurities of black mixed with the crimson blood that poured from his ever-growing wounds. In the next moment, yet another pillar of holy light descended from the skies. However, this couldn't be considered holy at all. The light was a blood red, wafting with death and densine. It was as though the world had flipped and the rivers of the underworld rained down upon him. This was the rite of death. If Ryu's parents could see him now, they would have been shocked into a state of horror. Before Ryu turned 7 years old, his father and mother had implored him to never attempt this 12th rite. With his talent, it simply wasn't worth it. What need was there for someone of the ancestral great circle to put their lives on the line? It was simply foolish. Ryu laughed into the skies as this red light descended upon him. The higher mortal plane shook under his madness. Not a single soul missed the sight of this crimson pillar of light. Almost all his life, Ryu had been cold and withdrawn. However, there was a time when he was a bright-eyed little boy with a smile that could light up the world. His little chubby cheeks and large watery silver eyes were once the sun that lit up the otherwise bland Tatsuya clan palace. Unfortunately, his hardships had changed him. He always had loving parents around him, but he felt that he wasn't enough. Everything was perfect but himself. This sort of mentality turned him into what he was. He didn't dare to fight against fate because it seemed selfish to do so. He had everything in the world, so what if he missed out on this one thing? He would live a short life with his head held high. This was the old Ryu's resolve. However, it was then that the lines of fate began to change. The tides of the Tatsuya clan's superiority seemed to be shifting and everything pointed toward their eventual collapse. It was at that point that Ryu realized that fate wasn't magnanimous or fair. It wasn't all-knowing or perfect either, since it could dare to cause hardship to his loved ones, people who had loved him despite his faults. How dare it flaunt itself before him as it pleased? A look of recklessness took over Ryu's emotionless features. His face was bloodied by his sheared skin, bruises of black and blue coated him, making it clear that his inner body was just as devastated as what could be seen on the outside, and even his pure white hair became coated in crimson liquids. He looked no different from a demonic emperor, descending into the world. He looked up into the skies, his silver eyes opening with a fierce glint. Their light seemed to pierce through the pillars, reaching into the skies and attempting to scatter the clouds above. I no longer fear death. Ryu's voice was resolute, filled with the roar of a Tatsuya man. Fate will never chain me again. The clouds in the skies trembled, flashing with arcs of golden lightning as Ryu's tenacity reached a new height. Kome, Rite of Origin. Chapter 73, Essence of Origin. 2 pillars of white light, 1 pillar of crimson light, and finally, 1 pillar of golden light to shatter them all. Ryu practically felt as though his body was shearing apart at the seams. Although he had felt similar type of pain going through his previous rites and even while opening his body realm pulses, this was on a level he had never experienced before. The very same Ryu who, as a mortal, didn't make a sound even while being tortured by a spike-filled beast tendon whip, couldn't help but roar toward the skies in agony. His spiritual foundation doubled in size, then quadrupled. The dantian it resided it shattered apart completely, trying its best to reconstruct itself but failing miserably as Ryu called upon rite after rite. Suffering through a single one of the named rites was already a matter of life and death, but to face all 4 at once was nothing short of suicidal. However, even with how intelligent Ryu was, he still did this foolish thing. When he was improving his body realm, Ryu suddenly came to understand something. Without a body realm cultivation technique, opening his body pulses would have minimal effect. The truth of the matter was that even after opening 4 body pulses, the strength he gained was disappointing. Although he was certain that there didn't exist a pulse-opening expert who was his match on this mortal plane, this wasn't enough to undergo these final rites as someone with an ancestral great circle. Plus, these weren't the opponents he was aiming for. It was after realizing this that Ryu understood biding his time would no longer give him any benefits. If he wanted to defy the heavens, he had to firmly take this step forward without a single ounce of regret or hesitation. The white flames of Ryu's spiritual foundation surged forward. In that moment, his body was overwhelmed by an unknown, previously dormant flame. It responded to Ryu's defiance, nurturing his mind to keep him lucid. Although these flames did nothing to ease the pain Ryu was feeling, it stabilized his crumbling mental realm, allowing Ryu's will to maintain his consciousness to shine through. An instant later, the origin flame seemed to react in kind. It sensed the essence of origin that descended from the golden pillar and suddenly fidgeted with excitement. At first, it had been forced into dormancy by the oppressive heavenly laws. However, the mysterious white flames had shaken it awake. It was just an embryo. If it hadn't been for this help, it was impossible for it to go against the will of the heavens. As though its task was accomplished, the white flames retreated to Ryu's dantian, silently surging along with his ever-growing spiritual foundation. The origin flame excitedly gobbled up the essence of origin, refining it and sending it toward Ryu. What was once a tyrannical and unbridled aura instantly became incomparably soothing. Impurities were forced out of Ryu's body in droves. They rolled off of him and the stone he sat upon, sinking to the green grass below and turning it a disgusting sheen of brown and black. Ryu's meridians expanded once more. Although this would make completing the chi refinement realm far more difficult, the amount of chi he could hold was easily 5 times the amount of a normal cultivator. If he made proper use of the chi refinement realm's revolutions, this would only increase. This wasn't even the greatest benefit of Ryu's recklessness. Because the origin flame had refined so much of the incredibly rare essence of origin, it matured slightly. Although it was still far from exiting its embryonic stage, it was at least twice as effective as it was before. Essentially, the progress Ryu had made in his basic stances in 2 months could now be done in just 1. There was another hidden benefit as well. The treasures located on Ryu's body responded favorably to this essence of origin. This was especially so for the incubator fused with his heavenly pupils, considering it was an origin-grade treasure itself. Although the benefits weren't obvious to Ryu now, it had improved from a lower origin-grade treasure to a middle origin-grade treasure. Its ability to foster beasts and grow spiritual plants had skyrocketed to an entirely new level. As for the other treasures on Ryu's body, their improvement wasn't so exaggerated. Aside from his twin daggers that flashed a red light before fading back to their normal blue sheen, there weren't any other changes. That said, the meridians of his heavenly pupils pulsated with happiness. Formerly sealed pathways broke open as they began to slowly evolve. Days later, Ryu awoke in his own filth. It took him almost half a day alone to scrub them from his body. However, what was left was a body that shone like a silver blade. After inspecting himself, Ryu noticed that the chaotic state his blood entered when he forcibly took on the rite of origin had inadvertently caused the final 2 body pulses located in his spine to open. In just 3 months, Ryu had completed all of his rites and opened all of his body realm pulses. However, this speed was normal for a genius of Ryu's caliber. For those born on the shrine plane, this was about their same speed as well. The largest difference was that they would still be 7 years old when they reached this step, while Ryu was already 14. He couldn't relax. Nevertheless, Ryu wasn't entirely humble either. Those geniuses he referred to would have, at most, completed their 11th rite. Even his father and mother only completed their 12th. Ryu had grounds to be proud of himself. Of course, this was only because the talent of his mother and father was such that completing the 13th rite was unnecessary. It was for this same reason that they only expected Ryu to complete up to his 11th. Still, Ryu couldn't help but smile lightly. It seemed that ever since he awakened, his perpetual coldness was being chipped away at. With a thought, the wooden shaft of a 7-foot-long halberd appeared in Ryu's hands. His movements started slow and forceful before becoming quick and overbearing. The giant sound of an illusory light flickered into and out of existence, but Ryu had slipped into such a profound state that he didn't seem to notice. In that moment, Ryu's body glowed with a gentle light. He seemed to become larger than life before blending into still shining skies above. Ryu had stepped into the breath of heaven meditation state. The sparks of light became fiercer. Space around Ryu shivered and rippled, resulting from the faint image of an emperor appearing to his back. Ha! Ryu's lungs expanded, his arms swinging downward forcefully as the sound of a shattering barrier resounded. He had finally breached the small success realm. Chapter 74, Wall of Opposition. In a dense beast forest to the natural order sect's back, an odd scene could be witnessed. A young man with long flowing white hair that almost glowed under the winter night's moon stood with a spear in his left hand. His right arm was firmly tied behind his back as he attacked the den of dire wolves before him. By now, only the den's alpha remained, its coarse black fur raising as it tried to intimidate the young man. Truth be told, it was at least 50% larger than a common horse. For the young man to remain unperturbed by its attempts was a shocking matter unto itself. The young man's spear shot forward like a pillar of light. If one ignored the fact he still held it in his hands, it was almost possible to mistake it for a star shooting across the skies. Neither the wet snow beneath his feet, nor the cold, piercing night's wind seemed to affect his strength. A roar of pain shook the dark forest as the den alpha suffered a blow to its glowing yellow eyes. In an instant, the young man shifted his position, his body becoming like the wind as the alpha's paw swings air gently pushed him aside. The den's alpha couldn't understand what was happening. It was a king of dozens of wolves. When it put its full power into a swing, how could a mere human treat it like a calm gust of wind? Unfortunately, it would never get its answer. The young man appeared below its large head, piercing upward with a seemingly bland martial technique that couldn't have been any more basic. Before the alpha could understand what happened, The light in its eyes dimmed just as the tip of the young man's spear exited from its lower jaw, through the top of its skull. The young man shook his spear lightly, tilting the wolf's body to the side to stop it from falling atop of him. A turbid breath left his lips, steaming the cold air. I can just barely use 1/20th of my strength when restricted to one hand. If things keep going like this, I'll never be able to dual wield and live up to father's expectations at the same time. This young man was none other than Ryu. It had been 8 months since he crossed into the small success realm of the halberd, and he had proceeded to do the same for the spear and glaive just days later. In fact, in this time he had opened all 6 chi pulses and surged to the peak pulse opening realm. It could be said that his gains were great, but he was wholly unsatisfied. Although Ryu knew his initial goal was a bit foolish and fanciful, he still wanted to make an attempt. But it seemed that infusing the will of a two-handed weapon into just one was a task too great for even him to accomplish. Ryu shook his head as he looked toward his bloodied spear. The moment he untied his right hand and held it as a two-handed weapon should be, his aura skyrocketed. It was almost as though he became a completely different person. The air around him trembled and the faint image of an emperor appeared to his back. The illusory man was so vague that it was impossible to make out his features, but his imposing momentum was unmistakable. After months of contemplation, Ryu understood what this emperor was. When one trained a mortal endowment of the birth phenomena category, like the spear, glaive, or halberd, there were innumerable paths possible. For example, if one took the sword, it was possible to become a master who was tyrannical, or it was possible to become a master who emphasized flow and elegance. Even further, it was possible to emphasize sharpness or speed. Each one of these paths had varying difficulties unto themselves, but some paths were far more refined than others, especially those passed on as an inheritance. As one might have guessed by now, the Tatsuya saintly weapons were such an inheritance. Although Ryu had never learned their core teachings, he was able to rely on the images of his father infusing this will into his basic stances to tap into it. There was a reason this branch of mortal endowments was known as birth phenomena. If such an inheritance was practiced to a high enough level, it was possible to evoke a phenomena much like the emperor that floated to Ryu's back. The greater the inheritance, the more quickly this phenomena will make its presence felt. For Ryu to have just barely started cultivating, yet to have already evoked such a matter, it was clear how great the Tatsuya saintly weapon inheritance was. The trouble was that this inheritance was so great that a mere Ryu had no ability to manipulate it to his will. He wanted to fuse the quintessence of the inheritance with his weapon while using a single arm, but even after almost a year of attempts, he failed again and again. He thought that tempering himself with this beast forest was the key to improvement, but although his battle sense had improved by leaps and bounds, he had met a hard wall of opposition toward his true goal. Ryu sighed, releasing his aura and allowing the phenomena to fade. There is only 1 week until the coronation games. I no longer have the time to idle. If one could see the image of Ryu sighing at his lack of strength while standing amidst a pack of dead second-order beasts, they might faint in anger. To make matters worse, the Den Alpha was actually a lower third-order beast, yet it had been completely toyed with by Ryu. The ranking of beasts was incomparably simple. The 1st through 12th orders referred to the 12 stages of human cultivation. A first-order beast was the equivalent of an awakening realm expert, while a third-order beast was the equivalent of a chi refinement realm expert. So on and so forth. For Ryu to eliminate a den of dozens of second-order beasts supported by a third-order alpha while restricted to just 5% of his strength, his improvement was clear. This matter only became more shocking when it was considered that he was a mere peak pulse opening realm expert. Looking down at himself, Ryu realized that he was still naked. He hadn't been able to find suitable clothes and was unwilling to wear the natural order sex disciple robes, so he simply trained in the nude. Considering the glow of his body, it wasn't very good for stealth in the night. These dire wolf corpses can make me some nice and sturdy leather robes. The defense will be decent as well, Ryu thought to himself as he began dissecting the corpses. Although he wasn't exactly an expert tailor, due to his inability to cultivate, Ryu often passed time in his last life dabbling in the 4 arts: calligraphy, painting, music, and domain. So, he was confident that with some practice he could make something decent in a week. Like this, his days of training were coming to an end. Chapter 75, 14 Rings. Ryu entered the bounds of the Natural Order sect once more for the first time in months. By now, the foul stench of rotting corpses had disappeared due to Ryu digging a mass grave for the fallen disciples and families. This left the sect smelling of its normal natural air, the kind only possible when dense chi congregated in an area. Knowing he didn't have much time, Ryu sped to the upper echelon gardens of the sect, finding a familiar scene of sweet water and refreshing nature. However, what dampened this atmosphere were the over 50 barrels, each standing at over 1 meter tall. It wouldn't have been so bad had it not been for the fact that all 50 were filled to the brim with beast blood and spiritual roots. These barrels were initially what Granny Miriam left for Ryu in her spatial ring. They were what had once held his water, an amount Granny Miriam claimed would last 5 years. Given the amount, it was clear she hadn't exaggerated. If anything, she went a bit overboard, but that only brought warmth to Ryu's heart. Due to the fact he didn't have an exact destination after accomplishing his goals here, Ryu planned to head to the Immortal Plane immediately following the Coronation Games. Although other cultivators had to wait until they reached the Divine Vessel realm to breach the Immortal Barrier, one had to understand that this was just a sort of trial for lesser talented mortals. In reality, the Immortal Barrier wasn't a simple gate. Instead, it was a road that increased with added pressure as one walked along it. To make a complex matter simple, it was normally impossible for anyone below the Divine Vessel realm to survive this pressure. In fact, even those above the Divine Vessel realm struggled as the pressure increased proportionate to cultivation. However, Ryu's ancestral Great Circle allowed him the ability to ignore the pressure of the Immortal Barrier. Even the far more difficult barriers on higher planes were nothing but a joke to him. He wouldn't even feel it. Essentially, all that was keeping him here was revenge for his Granny Miriam. After filling the final barrels with the blood and spiritual root of the Wolf Alpha, Ryu took out 14 spatial rings. When compared to the ring Granny Miriam gave him, the space within these rings was pitiful. However, they were still the private possessions of the upper echelon of the Natural Order sect. Before Ryu gave them a proper burial, he took the liberty of taking them for himself. Although this made Ryu feel slightly uncomfortable, when he thought of the hardships his family was likely going through right now, he ignored his pride and took them. He needed whatever he could to improve as quickly as possible. With a thought, he erased the spiritual markings on the rings. This should have been more difficult, after all. He was a mere pulse-opening expert, while even the lowest of their owners was of the spiritual severing realm. But Ryu's mental realm was on another level. While he had started on the road of true mental realm cultivation, none of these 14 men and women had. Soon, piles of resources grew before Ryu, causing him to nod slightly. Of the 14 experts, 10 were of the peak spiritual severing realm, 3 were half-step divine vessel experts, and their sect master was of the lower divine vessel realm. As such, given his current circumstances, Ryu couldn't turn his nose up at their possessions. Mortal chi stones. Good. Ryu thought to himself. Within the martial world, there were 3 forms of cultivation chi. The first was what Ryu made use of now, mortal chi, the second was immortal chi, and the last was chaotic chi. In order to step into the connecting heaven realm, it was necessary to comprehend immortal chi, while chaotic chi was something far from Ryu currently. These so-called mortal chi stones were filled with mortal chi and were the basic currency of the martial world. Actually, the reality was that these mortal stones were invaluable on the mortal plane. It was to the point where the vaults of the Natural Order sect were filled with gold and silver instead of these stones. This was a basic difference of the mortal and immortal planes. So the upper echelon monopolized the chi stones and only distributed gold and silver to their disciples. Considering their scarcity, this makes sense. Luckily for Ryu, the lowest immortal plane, the pedestal plane, used these mortal chi stones as their currency. Gold and silver were useless to them. Unluckily, as expected of a rare resource, the upper echelon of the sect hardly had much. 1,000 inferior chi stones and 20 medial chi stones. This should be enough for now. What Ryu didn't know was that although the immortal plane used chi stones as their basic currency, this was mostly for the inner regions. For the outer ring, which would be his first destination, gold and silver was still highly prevalent. This fortune he had accumulated would make him among the richest in the outer ring, especially considering that one medial stone was worth 100 inferior stones. Aside from these chi stones, Ryu found 3 lower earth-grade treasures. Unfortunately, they were all swords, so he set them aside to sell. Continuing on, he found a few precious spiritual plants of the earth grade as well. These were treasures these elders likely fought 4th and 5th order beasts for, but in the end, they landed in Ryu's hands. There were 6 chi whispering stalks, but what caught Ryu's attention was the singular stalk of bone-separating root. This was the first valuable body-tempering spiritual plant Ryu had found. Although Ryu had spent months in the beast forest, he had only fought a single 4th order beast. At that time, he was forced to abandon his training and use his full power. Even then, he almost died and was forced to take half a month to recover. Back then, all he received in return was yet another 3 chi whispering stalks. He only hadn't used them yet due to certain restrictions he was facing. This is good. Once I find a body-cultivating technique, this earth-grade root will definitely help me at a crucial time. Ryu carefully put the spiritual plants away before carelessly tossing the endless piles of gold and silver into one of the 14 rings and into a corner of his own. Just when he was prepared to begin tailoring clothes for himself, he froze. Beneath his feet, the crunching that undeniably meant he stepped on something caught his attention. Ryu's eyes shot open. He had gotten used to pretending to blind for his own protection, but what could have escaped his senses? Chapter 76. Both Paths. When Ryu opened his eyes, he found that he had stepped upon a bough that was as black as obsidian. There also seemed to be a dainty black glove attached to its string. From cursory inspection, Ryu wasn't very impressed. He thought he might have stumbled upon a treasure, but what he found was a mere peak black-grade bough. If he remembered correctly, this bough actually came from the sect master's ring. As for the dainty glove, it was such a size because the natural order sect's master was a woman. The 3 half-step divine vessel grand elders all had lower earth-grade weapons, but the sect master was left with a peak black-grade bough. How odd! Ryu lifted the black bough from the ground, but his eyes contracted at its weight. This bough was actually almost 200 gene heavy. That was easily 20 times the weight of his current lower common grade spear, glaive and halberd for a weapon that wasn't known for its heftiness. After Ryu opened his 6 body pulses, his base strength had increased to about 2000 gene, so there was no problem lifting this bow with his raw strength. It was just surprising because bows weren't usually so heavy. To make matters odder, the size of this bow was incredulous. The attachment of the dainty glove completely didn't match the bow's over 2-meter-long arc. It stood as tall as Ryu himself. It was only then that Ryu decided to intently inspect this bow. The truth was that he had already abandoned the path of the bowman. He had his hands full with trying to comprehend the Tatsuya's saintly weapons. Although it would make his grandpa Qilin sad to hear it, it was the truth. However, when Ryu realized that the true treasure wasn't the bow, but rather the dainty glove, his eyes couldn't help but light up in interest. At first, he had thought that the glove was simply the habit of a woman. Even as their leader, the sect master might have been enamored with her looks even in her old age. The glove, or so Ryu thought, was likely a method of protecting her fingers from becoming calloused. But who would have known that this dainty glove was actually a unique grade treasure? This glove is most definitely the heirloom of this sect. Ryu's eyes shone, delving into the secrets of the glove. A unique grade treasure fell into a special category of its own. It was possible for it to be even better than some origin grade treasures, but it was also possible for it to be inferior to even a common grade treasure. Unfortunately, it seemed that this glove was closer to the latter than the former. However, surprisingly, Ryu wasn't disappointed. What an amazing crafted treasure. Truly the natural order sect. Ryu plucked the glove from the bow string, turning it in his hands. By relying on the nourishment of its master's understanding of the natural order, this glove is able to form an arrow of corresponding power. It seems that despite calling themselves the natural order sect and passing this glove down for generations, the sect was never able to make this glove into the treasure it should have been. Up to now, Ryu had comprehended a mortal endowment. If his level were to be labeled by those of the immortal plane, they would call him an heir. This was the first level of the so-called mortal endowment and a step many cultivators died before ever reaching. Of these levels, there were 7. The first was Ryu's heir level, the second was the imposed level, the third was the rule level, followed by the small realm level, the dominion level, the divinity level, and finally the deity level. Each of these realms had their own associated titles. Heir was associated with the inheritor title, a step forward, and one would be known as a lord, then a ruler, then a monarch, then a sovereign, a minor god, and finally a god. So, Ryu could be called a spear heir or a glaive inheritor. What this black glove needed was Ryu's steady improvement in these realms, not just the mortal endowment realm alone, but also the natural enlightenment realm which followed a different system. With a thought, Ryu ignored the black bow for a moment and tried to slip the glove on. At first, it resisted, causing Ryu's brow to furrow. But it was only then that he realized that the spiritual mark left on this glove was reinforced over many generations, making it more powerful than normal. In the end, it took Ryu 3 days to chip away and finally destroy this mark to claim this treasure for himself. Finally, the glove shifted, morphing and widening to fit Ryu's large hand. In that moment, it trembled with excitement, feeling that Ryu's essence was very deep, or at the very least, deeper than it was used to. As though it was a hungry child, it greedily gobbled up this essence, glowing a faint translucent light. This essence wasn't Ryu's own energy. The energy used to cultivate was known as mortal chi, but essence was a natural energy of the heavens. This was the energy that Ryu's comprehensions were rewarded with. When one's understanding of the mortal endowment or natural enlightenment deepened, it was this energy that increased the strength of your attacks. It also happened to be this kind of energy that this black glove loved the most. So the sect master never reached the air realm? Ryu's brow furrowed. No, that isn't what it is. It's possible that the sect master even faintly touched upon the imposing realm. It's just that the Tatsuya saintly weapon inheritance is on a whole other level compared to what she comprehended. My small success air realm is already stronger than her half-step imposing realm. Suddenly, the black glove began to evolve on Ryu's hand. First, its fabric lengthened, shooting up Ryu's arm and becoming a sleeve that extended from the tips of his fingers to his broad shoulder. Then, a black metal guard began to form, making the extremities of the glove look reminiscent of a knight's gauntlet. A comfortable feeling washed over Ryu. He suddenly felt like he was being nourished by the natural energies of the heavens. Almost absent-mindedly, he took control of the tall bow, pulling it back with all his strength. Despite his efforts, the string only reached 10% of its full flex. Yet, a dense energy of spear, halberd and glaive chi swirled into one, forming an arrow of unfathomable pulsing power. The winds blew fiercely around Ryu, causing his white hair to whip about. However, his rapidly draining spiritual chi woke him up from his trance, causing the arrow to dissipate. If he had actually let it go, the illusory formation that protected this sect would have been blasted to oblivion. He suddenly understood why the bow was so heavy and why the sect master never tried to find herself an earth-grade bow. Only a bow with an incredibly sturdy build could withstand such a powerful arrow. I cannot let this treasure go to waste. I will follow both paths, Ryu thought resolutely. Chapter 77. Descent. The atmosphere was grand and lively. All sorts of spectators from the 4 corners of the highest mortal plane all converged toward its center. Many had been traveling for many months, all waiting for this day. With this being the first ever co-coronation games, a neutral site was an absolute necessity given the weight of the proceedings. As such, there was only one obvious answer: the Four Kingdoms Institute. Although this academy had only been founded 80 or so years ago, its prestige had spread far and wide. In just 2 generations, the graduates of the institute had all left their mark on the plane, each becoming an outstanding figure. The institute's grounds were massive, housing dozens of large glass buildings, gardens, and rivers. It was a paradise rivaling any of the 4 sects, yet it was founded and ruled by a mortal without an ounce of cultivation. Many speculated that Headmaster Leopold would soon die and have to choose an heir. After all, He had founded this institute when he was 40 years old, meaning his 120th birthday had already come to pass. As a mortal, no matter how well he took care of himself, he wouldn't live much longer. Because of this, many graduates of the institute saw the coronation games as a stage to catch his eye. Among the princes, many had various advisors who had graduated from the institute. Since the sects were only allowed minimal involvement in these affairs, relying on the mortal world was their best bet. The crowds converged, all pouring into a recently built arena. As an academy for scholars, the institute obviously hadn't had a suitable area for battles. It was only after 4 kingdoms pressured the old headmaster that he was forced to allow them to begin construction. This Colosseum of sorts wasn't as simple as it seemed. Rumors had it that the Divine Vessel sect masters had made moves during its construction. Various hidden treasures of the 3 sects were poured into it, including objects mortals rarely if ever saw, including small realms, visual memory jades, and other astounding feats of engineering. Although these paled in comparison to the capabilities of the immortal planes, for mortals, they seemed like feats of God. Hours later, the crowds had finished jostling over seats and settled down with excited expressions. They had been worried about seeing the action in an arena that was over a kilometer in diameter, but they relaxed after seeing the large translucent screens that hovered in the air. It seemed they would be able to see everything. Aside from the various excited expressions, there were also those filled with a fidgety nervousness. These were the individuals that bet large amounts of money and resources. For them, today would decide whether they could live out the rest of their lives in comfort or in poverty. Those who bet on kingdoms as a whole were slightly better off, but those who placed bets on individual princes were sitting on pins and needles. Down below, the various royal families were given the best seating arrangements along with their pillar clans. Each monopolized a corner of the arena, preventing conflicts from breaking out earlier than they should. "Mom, here, have something to eat." Hagen helped him mother, first Princess Dahlia to her seat, trying to get her to eat from a plate of fruits he brought over. To the side, Mai tried to do the same for her mother. It seemed that even after so many years, the 2 women Ryu had once called elder sister still hadn't forgiven themselves. Despite being only about 30 years old, they both looked to be well past 40. None of their youthful exuberance remained, replaced entirely by a thin will to live. It seemed that any small nudge could shatter even that resolve. The 3 princes saw the state of their elder sisters, but couldn't say much. The Tor clan knew very well what had pushed them to this state. Whether or not they'd ever have their lively elder sisters back was reliant on today's events. To King Tor's side, located further to the front, 2 youthful young men nearing their middle ages stood, exuding killing intent. These 2 would normally never leave the sect, but after these events they had no choice but to. They were none other than outer sect Elder Kato and Adorjin, both of whom had now been promoted to the inner sect. They were the husbands of the 2 princesses. As for King Tor himself, his once brown beard had gained more than a few graying hairs. His brown eyes had lost their sharpness and his olive skin paled slightly. Over the years, his cultivation talent had slowed, eaten away at by a heart demon he couldn't shake. This too was likely his final chance. It was at this moment that a platform appeared in the skies, protruding from the outer reaches of the battle arena. All of the quiet talks were silenced as thousands of eyes focused on an old, wizened man wearing flowing golden robes. This man was none other than Headmaster Leopold. "I thank those who have come today. You have truly given this old man face." The voice was calm and unhurried but carried an undeniable forcefulness. "I will make these matters clear. Although I have disciples within the Tor and Viri kingdoms, there will be no favoritism. The rules have been hidden until this day and have been designed by this old man taking into account the treasures provided by the 3 sects. You will be tested for your will and perseverance, as well as your talent and your leadership. Although this old man is not a fan of combat, I must also uphold the previous traditions of the coronation games and not deviate too much. Still, your minds will be necessary this time around. Come forward, princes of this highest mortal plane." Headmaster Leopold's voice boomed. The princes of the kingdoms stepped forward without hesitation. 3 princes of Tor Kingdom, 2 princes of Ope's Kingdom, and one prince each for both Viri and Lance Kingdom. Although many wondered how absolute fairness would be guaranteed under such circumstances, everyone believed in the headmaster's abilities. As such, everyone had relaxed expressions on their faces. Whether it be Prince Atticus Sly, lewd smile, or Prince Silas Lazy, almost sleepy one, both remained unchanged. Good. The headmaster nodded to himself. These were truly princes. Each had their own refined aura. They were worthy of representing the younger generation of this highest mortal plane. This old man will now explain the first trial you all will face. Just as the headmaster was about to begin, the shocking call of a bird shook the battle arena. Those who understood the matters of the martial world paled. It was actually a second-order beast. However, when it was seen that a young man of unbridled arrogance leapt from its back despite being hundreds of meters in the air, these matters were immediately forgotten. He descended to the grounds below like a leaf in the wind, his long white hair billowing behind him. Chapter 78. Private Lecture. Ryu's descent from above seemed like a man asking for death. However, the vision of splattered blood and gore never occurred. In fact, the sound of Ryu's feet touching the ground was so soft that many almost doubted their ears. Was it possible to fall from such a height soundlessly? In that moment, hundreds of thousands of gazes focused on the visage of a young man that seemed carved of heavenly gems. His sharp jaw, his high cheekbones, his boundless aura, each felt otherworldly to an unimaginable level. Unfortunately, Ryu hadn't reached a realm where he was capable of withdrawing his strength. So every step he took made it feel as though he was orchestrating the beating hearts of those watching him. The black leather robes Ryu forged for himself only refined his aura all the more so. The presence of the third-order beast he forged his clothes from hadn't dissipated, making him seem particularly wild despite the calm expression on his features. Without a single word, his eyes still closed, he made his way to the seven princes. "Grandfather, grandfather!" Yana pulled on the old general's sleeve, an expression of pure excitement on her slightly immature features. By now, she had grown into one of the femme fatale on the higher mortal plane. The men who wished to claim her heart could extend from the gates of the Garrus clan to the edge of the plane itself. Yet, no one had seen her bright brown eyes light up so fiercely in the last 2 years, until today, that is. Old man Garrus smiled bitterly. Didn't this little girl know that he could see just fine? Did you also not notice his white hair? Do you not know what that means? Suddenly, years of confusion were instantly washed away, not just for the old general, but the other family heads as well. They had wondered why the Tor clan would be so foolish in suppressing such a talent. But now they understood. It seemed the heavens had been cruel when they created Ryu. They gave him everything a person could ask for except for one. The irony was uncanny. Old man Agnes froze when he saw Ryu. After he lashed out against King Tor, he had become a cripple due to Death Guard Bishik's vicious beating. In the end, a mighty Chi refinement realm expert had become nothing more than a normal old man. If it hadn't been for third concubine Leilani leaving the palace to care for him, he likely would have died under the schemes of his younger brothers already. Even seeing his grandson now, he couldn't bring himself to feel any hope or happiness. In fact, he didn't even feel anger or hatred. He simply felt deflated. These feelings could only be said to be triply true for Leilani, who had a half head of gray hair now. Seeing her son only made her sink into her chair further, tears falling from her wrinkled cheeks. How audacious! Elder Adorjan's fists clenched. Both his wife and the second princess had fainted in horror the moment they saw Ryu descend from the skies. The weight they had been carrying for years erupted in full force once more, causing them both to cough up blood and lose consciousness. This sort of heart demon was the most vicious. Even the mere appearance of Ryu forced them into such a state. Mai and Hagen paled when they saw the state of their mothers. Unlike their fathers who understood the repercussions of acting rashly now, they were two immature children at just barely 11 years old. How could they control themselves after seeing such a thing? Ryu, it's all your fault. You hurt my mother. Hagen's immature voice spread across the battle arena. Although they were only 11, both had broken into the pulse-opening realm just a few weeks ago, making them some of the better talents of the sect. He and I both believed that the two of them together were enough to deal with Ryu. They were merely children. Their thought processes were too simple. They had long since forgotten about the strength of the beast Ryu used to come here. All they remembered was the pain of their mothers and the fact they had been cultivating for longer than Ryu. Neither King Tor nor the two elders moved to stop them. According to clan texts, it was the right of every young man of the Tor main bloodline to participate in the coronation games. If King Tor directly acted against Ryu, it would affect the fate of his kingdom. Ryu knew this well, which was why he dared to appear. However, none of this meant that they couldn't rely on others. Unfortunately for them, despite crossing the several hundred meters that separated them from Ryu in just a few seconds, the two children suddenly stopped when they were just 10 meters away from him. When they were further away, their senses as mere pulse-opening realm experts couldn't see through him. But the moment they entered his range, they felt an unquenchable fear. Not only was Ryu's own aura too domineering after slaughter beasts for months on end, the third-order beast fur and leather he wore bore down upon his little niece and nephew, making them plop to the ground in a heap. Fear shook their small faces as the putrid scent of urine wafted from them. Ryu, however, never paused his steps. He claimed the last and empty 8th platform, completing the circle of the princes without a single change to his expression. It was as though he didn't notice the gazes of his 3 brothers' land boring holes through him, nor the amused expressions of Prince Atticus and Silas. With a subtle signal from Headmaster Leopold, the visual memory Jades tactfully missed the scene of the two children, focusing entirely on Ryu's entrance. Aside from a small minority of individuals, no one could see far enough to realize what had happened, and even less people noticed the quick movements of the two elders in retrieving their children. But how could Ryu not feel the 2 sharp points of killing intent pierce his back? After giving Ryu a deep look, the headmaster shook his head. He had already been warned about the possible reappearance of the 4th prince and had used his influence to partially understand the hidden story of the Tor clan. However, while he understood this 4th prince's plight, he felt that he was too young and far too rash. The first trial is a test of disposition and endurance. To be king, one must be bold, but they must also be patient and enduring. To move based on emotion and revenge is not the way of the king and will only bring about the early destruction of an empire. Headmaster Leopold sent a small glance toward Ryu before looking away. This trial will not only put your perseverance to the test, it will also reward those who understand their limits and know when to take a step back. Bring the royal clan totems. Ryu's expression didn't change in the face of the old man's seemingly private lecture. To him, it was this old man who didn't understand his limits. To use his 100 years of experience to mentor Ryu's 1,000 years? What an absolute joke. Chapter 79. Last place. As soon as Headmaster Leopold's voice fell, 3 amused elders flew through the skies leisurely, each carrying a sealed black box formed as cylindrical pillars. They found it funny that they, as spiritual severing realm experts, were following the orders of a mere mortal, but for the sake of their sect masters, they allowed it. If things went well today, their dreams of one day entering the divine vessel realm and lording over this highest mortal plane were in sight. The headmaster frowned, his already wrinkled face forming more peaks and crevices. There were meant to be 4 totems, so why were only 3 being brought out now? When he thought of a possibility, his expression became incomparably unsightly. To think that they'd dare blatantly disrespect him like this. At that moment, the headmaster felt the slight smirk on Ryu's handsome features. It only appeared for a moment before disappearing, but the old man felt as though a severe slap had resounded across the arena. In fact, his cheeks even reddened. The crowd didn't seem to notice any of this. Instead, they were completely enraptured by the display of these cultivators. Some ignorant individuals even excitedly explained to their children about how these experts were true immortals, holding the fate of the world in their palms. Of course, the 3 experts didn't bother to correct them, enjoying the attention they were receiving. Soon, the 3 of them touched down soundlessly. The structure of the trial was simple. All 8 princes stood on an elevated circular platform. These platforms were arranged in a circle, leaving each an equidistance from the next. The last feature of this trial was the path toward the center where the three spiritual severing realm experts stood. Obviously, this trial was related to their ability to work toward the center platform. Of the three experts, two were exceptionally elderly, looking even older than the headmaster. However, one of them was relatively young, looking like a man who was at most 50 years old. This man was none other than Ryu's supposed grandfather, Ameltor, a man with half a foot in the divine vessel realm. Amel's eyes flashed with a complicated light when he looked toward this fourth grandson of his. He had been there when Ryu's ceremony was sabotaged, but he had done nothing. In the end, Ryu assigned him just as much blame for the pain he endured in this life as anyone else despite him being the most absent. Haha, brother Amel, your Tor clan certainly has a strong seed. To think you'd birth 4 talents of this caliber in just 1 generation. One of the older men from Nature's Emblem sect spoke leisurely as he removed the seals from his cylinder. The old men chatted as though they couldn't sense the angered expressions of the Ops clan. Prince Kalman and Quan gripped their fists so tightly that the almost imperceptible sound of dripping blood could be heard by those whose perceptions were sharp enough. Amel said nothing. Their Tor clan was so blessed, yet they had courted disaster. In less than 2 years, this fourth grandson of his had cultivated to the peak of the pulse-opening realm and could enter the Qi refinement realm any moment. On top of that, it was clear that his body realm cultivation was already more profound than Caiden's even without using a body refinement technique. That can only mean that his talent far outstripped that of his third brother. But now there was no regaining Ryu's favor. The fact he had appeared here with his true hair, yet no one had reacted at all, showed just how foolish King Tor had been. Still, while others might not be aware, Amel understood why King Tor made the decision he did. The matters of the White Devils weren't over. Soon, 3 blinding auras shot up into the skies as the clan totems were revealed to the world. 2 of the older gentlemen shamelessly bowed toward the Ops clan and their pillar families. We old men apologize for not being able to bring the Ops clan totem here. Only someone above the Qi refinement realm can ignore the pressure these totems exude, but we do not have such experts to spare. King Ops' veins bulged, rage building up in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. Normally, the coronation games would take place within one's own kingdom. As such, the totems wouldn't have to be moved. Unfortunately for the Ops kingdom, the 3 sects that had been commissioned to handle this had used it as an opportunity to suppress the 2 Ops princes. One can imagine the kind of disadvantage they'd be at facing the auras of these kingdom ancestors without the support of their own. It would be shocking if they could take even 1 step. In the skies, Headmaster Leopold's already aged features turned green. He had promised absolute fairness just moments ago. In fact, he had lectured Ryu on the propriety a ruler should have. Yet, in just seconds, he learned exactly why there was no recourse in the martial world. He could do nothing about this because he was a mortal. His fists were not large enough. Calming himself as the spiritual severing realm experts flew away, the old headmaster smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had also become too used to wielding power. To think he had allowed himself to feel so noble. His mental realm still needed tempering. My apologies. This was all the headmaster could say. His reputation had taken an untenable blemish today. He could only continue as though nothing had happened. Young princes, during this trial you will have to face the auras of your ancestors. In the past, this trial would occur last as the chance of injury is very high. However, I have decided to place it first. As I've said, a king must know when to advance and when to retreat. Your mind is just as important as your strength. Never forget this. Those who understand their limits will benefit in future tests. Begin. In that moment, Ryu's grandfather was the last to leave the central platform. He gave Ryu a deep look before turning. With his aura no longer protecting the princes, they were suddenly assaulted by a wave of unending pressure. It felt as though they were facing the vicissitudes of hundreds of generations. Prince Quan and Kalman immediately paled, the younger Prince Quan coughing up blood and flying backward. Tears streamed down his face, but there was nothing he could do. He was too weak. Without the protection of his ancestors, he couldn't last even a second. The sounds of jeering from citizens of other kingdoms filled the ears of the 2 brothers. A cruel reality overwhelmed them. There were only 3 trials to this co-coronation game. By placing last now, they had already lessened their chances of protecting their sex legacy to near zero. Chapter 80, Soft Hand. Prince Quanz fell to his knees, blood leaking from his leaps as the jeers of the crowd rained down. He couldn't help but slam his fist into the ground, rage pulsing through his veins without anywhere to be vented. He didn't dare to look up and face his elder brother's gaze. Not only was he ashamed, but he didn't want to burden Prince Qilin with his hope. In the end, Prince Qilmin's eyes closed. Taking a deep breath, he leaped backward. He understood his limits and knew that attempting this trial would only harm his chances. A lewd laughter Ryu would never forget, no matter how much it distorted, resounded through the arena. Prince Atticus casually took a few steps forward, looking down at himself as though he was surprised to have made it so far. You two made it look so difficult. To think it was so easy. Tiske. I truly have to look down on your Ops Kingdom heirs. Too sad. Too sad. He shook his head as though lamenting something. The 2 princes said nothing. The crowd might be ignorant to what had happened, but how could these princes be? To face the bloodline aura of past sovereigns without being able to rely on some sort of heritage was absolutely impossible. However, it seemed that everyone was unaware that there was another besides the 2 Ops princes that didn't share the bloodline of any of these totems. Ryu's expression remained indifferent and cold, basking in the pressure these totems gave him. When his soul awoke from its slumber, his 4 bloodlines completely eradicated the Tor blood within him. Could be said that at that moment, Ryu was no longer related to the Tor clan at all. Yet, while the 2 Ops princes were unceremoniously disqualified, Ryu faced these raging waves with his head held high. Time passed slowly. The princes, after the first 10 or so steps, began to struggle greatly. If it had just been 1 totem, this first trial wouldn't have lasted so long. However, dealing with 3 at the same time while only receiving partial help from 1 was difficult to bear. Grandpa, why isn't Ryu moving? Yana asked worriedly. She naively believed that Ryu was confused by the trial since he was blind. Could it be that he didn't know what to do? She worried for him greatly. The old general didn't respond. He continued watching Ryu's still figure, wondering to himself just why it was that his old heart was beating so quickly. He hadn't felt this feeling since that battle so long ago. Nothing had excited him like it since. But he doesn't have the air of a general or a king. I doubt that this young man would be a very good leader. So why is my blood boiling? Haha, 4th brother, are you too intimidated to move? Caden's boisterous laugh sounded as his heavy foot boomed onto the platform below. He felt as though a mountain was weighing on his shoulders, but to think he'd still have the state of mind to jeer. As things stood now, Caden had traveled the furthest distance. Relying on his iron body, he forcibly endured the tyrannical aura in a just as tyrannical fashion. If nothing went wrong, it was clear to the crowd that he would place first. Prince Amory, Ryu's 1st brother, was currently placed last if Ryu was ignored. However, his expression was the calmest. His approach was also the smartest. With his every step, he slowly acclimated his body to the aura. He sought after the utmost stability. As for Prince Atticus and Prince Silas, they didn't seem to be taking these trials seriously at all despite ranking ahead of Prince Amory. However, this made sense. Since they were already the sole heirs of their kingdoms, the only reason they participated was to earn their clans a higher ranking for the natural order sex treasures, and to show off their talent a bit. Still, they wouldn't risk their lives. Because of this, these coronation games had essentially become a battle of the Tor bloodline. Boom! The ground cracked before Caden as he finally stepped upon the central platform. With little more than 3 steps, he would reach the totems, completing the trial and cementing his place as first. It was at this moment that Ryu took his first steps. He seemed at such incomparable ease that the princes and those watching were stunned for a moment. But then they calmed. Hadn't even Prince Atticus' first steps been equally as easy? Unfortunately for their analysis, Ryu's steps didn't pause. 3rd step, 5th step, 9th step, Caden no longer had the leisure to throw out one-liners. focusing his entire being on the task at hand. His cultivation was pushed to its limits as he circulated his iron body arts. The slight sheen of silver emitted from his skin, capturing the attention of all those watching. He's practiced your sex, iron body arts, to the second tier already. To think he's reached the shimmering like metal realm. An old man of the Whispering Willow sect, and one of the spiritual severing realm experts who helped bring the totems, praised Qilin. The crowd that had been focused on the ease of Ryu's first steps suddenly turned their attention toward Qilin. He was only 2 steps away now, and he had so abruptly shot up in power. How could they not be enraptured? Qilin's roars filled the arena. His body grew by 1 size, bulging outward as he became a man of unrefined silver. The unrefined or realm. The 2 old men looked toward Amel in envy. The Tor clan's faith was truly too astonishing. To birth such astounding talents 3 consecutive generations. If it wasn't the laws the immortals set, wouldn't their sex be finished? At this moment, Ryu's slightly conflicted heart had calmed to an extent. Both the Tor clan and my Tatsuya clan were birthed with an inordinate amount of fate. In the end, my Tatsuya clan was unjustly destroyed. How ironic is it that I will now give the Tor clan the same fate? Qilin lunged forward. His body, which had grown by over 20%, surged, his laughter filling the arena. I, Qilin Tor, take first place in this trial, he roared as his hand slammed downward toward the totem. However, the once animated crowd had fallen to absolute silence. Qilin, who had expected to touch the gruff exterior of an aged totem, instead felt the skin of a hand so soft, he mistook it for a woman's. When he looked, he found Ryu standing calmly, his hand resting in the place Qilin thought was his. Chapter 81. Unexpected Result. Qilin's fierce features contorted. He couldn't believe the reality of what he was seeing. The worst part was that Ryu didn't bother to gloat, he didn't even say a word. After confirming that he took first place, he simply removed his hand out from under his 3rd brother's and walked back to his personal platform. With a calm expression, he sat down in meditation as though these coronation games had nothing to do with him. Even at its peak, the Tor bloodline was a half-step from the Earth grade. It was because of their hereditary bone structure that they managed to dominate this highest mortal plane, not their blood. As for the Viri and Lance bloodlines, they were even worse off and could only be considered of the peak black grade. How could any of these bloodlines pressure Ryu's 4 ancestral grade bloodlines? In fact, Ryu spent most of his effort restraining himself so that the 3 totems wouldn't crumble to dust. King Tor's expression was particularly unsightly, even more so than his 3rd son's. To have had a dynasty like this in his hands only to toss it away, who wouldn't be green with regret? It was at this moment that he steeled himself. No matter what, after these events ended, Ryu could not be allowed to leave under any circumstances. Unless his corpse lay before him, he wouldn't feel at ease. The pale-faced princesses had only just managed to awaken, only for them to see this result. Was it worth it? To betray their little brother and cause the death of an innocent woman just for the illusion of a kingdom? The first trial continued, but the crowd seemed deflated. Maybe only those who had bet on the Tor kingdom as a whole felt any sort of gratification, but seeing such an overwhelming victory left them feeling uncomfortable. Just why was it that it seemed the Tor clan was withstanding great internal strife? This is the way of the world, a particularly old individual said after sighing. The Tor clan is blessed to have so many heirs, but how could it be possible for them all to flourish? For one to stand above, the other 3 must either willingly bow out, or suffer a great loss. Even as these words fell, the results became clear. First Prince Amory took 3rd place, his calm expression never changing even as his 2 brothers surpassed him. Finally, 2nd Prince Jedrek placed 4th. In grand fashion, the Tor clan swept the first trial, firmly grasping the fate of this plane. Headmaster Leopold gave Ryu a deep look. Had he misjudged this boy? If he truly swept everything in his path and placed first, according to the Tor clan texts, King Tor had no choice but to name him Crown Prince. Disobeying this would scatter the accumulated faith of the Tor clan, causing their current first place among the kingdoms to sink to last. In fact, they might not even be considered a true kingdom anymore if they did such a thing. An inexplicable tension loomed over the coronation game grounds. This was meant to be a happy occasion they had all been looking forward to for years. So why did it feel as though they were watching the fate of their lives play out before them? Unfortunately, this first trial was only an appetizer. Although this old man dislikes violence, my hand was forced, Leopold thought to himself solemnly. The display of your princes has truly made this old heart of mine thump. The headmaster's voice projected over the arena once more. As promised, I will now announce the results. Please keep in mind the criteria I laid out beforehand. Maybe this headmaster has more backbone than I gave him credit for. Ryu thought to himself as he heard those last words. First place, Prince Ryu Tor. He displayed a calm and unhurried approach, even in the face of the doubts of those around him. In the end, he left a shadow over the hearts of his opponents they won't soon forget by striking at the perfect moment. This old man awards him a perfect score of 10. Hearing these words, a slight murderous intent emitted from the eyes of the two elders who stood beside Amel. But they didn't dare to do anything so openly, not now. If their guesses were correct, things were about to change in a manner they hadn't expected. There is a tie for second place. I award both Prince Ameritor and Prince Kalman Opes this place. An uproar sounded through the crowd. Weren't both Opes princes last? Neither took even a single step. Plus, wasn't Prince Caden second? You, old man. Caden's roar tore through the arena. With his temper, how could he sit idly? Are you trying to cheat me? Please allow me to finish, Leopold said unhurriedly. I purposely introduced this trial as I did so that those with enough intelligence could benefit. When did I ever say that the order of those who reached the platform would be the order I placed you in? Prince Amory displayed patience even surpassing that of Prince Ryu. While Ryu is simply an outstanding talent that hardly felt the pressure of the totems, Prince Amory was different. His talent is lacking, but his perseverance was clear. He used the perfect approach, slowly refining the aura and allowing his weaker body to grow accustomed. In the end, he surpassed those who began ahead of himself and reached the central platform third. I award him 8 points. Prince Kalman, even in the face of the jeers and ridicule of the crowd, and even knowing his younger brother couldn't be relied upon, he still made the brave choice of directly giving up. A king is not just a powerful man. He is an individual who knows when to advance and when to retreat. Headmaster Leopold's words rained down, his imposing aura no less than that of the sect masters of the ruling 3 sects. One would never think that he was a mere mortal. Caden was unable to reply. In third place, I award Prince Caden Tor 5 points. He displayed perseverance and tenacity. And, although he lost in the end, he didn't lash out, but instead sharpened his battle intent. Only after hearing these words did Caden feel a bit better. However, the bitterness didn't fade. In fourth place, I award Prince Jedrek Tor 4 points. His actions are difficult to read, but he understands his strengths and weaknesses. He will shine in the later trials if this old man is correct. In fifth place, there is once again a tie. Prince Atticus and Silas are both awarded 2 points. In last place, Prince Quan of the Opes Kingdom is awarded with 0. Headmaster Leopold took a deep breath. He knew the actions he took would bring him trouble, but his resolve was firm. Take care, young princes. This second trial will not be as forgiving as the first, but do remember the words I've said. Prepare the beasts. Chapter 82 Rules. The platforms beneath the princes began to slowly change as the middle platform rose into the air. Soon, what was once a narrow path before them changed into a set of stairs. Before each of the princes, a total of 10 steps formed. Although Ryu had yet to firmly step into the spiritual entrance realm, his mental realm could be considered far stronger than it had been months ago. His senses increased to the point where vague shadows of what happened around him were projected into his mind. If those of the immortal plane knew this, they'd be shocked. Such an ability was the first sign of opening one's spiritual sea, something that shouldn't occur until one began breaking into the soul birth realm. This aside, The reason this was so important was because Ryu no longer needed to open his eyes to see formations like he was forced to in the Opes Kingdom's King's Garden. He could clearly feel each one of the 10 steps before him containing a small-scale teleportation array connected to a small realm. They truly went all out for these games. Ryu thought seriously. For a mere higher mortal plane, the cost of building and activating a teleportation formation was difficult to bear. From what Ryu could tell, each array would be able to sustain 10 round trips for the price of 1 inferior mortal chi stone. After some quick math, if every array here was used, it would cost a minimum 8 chi stones. Considering Ryu only managed to find 1,000 such stones in the entire natural order sect, a cost of 8 for a single event was astronomical. Headmaster Leopold smiled lightly, seeing the confused expression of many of the princes. This trial has the same goal as the first, to reach the center platform using the various means available to you. But, as you might expect from the results of the first trial, the means are just as important as the ends. Your accumulations are too small to understand what is happening, so allow this old man to explain. Each step before you is equipped with a small-scale teleportation array. This array is connected, at random, to the small realms of the heavenly body, Whispering Willow and Nature's Emblem Sex. The eyes of the princes sharpened at these words. Formation masters were incredibly rare on their mortal plane, and those that could lay teleportation formations were even rarer. In fact, even the small realms of their plane were the product of accumulations left from ancient times. No one on the mortal plane had the strength to create them. Small realms were lands rife with potential fortuitous encounters. Usually, a sect would only be willing to open theirs once every few decades or whenever they had a particularly good batch of geniuses specifically because of the chi stone costs. So, it was obvious why the princes were shocked. The moment you take a step forward, you will immediately be teleported into the territory of a beast. Your task will be to slay this beast. Only by slaying this beast will you be allowed to claim the step. Of course, as I've said, being a king isn't all about being the one with the largest fist. As a result, you'll be allowed to use the various factions you've spent your life building for this trial. You can send up to 10 individuals at once, not including yourself. However, you can only use the same individual up to a total of 3 times. The only person with unlimited entries will be yourselves as princes. A clever light lit the headmaster's old features. Listen very carefully because the rules are complex. Every prince will get a turn to climb their stairs based on the order of positions from the first trial. After all princes have gone, it will be considered as 1 round. During their turn, a prince is allowed 3 actions. These actions are denoted by an attempt to conquer a step. Meaning, on a single turn, a prince can climb as much as 3 steps at once. However, actions aren't limited to this alone. A prince can also decide to conquer the step of another prince. If this route is chosen, there are 2 possibilities. The prince who has had their step conquered can either choose to face a stronger beast and thus ignore the conquering, this will not count as one of their actions, or willingly retreat by a single step. Each prince is allowed to be attacked only twice per round, but any given prince can attack multiple individuals to fulfill their 3 allowed actions. However, a single prince is not allowed to attack the same individual more than once during the same round. In addition, after attacking a prince, one must wait for an entire round before being able to attack the same prince again. Meaning, the same prince can only attack a particular prince every other round. Also, note that the central platform cannot be attacked. Meaning, the highest step an opposing prince can conquer is the 9th step. Finally, there's the matter of the beasts. As you have probably guessed, each step increases with difficulty. The first 3 steps are first-order beasts, the second 3 steps are second-order beasts, and the final 3 steps are third-order beasts. In the end, to conquer the central platform, you must defeat a half-step 4th-order beast. The crowd's chatter erupted. Although they weren't part of the martial world, they all understood the danger of beast hordes as they had lived through many in their lives. To think the princes have to face such powerful beasts. Luckily, they were allowed to ask for aid from their factions. There is only one more thing to note. The headmaster's voice turned serious. Your lives are more important than fighting for glory. When you have a step conquered, think very carefully before you decide to challenge a stronger beast to ignore it. Whenever a step is attacked, the only method to ignore the attack is by defeating a beast higher by a single tier. Meaning, if your step is guarded by a lower third-order beast, you will have to defeat a middle third-order beast to ignore the attack levied at you and not retreat a step. When the headmaster's voice fell, various attendants hurried forward, handing each prince a jade pendant. These pendants are too precious to hand to every one of your subordinates, so remember that a king must be benevolent. Although these pendants can save your lives, do not be selfish. This old man will be watching, and your actions will be graded appropriately. Fourth Prince Tor, you may take the first action. Remember that you can call upon up to 10 individuals to help you. Crush the jade pendant if your life is in danger and you will be teleported out. However, keep in mind that doing so will count as one lost action. Chapter 83, Grassland Serpent. The attentions of thousands suddenly settled upon Ryu. Although the rules seemed fairly simple, a single person receiving 3 actions per turn to either attack their own steps or that of someone else's, there was a reason the headmaster described them as complex. There were many moving variables and plenty of opportunities to be sabotaged by others. In addition, there was a hidden rule that only the intelligent picked up. When the headmaster emphasized the randomness of the teleportation arrays. On the surface, it seemed that he was speaking about which of the 6 small realms you entered, but there was another matter he purposely neglected to make clear. While he said the stairs were grouped into sets of 3, each corresponding to a respectively higher order of beast, he never specified the exact strength of this beast. This meant that if one was unlucky, they might meet 3 peak first-order beasts in all 3 of their first steps. If one was even more unlucky, this same matter could occur during your fights with third-order beasts. Due to this randomness, it was particularly important how the princes allocated their resources considering their subordinates could only enter a maximum of 3 times. And it was especially important to take this into consideration when conquering the steps of another. If, for example, you attempted to attack the 7th, 8th, or 9th steps of an opponent, you had to be wary of coming across powerful peak third-order beasts. At the same time, it was also a form of luck to run into such a powerful beast. After all, who would dare to attempt to challenge a beast stronger than a peak third-order beast? Because the headmaster specified 1 tier higher, this meant you wouldn't be fighting a half-step 4th-order beast. You would be fighting a lower 4th-order beast. Grandpa. Yana gripped her grandfather's sleeve. Brother Ryu has subordinates, right? If he doesn't, can you lend him some? The old general almost fell off his chair. Did this little girl already forget about her cousin? Whether or not Jedrek became king would decide if you could live your life as you pleased, or if you'd become a pawn for marriage. Shouldn't you be more supportive of him? Ryu smiled lightly. Subordinates? Helpers? Sabotage? What did any of these mean in the face of absolute power? Without so much as a nervous breath, Ryu stepped upon his first steps. As no surprise to anyone, the jade pendant had the secondary function of recording the happenings of the small realm. Everyone watched as Ryu appeared on a grass plain. After what seemed like decades of growing in an unfettered manner, the green grass had grown over a meter tall. Your grandson was teleported to quite a troublesome area, Brother Amel. We spent a lot of time vetting the beast territories over the last few years in preparation for today. This one is the territory of the middle first-order grassland serpent. They're known for their cunning, stealth, and speed. Even pulse-opening realm experts wouldn't wantonly stroll into those high grasses. An elder commented passively. Completely oblivious to the worry of others, Ryu calmly felt the wind part along the lines of his handsome face. His countenance made the women in the crowd swoon, but they couldn't help but underestimate him due to his blindness. Should he really have been so bold to enter alone? A slight rustling caught Ryu's attention. It was so faint that he was certain even he would have missed it had he not had his eyes closed. The stealth of this beast is quite good. My senses actually can't pick it up immediately. This will be slightly troublesome. But, as long as it attacks, it will lose. The tension of the crowd grew. The minutes ticked by, but Ryu didn't move a single step. He simply stood with his hands clapped behind his back, slowly circulating his blood to keep his body in peak condition. Suddenly, A 2-meter-long snake leaped into the air silently. It had coiled itself so tightly that it was able to spring toward Ryu at blinding speeds. All those spectating could see was a blur of green. Those of the Tor clan felt an inexplicable complex feeling. They couldn't decide whether they truly wanted to see this fourth prince fall or not. The only individuals who seemed to have no qualms whatsoever were King Tor and his 2 sons-in-law. It seems they had made up their minds, wishing for his death. Ryu's light smile didn't fade. While others believed there was no way he had heard the grassland serpent launch an attack, he could see an image of a long shadow in his mind. It opened its mouth wide, still not making a single sound as it snapped toward Ryu's neck. "Grandpa!" Yana hid her delicate face away, unable to watch. However, it was at that moment that Ryu suddenly moved. He stepped forward. The movements couldn't have been more basic, but they carried an air of elegance that couldn't be described. His actions were perfectly timed. Just when the grassland serpent believed it had him, Ryu's step had caused it to miscalculate. But it was too late, it was already in the air. This move was none other than advance of the basic stances. Ryu brought his 2 fingers together, tilting his head to the side just enough to avoid the fangs of the serpent. With a thought, he pierced them upward. His actions carried a simplistic perfection with them. He struck just below the open jaw of the snake with his extended fingers, causing it to be knocked upward several dozen meters. An instant later, a bland wooden bow appeared in Ryu's hands. He calmly aimed at the serpent that had only just reached its apex. No one saw when he knocked an arrow, nor did anyone see when he drew his bow. But, in the end, a bloody rain fell from the skies even as the wooden bow splintered in half, unable to withstand Ryu's strength. In the next moment, Ryu appeared, standing firmly on the first set of stairs, already taking his next step forward. Before anyone could grasp just what had occurred, Ryu had already completed his 3rd action, sitting leisurely on the 3rd step without so much as a flushed face.
Chapter 84, Dragon Corps.
In overwhelming fashion, Ryu stood calmly upon his 3rd step, already journeying a 1/3 of the way with incomparable ease. Whether it be against the grassland serpent, or his following 2 opponents, he always seemed unhurried, as though everything was within his grasp. Without fail, the battle ended with a single arrow. Ryu's comprehension of the bow was nowhere near as profound as that of the Tatsuya saintly weapons. After all, he had only had a little less than 4 or 5 days of practice. He was unsatisfied with his display despite the results. Every time Ryu took action, it might seem that he was grand, but this wasn't how he saw it. He found it embarrassing that he shattered 3 bows. In truth, he had to, or else he wouldn't be certain of hitting his target. Someone like his Grandpa Qilin would be so skilled that the limited tensile strength of his bow wouldn't matter. He would be able to work within the limits of his weapon to take down his enemy. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't have such skill. To make matters more difficult, he hadn't observed his Grandpa Qilin's bowmanship for any sort of extended period of time. And, whenever he had, his Grandpa Qilin's boisterous personality always made sure he was joking around. In order to take down his enemies with 1 arrow, Ryu used all his strength, producing an arrow so fast that it was impossible to dodge. He didn't have the skill, experience, or foresight of a true bowman. There was only one line Ryu could remember his grandpa ever having said seriously. A true bowman doesn't need to aim. He makes his enemy invite his arrows into their home like a sworn brother. If this was the criteria Ryu used to gauge his skill, he was pitifully pathetic. Still, that didn't stop those spectators from looking toward him in a worshipping light. Prince Amory calmly looked toward his fourth brother. He felt that there was now a hidden depth deep within Ryu that hadn't been there before. He had always felt that this brother of his was unfathomable, but he had never felt this insurmountable wall before. Was it really possible to change so much in less than 2 years? Just what had Ryu experienced? His actions are bold, calm, and calculated. However, this is definitely not his true power. If I had to guess, his true weapon is likely a spear or something similar. He's either using a bow now because he wants to hide his true abilities, or because he simply wants to refine his skill. Amory analyzed. This wasn't something he grasped from thin air. Ryu's movements against the grassland serpent, especially his two-finger strike, held the air of a spearman. With Amory's attention to detail, this much was clear to him. He immediately made contingency plans, attempting to extrapolate Ryu's true strength. He knew he had to make a move during this trial. If he allowed Ryu another overwhelming victory here, dealing with him during the third and final trial would be more troublesome. Amory looked away from Ryu, his calm smile returning. Dragon Corps, Division 4, Squad 3. At first, the crowd was confused by Amory's words, but it was at that moment that a quiet group of men shifted into action, jogging in unison from the edge of the battle arena to Amory's side. 5 soldiers, each equipped with red armor, a dagger, short sword and spear appeared. Following Amory's lead, they disappeared into the teleportation formation. Headmaster Leopold nodded to himself. He was greatly satisfied with this disciple of his. Despite the overwhelming performance of Ryu, Amory remained within his limits. He didn't attempt to clear the trials alone to match Ryu's shine. Instead, he used the strict training and grand aura of his personal troops to make a similar statement. The crowd watched in awe as Amory calmly analyzed the situation time and time again. Not only did he not need to take action, not even a single one of his men ever felt the slightest bit of pressure. The shocking part was that all of the men were mere Awakening Realm experts, yet only 5 of them were needed to deal with 3 First-Order beasts. One had to know that despite First-Order beasts being the equivalent of Awakening Realm experts, beasts were always far more powerful than their human counterparts. Usually, it would take a team of 10 Awakening Realm experts to be certain of taking down a First-Order beast. Yet, not only did Amory's soldiers destroy this myth, they actually did so with lower cultivations. They faced higher First-Order beasts, the equivalent of warriors who had undergone 6 or 7 rites, with mere 3 rite cultivation depth. In even less time than Ryu, Amory stood firmly upon his 3rd step. Who held the advantage was clear. Still, Ryu didn't have much of a reaction. But many thought that this was due to the fact he couldn't see what happened. It was one matter for a warrior to use their instincts in place of their vision, but how could they do the same with a screen projecting images? Who? The 5 red armored soldiers slammed their spears into the ground, roaring with a bloodlust-filled war call. An oppressive atmosphere fell from the skies, completely suppressing Ryu's momentum. We pay respects to Crown Prince Tor. Their words charged through the arena as though their voices were 5 flood dragons. They took no heed to decorum and customs, directly crowning Amory themselves before bowing and retreating. The remaining princes felt stifled. It seemed that among them, only Qilin laughed uproariously at this display. However, it wasn't in disdain. Rather, it sounded proud, as though he was letting the world know that he supported his first brother wholeheartedly. In the distance, Patriarch Cedar smiled lightly, nodding toward his first grandson. Who cares about a mere Ryu? The Cedar clan will always stand supreme. One day, even the heavenly body sect will fall to its knees before them. Prince Amory waved his hand, cutting off the oppressive bloodlust of his subordinates with a mere thought. His air of kingship was undeniable. Without even needing to send a glance toward Ryu, it was clear that he had laid down the gauntlet. I allowed you to remain arrogant for this first trial, but I'll make you feel my presence during this second trial. Even if you manage to place first once more, I'll crush you during the third. Others may be in the dark about the third trial, but Prince Amory knew his master well. If he was correct, no one stood a chance against him. Chapter 85. Ice Pupils. A looming silence hung over the battle arena. There was no doubting Amory's clear challenge, but his methods weren't as simple as it seemed either. Firstly, there was the matter of accumulating a faction as strong as his Dragon Corps in the first place. Second was having absolute command over such strong, bloodlust-filled men. And lastly, there was his position in the rankings. Not only could he unceremoniously shatter Ryu's momentum and take it for his own, he could place untold pressure on Prince Qilin, who was forced to go directly after him. In truth, Ryu thought even a step further than this. Who would go after Prince Qilin? Wasn't it third Prince Caden who had just made his affiliation with first Prince Amory clear? To Ryu, at least? Under this untold pressure, Prince Qilin calmed himself and called forth his own guards. As expected, his performance was severely lacking in comparison to Prince Amory, but he displayed his own strengths well. Taking 3 Awakening Realm crossbowmen with him, he took the lead. He valiantly wielded his spear, relying on his crossbowmen to keep the beasts in check. Although his approach was much less clean in comparison to Amory, and much less overbearing in comparison to Ryu, he still accomplished his task in more or less the same amount of time. Even so, it was difficult to win over the crowd. It was for this purpose the headmaster Leopold continued to observe quietly. If Qilin grew anxious, taking actions outside his bounds for the sake of proving his naysayers wrong, he would suffer. Luckily, it seemed that Qilin remained level-headed. Unluckily, however, being just a single step from the second tier gave his enemies an opportunity to attack. "Haha! It seems like it's my turn to take action." Caden's boisterous voice filled the arena. But, despite his words, he had already leapt into the air, ignoring his own staircase to directly land before Qilin. "I think I'll be conquering this step. Don't mind me." Prince Qilmin's expression twitched, but there was nothing he could do. Conquering someone's first-tier steps was useless due to how weak the beasts attached to them were. But it became a whole new game when they continued to climb. At this point, the potential return on attacks grew. While it seemed like going first gave you an advantage, it also had its disadvantages. Caden grinned. Seeing the Qilin didn't dare to say anything. With a thought, he activated the small-scale teleportation array, disappearing to appear within a vast expanse of snow. When Qilin saw where Caden appeared on the screens above, both he and his younger brother's expressions turned ugly. Due to the fact their sect had been destroyed, Qilin and Quan had the least Chi refinement realm experts to pull from. Coupling this with the fact they were only allowed to use the same expert 3 times meant that they had to ration their subordinates far more than someone like Amory would. Caden had just appeared in the territory of the Ice-Eyed Bear, a creature matted with coarse silver fur. These creatures cultivated ice pupils, capable of congealing cold aura into a beam of light that could slow the chi flow of their opponents. Even at birth, they would already be considered lower second-order beasts. The greatest of them would be of the 4th order at a minimum. Since Caden appeared in their territory, the likelihood he was facing a great enemy was very high. As expected, Qilmin's complexion took a turn for the worst when he saw his worst thoughts become reality. An ice-eyed bear appeared, standing on its hind legs at almost 2.5 meters tall. It was a peak second-order beast. Caden's gaze turned serious. In his youth, he had been able to defeat a second-order beast as an Awakening Realm expert. Now that he was firmly within the Pulse-opening realm, victory shouldn't be difficult, but that didn't mean he would take this task lightly. The ice-eyed bear roared, its scorching breath causing billowing fog to fill the cold air. Its blue eyes watched Caden intently as he circled around the beast, slowly brandishing his 2 battle axes. Caden's stance was firm and his fundamentals were solid. As he moved, his feet never left the ground, giving him a sturdy base to work from. Even as his skin began to shimmer like an unrefined ore, he didn't hurry to attack. This was a far cry from the arrogant and boisterous prince the crowd had become used to. Suddenly, a beam of ice-blue light shot from the silver-furred bear, careening toward Caden. However, the 3rd prince had long since been ready. His foot stamped into the ground, causing his body to dive to the side. He rolled along the powdered snow, hopping to his feet with an agility that didn't match his size and closing in on the oversized bear with a single step. The crowd watched with bated breath as the 3rd prince appeared beneath the ice-eyed bear. But those who were experts knew that this battle was already over. The ice-eyed bear didn't have many weaknesses. Its defenses were sturdy, its slowing ability made up for its lack of agility, while its attack power was devastating, especially when facing a slowed enemy. However, this didn't mean that weaknesses didn't exist. After losing many lives to these creatures, warriors learned that the best moment to attack was directly after its ice pupils were activated. In that moment, the ice-eyed bear would undergo a brief period of temporary blindness. The truth of the matter was that congealing such dense cold aura into the most fragile part of your body was something only a creature like this with the appropriate bloodline legacy could pull off. However, even with that support, Ice-Eyed Bears needed to pay a price for their abilities. At this instant, the Ice-Eyed Bear had no idea where Qilin was. By the time it felt a dangerous aura beneath it, it was already too late. Earthen slash. Qilin's battle axes became akin to the scythes of a reaper. A bland, bronze-like chi coated his blades, slicing upward and through the tufts of hair that supposedly protected the Ice-Eyed Bear's neck. By the time Qilin reappeared in the arena, Prince Qilin had already unwillingly taken a step back. He needed to reserve his experts for the third tier of steps. How could he afford to challenge a lower third-order beast already? Chapter 86. Momentum. Qilin laughed, slamming the pole arms of his battle axes together as he stood victoriously. Without even giving Prince Qilin another glance, he hopped once more, landing right before Ryu. In truth, Ryu was actually slightly taller than Qilin now. It was just that his frame was more slender and compact due to his bone structure. However, Qilin now looked down toward Ryu, standing on a stair one level above his own. Let's hope that you're as smart as Prince Qilin, fourth brother. Your elder brother here is very worried for you. Without any warriors by your side, could it be that you plan to clear this trial alone? Qilin laughed, pointing an axe toward the still meditating Ryu. Attacking my step is the most foolish thing you could do. But, please do go ahead. Ryu replied calmly. Foolish, you say? Qilin chest vibrated in amusement. I'm sure that Amory knows that having you attack my step is a mistake, but he refuses to make his next move blindly, so he sent you here to test my bottom line. How about I describe to you how things will play out? Ryu's voice was like a cool breeze, blowing through the arena with incomparable ease. Although his voice was neither as deep nor as loud as Qilin's, it somehow reached everyone's ears. Not allowing Qilin to respond, he continued. You'll attack this step of mine and take victory. However, moments later, your action will be wasted as I continue to my fourth step. Then, after Amory realizes there's no use in trying this tactic again until I reach the third tier of steps, you'll shock the crowd by choosing to attack him, someone who you seem to be in an alliance with. Amory's pupils constricted into pin-sized holes. To think Ryu had already thought of this possibility. However, the reality of the matter is that your attacking Amory's steps will only help him. You're essentially giving him the ability to move forward one extra step every other round without him having to waste an action. Unfortunately for you and Amory, this first prince of our Tor kingdom just made a big show of his domineering side. I wonder what would happen to his momentum if he suddenly realized that his tactics were wasted on me? How domineering for the commander of the Dragon Corps to back down against an enemy that only amounted to a single 15-year-old boy without backing or help. So, in order to preserve his momentum, Amory will have to make one of two choices. First, he could expose his alliance with Prince Atticus and Prince Silas now. In this way, one of the trump cards he was saving for the third trial would be wasted here. Wouldn't that be a great shame? Or, secondly, he would have to continue using you to attack, making it seem like his real plot was just to slow me down and wear me out instead of his true goal in placing first here. The crowd listened to Ryu calmly analyze the situation as though he had everything in hand. At first, they felt like he was speaking nonsense, but while Amory was capable of hiding his surprised expression, Qilin was never capable of such a thing. How could he, as a man who wore his emotions on his sleeve in every action he took, do that? In all likelihood, he would choose the second option. He'll gladly take second place here once more, placing him within perfect striking distance for the final trial. The crowd felt something unfathomable was hidden within Ryu. Something none of them could put their fingers on, but it felt like he already had victory in his grasp. The truth of the matter was that no one in the crowd was certain of an Amory-Qilin alliance. Although Qilin laughed during Amory's grand entrance into the second trial, he laughed all the time. It was more like a tacit secret, one that much of the crowd had yet to grasp. Yet, Ryu's words had blown that up entirely. Then there was the Ryu's exposing of a supposed alliance between Amory and the two crown princes. In truth, it made sense. Why were Silas and Atticus even here? Weren't they the only princes of their empires already? They had no need to participate in this event. Obviously, The crowd didn't understand the underlying secrets behind the destruction of the Natural Order sect. Instead, what they found odd was that the two princes didn't seem to be trying their best like everyone else was. Could it really be true? Obviously, Ryu didn't pull this from thin air, and Amory knew it. On the night Granny Miriam died, weren't Prince Silas and Atticus there? Why were they there? Why was it that only Amory was entertaining them? If Ryu couldn't put those pieces together, what worth did his so-called intelligence have? But what others couldn't understand was why Ryu would expose this. Even if he knew, wasn't it smarter to keep it all secret? Yet, judging by the twisted expression of Amory, it was clear to everyone that there was an underlying purpose only he and Ryu had grasped, one that forced Amory to no longer be capable of holding a calm expression. "Go ahead, third brother," Ryu said lightly. "Conquer my step, do our first brother's bidding. Enjoy the feeling of knowing that no matter what step you take now, whether you continue forward or retreat, you will be playing into my hands." Both Caden and Amory were forced into a corner by Ryu's words. If Caden decided to step forward now, he would be helping Ryu climb more steps. Ryu's confidence wasn't faked. However, if Caden retreated, all the momentum he and Amory had built up would shatter. "Oh, I also forgot to say this." Ryu turned toward Amory, his eyes still closed. "You have quite a good grandfather, far better than mine, I have to say. The Dragon Corps he trained are excellent." Patriarch Cedar's happy expression suddenly darkened. Truth be told, that was just a guess of Ryu's. However, it didn't matter if it was true or not. With this simple sentence, the seed of doubt was planted within the crowd. Now, no matter what decision Caden made, Amory's momentum was shattered. All because Caden wanted to say a few taunting words. Caden snorted. Without a choice, he could only continue forward, or else everything would be for naught. As though the heavens themselves had recognized Ryu's seizing of the momentum, Caden's expression could only twist as a mere lower second-order beast appeared before him. Chapter 87. Attacking Roots. Amory could only watch as matters unfolded before him. The concept of fate was too enigmatic. It encompassed matters of luck, the future and the past. Gaining the upper hand in a game of wordplay might seem meaningless, but look at how the results played out. Ryu achieved the best possible result. Of course, Amory had wanted to speak with Caden, to tell him what actions to take and how exactly to deal with the situation, but it was impossible to send messages on a line of chi until one reached the chi refinement realm. He could only watch as Caden made a fool of himself. To make matters worse, Caden's mental state was affected. He made a careless mistake that resulted in him taking a deep gash to his back against the evolved dire wolf. Movement techniques had never been his forte due to the weight and size of his frame, so how could he fare well against the wind-attributed dire wolf without a calm mind? Headmaster Leopold watched these scenes unfold from above. Although he claimed to be completely fair and unbiased, he still felt uncomfortable watching his first disciple deal with such a blow. He had never seen Amory outmaneuvered so easily. When Caden reappeared, Ryu stood with a slight smile on his face, ignoring the ugly expression on his third brother's face to step forward, challenging a middle second-order beast without hesitation. Alone once more, Ryu suddenly appeared in a dense forest. Tall, ancient trees stood so thick that it would take at least 4 or 5 grown men to wrap their arms around them. Despite the ambience of nature, Ryu felt that the atmosphere was odd. The ground beneath his feet was too dry. How could such terrible land foster such large trees? It didn't make sense. Suddenly, a tree root shot up from the ground, tearing through the air and toward Ryu. The audience watched on in shock. What kind of beast was this? Headmaster Leopold frowned. Ryu should be facing a middle second-order beast, so why did it seem like this matter wasn't so simple? However, he calmed down after a few moments, seemingly understanding something. Ryu swiftly dodged. His gliding cloud steps had reached such a profound realm that he could feel the smallest shifts in the wind and react to them in an instant. After 8 months of training with his comprehension, how could he not raise a peak common grade technique to the circle of perfection? Another tree root shot up. Suddenly, it felt like the entire forest was attacking Ryu. His figure continued to flicker about. It seemed he had no intention of attacking, but his passive nature made others wonder just what he was doing. Ryu suddenly seemed to step into the air, as though an imaginary staircase appeared beneath his feet. He glided into the air. So that's what it is, Ryu muttered to himself. It felt like the trees of the forest were all attacking him at once. But was this truly the case? With Ryu's current cultivation, escaping such an attack was impossible unless he used some exaggerated means. This could only mean that the trees weren't attacking all at once. They were simply painting the illusion that they were, meaning there was only one enemy. Clever one at that. Using some would attribute ability, this beast manipulated the trees one by one, giving the illusion that they were almighty. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't have a profound knowledge of beasts. He was first and foremost a ruin master and a botanist. Although it was true that within the range of spiritual plants, there was never a beast too far away guarding it, the level of beasts Ryu was used to dealing with would never appear on this plane. The chi here was too thin. What should I be looking for? A bird? A burrower of some sort? Maybe a conceal-type beast? Ryu sighed. It seemed King Tor's actions in barring him from the royal library was bearing fruit now. Of course, this would end easily if he used his heavenly pupils, but he obviously couldn't do such a thing. At this moment, King Tor also realized what the problem was. He couldn't help but smile to himself, his personality becoming twisted and demented. Ryu had finally shown a chink in his armor. Suddenly, a tree branch swung toward Ryu, catching him unawares. Up to now, the hidden beast had only made use of roots, waiting for the perfect opportunity to sneak attack. Now that Ryu had jumped into the air, thinking it was safer, it could act. Ryu's senses immediately picked up the change. Utilizing the change in the wind, he titled himself forward even in the air, causing the branch to soar over his head. Unfortunately, this also disrupted his gliding technique, causing him to fall toward the ground where numerous roots sat waiting for him. What a clever beast. It realized how profound my movement technique was, but also knew that I couldn't achieve true flight. I could only replicate a cheap image of it. Yana watched in horror as Ryu fell. If things continued like this, he would be impaled by the roots waiting below. In fact, the beast seemed to understand this as well, barring Ryu's path backward. Still, even at this moment, Ryu was incomparably calm. After 8 months spent perpetually fighting beasts, Ryu had long since lost count of the life and death situations he had survived. He had survived a battle with a 4th-order beast. How could he fall to a mere middle 2nd-order beast? Ryu's chest suddenly expanded. He entered the meditation state, immediately circulating the Ice Phoenix martial form. His blood surged. In that moment, all of the air within 10 meters uncontrollably rolled toward him, filling his body with endless oxygen. He felt intoxicated, his head feeling lighter than it should. But his focus remained pointed. The 2nd-order beast wasn't prepared for the influx of wind where there had once been absolute stillness, and it was even less prepared for Ryu to utilize this wind to reinvigorate his glide technique, safely landing outside the circle of deadly sharp roots. In its shock, the beast's concealment faltered. Although it tried to cover up its mistake, it was already too late. The sight of a small, beaver-like creature hiding atop a tree entered Ryu's vision. Once again, no one saw the arrow. There was only a sharp SUU sound followed by the shattering of yet another bow along with a rain of crimson blood. Chapter 88. Wealth. Ryu reappeared, standing firmly upon his 4th step. In truth, he had put in more effort than he expected for such an early step, but he didn't show any of that fatigue now. After all, the Phoenix martial forms focused heavily on recoverability. Although Ryu had used it as a cheap trick to agitate the wind, the underlying benefits remained the same. Grandpa, isn't Ryu great? Yana clapped, her small, delicate palms reddening under the strain. It seems she had forgotten that just moments earlier, she too had expected Ryu to lose. The old general could only roll his eyes. She hadn't even married yet, but she was already taking the side of the man she liked in all things. Just when did this little girl fall so deeply? I can count the number of times these two have met on a single hand. This is clearly just a childish infatuation. Unfortunately, even if the old general knew this, there was nothing he could do. He had already experienced raising 2 daughters before. He knew there was nothing he could do but wait it out. This is impossible. Elder Cato, Princess Isla's husband, mumbled under his breath. Stepping into the air, even with a light-type movement technique, should only be possible after reaching the circle of perfection. How is it possible to reach such a level in less than 2 years? King Tor grit his teeth. Even for common grade techniques, reaching the circle of perfection was difficult even for Chi refinement realm experts who could practice black grade techniques. For King Tor, it would take him at least 1 year of diligent practice to take a peak common grade technique from the entry level to the circle of perfection. For Ryu to accomplish this feat as a pulse-opening realm expert in less than 2 years was unheard of on the mortal plane. However, the reality was before them. None of them knew how Ryu learned these things either. Common grade techniques were often traded between the 4 sects, so Ryu's current movement technique was one they had all seen before. In fact, it originated from the Nature's Emblem sect. Gliding cloud steps. An elder standing beside Amel Tor exclaimed softly. Brother Amel, your Tor clan is notoriously terrible at using this technique. It requires one to be exceptionally light on their feet in order to sense its quintessence. How did you manage to birth a grandson who could bring it to the circle of perfection? What the elder didn't say was that this technique had a hidden flaw that was difficult to decipher within it. This made it difficult to comprehend fully without first becoming an heir of wind. It was because the Natural Order sect had their wind pavilion that they were able to classify this technique of the peak grade. If not, it was only as good as a middle common grade technique. The issue was that Ryu wasn't an heir of wind. With their experience as elders, they would know if he was. So how did he get around this flaw? In truth, this was a sort of open secret. Although sects traded common grade techniques amongst each other, and sometimes even did so for black grade techniques, they would often purposely leave flaws behind so that their opposition couldn't make perfect use of the technique. This meant that there were only 2 explanations. Either Ryu somehow got his hands on the complete technique, or that Ryu was once in a 1,000-year genius capable of correcting the flaw himself. Of course, the answer was the latter. The mysteries of Ryu's heavenly pupils were so dense and deep that even he hadn't delved into them all. But what he did know was that for him, finding the flaw in a mere common grade technique and fixing it was as easy as flipping over a hand. Due to his eyes, it didn't require extensive research or experience. He could accomplish this feat by instinct. It had to be said that the higher grade a technique was, the less Ryu would be able to rely on instinct and the more he would need time and experience. But for a common grade technique, this wasn't a problem. Realizing that he had made a fool of himself, Caden could only complete his 3rd action with his head held down. Due to the injury he suffered carelessly, he didn't dare to wantonly follow the original plan to attack Amory's steps. He needed time to recover first, so he settled for climbing his own first step. The reality was that he could have used his own faction to help him in attacking Amory's step, but the problem was that he had never built one. This whole time, he had planned on support his first brother. He didn't care about becoming king. Unfortunately, this meant that he could only attempt to conquer steps alone. Obviously, he couldn't use Amory's dragon core or else he would make an even larger fool of himself, not to mention exposing his and Amory's alliance. Although it seemed like Ryu had already done so, there was still a looming benefit of the doubt. If used appropriately, Amory could take advantage. Who knows, maybe even Ryu wasn't certain and just decided to sow discord. Ryu smiled to himself, seeing through the thoughts of his opponents. Like he had said from the very beginning, no matter whether they advanced or retreated, they were playing into his hands. After Caden climbed his step, it was 3rd Prince Jedrek's turn to advance. The crowd was surprisingly invested in his performance. If they couldn't tell by now that there was a hidden undercurrent ravaging the Tor bloodline, they would be fools. Everyone wanted to see how this final Tor descendant would perform. In typical Jedrek fashion, he took his time. His appearance seemed lazy and unambitious. In fact, he hadn't even spoken a word since the start of these coronation games. Still, his actions still contained a hidden, inexplicable sharpness to them. Without hesitation, he immediately called upon the upper limit of 10 warriors. Unlike Amory's warriors, they were all pulse-opening realm experts. Each was dressed in extravagant golden armor and outfitted with black grade swords and spears. The expense of such a feat was unimaginable. The crowd didn't fully understand what happened until Jedrek stormed through his first 3 steps with absolute ease. Jedrek had done nothing from start to finish. In fact, he didn't even take command of his own warriors. Instead, he allowed one of the 10 he called upon to do so. His approach was far different from Ryu, Amory, or even Caden's. He simply highlighted his greatest strength. Wealth. Chapter 89, Third Tier. Headmaster Leopold smiled to himself. He appreciated Jedrek's way of doing things. Despite his grandfather being a general, he didn't take that as a path he had to take. Instead, he followed his own. When Leopold said that a king's means were just as important as the ends, Jedrek took it to heart. So what if he wasn't a great commander? He could pay someone to command for him. So what if he didn't have the largest fist? He could hire the strongest warrior on the plane. Who here could waste pulse-opening experts on the mere first tier of steps aside from Jedrek? No one. Without needing to speak a word, his impact on the crowd was just as overwhelming as Ryu's, and unlike Amory's momentum, his was unstoppable. It was at this point that everyone crossed Jedrek off their list of individuals to attack. They would simply be wasting their actions if they did such a thing and would be helping Jedrek advance ahead of them. Haha! It seems like it's the turn of this unskilled lance. In the face of the talented Tor clan, the rest of us can only fight for the scraps. Huh! Atticus' lewd laughter filled the arena. With a wave of his hand, he called forward 3 scantily clad women. Despite their appearance, these women were actually world-class warriors. Each stood at the peak of the awakening realm, brandishing beast tendon whips. However, their fiery lingerie washed away whatever fear the crowd might have felt for their battle prowess. Spectating eyes couldn't help but be drawn to their outrageous curves and large assets. Headmaster Leopold frowned at this display. However, he could do nothing. There was nothing against the rules saying that women couldn't be among the factions you used. It was just that Atticus' display spit in the face of the importance of this gathering. Take notes, 4th Prince. Atticus sneered toward Ryu. These are the kinds of women you should surround yourself with. Why you chase after those loose-skinned cougars is beyond me. Here, I don't mind sharing one of mine with you. What do you think? Before Ryu could respond, Atticus slapped his own forehead. Oh, I forgot. You're blind. How could you possibly understand? The 3 scantily clad women giggled as though Prince Atticus was the greatest comedian to ever exist. Their long eyelashes fluttered and their hands roaming Atticus' body without shame or discretion. Without caring for Ryu's reaction or his response, Atticus disappeared, easily relying on his women to conquer the first step. At this point, Headmaster Leopold found Atticus' actions difficult to understand. Even if he was already the crown prince of his Lance Kingdom, the results of this competition would affect the confidence the Lance Kingdom people had in their royal family. If this confidence fell too low, a kingdom's faith would also fall, leading to numerous rebounding effects. However, it seemed that Atticus didn't care about such things or his image. He didn't mind his people seeing their crown prince as a debauchee. It didn't make sense. In the end, Atticus conquered 3 steps, allowing Silas to follow suit and also do so. Finally, Prince Quan relied on his own strength to conquer 3 steps, retrieving some of his lost glory from the first trial. Like this, it became Ryu's turn once more. But, when the crowd saw that he once again stepped forward alone, they began to grow restless. Caden's battle prowess had long since become public knowledge throughout the plane. Defeating a second-order beast as a mere awakening realm expert was almost unheard of. Due to this, no one doubted Caden when he attacked Ryu's step. However, this confidence wasn't something Ryu had earned just yet. After watching him struggle with a middle second-order beast, they had the right to be skeptical. Still, Ryu didn't base his actions off the opinions of others. Using the most direct method, Ryu plowed his way through his opponents. In truth, hiccups like what occurred against the tree fairy beaver happened again. However, Ryu seemed to escape death using methods others would have never thought of time and time again. It was clear here just how important knowledge was in the martial world. After 8 months fighting in the Natural Order sect territory, Ryu had become used to a certain kind of beast. Due to the perpetual winter they experienced, there were limited kinds of opponents to be fought. Obviously, here there were no such restrictions. Ryu was unable to use the knowledge of his past life here either, because he simply wasn't used to dealing with mortal plane beasts. Their quirky habits and abilities were unknown to him, so he could only enter blind and adapt to the situation on the fly. Without a doubt, this sort of performance would impact the score Headmaster Leopold would give him. However, whether this impact would be positive or negative still remained to be seen. After all, Leopold was well aware of Ryu's circumstances and thus understood why he didn't seem to have basic knowledge of beasts almost everyone did. It was possible he would thus choose to raise Ryu's grade for his ability to adapt so quickly and efficiently. After 2 battles the audience would describe as close calls, Ryu stood firmly on his 6th step. And once again, contrary to what was expected, he lifted his foot once more to take his 7th. Headmaster Leopold shook his head. I have no right to look down on this youth after the mistakes I've made, but he's still too rash. He's passed by the skin of his teeth through the 2nd tier of steps, but he still wants to enter the 3rd tier alone. While those like Leopold, Yana, and even Amel were worried, there were still those that hoped that this would be the moment Ryu finally couldn't stand to escape at the final moment again. When those individuals saw Ryu appear in a very familiar land of snow, bright smiles colored their faces. Ryu had actually drawn the same challenge Qilin had, the Ice-Eyed Bear, but unfortunately for him, this was a higher 3rd order beast, nearing maturity. The difference was akin to heaven and earth. Drastic changes occurred between the 2nd and 3rd orders. The difference between realms was far more apparent. While it was still acceptable for Qilin to defeat a 2nd order beast as an Awakening Realm expert, repeating this feat with his pulse-opening realm cultivation and a 3rd order beast was impossible without help. To make matters worse, the refractory period of this beast's ice pupils was drastically cut down after it evolved. Its weakness was practically non-existent. Chapter 90, Odds. The roar of the Ice-Eyed Bear shook the white landscape. Hot spittle and breath billowing through the air. This time, the silver-furred bear was far larger. From the 2.5 meters Qilin had faced, it now towered over Ryu T, almost 4 meters tall. Its sharp claws protruded more obviously, shimmering like polished knives even as its deathly blue pupils stared daggers through Ryu's body. Yana's grip on her grandfather's arm tightened uncontrollably. She had begged and pleaded for the old general to send Ryu some help, but she had been rejected. Maybe subconsciously, she was using her grip as a way of pay the poor old man back for his nonchalance. No one knew exactly how to feel. They thought it was alright if Ryu cleared the 1st and 2nd tier steps alone, but fighting a 3rd order beast alone as a 15-year-old youth was unheard of. As one's cultivation progressed, the difference between single realms becomes akin to heaven and earth. The gap between a lower chi refinement expert and a middle was equal to the gap between a lower pulse opening realm expert and a peak. However, this wasn't a mere lower 3rd order beast, it was a higher 3rd order beast, the equivalent of a higher chi refinement expert. For perspective, this was the cultivation realm that Ryu's so-called father was in currently, a realm he had been stuck at for a very long time. Even the Death Guard Bishop was only 1 tier above this level. Just what was Ryu thinking? They couldn't understand it. King Tor's thoughts hardly needed to be explained. Even he would have to run when facing this beast. How could he even think of a possibility where the son he tossed away could defeat such a beast? If Ryu could kill this Ice-Eyed Bear, didn't that mean he could kill him as well? Ridiculous. However, it was at this point that many began to realize that something was wrong. Half a minute had passed, yet the Ice-Eyed Bear had yet to attack. Since when did this violent creature have such patience? Normally, if one entered its territory, the enraged bear would chase this person to the ends of the earth. After another moment, Ryu sighed, allowing the wooden arm of a glaive to appear in his hand. The crude weapon was displayed before everyone. In fact, it was a weapon many of them recognized. After all, it was mass-produced. Many army corps gave their foot soldiers this very weapon. Yet, something seemed different. The usually bright wood, that was indicative of a younger, more fragile breed, was darkened considerably. It even emitted a slight red hue that filled the air with the stench of blood. Those around found it hard to connect what they were seeing with their memories. Your senses are quite sharp. Ryu silently brandished his glaive. In the snowy peaks of the Natural Order Sect's territory, the one beast Ryu had never fought was the ice-eyed bear. It wasn't because he had never run into them, but rather because they turned tail and fled whenever they saw him. This wasn't an inexplicable matter. The ice-eyed bear were birthed with an inferior set of ice pupils. It couldn't compare to the true 9th-ranked ice pupils. Because of this, they had one more weakness that those of this plane had no idea about. They didn't dare to face any opponent was true heavenly pupils. Ryu's stance shifted slightly. Wanting to end this quickly, he immediately used the strongest stance of the glaive. Sweep! He only used one arm, and from beginning to end, the ice-eyed bear didn't move. It was as though it accepted its fate for trying to defy the heavens. This was the true curse of its bloodline. A horizontal line seemed to cut the landscape in half. Suddenly, the projected image blurred. By the time it cleared once more, the head of the ice-eyed bear had fallen. Silence pervaded the arena. Even the seemingly all-knowing headmaster Leopold was at a loss for words. None of them could understand just what happened. In fact, even Ryu himself needed to sink deep into his thoughts to understand just why ice-eyed bears never retaliated against him. How could the experts here ever guess what the truth was? One strike, barely an ounce of effort, and yet a higher third-order beast fell just like that. The contrast between what happened before and now was simply too drastic. Those spectating could hardly wrap their heads around it. Under this pressure, Amory had no choice but to step forward and continue, trying his best to ignore Ryu's display. To his credit, he maintained a level mind. His commanding abilities didn't falter at all. He smoothly stepped onto his 6th step and allowed Prince Qilin his turn. Having been pushed back to his 2nd step by Jade, Prince Qilin could only diligently work his way back up. Somehow, Ryu's display took loads of pressure off his shoulders. Even he didn't understand why he was so relaxed. After all, if Ryu won these coronation games, it was his Ops family that would suffer. This calm came as a blessing in disguise for Qilin. His actions became clearer and more concise as he made it to his 5th step with relative ease. With this, it was Caden's turn once more. Unexpectedly, Caden simply continued to climb his own steps, completing his last action to stand on his 4th step. But to Ryu, this move was obvious. Caden was likely saving his strength for another attack. Amory wouldn't be able to spare much help for Caden, but obviously Caden couldn't defeat a third-order beast alone. The culmination of these two facts meant that Caden would both receive little help and have to bring the lion's share of battle prowess. So, he needed to be well rested before he attacked Qilin once more. Plus, according to the rules, he could only attack the same person every other round anyway. It wasn't worth wasting an action on Prince Quan. Jedrek's turn took place directly after Caden. His display was just as grand, once more using a full cast of pulse-opening realm experts to plow his way through his steps. Not long after, he stood on the 6th. The performances of Prince Atticus and Prince Silas took a turn this time around. Prince Atticus directly attacked Amory's 7th step. This move made the crowd wonder if Ryu had just been spewing nonsense. It was one thing to use the loophole in the attack action during the 1st and 2nd tier, but doing so for the 3rd tier was too risky. If your hidden ally ran into a peak 3rd-order beast, there was no way anyone here would challenge a lower 4th-order beast. It wasn't worth it. Ryu remained silent under the whispers of the crowd. If they could be so easily swayed every which way, there was no point in wasting his energy. He had accomplished his goal already. As long as no one attacked him here, he would win. His remaining 3 actions were enough to conquer the 10th and final step. But who would have expected Prince Silas' lazy visage to enter Ryu's vicinity? After Prince Atticus finished helping Amory take his 7th step, Silas landed before Ryu with a lazy gaze of interest. I wonder, just what are the odds of a peak 3rd-order beast appearing? He said amusedly. Chapter 91. Silas. Ryu didn't respond. He continued to adjust his mental state to the highest level. Even he wasn't foolish to take 3rd-order beasts lightly. While he was able to use 5% of his strength to defeat a lower 3rd-order dire wolf, that was obviously impossible for higher-order beasts. He needed to be prepared to go all out. No fun at all. Silas chuckled, not minding at all. I wonder, though, how would the crowd react if they saw you at your lowest point like I have? Could the prestige of the Tor clan withstand such a blow? What would the public think if they knew the reason why 4th Prince Tor is such an unknown variable? Silas' words caught the attention of the crowd mostly because they were absolutely correct. While Ryu's attack on Amory's psyche had been mostly speculation, everyone here could attest to the fact that Ryu's name didn't resound like those of his elder brothers. But, clearly, he was an extremely talented individual. Here, Silas displayed his cunning entirely. He seemed to be attacking Ryu, but the hidden meaning within his words also dealt a blow to the Tor clan as a whole. If he truly was in an alliance with Amory, wouldn't he have chosen different words? It was no secret that Silas and Amory were the only official disciples of Headmaster Leopold. It seemed that neither of them could be underestimated. Say, Silas said softly, white hair on a 15-year-old is quite rare, don't you think? As you know, I'm just a weak scholar, nowhere near as powerful as the mighty Tor clan brothers. However, I do have some small achievements in the matters of literature. No one in the Tor clan has white hair aside from the old. No one in the Agnes clan has white hair aside from the old. So, where did your white hair come from? I'm curious. The crowd suddenly shifted uncomfortably. Silas' words weren't so simple, not simple at all. Was he not afraid of starting an all-out war between his Viri kingdom and Ryu's Tor kingdom? Those who were sharper began piecing together the hidden meanings behind his words. Why was it that a talent of Ryu's caliber had been suppressed for so long? Why was it that the former first concubine had been demoted not once, but twice to the ranks of third concubine? Even King Tor, who had been enjoying this squabble until now, felt his features darken. He had personally conducted the tests. Leilani was innocent and Ryu was in fact his son. He had different reason for suppressing Ryu to the best of his abilities, but it wasn't his place as a king to reprimand the prince of another kingdom. Interesting point. So you mean to say that even without the bloodline of any of the Tor, Viri, or Lance totems, I still placed first among you all? I must be quite the talent. Ryu responded plainly. In truth, Ryu hardly cared about his mother. Even if her reputation was dragged through the dirt, he wouldn't blink an eye. As for King Tor, he cared even less. He would find it quite funny if the general public believed he was a cuckold. However, after thinking for a moment, Ryu decided to respond. He had carefully laid out plans he was slowly executing step by step in coming here. Silas' interference would actually make it easier for him to accomplish the final steps. So he decided to play along. As though expecting this response, Silas smiled. You've played directly into my hands. Of course, Silas said smilingly. Neither Prince Quan nor Prince Kalman could take even a single step without their bloodline totems present. Yet you not only far surpassed that, you placed first. Commendable. Ryu smiled lightly. I understand. My fake father is a cuckold. My mother is a whore. And my true father is some sort of legendary existence capable of giving me such talent, indeed. I wonder how this normal mother of mine who wasn't even worthy enough to become queen could attract such a man. Silas was stunned by Ryu's blunt words. It wasn't just him either. Third concubine Leilani broke down in tears, burying her head between her legs. In that moment, her already graying hair grew more frail and dried. I'm only speculating. Silas shook his head, not willing to take credit for such words. I only mean to say that there are many powerful men in existence frivolously pursue women. If I remember correctly, the White Devil cult of years past didn't seem to care about the merits of their victims. No. Recovering his wits, Silas struck forward with these words the moment he gained an opening. Without fail, these words left the crowd even more shocked. Maybe only the mention of the White Devil cult could have more of an impact than the public shaming of a king and royal concubine. It wasn't that the crowd hadn't noticed Ryu's white hair, but that they didn't dare to draw a connection between him and such a sinister organization. Although the White Devil cult had left a terrible black mark on their history, objectively speaking, they were still a cult that hadn't been to this plane in millions of years at the most, with even the shortest estimates being several dozen thousand years.
I'm curious.
Silas said with a light smile. I'm not the most learned on the matters of the blind, but keeping one's eyes closed isn't exactly normal practice among you all, is it? I wonder. Why is it that fourth Prince Tor insists on closing his eyes to the world? The crowd began to grow restless. Suddenly, they understood why they hadn't tied Ryu to the White Devil cult immediately. White hair was only a single aspect of their reality. What many accounts remember were their piercing silver eyes. By now, no one believed that Prince Silas and Atticus were allied with Amory. For the sake of winning, how could an ally destroy the reputation of a kingdom so thoroughly? This wasn't a blow the Tor clan's faith could take, even as the #1 kingdom of their plane. Why don't you show us your eyes? Silas egged the crowd on. His words suddenly caused an avalanche of chants from the crowd. Ryu smiled lightly. I wonder something as well. If my real father truly is a white devil, what makes you think I won't kill you where you stand? Silas felt a cold shiver descend his spine as Ryu's words froze over the crowd. That's a funny joke. Silas laughed, his expression never changing. Take this as being the fault of my crude humor. His gaze shifted, not minding Ryu at all. He knew that here, Ryu would never lay a finger on him. Half-Prince Quan, after I finish attacking these steps, you will do the same. If you don't, I'll make sure your elder brother is forced to take another step back. Chapter 92, Half-Prince. When Prince Quan heard these words, his fists clenched as he tried his best to control his anger. His brother was their only hope. Even if Silas blatantly insulted him to his face like this, he couldn't ignore his threat. Their Ops kingdom had a very small supply of Qi refinement realm experts. Since experts could only be used thrice, they couldn't afford to waste them before the third tier of steps. While Quan was gritting his teeth, Silas hadn't even bothered with his response as though his services were already guaranteed. Instead, Silas gathered his own group of leather-armored warriors, disappearing into Ryu's 8th step with a sly smile on his lazy features. Ooh, so close. Silas' laughter filled the arena through the projection screens. Everyone he understood what he meant a moment later as a winged tiger appeared. He really had been close. The two-winged yellow tiger was a higher third-order beast. Had it been just a single tier above, Ryu would be either forced to fight a lower fourth-order beast or retreat by a step. Silas tapped his chin with an amused expression before directly crushing his Jade without even trying. While much of the crowd was surprised by his actions, those with sharper intellects understood. Currently, Ryu was standing upon his 7th staircase. If Silas attacked now, there was no way for him to be certain if Ryu could defeat a peak third-order beast or not. But, in the case that he could, Silas would be responsible for helping Ryu climb to his 8th step. In that case, even if Quan took action, it wouldn't matter. Let's say Quan managed to draw a peak third-order beast and won. That would mean Ryu would have to fight a lower fourth-order beast to ignore the attack. However, if this happened, Ryu wouldn't be forced to fight at all. The reason why was simple. If Ryu simply retreated from the 8th step to the 7th, then he would still be in position to climb to the final step during his next turn. In that situation, Silas' attempts would have been meaningless. Only if Ryu was forced to retreat to his 6th step would he lose his chance at first place. Silas smiled under the confused ravings of the crowd, instead calmly attacking his own steps and climbing to his 5th. Then he gave Quan a pointed glance. In the end, Prince Quan could only unwillingly leap to Ryu's step. Prince Quan lowered his head.
I'm sorry.
Although his hands were trembling, his voice was steady. It seemed that even under this pressure and humiliation, Quan maintained his air as a prince. Ryu smiled. You and your brother are quite to my liking. The Ops kingdom has a bright future ahead. Ryu's words stunned Quan, but that only made his guilt heavier. Still, he could only steel his heart, directly calling out the Ops kingdom's best experts to help him, including his father's death guard. Luckily, there was a loophole in the rules. Although it restricted the use of an expert to 3 attempts, there was nothing that said an expert couldn't be used by different princes. That meant if 2 princes used the same expert, that expert could fight 6 times. This was what gave the Ops princes a chance to survive. As Quan disappeared, Kalman's ear suddenly twitched. His expression quickly recovered. shrouding the surprise he felt and calming his quickly beating heart. He felt himself swell with gratitude, but he still had his guard up. Still, if the words he had just heard were true, their family had a chance. Suddenly, Silas' laughter filled the arena once more. Qilin appeared in a world filled with scorching sand. In what seemed like an instant, his body and that of his helpers were matted in sweat due to the high-hanging sun. However, none of these things were the reason why Silas was laughing. Instead, it was because the body of a large red-shelled scorpion loomed in the distance, a peak third-order beast. Despite the situation, knowing quite well that Ryu would be forced to retreat a step now, Qilin could only fight. If he didn't win, his elder brother would definitely suffer. No matter how shameless Silas was, he wouldn't dare go against such a public deal he, himself offered. The battle was tough and hard-fought. Prince Qilin had no choice but to hang back and allow his 10 helpers to protect him, but he did his best to brandish his sword when he was needed. Hours ticked by slowly. Eventually, under the assault of 10 Qi refinement realm experts, the red-armored scorpion fell, its violet blood coating the coarse, brown sand with a grotesque stench. Not long after, Qilin reappeared, followed by 10 warriors who had reached their limit, only to hear Silas' laughter once more. "My oh my," Silas chuckled. "I wish your warriors a speedy recovery. I would hate for them to have to fight for Prince Qilin at half capacity." "You!" Prince Qilin raged. The temper he had been trying to hold back all this time finally couldn't be held down any longer. When he and the Ops warriors were within that desert landscape, he caught a faint understanding of what Silas' true plot was. He basically forced Qilin into using warriors his brother had been saving all this time for the third tier of steps. Regardless of whether or not they fought a peak third-order beast, they would still have their stamina impacted to some level. Plus, Silas had other contingency plans. Even if they fought a weak third-order beast, Silas could just reuse the same ploy to force Qilin to attack the steps of others. Regardless, after attacking 3 third-tier level steps, there was no way the Ops warriors wouldn't be tired out. By then, how could they possibly help Prince Qilin to the best of their abilities? As a bonus, Qilin would no longer be able to use them either due to reaching the 3-entry limit. Silas had known from the very beginning that Ops Kingdom would be forced to share their warriors. While the loophole in the rules helped them, it also harmed them. Plus, without even lifting a finger, Silas' point total for this trial would definitely deserve a boost. Just his schemes alone were so layered. Like Headmaster Leopold said, the means were just as important as the ends. Ryu smiled, standing up and stretching lightly. If one listened closely, it sounded as though there were metal ropes hidden within his body instead of the muscles and tendons others had. "Half-Prince Qilin, I think I still need you and your people to attack again. Would you mind attacking that Amory fella? The Tor clan as a whole is quite an eyesore to me," Silas said lazily, reclining for a nap. Prince Qilin felt that the veins in his forehead were about to burst. How could he allow such an insult? Just when he couldn't take it anymore, he felt a large hand land on his shoulder. "Last time I checked, a challenge has been issued. Shouldn't I have the right to accept it? In the face of absolute strength, schemes mean nothing." Ryu's cold voice shocked all those who heard it. By the time they understood what it is he was saying, he had already disappeared. Chapter 93, Largest Fist. In the face of absolute strength, schemes meant nothing. This was something that Ryu had taken to heart since his youth because he had spent his whole life as a weak individual. No matter how many airs he put on, no matter how arrogant he acted, he knew this truth more than anyone else. Why was it that he dared to scold the immortals of the Shrine Plane? Why was it that he dared to call old Mistress Holy Wing a whore to her face? Why was it that he could ignore the rules of the Holy Wing clan to take Elena as his fiancée? It was all because the Tatsuya clan had the biggest fist. Ryu was never under any delusions that it was because he was, oh so intelligent, or so clever that the means of his opposition didn't matter. In fact, it was the exact opposite. It never mattered that he was intelligent, all that ever mattered was the family he was born into. Now Ryu didn't have such support. He was alone, but now he had the opportunity to become the largest fist himself. There'd come a day where he'd be able to look down on anyone with disdain based off of his own ability. Silas couldn't believe that Ryu had disappeared. He had planned to ignore Ryu's existence entirely, treating him with impunity as he continued to make use of Prince Quan for his schemes. He had had everything lined up. By the time the third trial began, no one would believe that he and Amory were allies. But now everything had been thrown into disarray. Could Ryu really be capable of this? The crowd was just as shocked as Silas, while the Tor clan members didn't want to believe it. King Tor cultivated for over 60 years yet wouldn't survive against a fourth-order beast for more than a single strike. As much as he wanted to believe that his fourth son was sending himself to death, he felt a deep discomfort within his heart. What if he actually succeeded? The shock from Ryu's defeat of the Ice-Eyed Bear still hadn't fully been washed away. Yet here he was doing something even more incredulous. To put matters into perspective, the three sects had only organized one lower fourth-order beasts for this competition, not believing anyone would be foolish enough to actually challenge one. How could they have thought that something like this would happen? Ryu might not even have the chance to shatter the jade on his neck if he met danger. To make matters worse, he was blind. At this moment, while everyone couldn't decide how to feel, Ryu had appeared within a desert plain. However, this place was far different from the land Prince Quan fought in. The ground was completely flat. None of the expected sand dunes one would think to find in a desert could be seen. In fact, the land was filled with cracks, looking like the pieces of a complex puzzle formed by overly dried ground. In the distance, about 20 or so meters from Ryu, sat the mouth of a cave. Even in the already scorching heat of this desert, the mouth of the cave still steamed akin to hot breath released on a cold winter's day. Those who were spectating immediately understood how terrible this battleground was for Ryu. There was no cover, no landscape to take advantage of, nothing but a large expanse of flat land from hundreds of miles. In fact, even the cave seemed to have been dug here. It didn't seem naturally occurring. For Ryu, this kind of environment was technically the worst for him. Due to his ice jade crystal body, he wasn't supposed to like the heat. Luckily, his fire dragon and fire phoenix bloodlines fixed this weakness. A halberd appeared in Ryu's hand, his battle intent soaring. His fire dragon and lightning Qilin blood roared through his veins as though keen on letting their might be known. Much like the glaive, this halberd also had a wooden staff attached to a metal fixture. And also just like it, its polearm was dyed in blood, forcing it out of its light brown and into a dark oak color that exuded a fiendish aura. The air was stale. Not even the slightest hint of wind or moisture could be felt. Even breathing made one's throat feel as though it had been lit afire. But, as Ryu continued to not move, his momentum continued to climb. He could feel it coming. It was definitely coming. Scenes of his battle 4 months ago flashed in Ryu's mind. At that time, he had accidentally traveled too deeply into the natural order sect's beast forest. It wasn't that he was foolish enough to believe a fourth-order beast wasn't his opponent at the time, but rather that his knowledge about the mortal planes was truly too insignificant. Due to his ignorance, he stumbled into the territory of an ice saber-toothed tiger. Ryu was forced to put his life on the line to escape, forgetting everything about training his nonsensical dream of dual-wielding two-handed weapons, all to bring out his full potential. Back then, his gliding cloud steps had already reached the circle of perfection, but he wasn't fast enough. He had already been a spear heir, but his attacks weren't piercing enough. He had already cultivated to the peak of the pulse-opening realm, but he wasn't strong enough. To this point, Ryu had seemingly not improved. His movement technique was still at the circle of perfection. His cultivation still hadn't broken into the chi refinement realm. His spear hadn't reached the impose realm either. One would think that in 4 months, Ryu had completely wasted his talent. He could feel that feeling once again. That insurmountable wall. A bridge that was impossible to cross. One built by the realms of cultivation. The ground began to quake. Low growls of a beast of unimaginable strength reverberated through the dry air, resonating with Ryu's beating heart as though it wanted it to burst. Soon, the image of the deathly beast came into view. Even Ryu, who stood at just over 2 meters tall, was dwarfed. Its body was that of a tiger, but its 4 wings, still glistening with molten rock, shimmered like sheets of metal. Its fur looked nothing like it should. instead seemingly reminiscent of sharp red needles, each half a foot long and layered to create a dense coat and impenetrable defense. Its large, scarlet eyes looked toward Ryu like a lofty king meeting a servant. Even as its head loomed 6 meters in the air, it suddenly roared, its projection so fierce that a cyclone of scorching wind charged toward Ryu. Chapter 94. Parent-Child. A vortex of scalding wind careened toward Ryu. What was left of the air's moisture was eradicated in an instant. Even without the ability to breathe fire, this attack was almost more dangerous. However, it was also the kind of attack Ryu had the easiest time dodging. In that moment, Ryu's body became as light as a feather. Feeling the fluctuations in the air, he instinctively dodged, appearing to the side of the cyclone of pressurized wind. Ryu completed a series of advances, closing the distance between him and the two-winged fire tiger. He brandished his halberd, using its tip to attack the beast's neck. But all he received in return were a pair of ringing eardrums due to what sounded like plates of metal crashing against one another. The halberd's polearm bent into a crescent moon. It was almost guaranteed that had its wooden body not undergone such drastic changes by being tempered by beast blood, it would have definitely snapped. His movement technique is astounding and perfect against an immature fire tiger like this one, who's yet to grasp its fire-breathing ability. But it's clear his attacking power is severely lacking. Plus, although his weapon has been tempered through many battles, it's still a lower common grade one at the end of the day. It's impossible to expect too much from it. An elder beside Amel commented. In truth, the elders looked on in confusion. After the shock of Ryu's actions wore off, they began analyzing the situation. From what they could tell, Ryu was purposely remaining as close to the body of the fire tiger as he could. This was likely in order to take advantage of his small size and to disallow the beast from taking advantage of its speed. However, why was he only using one arm to attack? Some thought that maybe it was because Ryu had never had anyone to teach him. After all, he was ostracized by his family. When had he ever had a proper teacher? If any halberd master saw him using their precious weapon with only a single hand, they would lose their minds. However, this explanation was difficult to accept as well. Reason being that Ryu was too powerful to have advanced to such a height alone in less than 2 years. It simply didn't add up. Despite their confusion, the elders were right about Ryu's plot, but their reasoning was slightly off. Ryu wanted to stay close to the fire tiger so that it couldn't make use of its speed. This was true. But the reason he didn't want the beast to exploit its full speed was so that his opponents wouldn't learn just how fast he himself was. The enraged roar of the two-winged fire tiger shook the desert plain. It didn't feel anything more than a tickle from Ryu's piercing attacks, but it still felt anger. With Ryu continuously clinging so closely to its underbelly, it found it too awkward to properly attack. It thought it would be easy to form some distance between them, but Ryu stuck to it like glue, using the shifting wind to predict its actions and appear in the locations it wanted to retreat to before it got there. If things continue like this, he'll undoubtedly lose, the other elder commented. But of all the young geniuses to ever exist on our plane, he must be among the top. No, without a doubt, he's among the best. Lasting this long against a fourth-order beast with peak pulse opening realm cultivation? This is unheard of. Even though these elders would only need a few exchanges to defeat the beast Ryu was currently fighting, they had long since entered the spiritual severing realm. Suddenly, Ryu retreated, his body dancing backward with a hard-to-come-by elegance as he created some distance between himself and the beast. I've analyzed enough. If someone was reading Ryu's mind, they would assume he meant that he had been analyzing the battle strength and attack patterns of the fire tiger. However, this wasn't the case at all. Ryu wouldn't be foolish enough to believe that he had seen through the fire tiger, especially not with his eyes closed. No, Ryu was referring to the jade that hung from his neck. When Ryu fought the ice-eyed bear, he distinctly felt that during his final attack, the image-projecting abilities of the visual jade distorted. This might have been missed by many who were in his position, but Ryu had a high sensitivity to spiritual chi fluctuations not only due to the fact he had a half-step into the spiritual entrance realm, but also because he had the origin flame. The moment Ryu confirmed his suspicions, he formulated a plan to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, due to the fact there were 3 spiritual severing realm experts in the battle arena, namely his grandfather, Amel, who was a half-step divine vessel realm expert, Ryu couldn't conduct any tests there without risk of being found out. That left him with only one choice, to do so when he entered a small realm to battle. Of course, Ryu was familiar with visual jades. The issue was that the jades he was used to interacting with on the shrine plane never distorted their images so easily. Due to this, he had never discovered this flaw in their mechanism until now. From Ryu's analysis, the visual jade worked on a parent-child system where, obviously, the jade in Ryu's possession along with the jades of the other princes were considered the child. These parent and child jades communicated to each other via a link of spiritual chi. Ryu wasn't very familiar with this process, but he could faintly remember reading about a special constitution between twin siblings where their spiritual chi wavelength allowed them to communicate over long distances without using a chi line technique. Ryu had been fine-tuning this discovery and testing just how to best distort this communication via wavelength. After almost half an hour of fighting, Ryu believed he had finally found a method. The reason the image distorted back when Ryu used sweep to kill the ice-eyed bear was because, although he only used a single hand, Ryu still had a faint connection with his inheritor status. As everyone knows, an heir or inheritor uses their mental realm as a base of connection with the heavens in order to call down upon essence to supplement their strength. This communication has the same basic theory behind it as the parent-child relationship of the Jade and also the abilities of some twin siblings. Now, Ryu not only understood this concept, but he had homed in on the exact frequency of spiritual chi needed. And now, as long as he focused, the crowd within the battle arena who had been watching with rapt attention suddenly became very confused. Wasn't Ryu trying to keep their distance close so that he didn't have to deal with the speed of the fire tiger? Why had he suddenly backed away? However, before they could receive their answer, the images blurred, blinking into and out of existence inexplicably. Chapter 95 Sweep. What's going on? Amel's eyes narrowed. His senses told him that it was no coincidence that these things were happening, but he couldn't figure out just how Ryu was doing it. Within the desert plain world, Ryu brandished his halberd, holding onto its bloodied and wooden polearm with a single hand as the fire tiger lurked toward him. The once lofty arrogance in its eyes was gone, replaced a deep rage. It still saw Ryu as nothing but an ant, but it had still begun to take him seriously. Beasts of the Fourth Order and even the Third Order had long since begun to gain intelligence of their own. By the Fourth Order, their thinking ability was no less than that of humans, even on this plane. So, it knew that Ryu couldn't be taken lightly any longer. It's about time we begin our true fight, don't you think? Ryu's voice was followed by the complete blackening of the screen. The spectators sat in shock, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. By Ryu's words, he had done this on purpose? Somehow, although the visuals were completely gone, the sounds of a mighty battle filled their ears. Just what was happening? Ryu slowly opened his eyes, a piercing silver blue shining within them. For the first time in months, the whole world was open to him. He felt like he had control of everything. Over time, Ryu had slowly pried apart some secrets of his heavenly pupils, but he knew he still had a long way to go. Still, that wouldn't stop him from taking advantage of what he did know. His first ability was third perspective. Ryu's pupils allowed him to view his situation from an outsider's perspective. It essentially gave him a bird's-eye view that was a step above normal spiritual sense. For cultivators who could only unlock spiritual sense after their spiritual sea opened at the soul birth realm, this sort of ability was impossible to learn. The difference between spiritual sense and third perspective was like heaven and earth. Spiritual sense was lacking in many areas. For example, a stronger cultivator can stop themselves from being discovered. Strong spiritual plants and resources have methods of protecting themselves from sensed as well, and spiritual sense was also susceptible to damage. If one used their spiritual sense wantonly, it was possible to suffer backlash that would cause difficult to heal damage to one's spiritual sea. However, third perspective had no such drawbacks. Regardless of cultivation disparity or spiritual ingredient grade, they would all be seen through. In addition, it was impossible to detect third perspective, so even if suffering a backlash was possible, the attacker wouldn't have a target. It was third perspective that allowed Ryu to discover the flaw in gliding cloud steps. However, it was the ability Insight that allowed him to correct this flaw. Insight drew from the abilities of third perspective to narrow down the possible avenues of response to a given situation. When used on a technique, it slowed the time to mastery or correction, but when used in a fight, it was similar to predicting the possible actions of an opponent before they even occurred. Insight essentially gave Ryu that battle sense of a warrior who had already fought for thousands of years despite the truth of his inexperience. However, Ryu found that spending some time increasing his own instincts with his eyes closed actually improved Insight tremendously. Before, Insight had been useless on fourth-order beasts. The disparity in strength was too much. But now, many would believe that Ryu had wasted 4 months of his talent. But Ryu knew the truth. He had refined his battle sense to a completely other level compared to those of his cultivation realm. Ryu's white hair flew in the wind, the ground beneath his feet shattering as he burst forward. In an instant, he closed the distance between he and the fire tiger, dodging its sweeping metal wing to attack its leg. In that moment, Ryu's single-handed approach changed. His left hand found its way to the upper shaft of the pole, changing his aura completely. The faint image of an emperor clad in red-gold robes appeared to his back. The imposing aura of the fire tiger seemed to shatter into nothingness, unable to withstand the might of Ryu's birthed phenomena. The two-winged fire tiger was stunned. Was this ant's true speed? Where did this kingly aura come from? Suddenly, a keen sense of danger overwhelmed the beast. It felt like it couldn't so casually take on this strike as it had with Ryu's others. But it was already too late. While the glaive's strongest attack was sweep, the halberd's was slice. Ryu took advantage of the beast's surprise. He had no intention of missing this opportunity. His halberd swung downward in a simple, but mighty vertical line. Essence chi rippled through the air, filling Ryu's halberd with a heavenly glow that made the space around him distort. Ryu's aim wasn't anything great like slicing the fire tiger in half with one strike. Such a thought wasn't only far-fetched, it was pure stupidity. Ryu knew very well that he was no match for a spiritual severing expert as things stood now, and that was even more so for its equivalent fourth-order beast rank. However, Ryu had one trump card. That said, he had to make sure that that trump card landed without fail. Ryu poured his everything into his strike. His blood boiled, pushing his 2,000 gene strength to almost 3,000. His meridians trembled, agitating his spiritual foundation and pushing his unrefined chi to its absolute upper limit. Unfortunately, the gap between him and his opponent was simply too large. The difference between a peak chi refinement expert and a lower spiritual severing expert was even larger than the whole of the chi refinement realm. The fire tiger forwent attacking Ryu, instead shifting its paw away to stop Ryu from crippling a portion of its movement. Ryu's eyes flashed. The fire tiger's change in tactic fell well within the ability of his insight. In that moment, he did something that would have shocked those watching if they could see. Ryu forcibly stopped his attack midway. Not only would a normal individual have ruptured their meridians doing such a foolish thing, their body's bones wouldn't have been able to handle the stress. However, Ryu had inseverable meridians and a bone structure that was matchless in flexibility. His body shifted, tapping into the abilities of the northern heavenly wind and seemingly disappearing, only to reappear behind the fire tiger's hind leg. His eyes swirled with spatial chi, his halberd shifting out of existence to be replaced with a glaive. Sweep. Chapter 96. Micro Tear. Ryu swept his glaive forward with all his might. The change was too sudden. The beast had been certain that Ryu's inner organs would have shattered after forcibly stopping a full-powered strike midway. But, not only did that not happen, Ryu's speed suddenly shot upward again, causing him to appear behind the far more important and powerful hind leg. While injuring a front leg would have hindered the fire tiger to some extent, the loss would have only been around 5 or 10%. But, the loss of a hind leg would cause a drastic fall upward of maybe even 30%. This wasn't even the most vital point. Spatial rings were great creations, but their flexibility of use was incredibly lacking. One could only take objects that were both ownerless and in contact with the ring. In addition, during the extraction process, the form an object took when it exited the ring was dependent on how it was placed into it in the first place. Therefore, something like switching weapons in the middle of battle wasn't something anyone would rely on a spatial ring to do. However, Ryu had something far better than a spatial ring. Every heavenly pupil's inheritor had their own inner world, allowing them a certain control over spatial chi. This allowed far more flexibility than spatial rings. Not only could Ryu take in objects as long as they were within his vision without having to touch them, he could also extract said objects as he pleased and in whatever position he wished. There were of course limitations to these abilities that were linked to why Ryu had yet to use his stocks of chi whispering, but its usefulness was undeniable. All of these things seemed useless on their own, but together they added up to a wholly dangerous situation for the two-winged fire tiger. Before it could react, Ryu's strike had already landed upon its Achilles tendon. The familiar sound of metal striking metal resounded. As expected, the sturdy exterior of the fourth-order fire tiger wasn't so easy to penetrate. However, Ryu's face didn't sink into despair as one might expect. Instead, he roared with all his might, his glaive chi soaring to a new height. A seemingly insignificant cut barely 2 inches deep appeared on the fire tiger's hind leg. At this moment, it was quickly trying to move away. It was so shocked by Ryu's momentum that it panicked. It had already forgotten that Ryu was a mere peak-opening realm expert, even though it could crush even lower spiritual several realm ones. It lost itself to fear, affected by Ryu's confidence and overbearing nature. This might sound like a simple affair, but it wasn't. When Ryu's battle intent soared, the ancient beast blood within his veins had roared as well. The problem was just that his body realm was so weak that it wasn't enough to use his bloodline to suppress the fire tiger. However, the beast became unable to ignore the difference in quality of their bloodlines once Ryu decided to fight it head-on. Its instincts suddenly took over, telling it that it should run. What was it, a mere tiger in the face of a dragon, Qilin, and phoenix? It was nothing. None of its achievements meant anything. By the time the fire tiger woke itself from its stupor, realizing how ridiculous its thoughts were, it suddenly felt a danger many times that of before. The fire tiger's head spun, only to find itself looking at the image of a shadowy deity with a blinding sun to his back. This deity held a bow as black as night while energy uncontrollably surged toward him. At that moment, the images in the battle arena began to flicker once more. As Ryu's spiritual chi quickly drained, trying to maintain the connection between him and heavens, his ability to control the visual jade faltered as well. His mental realm simply wasn't refined enough to split his mind between two difficult tasks to a level of perfection. The fear the fire tiger felt now was far more real and tangible than anything it had felt previously. Before, it was the irrational fear of the potential of Ryu's bloodline that shook it, but now, it was the reality that it faced right now. It didn't know what to do. With its cultivation, it could soar into the air and kill Ryu now before his attack grew large enough to threaten it anymore. In fact, considering it had wings, it could fly long before it became a fourth-order beast. However, it still hesitated. In that instant, it forced itself to calm down. How many battles had it fought? How many corpses formed the stairs that built its current cultivation? Just how many times had its life been on the line just like this? It spent its whole life building to the point it could own such a large expanse of territory alone. How could it allow this ant to do as it pleased? It was then that the fire tiger decided to dodge. It knew that its moment of hesitation had lost it the opportunity to take the initiative, so it primed itself at run. It turned its head decisively, slamming its hind legs into the ground and charging forward at a speed far greater than even Ryu's. It zigzagged along the ground. With its intelligence, it could tell that Ryu's mastery of the bow was far lower than that of his glaive. It was confident that at its peak, it could dodge this coming attack 10 out of 10 times. Unfortunately, that was only at its peak. Just as the fire tiger turned its body to take another sharp zag, trying to distance itself from Ryu, an audible popping noise that was reminiscent of the snapping of a metallic cord resounded through the desert plain and the battle arena. A howl of pain escaped the fire tiger. Couldn't understand what had just happened. His hind leg? It was injured? That was impossible. That puny human's attack barely made it an inch into its body. What the fire tiger didn't understand was that it had played directly into Ryu's hands. Ryu knew from the very beginning that his strength wasn't enough to slice the tendon of a fourth-order beast. But who could harm a fourth-order beast more than itself? The Achilles tendon was a fragile part of not only humans but also most beasts. Even the smallest micro-tears could develop into devastating injuries if left unattended. Yet, not only had the fire tiger left as unattended, it applied pressure on it again and again, trying to escape Ryu's arrow. As its body curled up in reflex, springing into the air involuntarily, it realized it was too late for regret. An arrow of pulsing light, swirling with spear, glaive and halberd chi careened through the air, screeching with a sound that made the fire tiger's ears bleed. Its last sight before the arrow shattered its skull was a pale-faced Ryu, falling from the skies like a gently blowing leaf. Chapter 97, Masterstroke. After a while, the image projected to the large crowd cleared. A stunned silence overwhelmed the battle arena as they all watched Ryu slowly approach the corpse of the beast. Ryu began to dissect the fire tiger. In reality, this was extremely difficult even now that its defenses had weakened. It took Ryu several hours to reach the spiritual root and meticulously displace the organ and the blood essence within it properly. However, no one blamed him. The corpse of a fourth-order beast was too precious. Plus, there hadn't ever been a time limit placed on a turn. As a result, Ryu could take all the time he needed. By the time he finished, the second day of competition had begun. Many princes and audience members had directly taken time to rest. After all, not all of them had high enough cultivation to remain awake for extended periods of time. When Ryu finally reappeared, the shock of his victory still hadn't worn off. Unfortunately for his competition, he had also been savvy enough to take advantage of the competition rules to rest as much as he needed within the small realm. One might wonder why Quan hadn't done this to dodge Silas' schemes, but this had an obvious answer. Would Silas have let things go so easily had Quan done that? Of course not. In all likelihood, he would shamelessly demand more. There was another more complex reasoning to this as well. One had to remember that these trials weren't taking place in a vacuum. The small-scale teleportation arrays had been connected to the real territories of real beasts. How could there only be one beast in a small realm? Beasts spent much of their time fighting for territory. What would happen if the overlord of an area suddenly died? Wouldn't new beasts rush in, seeking benefits? The only reason Ryu could calmly digest his gains instead of having to fight new waves of beasts was precisely because of how powerful his opponent was. The fire tiger's territory was so large and expansive that beasts adjacent to it hadn't even heard the sounds of battle, let alone realizing it died. This was exactly why Headmaster Leopold had never bothered to set a time limit despite knowing this loophole existed. The lack of a time limit was actually a potential pitfall left behind by Leopold as a trap. If you spent too long battling, trying to conserve strength, or were too poor in battle to finish quickly enough, you would attract far more trouble than you were capable of dealing with. Only when the opponent you faced was so outrageously powerful would these petty traps have no meaning. Of course, Ryu was able to see through this. He had realized from the beginning this trial's rules weren't so simple. Seeing that Prince Quan was looking around dumbly, Ryu shook his head. Prince Quan, it is still your turn. Ryu's words like a pike breaking through a thin sheet of ice. An eruption of emotions and chaos swept through the arena. Just how had Ryu done it? They couldn't see very much from the flickering images at the end. Why had the fire tiger suddenly leapt in the air and howled in pain? Was that a bow Ryu was holding at the end? Just what kind of attack was that? Oh! Prince Quan perked up. He realized that Ryu had helped him a lot. By taking his time, the Ops warriors had long since regained their peak fighting strength. Plus, he loved seeing that helpless expression on Silas' face. That bastard was too cocky. I wonder if you'll allow me to give you some advice? Ryu suddenly asked. Advice? Quan blinked in surprise. Please advise, Brother Ryu. You have 2 actions left. How about you use the first one to attack your brother's step? Prince Quan's features darkened. Could it be that Ryu was only feigning niceties in order to take advantage of him? It wasn't just Quan who thought this, even the spectating princes thought so as well. Ryu shook his head. You misunderstand. I want you to attack your brother's step so that I can act as one of his helpers. Ryu's slight smile and nonchalant words stunned the crowd. What did he just say? Of those spectating, only Headmaster Leopold's eyes flashed with a piercing light. How had he planned to keep these proceedings fair despite knowing that there was an imbalance of princes from various kingdoms? He had left behind many hidden rules and loopholes to be taken advantage of. This was one such rule. Headmaster Leopold had said from the very beginning that a prince was allowed helpers, but he never restricted where that help could come from. There was no rule against two princes entering the same step at the same time. Quan looked away from Ryu to glance at his elder brother. Although this sounded like a great idea, there were many problems with this approach. Namely, if Ryu decided to betray his elder brother, it would result in disaster. By the time he entered, it would be too late for regret. However, who would have thought that his elder brother Qilin would nod straightforwardly? Taking a deep breath, Quan calmed himself. Just why was Ryu doing this? He was already on his 8th step. Since he could defeat a lower 4th-order beast, he wouldn't have trouble taking first place after Quan concluded his turn. So what was the purpose of this? I do have ulterior motives, Ryu suddenly said. I'm not ashamed to say that the method I used to achieve victory isn't something I can replicate time and time again. In truth, defeating a peak 3rd-order beast alone is probably my limit, which means I'll need some help on the final step. You'll use your attack on your brother and I'll help him step upon the 6th step. Then, when it's my turn once more, I'll help him step upon the 7th step by attacking him once more. If anyone attacks him, I'll become his helper, helping him continue to move forward. After all, princes have unlimited entries. Ryu's words were like a hidden landmine being triggered after decades hidden under an abandoned battlefield. That was right. From the very beginning, Headmaster Leopold had said that only warriors with unlimited entries were the princes. It didn't matter that Qilin had 5 more steps left to climb. Ryu could help him with each and every one of them. The faces of Ryu's enemies darkened, but Headmaster Leopold's eyes only seemed to grow brighter and brighter. What a master stroke! Leopold exclaimed in his heart. With a single move, Ryu not only showed signs of weakness that would make his enemies less wary of him, he also exploited rules to perfection and gained 2 strong allies for himself. This was exactly how Leopold wanted this game to be played. Chapter 98. Won't Let Go. There was nothing the opposing princes could do. Directly after Quan's turn, it would be Ryu's turn to go. There were no more opportunities to interfere. Although they could theoretically attack Prince Qilin, the only individual who could do so was first Prince Amory. Since Amory was on his 7th step thanks to Atticus' help, he could use his 3 actions to finish this trial out. However, if he used one of his actions to attack Qilmin's step, he would be giving up his right to place second. Since Qilin could never do that, he would have to concede to allowing Ryu's plan to continue unhindered. In this way, Quan, Qilin and Ryu would have the smoothest turns of this entire trial. This was especially so for Qilin, who had seemingly accepted a pie that descended from the skies. Following Ryu's instructions, Quan directly attacked his brother's 6th step. As luck would have it, he faced a mere middle 2nd-order beast. Directly afterward, Ryu leapt to Qilmin's aid. Since Ryu was so powerful, Qilin had no need to waste the entries of his helpers. Not long afterward, he stood firmly upon his 6th step. Afterward, Ryu made an odd request. Still, due to all the help he was giving them, Quan didn't hesitate to attack Jedrek's 7th step. For Jedrek, who was the wealthiest of them all, ignoring attacks was by far the easiest for him. It was for this reason no one had dared to attack him until now. Yet, Ryu had suddenly helped him climb to the 7th step. With that, Quan's turn ended, and it was now Ryu's, who currently stood on his 8th step due to the fact he had successfully ignored 2 attacks. Ryu's first action was to directly attack Qilmin's 7th step. Then, he proceeded to help Qilin ignore his own levied attack. This second trial had suddenly become Ryu's personal playground. Due to Ryu's help, Qilin had once more been able to save an entry for his chi refinement experts, even after stepping into the 3rd tier of steps. And, Since allowing his chi refinement experts to help Ryu wouldn't count against his own entries, he had no problem allowing Ryu to use them to climb his 9th, and finally the 10th step. The audience was suffering a severe case of whiplash. Just a couple of turns ago, they had believed that Ryu had been cornered by Silas. Yet, in one sweep, he had not only defeated a 4th-order beast, he had also made a mockery of the second trial. After Ryu conquered and completed his 10th step, it was finally Amory's turn. The first prince could only complete his trial begrudgingly. There was no worse feeling than understanding the plans of your enemies clearly, yet having no choice but to walk in lockstep with them. Once Amory's turn concluded, Ryu continued to help Qilin. Due to the fact the final 10th step was a half-step 4th-order beast, Ryu was able to take his time in defeating it. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Fire Tiger, its territory was fairly large as well. As a result, Ryu's final use of the Ops warriors left them feeling incredibly refreshed and relaxed. Coupling this with the fact that Amory took quite a bit of time to defeat his own half-step 4th-order beast and they entered Qilmin's final steps 100% healthy. As expected, with Ryu's help, Qilmin's final steps ended smoothly. He had once more firmly taken 3rd place. Caden went next, but due to the fact he had wasted so much time helping Amory, he would still need one more round to finish. In the end, he feigned like he was also Jedrek's ally by attacking his steps. But this move of his forced Amory to use every ounce of his willpower to not facepalm. Caden's current help was absolutely useless after Ryu had Quan attack Jedrek. No matter what, even without Caden, Jedrek would be able to climb to the 10th step this round. Yet, this fool actually continued on with the original plan. Now others understood why Ryu had Quan attack Jedrek. It was precisely so that Caden couldn't muddy the waters and fool others. But even Ryu hadn't expected Caden to be so stupid. The fact he did this was practically like waving a massive flag that read, "I'm Amory's ally." Unfortunately, one wouldn't be able to use chi line techniques until reaching the chi refinement realm. So, Amory could only watch as his younger brother looked around in confusion as many made weird faces at him. Was this truly a prince? He seemed more like a jester. As expected, the second trial came to an end just another round later. Ryu finished 1st, Amory 2nd, Qilin 3rd, Jedrek 4th, Silas and Atticus 5th, Caden 6th, and finally Quan was disqualified for being unable to complete the trial after using up the entries of his best warriors. Headmaster Leopold took a deep breath. Even he needed a moment to process everything. However, just when he believed he had everything in order, Ryu's cold voice sounded. "I'd like to make one statement before you reveal the results, Headmaster Leopold." "Oh, please do," Leopold replied with interest. "I believe that it should be noted that the ideas I implemented weren't all mine. They were actually that of Prince Qilin. I've spent almost the past 2 years in Ops Kingdom territory, so we built a small friendship between each other. The only reason the words came from me and not him was precisely because it would only have worked after his enemies believed they had him under control." Ryu explained. A slight look of surprise flashed across Leopold's features before he gave Ryu a knowing glance. It was impossible to tell what was true and what was false in the young 4th Prince's explanation. But what was true was that Ryu's plan would only work so well in the perfect situation. Because he purposely only revealed the loophole in the rules after Silas completed his turn, there was no other opportunity to retaliate. In addition, it was precisely because he didn't help Qilin when Caden attacked his steps last that everyone believed Qilin would have to deal with everything alone. Simply put, it was because Qilin feigned weakness that the plan worked so effectively. This kernel of truth made it difficult to outright reject Ryu's words. As for why Ryu bothered to say this, the reason was obvious. If Headmaster Leopold graded Qilin as though he was just along for the ride, then he wouldn't score very well. Plus, there was another key point here. Since one couldn't use the chi line technique until reaching the chi refinement stage, Qilin and Ryu had to have planned this beforehand, right? In the end, Headmaster Leopold smiled. This little rascal was actually giving him the opportunity to vent more of his dissatisfaction against the 3 sects who dared to ignore his face and his hopes for absolute fairness. Despite knowing that Ryu was likely lying through his teeth, Leopold became another unwitting pawn, an individual who clearly knew they were being manipulated, but had no choice but to follow along anyway. Ryu was really playing them all, not even letting an old man like him go. Chapter 99. Bullshit. Headmaster Leopold shook his head and chuckled. In first place, awarded with a full 10 points, is 4th Prince Tor. He's once again displayed unmatched intellect. However, this time, he's shown this old man just how important absolute strength in conjunction with intelligence is. While none of his schemes would have worked had he not been powerful enough, the fact of the matter is that he was. When one thinks about it, without authority, intelligence is only meaningless. When you play a game of domain, the more intelligent individual wins, but this is only because the rules of the game have been established as something that must be followed. While the authority in use isn't obvious to you at the time, it is in fact there. This sort of logic can be applied to all sorts of matters, and I thank little friend Ryu for opening this old man's eyes to this truth. Headmaster Leopold smiled lightly, feeling 10 years younger all of a sudden. How long had it been since he had such a profound breakthrough in his mental realm? In truth, this conclusion was a bit depressing to him. He had never attempted to enter the world of cultivation because he believed the matters of the mind were superior. But by now it was already too late for him. Still, he didn't feel despair. Instead, he etched these matters into his heart. He could only hope that some of these faint memories followed him to the next life. When that day came, he would definitely not waste his youth again. In second place, the crowd unwittingly shifted forward in their seats. The first conclusion had been obvious nearly from start to finish. What they wanted to know is just how the rest of the board had been affected. I've placed 2nd Prince Tor. As expected, Headmaster Leopold's words stunned the crowd. Jedrek did have an eye-catching performance, but even if Leopold chose to ignore Ryu's words about Qilin, surely 2nd place would have been either Silas or Amory. No? In regard to Silas, although he failed in the end, that was only because Ryu was a monster. Who would possibly calculate for the possibility that their opponent, as a mere 15-year-old boy, could defeat a lower 4th-order beast? This obviously wasn't the fault of Silas' scheme. In fact, his actions could be said to be perfect. Then there was Amory. He was once again calm and steady throughout the whole process. In truth, his performance was inferior to Silas. The only reason it would be acceptable if he placed 2nd instead was due to how perfect his commands were as he climbed his steps. From beginning to end, only his helpers never suffered a single injury. While this was partly due to how powerful his dragon core were, it was also related to his quick and clever battle tactics. Still, this time no one had an outburst. Everyone simply waited patiently for Headmaster Leopold to explain. Among the 7 remaining princes, Jedrek brought out his greatest strength with the most efficiency. A king knows when to take a step forward, but he also knows when to take a step back. You all know this, but both of Jedrek's grandfathers are emperors of the battlefield. Old General Garrus has been a loyal guard of Tor Kingdom for several dozen years and has a list of military merits that could extend from one end of our highest mortal plane to the other. On the other hand, Supreme Elder Amel Tor is an overlord of the cultivation world. He is not only an unmatched talent, but his battle prowess has been well known since his youth. A youth like Jedrek is under tremendous pressure not to only succeed, but to follow in the footsteps of those who came before him. The reason I award Jedrek 9 points isn't only because of the overbearingness of his wealth, but because he's shown the bearing of a true king. Only a person worthy of that title can forge his own path with such absolute confidence. Hearing Headmaster Leopold's explanation, no one could find it within themselves to refute. This competition was entirely about naming the one prince who was the worthiest of the title king among the 8 of them. In that case, weren't Leopold's requirements perfect? In third place, I name another tie. This time, 3 ways: Prince Qilin, Prince Amory, and Prince Silas. Everyone is aware of how poised 1st Prince Tor behaved. He is the only one among the 8 that left their subordinates in perfect condition. His adaptation abilities were excellent, and his approach to combat was both novel and an homage to history. While lacking in his own combat strength, he also made use of his greatest strengths to succeed. I reward him a score of 8. As for Prince Qilin, I also cannot give him higher than an 8. While it is true that he is responsible for half of Ryu's plans, It cannot be ignored that it was necessary to sacrifice his younger brother to achieve these means. While it is important for a king to understand sacrifice, the very reason I didn't deduct many points for this folly, one must sacrifice yourselves before your allies. Ryu practically tuned out the rest of that portion of the headmaster's speech. The moment he heard it begin, he could smell the bullshit wafting through the arena. It was obvious that Leopold was making things up as he went to make it seem like he wasn't being manipulated by Ryu. It was also obvious that this was simply the highest grade he dared to give Qilin to not attract the hatred of the three sects. So Ryu only chuckled lightly. He had to say, though, the old man was quite good at concocting stories. This was a competition where brothers were pitted against each other on purpose. Who's to say that Qilin didn't sabotage his brother on purpose so that he would certainly become king? Obviously, though, Ryu didn't say any of these things out loud. He let the old man have his fun. In fourth place, I have Prince Atticus with 6 points. While he did succeed in pinning the weakness of Qilin, he didn't exploit it fully. So I can only award 6 points. In fifth place, I will award third Prince Tor with 1 point for completing the trial. And in last, we have second Prince Opes. After combining the scores of both trials, we have Ryu, 20, Amory, 16, Qilin, 16, Jedrek, 13, Silas, 10, Atticus, 8, Caden, 6, and Quan, 0. Prepare yourselves, for this will be the third and final trial. Chapter 103 Rolls. Both the princes and the crowd suddenly perked up, hanging on Leopold's every word. For those like Amory who believed they had a good guess about just what this trial would be, they were eager to see if their guesses were correct. As for the others who had no idea, it could be said that they were just as, if not more nervous than the former group. This final trial will encompass true combat, not among humans and beasts, but among you princes and your various factions. As potential future kings, you must not rest your hopes upon everlasting peace, but that also shouldn't mean that you should forget diplomacy in its entirety. The higher mortal plane faces many enemies aside from beasts. Many clans of the lower planes are always seeking opportunities to take a step forward. At the same time, there are many clans from above that often lose their footing and rely on the higher mortal plane as a place to regroup. Over the year, many wars have been fought against these newcomers. However, every time, our plane has managed to hold on. In the future, it will upon your shoulders to withstand this burden. Leopold's words were not false. Although it had been slightly more than 100 years since the last time such an event occurred, it still had to be remembered that there were some here who were actually alive during the last. For clans on the middle mortal plane, like Granny Miriam's clan for example, they always sought to elevate their position to greater heights. A higher plane not only represented greater resources, but it was also directly correlated to life as well. On the lower mortal plane, a mortal would only be able to live 70 to 80 years at most. On the middle mortal plane, this number was elevated by 20 years, making the average life expectancy closer to 100. As for this highest mortal plane, one only needs to look at Headmaster Leopold's healthy image to understand. By the time one reached the former shrine plane, a mortal would be able to live 200 years without the aid of any spiritual treasures. One can easily see, even without going into the details of the various other benefits, how enticing scaling the planes was. Due to these truths, it wasn't too rare for powerful clans and sects of the middle mortal plane to enter their higher mortal plane, seeking benefits. Of course, it should also be noted that there was no immortal path between mortal planes, which meant there were very lax restrictions on journeying between them, unlike what one might see between immortal planes. Headmaster Leopold's words were simple to understand. Although they had peace now, it was unlikely that it would be forever, because while powerful clans ascending to them might not sound too daunting, what about failed clans who decided to descend and regroup? The last time that occurred, if it wasn't for all 4 kingdoms and sects banding together, they would have all been wiped out by a single clan which wasn't even worthy of meandering the outer ring of the pedestal plane. For this trial, we'll be reliving certain scenarios of history past. To begin each round, you will all be given a role. These roles can fall under 3 separate categories. There will be 1 role for defense and 2 roles for attackers. This defensive role will represent our 4 kingdoms. while the two attacking roles will be split into immortal and mortal, representing attackers from above or below. Each role type will have its own advantages and disadvantages. How you choose to use these to your advantage will decide your grades by the end of this trial. If you receive the Four Kingdoms role, you'll have the advantage of choosing your home base. You will also be allowed 1 hour of preparation time to set your defenses. However, your disadvantage will be that your opponent will be able to both watch how you set your defenses in detail and receive full details about the warriors you choose and how you position them. In addition, any experts that die will not be allowed to be replaced. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. This sort of disadvantage, wasn't it too damning? However, they reserved judgment. After all, Leopold had yet to explain the other roles. If you receive the middle plane role, you'll have the advantage of movement. While those titled with the Four Kingdoms role have the responsibility to protect a base, you can attack and retreat as you see fit. Those with this role are allowed 3 attempts to take down the defenders and can also take as much time as they need to heal in between attempts. In addition, any experts that die can be replaced within the given limit. The disadvantage of this role, however, is that you will have your experts limited. While those with the Four Kingdoms role are allowed 10 Chi Refinement Realm experts, those with the middle plane role are only allowed 5. A picture of the landscape of this trial began slowly forming in the minds of those spectating. After understanding 2 roles, it seems that this was more balanced than they had previously assumed. The difference between 5 and 10 Chi Refinement Realm experts was massive. Finally, there is the Immortal Plane role. The advantage of this role are the experts. One can have up to 20 Chi Refinement Realm experts should they be given this role. However, with this advantage comes its own disadvantages. Firstly, those with this role only receive 1 attempt. In addition, this singular attempt is timed for 2 hours from when the Four Kingdoms role completes their defenses. Secondly, the information provided to the Immortal Plane team will be slightly more limited. While those of the Mortal Plane role will know the general location of the defending team's core, the Immortal Plane team will not receive this information. However, they will be provided with everything related to the defenses of the Four Kingdoms team. Lastly, although I've slightly alluded to it just now, I will explain the objective of this final trial, and that is to retrieve the Four Kingdoms team's core. The Immortal Plane team will receive a 2-hour attack sequence to find and take this core, while the Mortal Plane team will receive 5 hours for each of their 3 attempts. In addition, neither the Immortal Plane or Four Kingdoms team will be allowed to replace dead experts, but the Mortal Plane team will be given this right. With this core rules out of the way, there is another important aspect I have yet to touch upon. How will these teams be formed? Chapter 101, Killing Intent. Headmaster Leopold's question hung in the air. He knew quite well that everyone was wondering how the teams would be portioned out as well, yet he remained silent for a while. It seemed the old man like his theatrics. This third trial will work using concepts of King of the Hill. The first team to successfully defend their Four Kingdoms core twice will be considered the winners. Of course, the various scores you receive may or may not be related to this. I will always put the most stock in performance. However, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Successfully defending against a particular role will count as 1. But defending against that same role once more won't count at all. Essentially, you must defend against 1 mortal attack and 1 immortal attack to claim victory. You will each have the opportunity to choose your role, except for Ryu, who has no choice but to take the Four Kingdoms role to begin. This is both his blessing and his curse. Many raised an eyebrow at these words. Since ending this trial relied on 1 prince defending 2 roles once each, wasn't it a major advantage to go first? But those who were more clever immediately understood the pitfall the moment Leopold spoke his next words. After Ryu takes up his position, the next individual, by the results of the previous 2 trials, will then be allowed a chance to pick their attacking role. Whether it be mortal or immortal, it doesn't matter. The decision will be left up to you. However, you do need to note that you aren't allowed to pick the same attacking role twice in a row, so be mindful. Maybe if Ryu's eyes were opened, others would notice his gaze narrow. These rules seem simple, but how could Ryu not immediately understand the trap that was being laid? If Ryu somehow defeated his very first challenger, would the subsequent princes risk choosing the 1 role he had yet to defeat? Of course not. They would purposely pick the role Ryu had already defeated. No matter how many times Ryu defeated that one role, the trial still wouldn't conclude, and they would thus still have a chance at victory. Why would the princes choose to do this? Obviously because no one role was clearly better than the other. Both had their advantages and disadvantages, so they would obviously choose the role that mitigated their risks to the greatest extent. The only life jacket Headmaster Leopold threw was in his final words. Obviously, he wouldn't allow the other princes to endlessly exploit this rule. So, he barred them from choosing the same attacking faction twice in a row. Still, this was hardly a concession. The best-case scenario was that Ryu would have to defeat his opponents through 8 turns before he could finally win. This 8-turn total included defeating all 7 princes once before a new round began, then winning the first turn of that next round. However, there was a far worse scenario available to Ryu. What if he failed? If he didn't win 8 turns straight, he would be booted from his 4 Kingdoms role. By the time he fought for the right to claim that role once more, his opponents could rinse and repeat the same scheme. By then, their ability to choose the same role Ryu had already defeated would be allowed once more. If this continued, Ryu would enter a vicious cycle of losses. Headmaster Leopold almost seemed to have made these rules as he did so that it would be impossible to win in one fell swoop. Headmaster knew there were many alliances among the princes, but with the way these rules were set up, would they really dare to so blatantly help each other? Even Silas couldn't be as carefree as he was before, or else his Viri Kingdom's faith would definitely suffer. As for Ryu and the Ops princes, could the latter two really care for Ryu in this situation? If they helped Ryu win, how would they answer to their own people? The entire livelihood of the Ops Kingdom was hanging in the balance. They definitely couldn't afford to repay the debt they owed Ryu here. The only acceptable alliances would be between brothers helping each other. In that case, the kingdom could rally behind them. In fact, their faith might even skyrocket. Who didn't like a story of brothers willing to sacrifice their rights to the throne for one another? If Headmaster Leopold's calculations were correct, this meant that the only wild cards left would be Caden and Quan, both of whom would want to aid their elder brothers. This was Leopold's plan all along. He had known from the beginning that the 3 kingdoms would band together to harm the Ops clan, but in this case, the Ops clan had the advantage. Even if Amory defeated Ryu, Kalman would have the chance to defeat him directly afterward. If Kalman managed to win, no matter what the following princes did, as long as he managed to make it to Quan's turn, he would win. This placed Ops Kingdom's destiny firmly within Kalman's hands. Whether they win or lose, it was all up to him. This is the best this old man can do for you too. Whether or not you can grasp this opportunity will be left up to you. As for Ryu, Leopold didn't believe for a moment there was a possibility for his victory. No one would be foolish enough to underestimate Ryu, not after what abilities he displayed. The issue was that the only number count that was limited were chi refinement experts. Leopold purposely didn't put any cap on the number of experts you could have below that cultivation realm. How could Ryu face hundreds of soldiers alone? His loss was inevitable. Headmaster Leopold sighed. Don't blame this old man, little Ryu. I organized these events long before I knew of your plight. If I had known, maybe I would have made a change. Still, with your talent, even the moon and the stars are within your grasp. This old man will make sure you leave here safely. In the future, you can take your revenge yourself. Many shared Leopold's thoughts. That said, these individuals weren't nearly as benevolent as the old headmaster. Their minds were far more sinister. To the edge of the arena, Amory was pulled aside by his grandfather, Patriarch Cedar. The Dragon Corps are undefeatable, but that Ryu is far too unpredictable. Be swift and strong, throw everything you have at him, and definitely do not, under any circumstances, allow him to survive past this first turn. Kill him. Patriarch Cedar's lofty aura was akin to an ancient tree, rooted in the ground firmly. The only thing that gave away a glint of emotion was the dense killing intent in his eyes.
Chapter 102. Breaking Ore.
While the other princes had retreated to their respective kingdom corners as the 3rd trial grounds were prepared, Ryu obviously did no such thing. Instead, he quietly meditated near the edge of the arena, once more increasing his mental realm to its peak state. He was very close to accomplishing his goals here. The first trap had already been laid. Now all that remained for him to do was win. He didn't care how many odds were stacked up against him, nor did he care about the killing intent-filled gazes that stared daggers toward him. If they believed that this was enough to shake the air of the Tatsuya clan, they were sorely mistaken. The bottom of the battle arena began to slowly split apart. It was a grand display. The image of several hundred meters worth of land giving way astonished the crowd that very rarely saw such displays. This definitely wasn't something that could be seen in the lower planes and was the product of years of preparation, all for this day. Soon, a small cityscape raised up from below. It was surrounded by a ring of forest which was separated from the small-scale city by tall, 10-meter-high walls with a thickness of at least 5 meters. From a cursory glance, this battlefield looked like a replica of the Four Kingdoms, taking elements from each. The ring of forest was taken from Tor Kingdom, while the city structure was a replica of Ope's kingdom. Finally, the palace was identical in appearance to Viri Kingdom's Viri Palace, and the walls were the brainchild of Lance Kingdom. Overall, the small-scale replica was just over 1 kilometer in diameter. The ring of forest took up half of this scale, while the city made up its core. There were 4 starting points the attackers could choose from, corresponding to the 4 cardinal directions. The reason for this was obvious after realizing that the tall walls had 4 points of entry. Attackers could either choose to concentrate their forces, or split them apart, while the defenders would have no idea which of these options they would choose. Not long afterward, Ryu was escorted to the city palace, which would obviously act as his own starting point. It was clear by this point that although the attacking roles were relatively balanced, there was a severe disadvantage to the defenders. What were 10-meter-tall walls in the face of chi refinement experts? Even though they couldn't fly, there were various methods available to them to circumvent these measures. Is he really planning on doing this alone? No one knew who asked this question first, but the murmur gained momentum and eventually became a wave over the crowd. They couldn't understand what Ryu was thinking. Had he really not cultivated any backers for himself in his lifetime? Even if he was the youngest prince here, wasn't that a bit too pitiful? Ryu accepted the kingdom core. As expected, the core was massive, spanning over 15 meters in every direction. In addition, it was incredibly heavy, weighing almost 50,000 jin, a weight that was well outside the output Ryu's body could handle. Other than this, the core was made of breaking Oregon. It was known for its incredible density and absurd fragility. Its chemical structure was such that even a decently powerful teenage mortal could shatter it into pieces as long as they had striking power of about 100 genes. Because of this, breaking ore was looked down upon by almost everyone. Who would want such an obnoxiously heavy material that could break apart so easily? However, when Ryu saw this breaking ore, sensing it with his foggy spiritual sense, he smiled brightly. He ran his hand over its transparent exterior. After confirming his thoughts, he couldn't help but feel happy. Breaking ore was an odd material. In its current state, it would be a beautiful crystalline if it wasn't for the fact the flecks of black and gray impurities pervaded its body. As things stood, it really was only useful to be used in such a trial. It was difficult to move without breaking, yet it was heavy beyond belief. So why was Ryu happy? Because he knew well what this material could become if refined properly. After all, it was labeled as an ore, for a reason. Neutron star core was both the densest and hardest material in the world. Ryu's chaotic silk meridians ranked 3rd on the list of hardest materials in the world. Although breaking ore couldn't stand up to these world-defying materials, refined breaking ore, or breaking crystal, was ranked 22nd on the list of hardest materials. This wasn't all either. If it was just about being the hardness, Ryu would hardly blink an eye. Hardness was great, but it was only valuable it had other properties. For example, chaotic silk was also incredibly light, while neutron star core was incredibly dense. As for breaking crystal, it ranked top 3 among the most flexible materials in the world, and top 10 in chi flow. This flexibility index wasn't a simple matter of being able to bend. It also calculated the ability of a material to come back to its original form even after being deformed. This was a measure of elasticity. This sort of ability was invaluable in weapons. Not only would it mitigate the striking power of an opponent, It would also allow smoother attack patterns and an added unpredictable in said patterns. In addition, a material chi flow index decided how smoothly it could accommodate its owner's chi. Those that ranked so highly had a high threshold for the amount of chi it could withstand. Ryu could imagine great things for this material. If he used it as the material for his weapon's polearms, he'd never have to worry about his weapons snapping under the weight of his strikes. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. Just how amazing would breaking crystal be if refined into a long bow? Not only would its innate density make it capable of withstanding Ryu's use of the natural order sex heirloom, it would be outstanding as a bow even without it. That said, Ryu knew he was getting ahead of himself. While the polearm and body of a bow were important, the blade and respective bowstring was just important. He would definitely have to take his time to find material worthy of being paired with this breaking crystal. He would also need to find a blacksmith with the skill to refine this or properly. Who would have known that the mortal plane would have such a treasure? This or would fetch a great price even on the former shrine plane. And it was likely that this wasn't the only breaking or they prepared for this trial. After all, didn't they expect Ryu to lose? That would mean that they expected his breaking or to be shattered. Although the breaking or was currently massive, after being refined, Ryu would be lucky to receive even a cubic foot out of this 15 cubic meter block. He'd definitely pillage these wasted resources. Since they wanted to kill him, why not take advantage of them? Chapter 103, Endless Night. The crowd couldn't help but wonder what Ryu was smiling about. Of all the emotions they thought they'd see, distress, anxiousness, worry, they expected happiness the least. Due to the fact the attackers were allowed to see how Ryu planned out his defenses, the crowd was obviously able to do so as well. This aside, since the immortal role wasn't allowed to see exactly where the core was hidden, the princes wouldn't be able to see these images until after they chose their role. This was another reason why they were sent back to their respective corners. Ryu took a single leap upward. The core was taller than even the city walls, yet Ryu cleared the distance with ease, leisurely sitting atop the core with a relaxed expression. Obviously, with his control over the northern heavenly wind, this and similar feats for him were quite easy. Ready! Ryu's voice projected outward, stunning those spectating once more. Yana, who had been hoping all this time that Ryu had some trick he had yet to bring out, suddenly felt her world plunge into darkness. How could anyone expect Ryu to succeed when he was alone? In just a few minutes, he would be facing hundreds of opponents. At the very least, shouldn't he try to move the core into the forest? Give himself some extra room to maneuver? Although the core weighed an obscene amount, it was still in the shape of a ball. However, many also understood Ryu's actions as well. Wasn't it already hopeless? Why put in so much effort? Plus, attempting to move such a heavy and fragile object alone was practically asking for trouble. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if Ryu's core shattered before the trial even began? This, Headmaster Leopold felt uncomfortable. But in the end, he sighed. What more could Ryu do at this point? Maybe his approach was already the best. First, Prince Tor, choose your attacking role. Emery's eyes flashed. Immortal. He spoke without hesitation. Anyone who understood him knew exactly why he chose this role. With 20 chi refinement experts at his disposal, who cared about a mere 3-hour difference? Even more importantly, choosing Immortal now basically locked the other princes into this role as well, just in case he failed. This put Ope's kingdom at a major disadvantage because everyone knew they only had 10 chi refinement experts in total. In addition, there weren't many princes other than him who could bring out this number of experts. Aside from the Dragon Corps and Jedrek's personal troops, the other princes would be hard-pressed. Knowing this, why would Amory pick the mortal role that restricted him to 5 chi refinement experts? In the next moments, the Dragon Corps began to gather, each sitting upon a royal war horse. This time around, Amory didn't call out a specific squadron or division. He directly amassed his entire force. 300 men, 20 of whom were of the chi refinement realm, 80 who were pulse-opening realm experts, and 200 who were within the awakening realm. This was a frightening lineup that could shake even a kingdom's elites to their core. Their red armor shone a bloody crimson light under the high sun, even as their battle intent soared. The crowds of people couldn't help but feel stifled. They were just normal mortals. How often could they see such a lineup? Amory didn't position his army in any sort of clever fashion. They all stood in a perfect formation, split into 3 groups of 100 that were further divided into 10 groups of 10. Without fail, they sat as straight as javelins, looking forward toward the northern gate and awaiting Amory's command. Not long after, Amory strode forward on a war horse matted in red fur. It was 10% larger than the finest breeds one could imagine, its body seemingly carved from precious stone. Amory had ditched his scholarly robes for a beautiful set of red gold armor, a bloody sword attached to his hip. When he saw that Ryu hadn't even bothered to close the gates after he was escorted in, his eyes narrowed, but he had long since regained his composure. He had been waiting almost 2 years for this day. It was this that would decide whether or not the Tor clan fell. If others heard Amory's thoughts, they would be confused beyond belief. How could these events decide something like that? However, Amory knew better. Ryu would definitely not come here for something as petty as proving he was their betters. To Ryu, even the skies above his head were too low. Did he really have to come here to show off? Anyone who thought such a thing didn't understand Ryu at all. Ryu wanted to find his wife. He wanted to see his parents and grandparents again. He wanted to slaughter those who dared lay their hands upon the Tatsuya clan and his shrine plane. Did he care for the petty squabbles of this higher mortal plane? He had said it once before, if it wasn't for Granny Miriam's death, he wouldn't have even bothered to seek revenge for him. This looming worry lingered at the back of Amory's mind. No matter how much he shook it off, he couldn't ignore the feeling that not only had Ryu's accomplished much of his purpose already, if he was allowed to take the final step, the Tor clan was finished. All of Amory's nerves were screaming at him with everything they had. He couldn't allow Ryu to win. Charge! Amory roared when his emotions reached their peak. Everything he was feeling bellowed out from his chest, rumbling through the arena with a fiery passion. The Dragon Corps was awoken. They could feel the conviction and unbridled purpose behind their commander's voice. Their blood boiled, roaring in response. The very arena below their feet shook as they set off behind Amory's war horse, charging directly toward the central palace. At that moment, Ryu sat quietly. He could feel the rumbling of the ground, the emotions of his elder brother, even the coursing blood of his enemies. But he remained calm, his hands gliding over the smooth surface of the breaking, or as the rumbling grew louder. The crowd watched with bated breath as Amory closed the distance. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Ryu was within Amory's field of vision. In the next moment, he raised his arm, causing 50 archers to knock their bows. Despite the speed of their war horses, they seemed completely unaffected. Spectators watched in shock. If Amory really did this, wouldn't Ryu die? Would this be the first death of these coronation games? As though oblivious to their thoughts, Amory's arm fell. 50 arrows blotted out the skies, descending Ryu into an endless night. Chapter 104, Skim. The arrows were let loose from almost 150 meters away, yet they locked onto Ryu perfectly. Considering a normal common-grade bow could only be used at a distance of 30 to 40 meters, with only some of the better ones being accurate to about 70 meters, it could be understood just how amazing the bowmen of the Dragon Corps were. Not only did their weapons have such an outrageous advantage, they were actually skilled enough and powerful enough to use them. Ryu stood slowly. About the only good thing about his enemies being able to launch such ranged assaults was that they gave Ryu plenty of time to prepare. For Ryu, the few seconds the arrows spent in the air were more than enough. In truth, the foggy spiritual sense Ryu had access to now didn't have such an exaggerated range. The only reason he knew the arrows had launched into the air was because of their sound. It wasn't until they entered his 20 or so meter range that their faint outlines appeared in his mind. In that moment, Ryu willed his glaive to appear from his spatial ring, standing atop the rounded surface of the core as though it was no different from flat ground. Ryu took a deep breath. Air surged toward him, filling his body to the brim. Deeper. He spoke softly, his state of meditation sinking with every passing moment. Soon, Ryu settled into the breath of earth. What once was a mere 20-meter range pushed outward, reaching 30. Ryu rotated his wrist, twirling the glaive in his hand with a trained expertise. Time slowed to a crawl. It was almost as though Ryu's heart only beat once every 10 seconds. The chests of those watching seized. This move by Amory was truly sinister. Launching so many arrows wouldn't only take Ryu's life, it was guaranteed that the breaking or would shatter soon after. Even if Ryu managed to survive, he would lose without a doubt. How could a single person protect such a large object? Ryu looked no different than an ant before the breaking or, while time had slowed for Ryu in an almost tangible sense, for those spectating, they experienced a similar reality, but for far different reasons. Even those of other kingdoms felt it was a pity for such a genius to fall in this way. Just what was the Tor clan thinking? Suddenly, Ryu stepped forward, his stance incredibly light. His glaive shot forward toward the first arrow. Many thought that Ryu was attempting to break all of the arrows he faced. But how could that be possible? Sending out 50 strikes in what amounted to a split second was impossible for anyone below the peak spiritual severing realm. Others believed that Ryu only wanted to protect his own life. With his skill, as long as he gave up on the breaking or and focused on protecting a half-meter radius around himself, he would undoubtedly survive. Of those who thought this way, Patriarch Cedar was among them. He couldn't help but be enraged by his grandson's tactics. Wasn't this simply giving Ryu a path to live? However, Amory never thought this way. He believed that even with the high evaluation his grandfather had given Ryu, it was still too low. Not only would Ryu survive this attack, the breaking or be unscathed, it was at that moment that something magical occurred. Ryu's movements became incomparably beautiful. It was only now those watching understood the allure of minimalism. Ryu had a perfect grasp of this. His glaive surged forward, glancing along the tip of the arrow and following along its body. Just like that, the arrow was redirected, flying harmlessly to the side, unable to harm Ryu or his breaking or. This simple movement was none other than skim. Skim was considered a half parry. Instead of blowing an opponent back for an explosive counter, it instead made use of an opponent's leverage against them. Using their weapon, an expert who executed skim could redirect the attack they were facing by sliding their blade along the length of their opponent's weapon. In truth, this defensive stance was looked down upon by polearm wielders. This was because it was most effective for closing the distance between two enemies, but this was obviously something those with medium-range weapons wouldn't like. The number of actions a polearm wielder could take in close range was highly limited. As a result, skim and advanced techniques related to it were usually left to dagger wielders and maybe the occasional short sword expert. However, who would have thought the technique that so many polearm experts looked down upon could be used in such a way? It was absolutely mesmerizing, nothing short of art, the dance of an expert. Those who were spectating were correct. Ryu couldn't send out 50 strikes in a split second. That realm was too far from him now. Even if he applied the abilities of his northern heavenly wind to his weapon, Ryu believed he could only send out 12 to 15 strikes in a single second. However, for Ryu, just 10 strikes was enough. Ryu's glaive snaked forward, knocking arrows off their path. But his actions weren't so simple. For every time he used skim, each arrow that slid off his blade wreaked havoc. With every deflection, a single arrow would inexplicably collide along the paths of 3 or 4 others. Ryu's wrists twisted at unbelievable angles, resisting striking power that amounted to more than 500 Jin each time. If it wasn't for his bone structure giving him ridiculous flexibility, his bones would have shattered, leaving him crippled for several weeks. However, in thanks to his mother, Ryu could bring out his full strength even while tilting his body in ways that seemingly had no leverage at all. A silence fell over the battle arena as the final arrow was avoided by Ryu with a simple tilt of his head. No one could imagine the level of calculation and reflexes it would take to replicate Ryu's feat. Not even a single scratch could be seen on his breaking or. Yet he stood amid a cemetery of broken arrows. The only person who seemed completely unsurprised was Amory. However, even he couldn't have predicted what happened next. I'm crawling at a snail's pace toward this dream of dual polearm wielding. Ryu sighed. But there are some very clear advantages. While my striking power is far less, my degrees of freedom and striking speed is overwhelmingly faster. I guess this isn't the proper place to test this out. I'll stop playing around. In the next moment, the 50,000 gene breaking or vanished from thin air.
Chapter 105. War Horses.
Amory was so shocked by what he saw that he lost control of his reins for a moment. If it wasn't for his quick reaction time, not only would he have fallen from his horse, he would have been trampled by his own dragon core. What a terrible death that would have been. It wasn't just Amory. Even the esteemed headmaster Leopold had an incredulous expression on his face. How could he ever have thought that something like this would happen? Everyone was aware that Ryu had a spatial ring. After all, if he didn't, just where was he pulling his weapons from? The reason Headmaster Leopold ignored this was because as a well-learned man, he was aware of how rare spatial rings were. In addition, he also knew that the larger their inner spaces were, the vastly more expensive and unreachable they would be as well. The truth was that Headmaster Leopold had already thought of this sort of exploit. In order to make sure that the kingdoms with sects still backing them couldn't borrow spatial rings in order to put Quan and Kalmin at even more of a disadvantage, he requested that the breaking or be constructed to an abnormally large size. If it wasn't for his odd yet specific instructions, who would go through the hassle of mining such a fragile or to the size of 15 cubic meters? According to what Leopold knew, the best spatial rings on this higher mortal plane had about 10 cubic meters of space. Never in his wildest dreams did think Ryu's own was overshadow them to this extent. Headmaster Leopold could only helplessly sigh. What could he do? It wasn't as though he could suddenly change the rules midway. Plus, Ryu was already at a disadvantage, facing hundreds alone. How silly would everyone look complaining about something like this? Wasn't Ryu right before you now? Then catch him. Of course, Ryu had thought of this method long ago. His spatial ring wasn't created by the standards of the higher mortal plane. It was a present Granny Miriam's younger sister sent her for her birthday a few decades ago. Knowing how much Miriam loved to travel and care for the sick, her younger sister spent a lot of money getting her elder sister this ring. Even by the pedestal plane standard, it was large, sitting with just over 100 cubic meters. Let alone just one breaking or Ryu could fit a dozen and still have about 50% of the space remaining. Just as Amory was stabilizing his horse, he suddenly caught the faint image of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. Before he could react, the front legs of his warhorse were sliced in half. He hadn't even tumbled forward yet by the time Ryu passed him by, not bothering with his presence. The Dragon Corps couldn't believe Ryu's speed. He had just been just over 100 meters away, yet a few seconds of distraction already had him upon them. It took him no more than a single attack for their organized formation to be thrown into disarray. Amory tumbled through the wide cobbled street, allowing him momentum to roll him forward before springing upward. Even with his disheveled appearance, order after order began tumbling out from his lips. Several squads at the front acted as a buffer while those in the back organized themselves according to Amory's orders. No matter how heaven-defying Ryu was, he was too arrogant. Maybe if he used this speed of his to run into the forest, they would sigh in despair, but he hadn't done that. He actually ran right into them. He was most definitely playing into their hands. What this Dragon Corps didn't know was that while Ryu danced among them, the thoughts they aimed toward him were the same thoughts he had about them. To Ryu, it was completely foolish for Amory to charge straight at him. He should have cast a net, closing off Ryu's options. But as things stood now, Ryu had two measures he could take. Numbers meant absolutely nothing to Ryu. Amory had 20 chi refinement experts, but he actually restricted them with military rules. How could they bring out their strengths like this? When wars on the immortal planes were fought, they weren't done in this way. Immortals were often left to their own devices, allowing them to wreak havoc as they saw fit. In Ryu's opinion, this wasn't a good approach either. Control and order were all important when fighting in such a large group. But too much restriction was a bad thing as well. Due to their formation restrictions, the chi refinement experts could only watch as Ryu incapacitated their allies right before their eyes. Although none of them died, their falls from their high horses broke several bones. They simply weren't as lucky as Amory. While the first prince had been a lone rider at the front, When they fell, they were amidst several other men and horses. Those who fell suffered greatly. What broke Amory's heart the most wasn't even the injuries of his men. Every time another war horse gave off a pained cry before becoming forever crippled, he felt knives being stabbed into his heart. Each one of these war horses were carefully bred for over 15 years. He had poured at least 10,000 gold into even the youngest. As for his own war horse, even 100,000 gold was a conservative estimate. With every flash of Ryu's glaive, another war horse fell. By the time Amory finished rattling off his commands just 20 seconds later, almost 30 war horses and warriors were incapacitated. 10% of his dragon core gone just like that. Ryu smiled as the dragon core organized itself. He suddenly found his pathways cut off. After learning from his mistakes, Amory had the chi refinement experts take the helm. Everyone else was simply cannon fodder to Ryu. The 20 chi refinement experts surged forward from all sides, the strongest of them being of the middle chi refinement stage. Ryu's body flickered and swayed, narrowly dodging spear after spear. Unfortunately for Amory once more, he had made another mistake. Ryu was inexperienced in combat. Even after spending 8 months training against beasts, that was the true extent of his knowledge. He had never fought another human, nor had he ever taken a life. Yet, Amory did him the greatest service by outfitting his warriors with the weapon he was most familiar with. What a great gift this was! As time passed, Ryu's movements became more fluid. He began to understand that although beasts had intelligence, humans were still that small notch above. By now, the remaining dragon core had completely encircled Ryu. At Amory's behest, 50 archers had once more taken aim, but Ryu saw this as a cheap trick. Did Amory really expect him to believe that they would shoot at their own allies? This time, unfortunately for Ryu, that was exactly what they did. Chapter 106. So close yet so far. Seeing 50 archers taking aim and letting loose their arrows, the crowd suddenly felt that their hearts had taken too much punishment in the past 2 days. Not only was this move especially cruel, it was nigh impossible to dodge. As things stood now, Ryu only had about a 3 meters radius of movement space around him. Even this much was in part a product of his expert use of his glaive, ensuring that his opponents didn't get too close, and in part due to his enemies also using medium-ranged weapons. Ryu's brows furrowed. If he took the time to deal with these arrows, the chi refinement experts definitely wouldn't take this lying down. Although Ryu didn't believe restricting such experts in this way was the best use of their abilities, he had to admit that the fact they were bound by military law essentially guaranteed that they would dive head first into this sort of suicidal action. Even if it meant taking several arrows head-on, they would continue to charge forward. At this moment, Ryu regretted not learning any defensive techniques. He had told himself to do so multiple times, but the Natural Order sect simply didn't have anything that was suitable for him. All such defensive techniques they had were crude ones that involved hardening the skin and bones, but this was completely incompatible with Ryu's bone structure. If he tried to forcibly learn these techniques, he would be lowering his own potential. Ryu's breathing steadied, the world around him slowing once more, as he entered an even deeper state. Breath of Heaven. Ryu himself knew that although his time limit for Breath of Earth had increased to just over a half an hour, his Breath of Heaven would only last him a few seconds. Because he had already used Breath of Earth for upwards of 10 minutes already, this time would be even shorter, not to mention the fact that it would definitely drain him of his spiritual chi. The consequences of such a thing can be imagined. Of them, the most terrible cost would be the impact to his spiritual sense. After this, it would be a toss-up as to whether he would be able to use it at all. Good. This is the sort of pressure I need. If I can't even defeat these people, what right do I have to defeat an enemy my parents couldn't? In the distance, the frail-hearted Yana felt that her world was collapsing. Finally, unable to handle it anymore, a small, delicate shout left her lips as she fainted into her grandfather's arms. Seeing the state of his granddaughter, the old general felt his heart constrict. He remembered all those years ago, him looking down upon Ryu. As a military man, what he praised the most wasn't intelligence, but strength of character and power. When he first met Ryu, all he saw was an arrogant and scrawny little boy that knew nothing of the world. In the army, arrogance is something you earn by putting your life on the line. There was nothing more important than seniority and hierarchy. So, when the old general saw Ryu's attitude, he immediately felt disdain. What had this little boy done to earn the right to carry such an aura? Him and his brothers shed blood and tears for the right to hold their heads high. He hadn't done a single thing. This attitude of the old generals didn't begin to change until he saw Ryu withstand a vicious beating with uttering so much as a word. It was at that moment that he felt that maybe his views were partially flawed. Although Ryu had yet to earn his stripes on the battlefield, he had earned his arrogance in another way. Seeing Ryu's actions here, the old general felt that his second conclusion was correct. Ha! A mighty call left Ryu's lips. His white hair flowed widely, not a single speck of dust to be found amidst their flawless strands. In that moment, a second glaive appeared in Ryu's hand. His arms became akin to reapers of death. With every step he took and with every strike he sent, a shower of blood would rain. Dual-wielding glaives? Those experts of the crowd felt like they had been dropped into a fantasy. Which of them had ever seen something like this? They couldn't decide whether what they were witnessing was ridiculous or ingenious. But what they did know was that they felt a certain trembling take root in their hearts. It felt as though Ryu was so close yet so far to something special. In truth, they could tell that his movements weren't as fluid as when he focused on a single weapon. Those who were sharper realized that Ryu definitely couldn't maintain this sort of state for an extended period of time. It was no wonder he hadn't brought out this trump card until now. Ryu's glaives flickered with a faint chi, but it was wholly lacking in comparison to when he focused his everything on one weapon. If he had to put a label on his current state, if his properly handling his glaive had entered the small success realm, then as of now, he couldn't even be considered to be within the entry realm. He was in some inferior state that didn't have the right to have a moniker of its own. Still, the trade-off in skill and fluidity was made up for by the fact there were two weapons. Ryu could suddenly deal with attacks from all 360 degrees. The arrows that closed in on Ryu never so much as touched a hair on his head. With a thought, he executed skim repeatedly. With every action, another arrow not only narrowly shot by him, but were redirected toward warriors behind him. Ryu was actually using attacks levied toward him to deal with the elites of the Dragon Corps. Their dreams of sacrificing themselves to get close to Ryu went up in smoke. As volley after volley of arrows were let loose, the chi refinement experts only became more injured. Even with their armor and cultivation, there was only so much punishment they could take. Still, Ryu was nearing his limit as well. He understood now that the hurdle he faced wasn't just about finding a method to infuse the prowess of a two-handed weapon into one. He also had to enter a strong enough mental realm to split his mind two ways. If he couldn't do this, he would never succeed. Amory could tell that Ryu was nearing his limit. This was why he hadn't ordered his warriors to stop despite the situation. He could only steel his heart. But it was at that moment that he felt that something was off. He couldn't understand where this uneasy feeling was coming until it was already too late. Shit! Squadrons 5 and 6. Close off points to the east and west. Ryu smiled lightly. His body suddenly became as light as a feather, shooting through a gap he created toward the east. All the time he spent redirecting arrows wasn't wasted. Instead, he slowly concentrated his fire on 2 points, just in case Amory found one. He couldn't help but be slightly impressed that Amory actually found both. But it was too late. Ryu shot through, disappearing amid the city buildings. Chapter 107, Cheat. The trial suddenly became of cat and mouse. In his peak state, this sort of thing would be easy for Ryu. Unfortunately, as things stood now, he was completely handicapped. His foggy spiritual sense, which had once had a 20-meter or so range, fell to the point where it stretched out barely an inch from himself. At the same time, he was completely exhausted. His muscles were screaming, and his lungs felt as though he had inhaled hot coals. It wasn't long before the crowd's attention was trained on the image of Ryu gasping for breath. He sat on the abandoned top floor of an antique shop, trying to gather himself. Of course, Ryu put this sort of pressure on himself on purpose. Since much of his goal here had been accomplished, he saw this trial as nothing more than a training opportunity. Still, even though he expected dual wielding would be difficult, he never guessed it would put so much strain on him. The longer a weapon was, the more difficult the act of controlling it became. It was for exactly this reason that polearms were two-handed weapons. Only with two hands could you have the stability and power that was needed to make proper use of them. Take, for example, the spear. A youth training in this path would spend years honing their accuracy, trying their best to gain perfect control of the tip of their weapon. A warrior who reached an almost unconscious level in the spear would be capable of piercing the same point continuously with barely a millimeter of error between strikes. Now imagine accomplishing the same feat with only a single hand. Without the stability provided by a second hand, one needed to activate all of their focus in order to match that level of control. Then consider for a moment that they would need that level of focus not just once over, but twice. Ryu understood this point vaguely. This was why even during his training in the Beast Mountains, he avoided dual wielding, instead opting to focus on one hand at a time to hone this skill. Yet, even with all of that preparation and the support of Breath of Heaven, he barely lasted a few seconds before his stamina gave out. To make matters worse, his movements were clumsy and awkward, nothing like he imagined it would be like. Even with all of this said, how Ryu fared would have been even more embarrassing had it not been for the Qilin clan martial form. This martial form focused on controlled speed and explosiveness. To reach that end, all of its forms emphasized small muscles groups that were often neglected. These small muscle groups acted as the hundreds of tiny stabilizers Ryu needed to control a two-handed weapon with one. If Ryu hadn't trained in this martial form, not only would his attempt have ended in disaster, he likely would have crippled himself for a time. It seems I'm still not ready. Ryu took deep breaths, circulating the Ice Phoenix martial form to soothe his aching muscles. I need more flexibility and stability. It seems I'll have to put even more effort into my martial forms. The soft sounds of footsteps caused Ryu's lips to curl into a slight sneer that disappeared as quickly as it appeared. There was no way Amory could have found him on his own in such a short period of time. The only explanation is that someone used the visual Jade that was monitoring him to guess his location before sending a Qilin message to Amory. Unfortunately, Headmaster Leopold had no cultivation to speak of, so it was impossible for him to monitor this. Ryu's expression turned cold once more. He had only recovered to about 5% of his peak, but that was more than enough. Sending his glaive into his spatial ring, he sprang up, shattering a window to his left and leaping atop its sill. His hands snaked forward, snagging two relatively large pieces of glass before pushing off. He became a shadow in the skies, making it halfway to an adjacent building before the Dragon Corps warriors below even registered the sound of breaking glass. "He's over there," a squad captain roared. He had been placed here precisely to watch out for Ryu's escape in this fashion, so he was already well prepared. With a thought, his archers took aim, firing a volley toward Ryu's figure. Ryu couldn't see what was happening clearly. His senses had been dulled and his eyes were closed. But he still had his comprehension of gliding cloud steps. He immediately felt the shift in the wind. Although it was far more difficult since arrows were designed to agitate air as minutely as possible, Ryu had focused his everything on their existence. His body twisted, but this time, his outcome wasn't as elegant as all those times before. While the third-order beast leather Ryu wore had decent defense, it was also quite heavy. With Ryu's muscles aching as they were, it was difficult to ignore its stiffness. The black leather sheared apart, nipping Ryu in the arm and both thighs. One arrow even managed to scrape along his rib cage, taking with it a trail of blood and flesh. However, Ryu survived. The pressure he felt made his blood boil, a faint excitement overwhelming him. It was far too easy before, but this feeling made it worth it. How long had he spent as a cripple, as a man without any power to speak of? This was true freedom, the freedom to grasp everything with your own hands, your own power. Ryu spun in the air, the two glass shards he had taken launching outward. One sped toward squad captain's voice, and another headed toward the marksman who tore a wound through his ribcage. Ryu's strength hadn't recovered enough to use his true weapons, but he definitely had enough to make use of these two pieces of glass. He didn't have the luxury of finding out how his attack ended. In the next instant, he had rolled onto the opposite building's roof, springing upward and disappearing in a flash. Ryu faintly heard the agonizing screams of two men. The crowd could only take in a sharp cold breath, watching as the glass shards hit their mark. Both men lost an eye. In fact, they would have died had the glass been made of more resistant material. The beautiful scene of Ryu escaping ambush after ambush awed the crowd. Over time, some more astute individuals began to see just how odd it was that Ryu was found so easily every time. They didn't know how the cheating was occurring, but they definitely knew that it was happening. Unfortunately for Amory and the Dragon Corps, none of it mattered. The 2-hour period ended without them ever catching Ryu.